The night was as dark as ink, and a blade glimmered with a cold light. "You run." The gray-haired old woman pushed her granddaughter forward with all her strength. Before she could move again, a flash of light cut across her throat. Blood flowed out as she gasped for air. The man, annoyed, kicked her aside. Tears streamed down Lin Yu's face as she ran forward without looking back. Her grandmother had given her life to protect her. She could not let that sacrifice be in vain. But before she had gone far, an arrow flew through the air and struck her knee. Pain surged through her body, and she trembled as she tried to crawl forward. A heavy boot pressed down on her back. She struggled and looked up into 3 pairs of cold, emotionless eyes. "Please, let me go," she begged. "Tomorrow, I'll reach the city. Once I find work, I'll serve you however you wish." "You do speak well," one of them said with a sneer. "But you've offended someone important. You can't be allowed to live." They tied her hands and hung her from a tree. A fire was lit, and the sound of a blade being sharpened filled the night. The knife gleamed coldly as they turned toward her. Her cries grew weaker and weaker until there was only silence. The pain was unbearable, and then, suddenly, it was gone. Lin Yu realized she was no longer alive. She floated above, staring at her own lifeless body. The remains below were broken and still, swaying slightly in the wind. Seeing this, a wave of hatred rose within her. She hated the heavens for their injustice. Her family had always been kind, yet they had all met such cruel ends. She hated the empire for its corruption. Disasters came one after another, and the people starved while no one cared. She hated the wicked for their cruelty, using power to harm the weak without consequence. Tears of blood fell from her eyes. A white light surrounded her, and when it faded, a book appeared before her. Without thinking, Lin Yu reached out. Her soul felt as if it were being torn apart, and she trembled uncontrollably. When the pain finally faded, madness filled her gaze. She had always thought her family's misfortune was just bad luck. But now she understood. Their suffering had all happened because the world they lived in was nothing more than a story in a book. The main character is Lin Baojun, and the others are just stepping stones on her path to success. Thinking of her family, who died one after another, Lin Yu's heart filled with hatred. Just because Lin Baojun is the main character, everything good belongs to her. Those who follow her prosper, and those who oppose her perish. But what did they do wrong? Just because they were written as stepping stones, were they doomed to die miserably? If she could live again, she would fight Lin Baojun to the end. Every drop of blood her family shed, she would make Lin Baojun repay it 1,000 times over. Her head felt heavy, her eyelids weighed down. Lin Yu's chest rose and fell sharply as she coughed up water. Through her blurred vision, she saw Lin Baojun being held protectively by Chen Busheng. Her mind screamed for her to end it all, to stop the source of all her pain. Lin Yu rushed forward and grabbed Lin Baojun by the neck. If she could stop her, maybe all the tragedies could be undone. Tears streamed down her face as she lost control. System 4438 has been bound. Hello, host. Points 100. Points 100. Points 1000. A suffocating feeling spread through Lin Baojun. Terrified, she tried to push Lin Yu's hands away, but couldn't. In desperation, she looked at Chen Busheng. "Help me." Chen Busheng finally reacted, pulling Lin Yu away and throwing her aside. The force was too strong, and Lin Yu fell backward toward a rake. Warning: host's life in danger. Activating temporary protection shield. 2,000 points deducted. You move. Grandma Li Xiuji cried out as she saw her granddaughter falling toward the rake, its sharp edge aimed at her head. If it hit, she would surely die. At the last moment, Lin Yu twisted her head aside, missing it by a hair's breadth. Li Xiuji's legs went weak, and she almost collapsed. Lin Yu stared blankly at her grandmother, whose hair was still dark and full. "Grandma." Then, as she was pulled into a warm, familiar embrace that smelled faintly of herbs, Lin Yu broke down in tears. "Grandma, it's all my fault," she sobbed. It was she who had trusted the wrong person, giving Lin Baozhen the chance to harm their family. You, don't be afraid, her grandmother said softly. Grandma is here. Li Xiuji held Lin Yu close, gently stroking her forehead again and again. A faint sting came from the touch of her calloused fingers. Lin Yu, with tears in her eyes, looked up in confusion. Wasn't she supposed to be dead? If she was dead, how could she still feel pain? Turning her head, she saw Chen Baixing and Lin Baozhen, both looking pale. Then she realized what felt wrong. Their faces looked too young and clean, nothing like the cold and weary expressions they had during their time fleeing from disaster. She had returned a half a year before that journey. It was early spring, the time when Lin Baozhen had pushed her into the water to steal her clay gourd. After her death, Lin Yu had learned that Lin Baozhen's good fortune during their escape came from that very gourd. It was a magical item that could store things. In her previous life, after their parents met with misfortune, Lin Baozhen not only took her gourd but also claimed to be the one who had saved someone important, gaining many benefits for her mother, Fang Tsuehua. Reaching out and finding nothing, Lin Yu's eyes turned cold. Now that she had been given another chance at life, she would never let Lin Baozhen take advantage of her again. Her parents were still in danger, so her first goal was to get the clay gourd back. Pushing herself up from the ground, Lin Yu stood and pointed at Lin Baozhen. Grandma, it was Lin Baozhen who stole my clay gourd and pushed me into the water, making me hit my head. You heartless child! Li Xiuji shouted angrily. How dare you harm my granddaughter? Give back the gourd right now. Grandma Lin, don't listen to Lin Yu, someone said quickly. It was Baozhen who saved her. She just liked the gourd so much. Can't you let her keep it as a thank you gift? Lin Yu, admit it. You fell into the water yourself, Chen Baixing said, looking at her with arrogance. Anger surged in Lin Yu's chest. She rushed forward and slapped Chen Baixing twice across the face. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? In her past life, she had been foolish. Because she had feelings for Chen Baixing, she had turned against her grandmother, who had defended her, and helped Fang Tsuehua and Lin Baozhen gain power. This time, she would not make the same mistake. Her palms tingled slightly. Chen Baixing covered his face in disbelief. You hit me? Yes, I did. Do I need to pick a special day for it? Li Xiuji snapped, grabbing him by the collar and slapping him hard. You wicked boy. You not only hurt my granddaughter, but now you dare to blame her for it. You heartless scoundrel. And you call yourself an educated man? All that studying has gone to waste. Li Xiuji, used to hard farm work, was much stronger than Lin Yu. After a few slaps, Chen Baixing's face was swollen beyond recognition. Seeing his miserable state, Lin Yu felt nothing. But Lin Baozhen, realizing no one would protect her, turned to run. That clay gourd had an irresistible pull on her. Ever since she could remember, anything she desperately wanted always seemed to bring her some kind of benefit. Anyway, Lin Yu had no use for the clay gourd, so she might as well give it to her. But Lin Yu grabbed Lin Baozhen by the hair. Ah! Lin Baozhen instinctively leaned back, trying to dodge, but was kicked and fell to her knees. Lin Yu stepped on her back and reached toward her waist. Panic filled Lin Baozhen's chest, making it hard to breathe. She struggled on the ground, trying to crawl away, and with a sharp pain at her waist, she finally broke free. When she managed to stand, Lin Yu noticed a red string. She pulled it, and out came the clay gourd. Lin Baozhen's eyes widened. Seeing this, she lunged at Lin Yu. It's mine. Give me back my clay gourd. Her once delicate face twisted with anger, looking just like the villain from an old storybook. Pulling value 100, pulling value 200, pulling value 300, pulling value 10,000. Value full. System shop unlocked. Lin Yu's head buzzed, her eyes turning red. She slapped hard, shouting, Enough. Be quiet. Breathing heavily, Lin Yu was caught by her grandmother, Li Xiuji, who rushed to steady her. Xiuji, come quickly, your third daughter-in-law is about to give birth. Lin Yu's face changed, her eyes turning cold. Lin Baozhen, if anything happens to my mother, I will never forgive you. What does she mean by that? Could something have happened to Qin Yan because of her? Didn't she just say that clay gourd belonged to her? Lin Yu has always treated Lin Baozhen with kindness. She knew Lin Yu couldn't swim, yet still took her to the water. Wasn't that on purpose? I didn't do this. Please believe me, believe me. Lin Baozhen felt a sudden wave of panic. This was not how things were supposed to go in her plan. She should have been holding the clay gourd, standing on the moral high ground. But now, not only did she fail to get it, she was being shamed instead. Where had things gone wrong? She thought of the cold, piercing look Lin Yu gave her before leaving. It was as if Lin Yu could see right through her, and that thought made Lin Baozhen's heart tremble.
No, impossible.
Lin Yu was just a fool she had always controlled. There was no way she could turn things around. Lin Yu tasted blood in her throat, her legs heavy as lead. The moment she stepped into the courtyard, she froze at the sight before her, red everywhere, spreading from the yard into the house. It was exactly like what she remembered. Her eyes burned, and tears fell uncontrollably. Biting her lip until it bled, Lin Yu wiped her tears away. She had been given another chance at life. This time, she would save her mother and the baby in her womb. She bit her finger hard until it bled, took out the clay gourd, and let the blood drip onto it. When the gourd absorbed the last drop, a flash of white light appeared before her eyes. She saw a clear spring and a small wooden house. Remembering from the storybooks that such a spring could heal and even bring people back from the brink of death, Lin Yu quickly drank a drop. Her wounded finger healed instantly before her eyes. Without hesitation, she rushed into the house. "Young girl, get out of here. Don't cause trouble. If something goes wrong, you'll be blamed. The baby is too big. She can't give birth naturally. There's bleeding. If we're not careful, it could be dangerous. Li Xiuji, you must decide quickly, save the mother or the child. If you wait any longer, you might lose both." The words were exactly the same as in her previous life. But she had returned half an hour earlier this time. Things shouldn't be happening like this. Suspicious. Lin Yu looked at the midwife, Li Wenpa, supporting the weak Li Xiuji. The woman's eyes flickered with malice when she glanced at Chen Yan on the bed. Alarmed, Lin Yu threw herself at Li Wenpa and rushed to Chen Yan's side. "Stop her. Don't let her near the mother," Li Wenpa shouted, but Lin Yu's hand was already on Chen Yan's stomach. She lifted the blanket and saw that the amniotic fluid had broken, mixed with some blood, but it was normal, not life-threatening. The baby was in the right position, but the birth was difficult because her mother was too weak. "Grandma, this midwife is a liar. She couldn't even tell that mother was carrying twins and kept saying the baby was too big. Nonsense. It's a difficult birth because the baby is too large," the midwife said, her eyes darting around nervously. After hearing this, Li Xiuji realized the truth and slapped the midwife several times. Just then, there was noise outside. Su Xiaoye and Ping Su hurried back. "Mother, has our third sister-in-law given birth yet?" As soon as they entered, they saw Li Xiuji hitting the midwife, while Lin Yu took the chance to give her mother some spring water. Seeing her mother's face quickly regain color, Lin Yu burst into tears of joy. "Mother, it's time." Shen Yan's cry brought everyone back to their senses. Li Xiuji immediately took charge. "Eldest daughter-in-law, go get midwife Qiao. Second daughter-in-law, boil some hot water and make a bowl of sweet egg soup for the third daughter-in-law. And you, fourth one, tie up this woman and take her to the authorities." The midwife, gagged with a rag, was dragged out as the Lin family worked in an orderly way. "Midwife Qiao is here." With a shout, Lin Xianping carried midwife Qiao in on his shoulder. Before she could catch her breath, Su Xiaoye and Ping Su pulled her into the room. Lin Yu crouched by the door, hearing her mother's painful cries. Her heart pounded until two newborn cries filled the air. Relief washed over her, and she sat on the ground, laughing and crying at once. She tried to stand and see her mother and the babies, but the world spun, and she collapsed. "Why are her clothes all wet? Quick, get some hot water." Her head felt heavy, her body weighed down as if by 1,000 stones. She couldn't move at all. Bitter medicine was poured into her mouth. Lin Yu coughed hard, her chest aching. One moment, she saw her mother smiling with her father and the babies. The next, the scene turned into a nightmare of decay and beasts. Terrified, she gasped and woke up. Tears filled her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Li Xiuji sat by the bed, gently patting her back. "Grandma," Lin Yu rasped. Her throat hurt as if she had swallowed blades. "Don't worry. Your mother just gave birth to your little brother or sister not long ago. Your aunts are taking care of them, and they should be asleep by now." Lin Yu let out a long breath. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw only endless darkness outside the window. "Grandma, how long have I been asleep? Where's father?" Lin Yu tightly held Li Xiuji's hand, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. "About 2 hours. Your father, that useless man, who knows where he's gone again. When he comes back, I'll make sure he learns his lesson and apologizes to your mother." Noticing Lin Yu's unease, Li Xiuji's tone softened. "Did you have a bad dream? Don't be afraid. Dreams are the opposite of real life." "Grandma, I'm hungry. I saved some chicken soup for you. I'll go warm it up." Li Xiuji hurried out of the room. Watching her leave, Lin Yu stared blankly at the pitch-black window. In her past life, the day after her mother gave birth, news came that her father had died. Her mother and the baby were gone, and then came the news of her father's death. The shock was too much, and she fainted. When she woke up, everything was over. People said her father had died in a hunting trap, and her uncle had been badly injured trying to retrieve his body from a wild animal. Her uncle was a hunter, and Lin Yu knew that hunting traps were lined with sharpened bamboo stakes. Each trap had several of them, enough to seriously injure or even kill anyone who fell in. After drinking a small sip of the spring water, Lin Yu's mind became clearer. Before long, Li Xiuji returned with the hot chicken soup. Lin Yu drank it slowly, then said she wanted to sleep, sending her grandmother away. When everything outside grew quiet, Lin Yu took a torch and quietly slipped out, heading toward the mountain. The March night was so dark she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. The distant howls of wild animals made her heart race. Pushing down her fear, Lin Yu kept walking uphill. Distracted and uneasy, she stumbled several times, scraping her knees and arms, but she only walked faster. Once she entered the mountain, she slowed her steps. There were many wild animals around, and it was easy to fall into a trap. Suddenly, a rabbit darted out in front of her. Startled, Lin Yu stepped back quickly, but her foot slipped. She managed to grab a vine just in time. Otherwise, she would have fallen. When her feet touched the ground again, she lifted her torch and saw the sharpened bamboo stakes below, stained with dark spots of blood. A wave of weakness rose in Lin Yu's heart, and her hand on her chest trembled slightly. "I can help you, for a payment of 5,000 harvest points." A small dark green bee suddenly appeared before her. In the firelight, its wings, thin as cicada wings, shimmered with a soft green glow. "What are you?" Lin Yu fell to the ground. She hadn't seen it speak, yet she could hear its voice clearly. "Hello, host. I am the harvest system number 4438. As the name suggests, everything can be collected. As long as it's not destroyed, you can keep collecting. The more you collect, the more points you earn. Use them to buy fine goods and reach the peak of life. Be quiet. Take me to my father." 5,000 points deducted. The little bee flapped its wings, sounding a bit annoyed. "You can just think your commands, and I'll hear them." With the system's help, Lin Yu no longer stumbled. After walking for an unknown time, the little bee stopped. Lin Yu frowned. "Why did you stop?" "We're here." Looking at where the bee hovered, a bad feeling rose in her heart. She poked the ground with a stick, and the layer of grass gave way, revealing a hole. A faint dripping sound mixed with a strong metallic smell filled the air. Lin Yu's eyes turned red as she pulled away the branches covering the trap. Her heart ached as she saw, under the dim light, her father lying there, badly injured by sharp bamboo stakes. Blood was everywhere. He was wearing the blue shirt her mother had made for him, now soaked through with red. The sight made Lin Yu's chest tighten, and she fought the urge to cry out. No wonder, she thought, no wonder in her past life her father's body had been left unprotected. "System, help me." Lin Yu's eyes burned with anger, her hatred for Lin Baozhen growing even stronger. In this life, she would never forgive her. Recommended item: Strength Pill ×1. Cost: 10,000 points. Deducted. As soon as she spoke, a faintly fragrant pill appeared in her palm. She swallowed it, and it melted instantly. Lin Yu felt her strength surge. The wooden stick in her hand snapped easily. She climbed down into the trap. Seeing her father, Lin Xuanhe, barely breathing, tears streamed down her face. Father. Her father was afraid of pain. He would cry out even from a small cut, let alone something like this. In her past life, he must have suffered terribly. You, go.
Don't worry about me, he said.
The mountains were full of wild beasts, and with so much blood in the air, a dying man like him couldn't risk his daughter's life. Father, please hold on. Lin Yu fed him some spring water. When his color improved a little, she quickly and firmly pulled out the object stuck in him. Blood gushed out uncontrollably, and she hurried to give him the rest of the spring water she had. As the large wound slowly began to heal, Lin Yu collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Before she could relax, a chilling sense of danger made her scalp tingle. Without looking back, she lifted her father and ran toward a large tree on the left. A foul wind swept past, and the tree was snapped in half. Lin Yu pushed her father aside and found herself staring into a pair of cold, vertical pupils. It was a tiger. Anyone else would have been terrified, but Lin Yu had been reborn. With anger in her heart and strength-enhancing medicine in her body, she was no longer the same weak girl. She stepped back slowly. The moment the tiger leapt at her, she swung the broken tree trunk hard at its head. The tiger, king of the mountain, was quick and strong. It dodged her strike and lunged again and again, tail lashing. Lin Yu swung the tree repeatedly, dodging each attack. The fight between the girl and the tiger shook the forest, sending birds flying into the sky. That was when Lin Xuanhe woke up. When he opened his eyes and saw his daughter swinging a massive tree trunk at a tiger, he thought he was dreaming. He remembered being thrown into a trap, bamboo piercing his body, blood pouring out. The memory of that sharp, burning pain made him instinctively touch his chest and limbs. His hands were wet. He brought them close to his nose. It was the smell of blood. Father, move. His daughter shouted desperately. Lin Xuanhe's body reacted on its own, pushing off a tree and leaping far away. The spot where he had just been was now occupied by the beast. A moment later, the tree trunk came crashing down on the tiger's head, once, twice, 3 times, until the trunk split in half. The tiger, still alive, bared its fangs and prepared to strike again. A strong, fishy smell rushed toward her, and Lin Yu instinctively reached out. The tiger vanished into thin air. Puzzled, she heard the system's voice say, "You've stored it in your space." Lin Yu suddenly remembered she had a personal space. If she had remembered earlier, she would have gone in right away. What are you thinking? Your space can't hold living creatures. Lin Yu sent her mind into the space and saw that the tiger she had just taken in was completely still. Why not? She muttered. After Lin Baozhen had bonded with her space, it could hold people, grow crops, and even had endless spiritual spring water. That's the difference between a main character and a side character. But don't worry. With me, 4438, we can easily outshine the heroine. Your loyal little system, will always stand by your side, said the small bee-like voice. Lin Yu didn't believe it. Her tone turned cold. What's your real goal? Why are you bound to me? I'm System 4438 from the Interstellar Company. I crossed time and space because of an energy shortage. I bonded with you because when I landed, there were only 3 people nearby. The other 2 smelled terrible, so I chose you. My goal is simple, to earn energy points. You help me gather them, and I'll help you. Of course, if you occasionally feed me some mental energy, that would be even better. 4438 laughed slyly. Lin Yu was about to ask more when Lin Xuanhe interrupted. Are you all right, father? Lin Yu hurried over to help him up. Seeing her worried eyes, Lin Xuanhe shook his head and kept his questions to himself. Let's go down the mountain first. The air was thick with the smell of blood. They had just fought off a tiger, and if they stayed longer, other beasts might come. Late at night, Lin Xuanhe, still in his blood-stained clothes, was weak and cold. He nearly stumbled as they walked. Although the spring water had healed his wounds, he had lost too much blood. Since only Lin Yu could see 4438, she decided to carry her father down the mountain herself. At first, Lin Xuanhe felt embarrassed. How could a father let his daughter carry him? But when he remembered how she had swung a tree trunk weighing hundreds of pounds with ease, he relaxed. After all they had been through, exhaustion soon pulled him into sleep. Feeling her father's head rest against her shoulder, Lin Yu noticed her face was wet. The cold wind brushed against her cheeks. When she touched her face, she realized she was crying. In this life, she was no longer a child without parents. With a creak, Lin Yu quietly carried Lin Xuanhe on her back and sneaked home. As soon as she stepped into the yard, she saw Li Xiuji and Lin Xianping standing at the door. The mother and son had planned to scold her harshly, but when they saw Lin Xuanhe covered in blood, their anger turned into worry and fear. With her grandmother and uncle taking over, Lin Yu could no longer hold on and collapsed into Li Xiuji's arms. "You girl," Li Xiuji called out in panic, only to hear soft, steady breathing. "She's asleep?" Lin Xianping relaxed a little and carried his third brother into the house. Li Xiuji laid Lin Yu on the bed, lit a fire, boiled water, and gently wiped her face and hands before bringing hot water to Lin Xuanping's room. Meeting Li Xiuji's worried gaze, Lin Xianping shook his head slightly, his brows still furrowed. The bloody clothes were set aside. After wiping Lin Xuanhe clean, the clear water turned red, but his skin was completely uninjured. Mother and son exchanged puzzled looks, but decided not to question it further. It was already late. They would talk about it in the morning. Deep in the mountains, near the trap where Lin Xuanhe had been, came the sound of footsteps. "The smell here is awful. The trap's been tampered with. This isn't good. Lin Xuanhe is gone. Look at these claw marks. That broken tree must have been hit by a wild beast. But where's the missing part? There's blood here, and drag marks too. That settles it." They concluded that with such heavy injuries and wild animals nearby, Lin Xuanhe couldn't have survived. By morning, Li Xiuji was already up. Without even washing, she grabbed the fattest old hen and prepared it for cooking. It was the chicken she had raised since her third daughter-in-law became pregnant. The children often helped feed it, and it had grown plump and healthy. After pouring hot water over it, Li Xiuji quickly plucked the feathers, revealing the chicken's pale skin. "Li Xiuji, you old woman, open the door. You dare bully my daughter? Open up and see if I don't teach you a lesson. Lin Yu, you shameless girl. My daughter saved you, and you repay her by ruining her name. If I'd known, I'd have let you drown instead of saving a troublemaker like you." Feng Suihua shouted and pounded on the door, her loud voice waking the entire Lin family, especially the two newborn babies, who began crying loudly. Lin Xuanhe and Lin Yu rushed into Shun Yan's room. Shun Yan was anxiously trying to calm the two children. The moment she saw Lin Xuanhe, her eyes turned red, and all the fear and sadness she had been holding in since yesterday came pouring out. "Yenner, don't cry. You shouldn't cry during your recovery," Lin Xuanhe said softly, wiping away her tears. His own eyes were also wet. The couple looked at each other through their tears and hugged tightly. The two children? Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. For the sake of her younger siblings, she spoke up, "Father, mother, maybe you should comfort the little ones first." "Oh, right." Caught by her daughter's words, Shun Yan felt a bit embarrassed, but Lin Xuanhe, being thick-skinned, didn't seem to mind at all. With Lin Xuanhe's help, the two children were soon fed. Outside, the noise grew louder. Lin Yu's expression turned cold. "Father, don't show yourself yet. It's not the right time. Enough already." Outside, Feng Suihua's shouting became harsher, even dragging in the ancestors. Li Xiuji threw the chicken she was holding into a bucket and stormed out. "Feng Suihua, you shameless old woman. Everyone in Maple Forest knows that Yu is afraid of water. Why would she go near the river unless Lin Baozhen told her to? She wanted my granddaughter's clay gourd. She didn't say it out loud, but she secretly tried to take it. Everyone looked carefully. This is what it means when someone hides their true nature. She always pretends to be so proper, but who knew such a young girl could be so scheming? Everyone who was with me yesterday heard it clearly. Chen's boy said himself that the clay gourd was a gift for Lin Baozhen. You're talking nonsense. That worthless lump of clay, my Baozhen wouldn't even want it. And you say Lin Yu is afraid of water, so why did she go near it yesterday? Fang Xuehua sneered angrily. Maybe she was being foolish, chasing after that Chen boy all day, and tripped into the water herself. Fang Xuehua and Li Xiuji were both sharp-tongued women who knew exactly how to hit where it hurt. Their argument grew louder, drawing a crowd of curious villagers. Li Xiuji was right about one thing. Lin Baozhen did take Lin Yu's clay gourd. I saw it with my own eyes. The gourd fell from Lin Baozhen's hands. When Lin Yu took it back, Baozhen even claimed it was hers. As soon as those words were spoken, the villagers who didn't know the truth began to look at Lin Baozhen differently. Sensing the change in their gazes, Lin Baozhen felt a wave of panic. Standing still, her eyes turned red as she looked up, almost in tears. No, I only helped Lin Yu put it away. I never meant to keep it for myself. I can vouch for Baozhen, Chen Baixing said firmly. Lin Yu fell into the river on her own, and Baozhen saved her. The clay gourd I gave yesterday was just a thank you gift because Baozhen liked it. It has nothing to do with her. Every word Chen Baixing spoke was in defense of Lin Baozhen. His mother, Widow Su, kept tugging at his sleeve, but it was useless. Widow Su could only glare at Lin Baozhen angrily. That sly girl, always good at charming men, so young, yet she already had her son completely under her spell. If not for... Widow Su took a deep breath and held her tongue. Isn't that the scholar Chen's son? What happened to his face? The villagers pointed openly, and Chen Baixing felt so ashamed he wished he could disappear. But when he met Lin Baozhen's tearful eyes, his heart strangely calmed down. How did that happen? Let's see if he dares to say it himself, Li Xiuji sneered, spitting in their direction. Widow Su was furious inside but kept a calm face. Aunt Xiuji, Baisheng is your junior. How could you be so harsh and beat him like this? If I hadn't seen it myself yesterday, he would have kept it from me. Her words implied that her son had already shown respect, but Li Xiuji had no conscience, bullying someone younger without shame. Li Xiuji, that's too much. Everyone knows you shouldn't hit someone in the face. Scholar Chen studied with Lin Xuanwu. Can't you at least show some respect for that? Look how swollen his face still is after a whole night. His eyes were small before, now they're just slits. The situation suddenly turned around. Lin Yu, her head covered with a scarf, rushed out and slapped Chen Baixing twice across the face. Harvest points, 500. Harvest points, 600. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Chen Baixing wasn't completely useless after all. He's an important supporting character, said 4,438, hands on its hips, floating in front of Lin Yu. Though it looked like a tiny bee, its tone was full of pride and mischief. Targeted actions earn you higher harvest points. Lin Yu was eager to act, but was interrupted by Widow Su's sharp cry. You rude girl! How dare you hit my son? Her son's face was precious to her, and she couldn't believe Lin Yu had dared to touch him. Instinctively, Lin Yu wanted to fight back, but Li Xiuji held her tightly. Is this you, girl? Look how pale her face is. And that cloth on her head, is that blood? How badly is she hurt?
People always sided with the weak.
In her past life, Lin Yu never knew how to appear vulnerable, which allowed Lin Baozhen to take advantage of her. This time, she wouldn't make the same mistake. Her eyes reddened, and her body swayed as if she might fall, but she forced herself to stand, looking pitiful. Chen Baixing, because your father and my second uncle were classmates, I've always helped you. But how did you repay me? You not only took Lin Baozhen's side without knowing the truth, but you also nearly caused my death. Her words were firm and clear, stirring the memories of several women who had gone with Li Xiuji the day before. I remember now. Yesterday, Li Xiuji slapped Chen Baixing because he tried to protect Lin Baozhen and almost pushed Lin Yu onto a rake. That rake was standing upright on the ground. If she had fallen, she could have died. Li Xiuji went easy on him. If it were me, I wouldn't have spared him. TSK, Chen Baixing really has no shame. His mother and he live off Li Xiuji's kindness, and yet he repays her like this. Truly ungrateful. Help someone a little, and they turn against you. The gossip turned back toward Widow Su, who grew angry and anxious. Before she could speak, Fong Suehua rushed forward. Li Xiuji, all those troubles were caused by Chen Baixing, not my daughter Baozhen. But it's true that my Baozhen saved Lin Yu. You not only don't believe it, but you also let Lin Yu ruin her reputation. I'm not asking for much, just give me 1 or 2 taels of silver, and that clay gourd she wears. If my Baozhen didn't like it, I wouldn't even want it. Fong Suehua spoke as if she were doing Li Xiuji a favor, leaving the villagers speechless. Meanwhile, the usually gentle and well-behaved Lin Baozhen didn't think her mother was wrong at all. She stared straight at the clay gourd hanging from Lin Yu's neck, eager to take it. Fong Suehua, your face must be as thick as a city wall. No hoe could break it. You don't even need a hoe to dig the fields anymore. Your face alone will do. The villagers burst into laughter, and Fong Suehua's face turned bright red. Pointing at Li Xiuji, she shouted, "Just say it. Was it my daughter who saved Lin Yu? She pushed her. If she wants to harm my granddaughter, I won't let her get away with it no matter what. Do you dare?" Li Xiuji stared straight at Fong Suehua. Fong Suehua felt her scalp tingle under that gaze. For a moment, she blamed Lin Baozhen, but then she remembered all the benefits her family had gained because of her daughter, and her confidence returned. Li Xiuji, you say my daughter pushed Lin Yu. Do you have proof? If not, stop barking nonsense. I can help you find proof. The tiny creature 4438 flapped its thin wings so fast that afterimages appeared, reminding Lin Yu of the little yellow dog she once had. For just 1,000 points. 100, 500. 4438 tried to bargain, but when it met Lin Yu's calm eyes, it gave in. How can someone with such a warm voice speak so coldly? Fine, 100 it is. Remember, this is private business. It has nothing to do with the main system. 4438 flew closer, whispered something, then rose into the air to watch from the best spot. Lin Yu waved to Lin Jin and Lin Hong. They quickly ran over, listened to her instructions, and quietly slipped away while no one was watching. Down below, the argument grew louder. Li Xiuji and Fong Suehua, each insisting they were right, soon started fighting. They pulled each other's hair, slapped, and kicked, rolling on the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Seeing Fong Suehua at a disadvantage, her son and daughter-in-law wanted to join in, but Lin Xianping, Su Xiaoya, and Ping Su stopped them firmly. At that moment, Lin Baozhen stepped forward, tears in her eyes. "Mother, Aunt Xiuji, please stop fighting. It's all my fault. I'll apologize to Lin Yu." Crying, she started to kneel, while Lin Yu stood silently in front of her. Chen Baixing, watching this, kept signaling to Lin Yu, but when she didn't respond, he shouted angrily, "Lin Yu, Baozhen has already gone this far for you. What more do you want?" His words made everyone misunderstand the situation. In an instant, Lin Baozhen became the victim, and Lin Yu the one at fault. The same old story, the same familiar pattern. You two really are loyal to each other. Lin Yu clapped her hands sharply, her eyes as sharp as blades. The way you say it, it sounds like I forced Lin Baozhen to do it, doesn't it? But wasn't she the one who said she would bow and apologize? And did she even kneel? TSK, isn't this just pretending to be pitiful? I thought she was a good person, but now it seems with a mother like that, how could she have turned out well? Lin Yu, Baozhen has treated you kindly. Must you push her so hard? The crowd's opinion began to shift. Fong Suehua stopped arguing, scrambled up from the ground, and shielded Lin Baozhen behind her. If you insist on this, then I, as her mother, will kneel for her. With a thud, Fong Xuehua knelt on the ground. Lin Yu watched coldly. To be honest, in her past life, the entire Lin family had perished because of Lin Baozhen. Fong Xuehua's kneeling was something Lin Yu could fully accept. But Li Xiuji didn't see it that way. She stepped forward, raised her hand, and slapped Fong Xuehua hard. Still not satisfied, she grabbed a basin of dirty water and splashed it right on Fong Xuehua's face. Fong Xuehua, you troublesome woman. Kneeling to my granddaughter. Are you trying to bring her bad luck? Her words struck the onlookers like thunder. Fong Xuehua really has no shame. Isn't she just trying to make Lin Yu look bad? From start to finish, Lin Yu never said a word about making Lin Baozhen kneel and apologize. The mother and daughter are putting on an act. They can't win an argument or a fight, so now they're trying to twist the story. Do they really think pretending like this will erase what they've done? The villagers murmured among themselves, one after another, exposing Fong Xuehua and Lin Baozhen's lies. The two women's faces turned pale and then flushed, like a spilled palette of colors. When Lin Yu looked up and saw Lin Jin and Lin Hong running toward them, she spoke coldly. Lin Baozhen, you and Chen Baixing keep saying I fell into the water by myself. But what if someone else was there? That's impossible. Lin Baozhen's lips trembled. She didn't speak, but the guilt and fear in her eyes said everything.
Hey, slow down.
My legs are about to give out. Well, what's all the commotion here? Lin Ergu, what are you doing here? Lin Ergu was a well-known bachelor from Maple Forest Village. He had no parents, no siblings, and lived alone, a man who only needed to care for himself. In his 30s or 40s, he had neither married nor started a family. Even his land lay abandoned. He spent his days wandering around, living off others, taking a little from this house, a little from that one. No one in Maple Forest Village had a good word to say about him. Here comes the judge, Lin Ergu said, chewing on a piece of wild grass that bobbed up and down as he spoke. So, you were lying by the river yesterday?
Sure was.
Two older ones were bullying a little girl. That clay gourd wasn't worth much, but they kept teasing and tricking her. When she refused to give it up, they tried to snatch it and ended up pushing her into the water. If she hadn't been lucky, that fall could have been the end of her. That older girl may look innocent, but she's sly. I've seen her more than once take credit for other people's work, fooling that big fool into believing her every word. Though Lin Ergu didn't name names, everyone knew who he meant. Lin Ergu, you're slandering my daughter. Did Lin Xianping give you something to speak against her? Fong Xuehua's face turned pale with anger, as if she could tear him apart on the spot. But Lin Ergu wasn't afraid. He gave a mocking laugh and spat to the side. Her? Don't make me laugh. I, Lin Ergu, may be poor, but I've never done anything shameful. If you were there, why didn't you say something earlier? What? A man can't sleep now.
Look at the time.
Lin Ergu lived idly every day. With the weather turning cold, he slept until noon to eat less and save food. How could he have known things would blow up like this? He wasn't a fortune teller. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Lin Yu, studying her carefully. How did this girl know he had been there? Lin Yu looked up and met his gaze, giving a small nod. In her past life, Lin Ergu had also spoken up for her, but by then it had been too late. No one had believed him. Which family does Lin Xuanha belong to? A rough, threatening voice suddenly cut through the crowd. The villagers, startled, stepped aside to make a path. They saw several unfamiliar faces, all fierce-looking.
Who are they?
Don't recognize any of them. What do they want with Lin Xuanha?
Keep your voice down.
They don't look like people to mess with. As whispers spread, the villagers backed away, leaving only Li Xiuji and her group standing their ground. Who are you, and what business do you have with Lin Xuanha? She asked. Old woman, that's none of your concern. Just remember one thing, if you owe money, you must pay it back. That's only right. Lin Xuanha borrowed 100 taels of silver from our gambling house. The time is up, and we're here to collect the debt. The voice was low and cold, like a ghost whispering. Even if it turned to ashes, Lin Yu would still recognize it. In her past life, these same people had come to tell her they'd found her father's body. This time, With her interference, they skipped the pretense and came straight to the door. You said my father borrowed 100 taels from your gambling house. Do you have any proof? Lin Yu tightly held Li Xiuji's cold hand. Li Xiuji, caught off guard, quickly came to her senses. If there's no proof, then anyone could just make up a story and come here demanding money. That's right. Everything should follow proper rules. You can't just bully others because you're stronger. We people of Maple Forest Village aren't easy to push around. If you can't give a clear explanation today, none of you are leaving. Li Xiuji's third son may be a troublemaker, but not to this extent. 100 taels, that's a huge amount. Surrounded by the villagers, Zhu Laosen didn't panic. He sneered and pulled out a piece of paper. This is the note Lin Xuanhe wrote himself, with his signature and handprint. Now, let's see how you deny it. Zhu Laosen held the note up for everyone to see. Most villagers couldn't read, but they recognized the bright red handprint. He really pressed his handprint on it. But who knows if it's real or fake? If you want to know, just call Lin Xuanhe out and ask him. Come to think of it, no one's seen Lin Xuanhe since yesterday. Normally, with such a big fight between Li Xiuji and Fong Cuehua, Lin Xuanhe would have come out to support his mother. Maybe the note's real, and he ran away? Poor Shan Yan, she just gave birth yesterday and almost lost her life, and now this happens. Hearing the murmurs around him, Zhu Laosen felt pleased. Indeed, if Lin Xuanhe came out, the truth would be clear. But since he was already dead, there was no one left to prove otherwise. Everyone take a good look. Zhu Laosen never cheat anyone, young or old. He handed the note to the Lin family. The moment they saw it, their faces changed. It was indeed Lin Xuanhe's handwriting. Li Xiuji burned with anger and wanted to question him, but Lin Yu held her hand and gently shook her head, her eyes fixed on the note. She went over it several times from beginning to end. The strokes and the way the lines curved were indeed her father's handwriting, only the signature and fingerprint looked a bit off. Lin Yu wanted to take a closer look, but Zhu Laosen had already taken the note back. Little girl, you've almost got your head on the paper. Do you even understand what you're looking at? That note is fake. Watch your mouth, girl. We have both witnesses and evidence. Even if we go to the authorities, Zhu Laosen, will still be in the right. If the evidence you mean is that note in your hand, then where's the witness? Unless my father admits it himself, that note is false. I have every reason to believe you're trying to cheat my family. I'm going to report this. Yes, report it. Are we supposed to just stand here and let them bully us? We may not have much, but we have our pride. Report it. The villagers spoke with passion. A shadow flashed in Zhu Laosen's eyes. If only he had carried Lin Xuanhe's body down the mountain earlier, none of this trouble would have happened. Though he wasn't afraid of the authorities, a man in his line of work preferred to avoid them whenever possible. I can prove it. Amid the noise, someone stepped forward. I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Xuanhe borrowed 100 taels from Zhu Laosen and signed the note. Lin Eugene, don't talk nonsense. This is serious. Could it be that you're saying this to get back at Fong Cuehua and Li Xiuji for their quarrel? We're all neighbors. He wouldn't go that far, would he? If he really did, Fong Cuehua's whole family would be shunned. Who would dare get close to someone who might stab you in the back? Why do you think Lin Xuanhe kept going to town? He was spending time in the gambling house. He lost all 100 taels he borrowed from Zhu Laosen. Otherwise, how could Li Xiuji's sons all be hardworking and capable, while Lin Xuanhe turned out lazy and unreliable? At those words, the villagers fell silent. What Lin Eugene said seemed to make sense. Inside the house, Lin Xuanhe was so angry he almost rushed out to defend himself, but Chunyan held him back.
Wait.
If Lin Eugene dares to slander you like this, we'll make sure he never recovers from the shame. Now, what else do you have to say? Zhu Laosen sneered. A debt must be repaid. If you don't pay today, don't blame us for what happens next. Lin Eugene, how dare you lie with your eyes wide open? When my third brother comes back, he'll make you regret it.
Huh.
I'm telling the truth, and you still blame me? If we really owed 200 or 300 taels, that would be a disaster with no way out. Because Lin Ergu had testified, Fan Suehua had been quiet for a while. But now that she knew Lin Xuanhe was a gambler, she became bold again. Fang Suehua suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. When she touched it, her hand came away covered in blood. The same happened to Lin Eugene. Value 100. Value 200. That first strike opened the floodgates. Zhu Laosen felt humiliated, while the villagers in the maple forest thought he had gone too far. Chaos broke out, and no one could tell who was fighting whom. Taking advantage of the confusion, Lin Yu moved quickly and precisely, kicking hard and breaking the feet of both Zhu Laosan's group and Lin Eugene. Shouts and cries of pain filled the air, just as the constables arrived to investigate. What's going on here? Fighting in public?
Stop.
All of you stop. The sudden appearance of the constables caught Zhu Laosan and Lin Eugene off guard, but when they remembered that Lin Xuanhe was gone and couldn't testify, they calmed down again. What exactly happened here? The constable asked. Before anyone else could speak, Li Xiuji sat down on the ground, crying and shouting for justice. Officer, please help me. These people came with a loan note saying my third son borrowed the money. 100 taels. Even if we sold everything we had, we couldn't pay that much. Li Xiuji beat her chest in despair. My son may have made mistakes, but he would never do something so terrible. Lin Eugene and these people are working together to frame him. I'm innocent, and my son is even more wronged. Captain Su, don't listen to this old woman's nonsense, Zhu Laosen said. Zhu Laosen, always do things properly. This loan note is clear and fair. Debts must be repaid. That's not against the law, is it? He took out the note and examined it carefully. After reading it through, he found nothing wrong. Where is Lin Xuanhe? Lin Eugene and Zhu Laosan's group lowered their eyes, hiding their mocking smiles. Still looking for Lin Xuanhe? He's probably long gone, with no trace left behind. Captain Su, please clear my name. Lin Xuanhe was carried out by his two nephews, Lin Xianping and Lin He, still covered with the blood-stained clothes he had taken off the night before. When Zhu Laosan's group and Lin Eugene saw Lin Xuanhe, their faces twitched, and they stepped back in fear. A ghost. There's a ghost. Lin Xuanhe, you're not dead? How could he still be alive? He had clearly seen him fall into the trap last night, pierced through by bamboo stakes. Stop pretending to be a ghost, Zhu Laosan said coldly. If I could kill you once, I can do it again. Zhu Laosan, Lin Eugene, you didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? Lin Xuanhe said.
What do you mean by that?
Asked Officer Su. Lin Xuanhe gave a bitter smile. Officer Su, I want to report a crime. Lin Eugene and Zhu Laosan tried to kill me for money. Last night, I took a shortcut through the mountains. Lin Eugene and Zhu Laosan ambushed me, beat me half to death, threw me into a hunting trap, and stole the food and the hairpin I bought in town. If I hadn't been lucky enough to be rescued, I would have been eaten by wild animals by now. I never borrowed any silver from Zhu Laosan. They just wanted to use my supposed death as an excuse to take money from my family. Thinking of how close he had come to death, Lin Xuanhe still felt shaken. He was lucky his daughter had saved him. Someone, go to Lin Eugene's house. Injustice. My husband Eugene is an honest man. He wouldn't even harm an ant. How could he possibly do such a terrible thing? Fang Suehua cried out, but the others avoided her eyes, clearly uneasy. They had wondered before Lin Eugene, who was usually so stingy he wouldn't spare a grain of rice, had suddenly become generous, buying pastries, rouge, and a fancy hairpin. It had truly brought disaster. Lin Youen's wife. What are you hiding in your arms? A sharp-eyed ant noticed something strange about Yi Fangfang, reached out, and pulled out a wooden hairpin. Yi Fangfang was hiding a hairpin. It looks like the one I bought, Lin Xuanhe said. Though he couldn't see clearly, he knew Lin Eugene's nature, stingy but proud. If he had something nice, he couldn't resist showing it off. Lin Xuanhe, my husband bought this. It has nothing to do with you. Then why were you hiding it? Please, Auntie, could you check if there's a flying swallow or a swimming fish carved at the top of the wooden hairpin? He had bought 2 hairpins, one for his wife and one for his daughter. Hey, there really is a little fish. It looks almost real. Lin Yujin is truly shameless. He sides with outsiders instead of his own neighbors. First Lin Baozhen, now Lin Yujin. Seems like the Lin family has a history of betrayal. That hairpin was found by the second daughter-in-law. You all keep talking nonsense. Fang Suehua tried to calm things down, but the constable who had gone to the Lin house returned carrying a large bundle. When they opened it, Lin Xuanhe picked out what wasn't his. The rest were all damaged beyond repair, and he looked at them with disgust. The evidence was clear. Lin Yujin couldn't stand the interrogation and confessed, I was forced. If I didn't do it, Zhu Laosen said he'd cut off my hand. When he found out Lin Xuanhe and Lin Xuanwu were brothers, he wanted to make a big profit from it. Lin Xuanwu, being talented and clever, had earned a position as a clerk in the county office. As for that loan note, it was easy to fake. Lin Xuanhe used to copy books for money at a bookstore. By cutting out and tracing the characters, he could make a convincing forgery. Lin Yujin stopped lying. You were the one who came to me first. Zhu Laosan, furious at being betrayed, pulled out a dagger and tried to attack Lin Yujin. Fortunately, Constable Su reacted quickly and stopped him in time. Otherwise, Lin Yujin would have lost his life. Lin Yujin was so terrified that he froze, and a wet patch spread beneath him. He had lost control out of fear. Successfully changed the fate of Lin Xuanhe's family of 5. Value, 5,000. Achieved rivals in chaos. Value, 200. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu finally understood. After all the twists and turns, their real target was his second uncle. No wonder in the previous life, Zhu Laosen never caused trouble in Maple Forest Village. It must have been the second uncle who handled it secretly. But where did he get 100 taels of silver? A sharp light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he suddenly remembered the charge placed on his second uncle a month after his father's death: embezzlement. Everything was connected, each step carefully planned. Who was behind this plot against the Lin family? Lin Yu bit his lip hard, forcing down the heavy feeling of helplessness rising in his heart. She was given a second chance at life, determined to change her fate. Even though her enemies hid in the shadows and she knew nothing of their plans, she was ready to risk everything to protect her family. Second brother. Hearing the voice, Lin Yu looked up and saw the tall, upright figure. Her lips trembled slightly. Second uncle.
Head Constable Su.
Advisor Lin. The two greeted each other briefly. Lin Xuanwu turned his cold gaze toward his weary and pale family members. The constable stepped forward and clearly explained what had happened. This is outrageous. Though Lin Xuanwu usually appeared calm and refined, when angered, few in Maple Grove could withstand his temper. The crowd fell silent. Fang Suehua's family didn't dare make a sound. Head Constable Su, please handle this according to the law. Those who owe compensation must pay, and those who have caused harm must face justice. Lin Xuanwu's cold eyes swept over Lin Baozhen and Fang Suehua. Did they really think he would let them get away with such scheming? Brother Xuanwu, Lin Yuzhen said quickly, I apologize for my foolish son. For the sake of our long friendship, please forgive him this once. We'll pay for the damage he caused. Lin Yu looked indifferently at Lin Yuzhen, who had just stepped out from the crowd with a polite smile. She sneered inwardly. He hadn't shown up earlier, but now that her second uncle had returned, he suddenly wanted to smooth things over. Clearly, he was afraid the situation might get out of hand. Third brother, Lin Xuanwu said, ignoring Lin Yogan's words. Receiving the signal, Lin Xuanhe, still weak from illness, spoke up. Yesterday, I bought 4 boxes of pastries from Sweetheart Pavilion, along with hairpins, rouge, and clothes for my wife and daughter. Altogether, it cost 15 taels. Adding the doctor's fees and the cost of medicine since we couldn't work due to injuries, a total of 30 taels seems fair. 30 taels sounded like a lot, but compared to 2 lives, it was nothing. Lin Yogan's heart ached at the thought, but remembering Lin Baozhen's supposed good fortune, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Fang Suehua, however, refused. 30 taels? Over my dead body. Lin Xuanwu gave her a faint, cold smile. Lin Yuzhen immediately raised his hand and slapped her twice. You ungrateful woman.
Go get the money.
Old man. Fong Xuehua wanted to protest, but when she met Lin Yuzhen's fierce glare, she swallowed her anger. Reluctantly, she went back and brought out 30 taels of silver. When the time came, the object was still stiff and wouldn't let go. Li Xiuji had to pull it away by force, and the moment she did, Fong Xuehua burst into tears. But thinking of what her family had done, no one in the village felt sorry for her. If the same thing had happened to them, they would have demanded even more. People always bully the weak and fear the strong. If you give in once, they'll only push harder next time. When things finally settled, Officer Su explained his purpose for coming. That midwife Li is a complete fraud. She knows very little about childbirth. The only reason she wasn't exposed earlier was because she bragged a lot and had good luck. She never met a case that truly tested her skills. Luckily, you reported her. Otherwise, who knows how many more women would have suffered. In her past life, that same midwife became famous through lies and greed until she caused the death of a rich man's beloved concubine. Only then was her deceit revealed. No one knew how many lives she had harmed before that, some silenced by money, others by fear. Li Wenpe, isn't she the one from Fong Xuehua's family, the so-called expert midwife? She's a fraud? The older women looked at each other in disbelief. Some had even thought about hiring her for their daughters-in-law. Now they felt nothing but relief. What a heartless woman. Good thing Shan Yan is safe. That was 3 lives at stake. Thank heaven for mercy. The crowd murmured among themselves, while Yin Guixiang's back was soaked with cold sweat. She nearly collapsed, and if her daughter-in-law hadn't held her up, she would have fallen to the ground. With his goal achieved, Officer Su prepared to leave. Seeing that Lin Yuzhen wasn't being released, Lin Yuzhen grew anxious. Brother Xuanwu, about Yuzhen. Everything will follow the law. I can't interfere. Lin Xuanwu, you tricked me. Lin Yuzhen was furious. He hadn't expected Lin Xuanwu to go back on his word in front of everyone. If not for that, he would never have paid 30 taels of silver so easily. Lin Yuzhen, that's an odd thing to say. Your brother and niece harmed my younger brother and his daughter. Paying compensation is only fair. How is that trickery? Meeting Lin Xuanwu's sharp gaze, Lin Yuzhen suddenly sobered. A chill ran through him. Knowing Xuanwu's temper, if he refused to pay, the man had 100 ways to make him do it. For a moment, Lin Yuzhen's face darkened as he glared fiercely at Fong Xuehua and Lin Baozhen, who had only made things worse. Wasn't his daughter usually clever? Why was she so foolish today? Doing something wrong was one thing, but not even trying to hide it. Now that others had caught them, he felt utterly humiliated. With a grim face, Lin Yuzhen left in anger. The others, seeing this, also felt too ashamed to stay. They hurried away, dragging Fong Xuehua and Lin Baozhen with them. As for Lin Yuzhen, he was taken to the county office by Officer Su. When the commotion ended, the villagers slowly dispersed. Not seeing Widow Su or Qin Baixing among the crowd, they spat in the direction of their home and muttered, "Ungrateful people." Meeting Lin Xuanwu's questioning gaze, one of them quickly explained everything. The more Lin Xuanwu listened, the darker his expression became. "Outrageous," he said coldly. Qin Baixing had seemed like a promising young man. Lin Xuanwu had told his family to treat Widow Su and her son kindly, partly because he had once studied with Chen's father, and partly because he was considering the young man as a possible match for one of his nieces. He had wanted to act early, thinking that even if it didn't work out, it would still build goodwill. But he had never expected the young man's character to be so disappointing. Since this is like the story of the farmer and the snake, he said quietly, "I'll trouble you to handle it, my dear." A gentle warmth passed between the couple. Lin Yu, not wanting to interrupt, looked away, only to meet her second uncle's eyes. "Lin Yu, come here." The 3 of them went inside. Li Xiuji and Su Xiaoye were already directing the younger ones to fetch water, sweep the floor, and feed the pigs. Everything looked normal, as if nothing had happened earlier. Knowing what Lin Xuanwu meant, one of the servants went to Shunyan's room. while Lin Xuanwu led Lin Yu into the study. Once the door closed, shutting out the noise outside, Lin Xuanwu spoke in a low voice. "Tell me, what exactly happened? Let your second uncle help you think it through." He had already heard from his wife and brothers about the recent troubles. First Lin Yu's danger, then the incidents involving his younger brother and sister-in-law. Each event had been a deadly trap, yet they had all survived thanks to Lin Yu. Among all his nieces and nephews, Lin Xuanwu had always worried most about her. Too loved, too innocent, too kind. But today, when he saw her again, her whole presence had changed. She seemed like someone who had walked through death itself, carrying a calmness and a quiet madness that came from surviving the edge of despair. The difference between her past and present was so great that if this really was Lin Yu, Lin Xuanwu would have thought his niece had been replaced by someone else. Second uncle, ever since her rebirth, Lin Yu had been holding her emotions tightly in check. In this family, the person she respected most was her second uncle. So the moment she heard his gentle voice, her eyes turned red, and a wave of sadness nearly swallowed her whole. She tried to calm herself, but the more she tried, the harder it became to control her trembling voice until she couldn't speak at all. Overwhelmed by grief, Lin Yu collapsed to the ground, crying until she had no strength left. Usually the calm one, Ping Su rushed in and held Lin Yu tightly, giving Lin Xuanwu a sharp, disapproving look. Lin Xuanwu felt wronged. He had only asked a simple question. When Lin Yu's eyes were swollen from crying and her emotions finally settled, she realized her second uncle knew nothing. Her gaze lowered slightly. The small creature, 4,438, fluttered its wings and landed on her shoulder. The secrets of fate cannot be revealed. Until the right moment in the story, you won't be able to say a word. Host, you can only rely on yourself. Since she couldn't give any warnings in advance, she would just have to stay alert on her own. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu exhaled slowly. It felt as if a sharp blade hung above her head, ready to fall at any time. Rather than letting everyone be trapped with her, she would bear it alone. With the system by her side, she was no longer the powerless girl she had been in her previous life. Her eyes grew firm, and a faint light seemed to surround her, making her impossible to ignore. Lin Xuanwu was the first to notice the change in her expression. He crouched in front of her. "Lin Yu, are you unable to speak of it?" Although 4438 had clearly said she couldn't reveal anything, Lin Yu still tried. Lin Xuanwu and Ping Su watched her lips move, but no sound came out. Lin Yu gave up quickly. "Second uncle, do you trust me?" Just then, voices came from outside. "Grandma, Grandpa, we heard that Chen Yan had her baby, so we brought some gifts." The elderly couple, old Mr. and Mrs. Ping, carried 2 hens and a basket of eggs, about 50 in total, all fresh and newly traded. "This is too kind of you," Lin Xuanha said politely, though he quickly accepted the gifts and dodged Li Xiuji's attempt to stop him, disappearing in a flash. Everyone looked at each other, and Li Xiuji gave an embarrassed smile. Father, mother. Lin Xuanwu and Ping Su stepped out of the house together. When the elderly couple, Grandpa Ping and Grandma Ping, saw Lin Xuanwu, they looked around carefully and lowered their voices. "Son-in-law, have you offended someone recently? Early this morning, someone came to tell us that Chen Yan and Xuanha were in trouble and owed 100 taels in gambling debt. We didn't believe it at first, so we sent someone to check, which delayed us until now. When we were near the village entrance, we saw Chen Yan and your sister-in-law's family whispering together. It didn't look like anything good." The old couple looked serious, and after hearing this, Lin Xuanwu and Ping Su's faces also darkened. If they hadn't caught Granny Li last night, and if Xuanha hadn't been rescued from the mountain, the messenger's words might have come true. Knowing the temper of his sister-in-laws and third brothers-in-laws, they would surely make a big scene. The family had already suffered so much. Could they handle more trouble? The answer was clearly no. Just thinking about it made Lin Xuanwu uneasy. If the family couldn't bear it, he could already guess what would happen. Half a year ago, when news came that his eldest brother had died in battle, his sister-in-law's family had tried to take her and Lin Yi back home. Only their mother's firm refusal had stopped them. Now, it was likely that his sister-in-law and Linny had been taken away, and the third brother's in-laws were demanding money. And he was too far away to help. Lin Xuanwu's expression turned cold. He felt there was something important he had missed. But one thing was certain. Someone in the shadows wanted to harm the Lin family. This time it was his third brother's family. Next time, it could be anyone in the household. His eyes darkened, deep and unreadable. Grandpa Ping and Grandma Ping didn't stay long. After delivering the goods, they firmly refused Li Xiuji's invitation to stay and left. Watching them go, Li Xiuji felt a warmth in her heart, but when she thought of the other two families, her mood darkened again. Was this year just full of bad luck? One problem after another. She decided she must visit the local temple soon to pray for peace and drive away misfortune. Since the third branch of the family had suffered misfortune and Lin Xuanwu had just returned, Li Xiuji prepared a rich lunch. She made chicken stew with radish, stir-fried bacon with cabbage shoots, smoked fish with pickled radish, and chicken soup with vermicelli. After cutting up and stewing the old hen, she first filled a bowl to send to Qinyan, then added the chopped radish to the pot. While the stew simmered, the whole family got busy, washing the bacon, picking vegetables, and cleaning the greens. Linny wanted to help, but after crying too much, her head was spinning and her eyelids were still swollen, so she decided not to get in the way. She sat aside, watching everyone busy at work. The more she watched, the redder her eyes became. She forced back her tears. Then 4438 slowly floated over, and a panel appeared in front of her, glowing green. Linyu took a deep breath. Can't you change the color? And really, since when do bees have eyes and noses? Should I change it then? 4438's voice sounded teasing. Linyu then watched as the bee changed colors, shifting through rainbow shades, black and white, and even turning into an ant, a caterpillar, and a centipede. The sight made her skin crawl. Haha, cool, right? I worked hard to get this free from the main system. You'd better change it back. Compared to that, the original look was much easier on the eyes. 4438. Focusing back on the panel, Linyu saw her detailed stats. Skills: hunting, beginner, medicine, farming, construction, locked, harvest points, 41,511 credits. 1 credit equals 100 harvest points. She tapped on the harvest points and checked the details. Most of them came from two sources, Lin Baozhen and Qin Baixing, and from helping her parents through their crisis. Seeing the note that said change the fate of a side character, Lin Yu felt relieved. She didn't fully understand 4438's purpose, but she was sure it targeted the main heroine, Lin Baozhen, and everyone who rose to power through her. The enemy of her enemy was her friend, and Lin Yu was fine with that. 4438. What are credits for? The store is now open. Credits can be used to buy items. As it spoke, the panel slid to the right, showing a wide range of products. To make it easier for her, each item came with a clear example and explanation. Your younger siblings are still small, and the journey ahead will be tough. I recommend feeding them both milk and formula, 4438 said, showing a blue and white can of formula. The price was 199 credits. Seeing that she only had just over 40,000 harvest points, Lin Yu realized she still had a long way to go. Luckily, there was still more than a season before they had to flee. She had enough time to earn more points. Before that, though, she needed to get herself a good weapon. Lin Baozhen was known for her strange luck. No matter what happened, she always managed to turn danger into safety. The same was true for those close to her. Although Lin Eugene had been taken to the county office, no one had died, so there was still room to handle things. In her past life, her parents had died miserably. In this life, since no one else could be relied on, she would take revenge herself. Sensing her thoughts, 4438 pushed a new item toward her. Black iron dagger, sharp enough to cut through metal, small and delicate, able to change into many forms. Original price, $19.99 new user discount. 199 time left. 59 minutes and 59 seconds Lin Yu watched as the black dagger on the screen changed into a knife, sword, hammer, spear, and finally turned into a ring. Her desire to own it reached its peak. Host, only 50 seconds left. Miss this chance, and it's gone for good. Lin Yu could tell 4438 was trying to tempt her, but the dagger was too attractive. After some hesitation, she bought it with only 3 seconds left. Feeling the cool, light weight of the dagger in her palm, she found it fit perfectly in her hand. When it turned into a ring on her little finger at her command, her mood lifted, and she happily transferred 200 points to 4438. Host, you're so generous. 4438 cheered, fluttered its wings, and landed on Lin Yu's head, lying down comfortably. A strange feeling rose in her heart, but she didn't push 4438 away. Since she couldn't see or touch it, she decided to just let it be. Lunch was a feast. With so many people at home, Li Xiuji cooked in her usual large portions, filling the table with 4 big dishes. If not for the smell, it would have been fine, but after starving for so long in her past life, even eating dirt to survive, her body had long been used to hunger. Once she started eating, she couldn't stop, like a dam bursting open. Her stomach was already full, but her mind and mouth still felt hungry, craving more food for comfort. Realizing this, Lin Yu forced herself to put down her chopsticks, reminding herself that she had been reborn. With the system and space at her side, she would never go hungry again. Perhaps the self-reminder worked, and she soon calmed down. She stood up and went to the room where Chunyan was resting. The windows and doors were closed, and the air carried a faint scent of milk and herbs. Chunyan, wearing a postpartum cap, was half lying on the bed, feeding her 2 little babies. The 2 little ones had just been born a day ago. Their eyes were still closed, and their red, wrinkled faces looked like 2 tiny old men. This was the first time Lin Yu had seen them since her rebirth. She walked to the bedside, reached out, and gently poked one baby's cheek. When he made a small, impatient sound, she poked his little hand instead. The moment her finger was wrapped in his tiny grip, Lin Yu's heart trembled. "Mother, I missed you so much." "Silly girl." Shan Yan placed the baby, who had just finished feeding and fallen asleep, to the side, then reached out to Lin Yu. Lin Yu leaned softly into Shan Yan's arms. When she smelled that familiar, comforting scent, she took a few deep breaths. Feeling safe, she began to grow sleepy, but didn't want to leave. Curling up in a corner, she soon drifted into a deep sleep. After she fell asleep, the Lin family gathered for a meeting. Everyone looked serious. Lin Xuanhe spoke first. "I asked my wife. She said the early birth happened because someone came to tell her that Au had drowned. She tried to go look for her, but slipped at the door, which caused her water to break. And I almost died in the mountains. You all saw what happened this morning. It's clear that someone is deliberately targeting our family. We don't yet know why," Lin Xuanwu said, his expression grave, his dark eyes filled with a stormy light. "Given what's happened, everyone here must stay alert. Be careful of anyone who tries to get close to us on purpose. And one more thing. No matter what you ask us to do, we must trust her completely and not question her." Lin Xuanwu knew she had her reasons for keeping silent. The best they could do was fully support her. The adults exchanged heavy looks, while the younger ones seemed eager, their eyes full of admiration for Lin Yu. Only Lin Yi and Lin Mo looked worried. When the meeting ended, everyone went about their tasks. Only Li Xiuji went to find Lin Xuanwu. "Second son, I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Did you notice how you looked at dinner? She reminded me of your grandfather." Li Xiuji had come to Maple Forest Village with her parents while fleeing famine. Her father had died after eating too much too quickly when food finally became available. Lin Xuanwu's chest tightened, but he quickly hid his reaction and comforted her. "Mother, you must be mistaken. You was just too hungry. Think about it. Hasn't she gone without food since last night? At her age, she is at her best for eating. She was tense before, but now that she's relaxed, this is what happens. Li Xiuji was easily fooled, and she relaxed her guard. However, Lin Xuanwu's mind became more active. After a good sleep, Lin Yu fully recovered and led Lin Jin and Lin Hong to Widow Su's house. When they arrived, they exchanged greetings. "Yao girl, it's not a good time for you to come. Bai Sheng is studying with Wen now." This sentence implied that she was rushing in and was a bother. In the past, she was young and naive, and even when she was sold, she still counted money. In her previous life, on the run from famine, Widow Su not only colluded with Lin Baozhen to harm Lin Jin and Lin Hong but also sold her as a commodity. If her mother hadn't protected her fiercely, she would have lost her life then. She was like a poisonous snake, watching people and waiting to strike. "I'm not here to find him. Today, I came to get the books, notes, and borrowed money, as well as the tables, chairs, pots, and dishes that my second uncle lent to Chen Baosheng before." After speaking, Lin Jin and Lin Hong went into Chen's house. "Except for this lame stool, everything else is ours. Take everything out." At first, Widow Su thought Lin Yu was just talking. But when she saw Lin Jin and Lin Hong carrying out the table, she realized Lin Yu was serious. "Yao girl, once you give something away, there's no way to take it back." "That's too petty," Widow Su said with a displeased face, trying to stop her. But Lin Yu held her back. "And the silver money you borrowed from me and Chen Baosheng in the past must be paid back in full. Lin Yu, aren't you going too far?" Chen Baosheng suddenly rushed out of the house, looking fierce as he approached Lin Yu, panting heavily. "Don't think that forcing me will make me submit. You just want to bribe me with small favors. Wait until you're old enough to marry me?"
Dream on.
"I will never let you succeed." Lin Yu's eyes showed a look of disdain. She looked him up and down. "All I did was take back my own things. Is that considered forcing you? Where do you get such audacity? Ask yourself which part of these tables, chairs, pots, dishes, or the paper for your books is not from my family. My livelihood depends on me. What right do you have to challenge me? Without me, you're nothing." Is she proud and noble, thinking her existence insults him? Now, she would just let him have his way. Without her, this fool Chen Baosheng wouldn't be better off. Chen Busheng's face turned red, and his body trembled with anger. "What's wrong? Embarrassed and angry? I haven't told a single lie. I will pay you back. I, Chen Busheng, will return every penny you owe me exactly as it was." Words are useless without proof. "Here's the IOU." Lin Yu ignored Chen Busheng's anger and calmly extended his hand. Chen Busheng's chest heaved heavily. He stormed into the house, writing the IOU with bold strokes. "Mother, take out all the silver and money at home. We don't owe her anything." Widow Su was anxious and restless, like a trapped ant. "Busheng, you can't write it." "Why not? Once I become a scholar, I can write letters and copy books. I'll earn the money back in no time. Besides, Baozhen is here." With a determined look, Chen Busheng took out the remaining silver from home. He took the money and, along with the IOU, handed it to Lin Yu. "I will pay back everything I owe you soon. From now on, we go our separate ways. Don't come looking for me again. Harvest value 100, harvest value 100, you act like you're some precious treasure." My second aunt said because of Scholar Chen's kindness in the past, she took care of you orphans and widows. She didn't want you to betray her and turn against us. From now on, our two families are no longer connected. After speaking, Lin Yu went inside and took away her writing tools and books. "Harvest value 100, harvest value 100, harvest value 100. The system kept notifying her repeatedly. "Is this calculated per item?" The stack in her hand had at least dozens of sheets, not to mention the cabinet full of books and notes. Chen Busheng was cheap, but he couldn't resist so many. "That's mine." Chen Busheng wanted to stop her, but was defeated by Lin Yu's cold gaze. Widow Su removed her mask, returning to her true face. "Lin Yu, are you determined to wipe out me and my son? Compared to Chen Busheng, I still have a long way to go. He almost lost his life because of Baozhen. I won't pursue it, considering Scholar Chen's kindness. If I spread the news widely, that would be true extermination." Widow Su's pupils trembled. When she looked at Lin Yu again, her eyes carried more suspicion. Until the person left, she spat harshly at her back. That girl is so naive. Turns out her innocent and sweet act was all a lie. She was completely stunned. Wiping the water from her lips, Widow Sue went inside, feeling like the sky was falling. There were so many things in her house, yet now only some broken and missing items remained. Was this not embarrassing? Widow Sue completely forgot that before the Lin family helped her, her house was just like this. Everyone is like that. When life gets a little better, they forget their past hardships, just like a lame person who throws away their crutches once their leg heals. The Lin family took back all their belongings, and Lin Yu, Lin Jin, and Lin Hong proudly carried their things, walking confidently home. The villagers watched and sighed. They all knew how kind Lin Yu had been to Chen Buxin, and they admired her. Lin Yu is serious this time. Chen's house has been emptied. Chen Buxin really doesn't know how lucky he is. Being spoken to like that is better than eating plain food every day. When the news reached Lin Yogan's family, they were all very shocked. Lin Yu is serious. Chen will be in big trouble. Instead of worrying about others, why not think about yourself? Losing 30 taels of silver is a lot. Think of how much meat and eggs that could buy. Yi Fong cried and wailed, but not a single tear fell. Shut up. Do you think the house isn't messy enough? The most important thing now is to rescue our big brother. How dare he? They must have forgotten how their 4 brothers used to beat him until he rolled on the ground when they were kids. We can't do anything. All the money is in mother's hands, and we're just farmers. We don't know anyone in town. Lin Yuan and Lin Yukai kept blaming each other, making Lin Yuzhen angry again and again. Lin Baozhen peeked out from under Fenghua's arm and said, "Father, second brother, third brother, big brother will be fine. He'll be back soon. I will find a way to earn back the 30 taels we lost." Lin Baozhen's words were like a steady anchor, calming everyone's hearts immediately. They were used to trusting Baozhen's words. She always made good on her promises, and they believed her completely. But inside, Baozhen felt her heart pounding. She had recited that mud gourd countless times, yet Lin Yu still took it away. Because of this, she was now looked at strangely by the villagers. For the first time, she felt the sting of failure. Since she was young, she has never experienced such unfair treatment. All of this is because of Lin Yu. I wish she had drowned in the water. She could have gotten a mud gourd, and none of these problems would have happened. The Chen family moved back with many scattered belongings, and Lin Yi and Lin Mo came to help. While the brothers and sisters were all there, Lin Yu quietly advised, "Big sister, second sister, Lin Jin, Lin Hong, stay away from Lin Baozhen. When you see her, just run." "Why?" Lin Hong asked back, but Lin Mo slapped him on the back of the head. "Why are there so many questions? Don't you think Lin Baozhen is very strange? Feng Suihua always says she's lucky, that she brings good fortune to their family. And she does, but the 2 families living with them are very unlucky, almost choked on cold water, almost died. Also, those who went into the mountains with Lin Baozhen either found a dead rabbit or dug up ginseng and lingji mushrooms. Others got nothing, either broke a leg or fell down the mountain. She might be a troublemaker. Wherever she goes, bad things happen." Lin Yi, Lin Jin, and Lin Hong felt nervous and secretly decided that from now on, whenever they saw Lin Baozhen, they would run away as fast as they could, especially if they could get involved with her. Lin Yu gave Lin Mo an approving look. The 2 smiled at each other, and Lin Mo handed over a broken bowl. "Harvest points 100. Harvest points 1. Huh? Can the harvest point stack? Why not give it again?" Even a tiny mosquito leg is meat, so Lin Yu immediately took action. "Harvest points 100. Harvest points 11. Harvest points 22. 10. Everyone in the Lin family, except Xin Yan, who is still postpartum, watched silently but respectfully. Busy and noisy, soon the tables, chairs, and benches were cleaned and polished. Whoever wanted to take them could do so. Usable pots and bowls were kept, and those considered dirty were used to feed the chickens and ducks. To do this, Lin Xuanwu even built a stove in the yard. After finishing the chores, Lin Yu earned nearly 10,000 harvest points. Thanks to the generous system, even a single sheet of paper was worth 100 harvest points. Lin Xuanwu, with nothing to do, took out the fish trap, baited it with earthworms and rice wine, and spent the afternoon catching many fish and shrimp. He even caught a grass carp weighing about 5 or 6 jin. That evening, Li Xiuji cooked tofu and stewed the grass carp. The fish offal was braised with sour radish, and she also stir-fried a large pot of bok choy. When the food was served, more than 10 pairs of chopsticks reached out at once. In less than 10 minutes, all the dishes, and even the soup were finished. After a big burp, Li Xiuji looked across at Lin Yi, and they shared a smile. Feeling full and satisfied, she started to feel sleepy. Lin Yi washed her face, and when she lay on the bed, she thought she might not fall asleep. But as soon as she closed her eyes, she entered a deep, dark dream. She was awakened by the noise of 4438. Woman, you've successfully caught my attention. Stop bothering your mother. If I catch your attention, I'll ruin the heroine's finances, leave her in debt, and then appear as a savior to get her to be your lover? Why don't you just fly to the sky? If you love King Tianwang so much, I'll help you. Bright green light flickered, and Lin Yu heard a sneaky laugh. When she looked closer, she saw a man being slapped in many different ways. Smack, 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 smack. If it weren't for the screen separating them, Lin Yu almost felt the slap was about to hit her face. When she tried to see more clearly, for large words appeared on the screen, to be continued. Next, Lin Yu heard 4438 cursing loudly. This episode finally belongs to me. No suffering, no drama. I can't act without it, right? What kind of hard days did I have before? As she spoke, 4438 suddenly looked up, and she directly faced Lin Yu. What is this? It's an immersive short drama. You can change the story based on your preferences. Every episode costs 1 point, and each person's story is different. 4438 liked this feature, or she wouldn't have been thrown into this interface. I can give you 100 points a day. In exchange, you need to help me keep an eye on Lin Baozhen. That's not allowed, 4438 said with a sidelong glance, her small eyes clearly showing her suspicion. But I can increase the points by 100 or more if needed. Getting dressed and leaving the house, Lin Yu washed up. The water in the basin had been filled to the brim without her noticing. Her teeth felt painfully cold, and only then did she remember her neglected space. She probed her consciousness, and the first thing she saw was the fierce tiger she had saved that night. It still looked ready to pounce on her with a fierce expression. The fierce tiger was hard to hunt, but it should fetch a good price. Her younger uncle was skilled at this. Having decided where the fierce tiger should go, Lin Yu checked the spiritual spring she had used to save her father. After a night, the spring had gained a new layer at the bottom. She added a drop into the water jar, and then went to find Lin Xianping. Lin Xianping watched helplessly as his niece suddenly produced a tiger that still had some breath left. Lin Yu secretly cursed. Is this what you meant about the space not being able to hold living things? Feeling guilty, 4438 covered his face and said, Yes, it came back to life after being taken out. Today's 100 points will be deducted. Fortunately, she was cautious and mentally bound the tiger before taking it out. Little uncle, do you have any way to deal with this? Lin Xianping watched as the big beast disappeared again into thin air and stammered, Yes. Tonight, his third brother, with his talkative nature, didn't inform him beforehand. Lin Yu, next time you should be more careful around people, he warned. It's fine with family, but outsiders might cause big trouble. Little uncle, it's okay. Night fell. Everything was silent. Lin Yu and Lin Xianping quietly arrived at Nanshan town. Lin Xianping strode confidently, turning left and right, then entered a small alley. He told Lin Yu to find a place to hide first. Then, familiar with the area, he climbed over the wall into a courtyard, knocked on the window with 3 long and 1 short knocks. Not long after, they heard a creaking sound, and a round, burly man came out. His face was long, but when he saw Lin Xianping, his expression immediately brightened. Fourth brother Lin, coming at this hour. Did you get something good? Are you interested in buying the big beast? Hearing this, the man's eyes widened with excitement. Yes, yes. How's the quality? The fur and skin are intact. Name your price. The man gestured a number, but Lin Xianping's face grew cold. Are you joking? This big beast is unique in Nanshan town. If you're not serious, I'll go somewhere else. 220 taels. That's the highest I can offer. Only I in Nanshan Town would pay that. The man's face darkened, feeling he had been played. Money first, then the delivery. Old Fifth, I wouldn't cheat you, said the man, walking heavily into the house, then tossing 200 taels of silver notes and 20 taels of silver to Lin Xianping. Everything's here. The gate was wide open. Old man Qian only saw a large shadow. When he lit his firecracker, even his crooked teeth showed with joy. The delivery was successful. Lin Xianping quickly left with Lin Yu, while old man Qian called his brothers to handle the big trouble. Big trouble in Nanshan Town was rare, and everyone was eager for the chance to get the hide. Turning out of the alley, Lin Xianping handed the silver to Lin Yu, who then stored it in her space. Little uncle, let's go to second uncle's place. I think you're asking for trouble, Lin Xianping said. Despite being tall and strong, he was most afraid of his second brother, Lin Xuanwu. His second brother had just returned to Nanshan Town this morning, and by evening, he was already bringing his niece to visit. It was like telling him that his second brother was up to something bad. Although Lin Xianping said this, he still knocked on Lin Xuanwu's door honestly. When he saw that dark face like charcoal, his heart skipped a beat. Quickly, he secretly pulled Lin Yu to the front. Second uncle. Lin Yu smiled and waved at Lin Xuanwu. Why are you here so late? We have something to ask second uncle for help with. This is the silver and money we just earned, Lin Yu said, taking out a banknote from her space. Exchange it for equivalent grain, including but not limited to rice, brown rice, yellow rice, and black rice. They looked at each other. Lin Xuanwu lowered his eyes, hiding complex emotions. All right. Seeing him agree, Lin Yu asked 4438 to exchange a peace talisman for her at the marketplace. In her past life, although second uncle was imprisoned a month after her father's accident, many things had changed now. She couldn't be sure he wouldn't get into trouble again. Seeing that her panel had lost 10,000 points, Lin Yu cast a serious look at 4438. 4438 shrank its non-existent neck and stubbornly argued, "This peace talisman is expensive, but very useful. It can protect you 3 times from harm, keeping you safe. Next time you try to cheat, I'll deduct 10 days' worth of points. Don't do that," 4438 squeaked sharply. "As compensation, I'll also watch your family's movements. Just 100 points a day." She handed the peace talisman and the banknote to Lin Xuanwu. "This is a special peace talisman I got. Second uncle, you should keep it close." Lin Xuanwu nodded, gently rubbing it with his fingertips. Then he lowered his voice. "Things have changed. Zhu Laosan and Lin Eugene and his group were released during the day. Be very careful." Zhu Laosan's release was expected by Lin Yu. Her family's ability to run a casino in Nanshan Town meant they had powerful backing. This doesn't involve anyone's life, just a matter of the county office's decision. Bright as daylight, a salt-stained whip cracked through the air and fiercely struck the bare skin. Old Zhu bit down on a rag in his mouth, remaining silent. After 30 lashes, he collapsed on the ground, his back already bloodied and torn. "Master's ointment for wounds. Old Zhu, once you enter the casino, you must follow its rules. As long as no one finds out what you're doing privately, it's fine. But now it's gotten serious. That belongs to the casino. No matter what methods you use, you must pay back the 100 taels. Do you understand?" The saltwater whip lightly slapped his face, causing Zhu's facial muscles to twitch uncontrollably. "Understood." He responded with a forced smile until he disappeared from sight. His dark eyes lowered. "Where is Lin Eugene? He couldn't do anything to Lin Xian and his brothers, nor could he do anything to you." He supported himself up, but the movement pulled at his back wound, making Zhu grimace in pain. "It's already returned. Here's the IOU. Good. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, go to the maple forest." The ointment spilled over him. Zhu's teeth clenched tightly, grinding loudly. When the intense pain subsided, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Traveling back and forth in Nanshan Town exhausted Lin Yu. As soon as her head hit the pillow, her eyelids started fighting sleep. Her stamina was too poor. She needed to find a way to strengthen her body. Just as this idea crossed her mind, Lin Yu fell asleep. She slept until late morning. When she opened her eyes and saw the familiar ceiling beams, she felt a moment of confusion. She had forgotten she was reborn. She reached out and touched the clay gourd hanging around her neck, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Lin Baozhen had long coveted the clay gourd. Giving it up was impossible. If so, earning a little money was not a bad idea. 4438. Is there a way to restore the item to its original state? The clay gourd had been recognized by her blood, but now it was just an empty shell. Because she was too eager that day, it cracked, and the bloodstains inside the crack had soaked through, making it impossible to clean. Yes, 4438 brought over a product, and after opening it, Lin Yu spent 10 points to acquire it. 10 points for 10 taels of silver. Probably worth it. After washing up, Lin Yu shrank her neck and entered Chen Yan's house. As soon as she stepped inside, she saw Chen Yan bending over, changing the diapers of 2 little ones. The smell was sour and pungent. The smell made Lin Yu wrinkle her nose. After cleaning thoroughly, Yan was given a new diaper. Lin Yu didn't bother to play around anymore. She pinched the soft, golden diaper and left the house. She disdainfully walked toward the pond. Lin Yu reached out and vigorously shook her hand in the water. As soon as she did, some small fish that appeared out of nowhere ate everything she had shaken out. Seeing only a few faint marks left on the diaper, Lin Yu took a soapberry and washed it carefully. After cleaning, she wrung it out and headed back. Just as she reached the slope, she bumped into Lin Baozhen, who appeared out of nowhere. Lin Yu calmly kept her distance. Seeing this, Lin Baozhen looked hurt. Lin Yu, we've been good friends for so many years. Why are you suddenly acting distant? Lin Baozhen, you're really funny. Because of you, I almost lost my life. Choosing between distancing myself from you and my safety, I know which is more important. Lin Baozhen choked on her words, tears welling up in her eyes. She was soft and couldn't pretend anymore. She straightforwardly said, Lin Yu, I want your clay gourd. Just ask for it. Lin Yu smiled sarcastically. Lin Baozhen's face stiffened. I can pay for it. Anyway, you only wear that clay gourd. I can give you a silver or 2. A silver or 2 was a huge amount for their age. In Nanshan Town, even a meat bun cost only a penny. Lin Yu didn't reply, only raised an eyebrow slightly.
3.
5 taels. Lin Baozhen slowly increased her offer. Lin Yu turned to leave. Seeing she wouldn't respond, Lin Baozhen gritted her teeth in frustration. When did Lin Yu become so difficult? Was it just because she pushed her? But such things had happened before. She and Chun Buxin had just exchanged a few words, and it was over. Thinking this, Lin Baozhen honestly caught up and blocked Lin Yu's way. Lin Yu, don't go too far. Compared to what you've done to me, where do I even stand? Lin Yu said with a half-smile. Besides, you're the one asking to buy my clay gourd, not me forcing you. What will it take for you to give me the gourd? Lin Baozhen secretly hated herself. She had only acted impulsively and made a mistake. Why was she still being humiliated? 10 taels. If you give me 10 taels of silver, I'll sell it to you. 10 taels? Why don't you go rob someone? Lin Baozhen's voice cracked in shock, sharp and piercing. Lin Yu stepped back with a teasing smile and said, Haven't you already taken it? Lin Baozhen's face turned pale. Although she had good luck since childhood and never worried about food or money, she was young and her savings were all in her parents' hands. Since she became aware, she had only saved 10 taels of silver. If she spent it all at once, she wouldn't be willing. But ever since she saw that mud gourd, she felt a strong, irresistible pull. She was determined to get it no matter what. With her luck, she could earn more silver later, but the mud gourd was uncertain. What if someone else recognized its value like she did? Lin Baozhen secretly clenched her teeth, still unwilling. Can you give me a little less? Stop talking nonsense. When you started having thoughts of snatching from me, it was over between us. I didn't ask for 20 taels, and I did it out of kindness from past days. Lin Yu had also considered this, but she only played along to lure her in, not to push her into a corner. Seeing Lin Baozhen take the bait, Lin Yu pulled off the mud gourd. Lin Baozhen instinctively reached out to grab it. Lin Yu quickly withdrew her hand. Let me be clear. This mud gourd is something you begged me to sell you. If you change your mind later, I won't take it back. Don't worry, I want to buy it myself. It's none of your business. Lin Baozhen's mind was entirely occupied by the mud gourd, and she didn't hear anything else. With her words, both Lin Yu and Lin Baozhen reached out at the same time, one to pay, the other to receive. Lin Baozhen clutched the mud gourd to her chest like a treasure, and Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with a smile. Gain 10 taels of silver, 1,000 to value. Initial trick, 10,000 to value. Having achieved her goal, Lin Baozhen turned to run. Lin Yu stepped forward and kicked her behind the knee. Lin Baozhen, unprepared, knelt down immediately. 1,000 to value. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Just don't like you. Lin Yu lifted her chin proudly, looking mischievous. Lin Baozhen clenched her teeth so tightly they creaked, and with painful knees, she stood up. Lin Yu, I will make you pay someday. Are you pretending now or not? Lin Yu snorted coldly and slapped a cloth diaper hard onto Lin Baozhen's face. 1,000 to value. Although it was cleaned and still smelled of soapberry, others would find it unpleasant. When Lin Baozhen realized what it was, she immediately bent over and started to vomit. Lin Yu, how dare you? Keep talking and I'll hit you. As she spoke, Lin Yu threw the diaper again. Lin Baozhen was so angry she started crying and ran away in a panic. Today's insult, she vowed to repay Lin Yu 100 times over. It was all her fault. Frowning slightly, Lin Yu's eyes showed more amusement. Although she didn't know how the system judged the value of her actions, she was sure that the more important the person, the higher the reward. She earned 1,000 points for scolding Lin Baozhen once. How much for multiple times? Lin Yu was getting more excited. She checked her panel and looked at her data. Skills: hunting, beginner; deception, introductory; medical skills; farming and infrastructure, not unlocked; points: 34,779 score; 0, 1 point equals 100 points. A new skill, deception, appeared. She didn't know how it was triggered, but the system wouldn't create useless skills. She was just waiting for the right moment. She pushed the thought aside and picked up the diaper Lin Baozhen had thrown on the ground. She washed it at the pond and then went home gracefully. She controlled her strength, wringing out the diaper so it was dry. In the kitchen, she took the dry diaper from the bamboo basket and replaced it with the wet one. It was cold now, and the two little ones used many diapers. They couldn't last long with so many uses, so she had to dry them with fire. If only there was something to replace diapers. As she thought, 4438 spoke. Host, when your points reach 100,000, the system upgrade will bring a surprise. Looking at her current points, less than 35,000, Lin Yu smiled. Host, something exciting is coming. Old Zhu-san has brought the IOU with Lin Yujin's fingerprint. Revenge is a cycle. Heaven doesn't spare anyone. Lin Yu put the diaper inside the house. After telling Shen Yan, she and her companion rushed out the door. When they arrived at Lin Yogan's house, the front was crowded with villagers. Lin Yu, being small, managed to squeeze to the front. It was the same scene, the same people, but this time the target was Lin Yujin. Lin Yu took out a small stool and sat down gracefully, watching with interest. Debt must be repaid. Before old Zhu-san finished speaking, Fong Suehua, lying on the ground, shouted loudly, Old Zhu-san, you're deliberately revengeful. I'll report you. Having experienced this yesterday, Fong Suehua was copying the tactic, trying to scare old Zhu-san into retreating by threatening to report him. Kelin Yojin's situation is very different from Lin Xuanhe's. Lin Xuanhe deliberately set a trap, feeling guilty and afraid of reporting to the authorities. The money borrowed by Kelin Yujin was real, all lost at the casino. Kelin Yujin knew he was in the wrong. Since Zhu Laosen came, he hadn't shown his face. Refuse the toast and take the punishment, Zhu Laosen ordered. His followers rushed in, swinging sticks and starting to smash everything. Clang, bang, crack. Without mercy. Fong Suehua was stunned. This was different from what happened at Li Xiuji's house yesterday. Why was Zhu Laosan treating them differently? Realizing what was happening, Fong Xuehua shouted and rushed into the house to stop it, but she was pushed back several times. Stop smashing, stop smashing. All the money was real silver. Fong Xuehua cried loudly, her voice hoarse. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzhen, Lin Yukai, and others stood there like quails, unable to step forward or even make a sound. Mother! Lin Baozhen returned and saw this scene. She cried, hugging Fong Xuehua. Why are you guys smashing and hurting people at my house? Because Lin Yuzhen owes our casino 150 taels of silver. As soon as she said that, the crowd was in an uproar. 150 taels? How much money is that? No wonder Lin Yuzhen wanted to frame Lin Xuanhe. Turns out he had gambling debts to pay. Is this considered a dog biting a dog and getting fur? Ha ha ha, exactly. That can't be true, Lin Baozhen said, her face full of disbelief. Their family didn't lack food or money. How could her older brother owe so much? But Lin Baozhen was only 14 and didn't understand how cruel people could be. When things come too easily, people lose judgment and control, and their greed grows.
Impossible?
The blood handprint was signed by Lin Yuzhen himself. I wasn't forcing him this time, Zhu Laosin sneered, his face more ferocious because of the injury on his back. With just one look, Lin Yuzhen, who was trying to hide, was dragged out. He was so weak he almost fell, lying on the ground like a pile of mud. When he looked into Zhu Laosan's eyes, he showed fear. Zhu Laosan, give me some more time. I will pay you back. 150 taels? What will you use to pay it back? Old Zhu raised his leg and kicked hard. Lin Yuzhen, in pain, endured it bravely. Is it your soft, useless hands and feet, or your worthless life? A cold-looking dagger pressed against Lin Yuzhen's neck, and blood started to seep out. Fong Xuehua couldn't stay calm anymore. Don't hurt my son. Please don't hurt him. There's silver, treasure, and jewels. Save your big brother. He's your real brother after all. You can't just ignore him. Fong Xuehua cried loudly. Lin Yuan and Lin Yukai looked worried. Mother, we want to help big brother, but we really can't do anything. Our family has so many mouths to feed. We spend money on food, drink, and daily needs. Not having debts is already good. Yes, mother. Lin Baozhen wanted to help, but she only had 10 taels of silver, which she just used to buy a clay gourd. Thinking of the clay gourd, Lin Baozhen clenched her fists tightly and silently prayed, hoping for a miracle like before to solve their problems. But she kept opening and closing her eyes, and everything remained the same. Nothing changed. It shouldn't be like this.
It shouldn't be.
Lin Baozhen couldn't understand why. But time was running out. Seeing everyone avoid responsibility and no one willing to speak, old Zhu stood up quickly. You really don't cry until you see the coffin. If you're not serious about talking things over, don't blame me for being rude, he said. Then his men brought over a stool. Lin Yuzhen was forced to kneel under it. Terrified, he realized what was about to happen. His pupils trembled with fear. Father, mother, save me. Help me. Before he finished, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Lin Yuzhen covered his hands, rolling on the ground in pain. Blood poured out, bright red. Old Zhu held a dagger, stabbing it into his finger, looking like a demon. Yu Chunxiang looked at Lin Yuzhen, whose face was pale from losing a finger, crying uncontrollably. She didn't expect old Zhu to do this. He cut off his little finger without a word. How painful that must have been. Eugene, sob, Eugene. Fong Xuehua snapped out of her shock, covering her mouth and crying so hard she almost fainted. Old Zhu was very satisfied with their reactions. He forcefully stabbed the dagger into a long bench. Because of the force, the little finger trembled slightly, and blood slowly dripped down. Today you return the money, or not. If you don't, I'll cut off both his hands. That will be considered repayment. Old man Zhu has finished speaking, and now it depends on how this family reacts. Father, mother, save me. I don't want to be disabled, Lin Yuzhen cried painfully with a pale face. Fong Xuehua couldn't hold back and cried loudly. No, we still have money to pay back. She staggered into the house and only heard rustling sounds. Before she could take out the extra silver, her rag was snatched away. Her hand handed over the money, and Old Man Zhu looked inside to find 180 taels. Isn't this enough money? Why didn't you give it earlier? You forced me to get rough, and Lin Eugene suffered more, Zhu said, glancing at Lin Eugene. He clearly saw the resentment and anger in his eyes. Why didn't his parents take out the money earlier? Instead, they waited until he suffered so much. Do they really see him as their son? He is the eldest son. Lin Eugene felt angry inside. Lin Yuan and Lin Yukai weren't far behind. They didn't expect their parents to have as much as 180 taels. With so much silver, they wouldn't even give a few cents on ordinary days. Now, it's all been spent by the eldest brother. They are all the children of the parents. Why does Lin Eugene get to spend so freely while they get nothing? Is it just because Lin Eugene is the eldest son? Give me back 30 taels. Feng Suihua tried to snatch the extra silver, but Zhu's men stopped her. There's interest, or do you want me to cut off another finger? Faced with money and a finger, Feng Suihua chose the latter. After getting the money, Zhu left with the IOU. Lin Yu watched Lin Baoxin staring fixedly at Zhu and his group walking away, a slight smile curling at the corner of her lips. The show was over. Lin Yu carried a small stool and headed back. On the way, villagers discussed loudly. Feng Suihua is impressive. She managed to get 180 taels. Where do you think they got so much silver? In rural families, earning 10 taels a year is top, let alone saving 180 taels. Lin Eugene is really wasteful. If it were me, I'd break his leg. Have you forgotten the lucky girl Feng Suihua mentioned? People are really different. Having a lucky girl doesn't matter. The eldest son, who is trusted by everyone, lost everything. 4438. Feng Suihua only has this much money. Impossible, for 1438 flapped its wings and sat on Lin Yu's ear. Lin Baozhen is the lucky star heroine. Lin Yuzhen is such a sneaky old man. He is the most hidden money. TSK, it seems Lin Baozhen's family isn't as kind and loving as she thought. When Zhu Laosan's knife slightly broke open a gap, resentment grew. She wanted to see what kind of sparks would fly when they all fell into poverty. Do you know where they hide their money? Each place is worth 5 points. Isn't this tempting the system to make mistakes? 4438 was very eager, but under the system's watch, small mistakes were okay. Bribery was not. I can recommend a treasure-finding device to you. Seeing the 999 points listed under the treasure-finding device, Lin Yu rolled her eyes at 4438. 4438 quickly bowed and said, "If you think it's too expensive, wait until you save up 10,000 points. After the system upgrades, there will be limited-time flash sales at midnight, and you can buy it for just 99 points. The chance of just getting the treasure-finding device was very small. It's still early before the famine, and she had plenty of time to save points. On her way home, Lin Yu glimpsed familiar figures at the village entrance. As soon as they saw her, their heads, which had been looking around, immediately lowered. In that moment, Lin Yu recognized who they were. They were relatives from her eldest aunt's family. In her previous life, after her family had trouble, the Su family took advantage, kidnapping her eldest aunt and older sister. By the time she reacted, it was too late. They had already been taken. Her mother was unwilling and wanted to ask for help, but after a series of misfortunes at home, they thought she was unlucky and refused to help. Reporting to the authorities was useless. They just tried to mediate, not to resolve the conflict. Not only was her family not returned, but they were also beaten half to death. Later, her eldest aunt couldn't bear it and cut ties with them, ending the matter. But the Su family was only interested in money and didn't care about people. What kind of people could they be? Her eldest aunt was beaten to death, and her older sister, though alive, died during a fleeing attempt due to a difficult childbirth. The baby was taken by others. Her eyes, once red with anger, grew calm. Lin Yu took a step back and said, 4438, keep an eye on Lin Baozhen and the Su family. If there's any movement, notify me immediately. Okay. Seeing the 5 points transferred to her personal account, for 1438's little face was practically smiling. She had points to watch more shows. Before reaching home, Lin Yu and her family ran into each other unexpectedly. Today we are really lucky. Lin Xianping happily carried a bucket over to her. As he leaned in to see what was inside, a big carp jumped up and splashed her face. Lin Yu. Ha ha ha, Lin Xianping laughed loudly. Li Xiuji raised her hand and gave him a punch. You're still young, just 3.5, and you're deliberately teasing your niece. Little uncle. Lin Yu looked straight at him. Lin Xianping awkwardly cleared his throat and quickly walked away, disappearing from sight. Does it hurt? Su Xiaoya wiped the water off Lin Yu's face. Go home and tell your grandma to scold him. Yes, Lin Yu nodded seriously and moved closer to Su Xiaoya. Madam, recently, you and big sister shouldn't go out alone, and don't go back to your parents' house, okay? Seeing her niece so serious, Su Xiaoya didn't know what she was planning, but knowing her family's nature, she agreed softly. After the others left, Lin Yujin was helped up by Yu Chunxiang, looking very pale. There's money, there's wealth. Quickly call the doctor. Big brother is really capable, asking for 180 taels. Hearing this, Lin Yuzhen knew that the second and third brothers had fallen out over the money. Father, mother, why didn't you take out the money earlier? If you had, I wouldn't have lost my little finger, Lin Yujin said weakly, but with hidden anger. Lin Yuzhen glared angrily and slammed his hand on the table. Big brother, what do you mean? Are you blaming us? Big brother, how can you blame us? Did we force you to gamble or lend you money? That's 180 taels. And you lost it all so easily? It's all your fault. Lin Yuyin and Lin Yukai were full of complaints. Hearing this, Lin Yujin felt like needles were stabbing him. Usually, he was the one being praised, never feeling this kind of grievance. Being scolded by his two younger brothers, he exploded.
Who are you to criticize me?
I spent our parents' money. Our parents' money is also ours. The three brothers argued loudly, about to fight. But Lin Baozhen stepped in and stopped them. Big brother, second brother, third brother, stop arguing. I'll think of a way to handle the money. As soon as the words finished, Lin Yuyin and Lin Yukai exchanged glances, both hiding smiles in their eyes. After the lunch break, Lin Yu and her family went back to work in the fields. In the maple forest area, the altitude is low, and by March, they can start spring planting. The grass is growing, and the orioles are flying, but no one expected that months later, there would be such a disaster that everyone would have to leave their homes and flee. Spring planting is divided into two parts, one for the farmland and one for the vegetable garden. The strong workers are working in the fields. To get a good harvest, the farmland must be plowed and fertilized first before planting. Plowing means digging up the soil in chunks, turning over the weeds, then spreading ash and compost before planting rice seedlings. Lin Yu followed Li Xiuji to the vegetable garden. Only radishes, cabbage greens, and rapeseed remain in the garden. The rapeseed is in a separate plot, now growing to her calves, and by May, it will bloom with bright yellow flowers. To replant, they first need to remove the radishes and cabbage greens. Since there are many radishes, the whole family worked together and finished pulling them out in less than half an hour. The radishes and greens were taken back by Lin Yi, Lin Mo, Lin Zhen, and Lin Hongyun. The radish leaves can be fed to the chickens, and the cleaned radishes can be dried to make salted radish or dried radish. After cleaning the vegetables, Lin Yu and Li Xiuji loosened the soil in the garden. This work was not easy. The garden had been planted for over half a year, and the soil was hard. They had to dig several times with the hoe to loosen it. Fortunately, Lin Yu was strong. Although it wasn't very tiring for her, she had little experience with farming, and soon her palms were scraped and bleeding. Lin Yu didn't mind. Compared to the hardships of fleeing in her previous life, this was nothing. With her determination, Lin Yu grabbed the hoe and worked vigorously. Li Xiuji followed behind, pulling out stones and weeds from the soil and pressing down the hard soil clumps. After tidying up one vegetable plot, Li Xiuji divided the land into rows and sowed seeds for the upcoming crops: loofah, chili peppers, eggplants, long beans, and green beans. To ensure good germination, Li Xiuji first grew the seeds indoors. After they sprouted, she transplanted them outside. The seeds sprout and grow in 4 or 5 days, sometimes up to 10 days. During this waiting time, they could plow and fertilize the other plots so that the plants would grow well after transplanting. By evening, Lin Yu was exhausted, her whole body aching, her hands hanging and trembling slightly. She felt like her hands no longer belonged to her. But this was still better than the suffering of fleeing in her previous life. You still need to practice more. Simply and roughly, Lin Yu and Li Xiuji went home. After washing their hands, before the rest of the Lin family returned, she added a drop of spiritual spring water into the boiled, plain water. Just before fleeing, not only her body needed strengthening, but the whole family did too. Zhu Laosand and his group, tired and walking in the dark down the mountain, were covered with small and large wounds. Zhu Laosand was the most badly hurt. His face was swollen and bruised, his buttocks were bleeding from a stab wound, and his ankle was swollen. He was limping and needed help from his followers. All this started when they went to recover the debt from the village. As soon as they left the village and reached the foot of the mountain, Zhu Laosand spotted a fat rabbit weighing about 7 or 8 jin. He was in a good mood, so he immediately chased after the easy catch. He ran out of breath and was about to give up when he saw the big gray rabbit hit and die under a tree. The rabbit was grinning with big teeth, happily squeaking. When he bent down to pick it up, its 4 strong legs kicked him. His eyes turned bruised, and his chin was almost dislocated. It turned out the dead rabbit was pretending to be dead. Realizing this, Zhu Laosand, furious at the escaped gray rabbit, led his men to chase after it. This was like poking a hornet's nest, trouble after trouble. First, the rabbit disappeared from sight. Then, they accidentally fell into a trap, nearly stabbing their buttocks. Luckily, his men quickly pulled him out. Next, he fell to the ground for no reason, breaking 2 big molars, and his foot was stuck in a hibernating snake's nest. Fortunately, the snake was harmless, so he survived, but his ankles swelled badly. What hurt them most was their eagerness to go down the mountain, but they kept delaying as if caught in a ghostly maze, only leaving when it was completely dark. The pain from his broken finger kept Lin Yujin tossing and turning. Seeing Yu Chunxiang sleeping like a dead pig, he cursed and left the room. Yu Chunxiang didn't even lift her eyelids. While pouring water in the dark and adjusting his waistband, Lin Yujin accidentally pulled at his wound, causing him to almost cry from the pain. Damn Zhu Laosan, I will get back at you someday for this humiliation. Better not fall into my hands, or I'll make you wish you were never born, Lin Yujin muttered. But what he didn't expect was that it was just his luck to encounter such a situation. The group led by old Zhu, as they descended the mountain, settled behind the outhouse, listening carefully to Lin Yujin's words without missing a single detail. Old Zhu already felt that his bad luck today was caused by Lin Yujin. If Lin Yujin hadn't come looking for him, he wouldn't have been taken to the authorities. If things hadn't been exposed, he would still be the 3rd boss of the casino, enjoying his success. Now he had to do hard labor himself. Anger flared up. With just a glance, his men silently moved in, covering mouths and grabbing the target from both sides. They dragged him away and ran toward a remote, deserted place. Lin Yujin's severed finger was pressed tightly, blood pouring out again, stabbing pain piercing his bones. He almost fainted. He was thrown to the ground. In the dim night, Lin Yujin saw who had come. Old Zhu, who had already left. His face was pale. He couldn't believe it. At this hour, old Zhu was still in the maple forest. He cursed inwardly, but his body was honest. He got up and knelt, showing respect. Brother Zhu, Boss Zhu, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Didn't you say you wanted me to wish you dead or unable to live? Today, I'll make that happen, old Zhu said. Then, he stomped hard on Lin Yujin's broken finger. The pain was intense, and Lin Yujin collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Soon, fists rained down like hail. Lin Yujin covered his face, burying his head, feeling like he was going to die today. Suddenly, the pain disappeared, replaced by deadly silence. Feeling uneasy, Lin Yujin tremblingly looked up. He saw a face, calm, cold, yet smiling gently. His pupils shrank. Lin Eugene, like a chicken being choked, suddenly lost his voice. Everything before him blurred, and his breath was taken away in an instant. He felt like he was dying. Panic struck him. He tried to break free, but couldn't. He didn't know how long it lasted, but the feeling of near death faded. He smelled familiar grass and dust. He greedily breathed in fresh air like a dying dog. Behind him, he heard heavy breathing. He instinctively turned his head. In front of him was the dark mountain forest and a cold wind that cut to the bone. What was he doing in the mountains? How was that possible? Just a moment ago, he was being beaten by old Zhu. A flash of Lin Yu's smiling yet sinister face appeared in his mind. Rationality returned to Lin Eugene. He was furious and ashamed. He had been scared by a girl with yellow hair.
It was a terrible shame.
Lin Yu, come out quickly. Lin Yu? Isn't she the daughter of Lin Xuanhe? I'm here to avenge my father. Laughter echoed, but before the words finished, a sharp blade pierced into flesh with a squelching sound. A heavy object fell with a thud, and soon a strong smell of blood filled the air. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Suddenly, a spark from a match lit up a faint glow, revealing a terrifying, sinister face. Their eyes met, cold light flickering. The man felt a wetness on his neck and realized he had been cut. More sounds of people falling echoed until no one was behind him. Old Zhu, feeling scared, turned and ran. He heard footsteps chasing him. Quickly, Zhu pulled a small knife from his waist and lunged backward. Lin Yu sidestepped, but the soft blade followed closely behind like a swimming dragon. Her arm was cut, and her clothes were soaked with blood. She quickly turned the dagger into a shield and charged at Zhu with brute strength. With a strong push, Zhu was slammed against the nearest tree. Pain shot through his wrist, causing him to loosen his grip. Lin Yu seized the chance to store the soft blade away. Without a weapon and badly hurt, Zhu sank to the ground, gasping for breath. She put away her shield and faced a shining dagger. Grabbing his wrist, Lin Yu gently broke it, causing Zhu to scream loudly. Birds were startled into flight. Lin Yu rubbed her aching ears, then took out her match. Zhu Laosen, we meet again. It's you, you brat. How dare you attack me? Only the officials can set fires. Common people can't light lamps. Huh. Lin Yu's eyes held a deeper smile. She stepped on his ankle lightly, hearing the cracking of bones. Zhu's confidence and arrogance were replaced by fear. It was Lin Eugene who harmed your father. I was just following orders. It's not my fault. Zhu Laosen kept retreating, but Lin Yu kept advancing, breaking his toes one by one. Zhu was in so much pain he had no strength left. Sweat poured down his face. When he looked at her again, he was no longer weak, but filled with intense hatred and cruelty. Lin Yu, I am the third boss of the righteous gambling house. If you dare hurt me, be careful. You and your whole family of over 10 people might pay the price. You all started early, putting my father to death. My mother had a difficult childbirth. If everything goes as planned, isn't it my second uncle's turn next? That's not true. Old third Zhu instinctively retorted, heart pounding like a drum. Are you trying to use that 100 taels to control my second uncle, or is there something in the Lin family that you absolutely need? What exactly is involved here? This was something Lin Yu, having lived 2 lives, still couldn't understand. However, this time, the enemy was obvious, and she was in the shadows. The mysteries from her past life would eventually be clear. Old third Zhu's pupils suddenly shrank, and Lin Yu knew she guessed right. If I tell you, I will let you go. I really don't know anything. I was just following orders from above. In that case, you have no value left, Lin Yu said, crushing the bones in his other leg with a stomp. Hearing the satisfying crack, she cleanly and swiftly cut off old third Zhu's tongue. Blood splattered onto her face. Lin Yu roughly wiped it away and turned to walk toward Lin Eugene, who had buried his head in the dirt. Their eyes met. Lin Eugene knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing. Lin Yu, spare me. I was two-faced and blinded by greed. I promise it won't happen again. You've known me since I was a child. For the sake of our past relationship, spare my life. Lin Yujin's head was bleeding from the constant kowtowing. His vision was red, and seeing Lin Yu unmoved, he burst into tears. It's not my fault. It's Baozhen. Yes, it was all Lin Baozhen's idea. If she hadn't kept saying Lin Xian had gone to the casino, I wouldn't have been tempted by old third Zhu and developed a gambling addiction. It's all Lin Baozhen's fault. That vile woman. It has nothing to do with me, nothing at all. Indeed, blood ties were powerful. Lin Yujin and Lin Baozhen both shifted blame, each trying to escape responsibility. Their guesses were confirmed. Lin Yu no longer wasted time. She struck Lin Yujin unconscious with a palm and lifted him up like a chick. In the darkness, she kept her gaze straight ahead and stopped at the nearest trap. Seeing the sharp bamboo, old third Zhu whimpered and begged for mercy, but Lin Yu remained unmoved. One after the other, she threw them into the trap. Listening to the piercing sounds of flesh being pierced and blood flowing, Lin Yu's expression was cold. 4438. Do you have any medicine to attract wild animals? Universal beast medicine. It can secrete different scents depending on the type of beast, causing them to go mad upon contact. Price: 99. After deducting 9,900 from her resources, Lin Yu had a small jade bottle in her hand. She opened the bottle and sprinkled the powder onto old third Zhu and Lin Yujin. Quickly, Lin Yu turned and climbed up the nearest tree. With a nourishing spring, even at night, Lin Yu could see clearly. A cold wind blew, and Lin Yujin was awakened by old Zhu's sobs. His whole body was in intense pain. When he touched the bamboo, he felt a chilling fear in his heart. Lin Yu, don't go. Help me, save me. I won't dare to do it again. Stinky bitch, a house full of trash. How dare you treat me like this? When I get down the mountain, I will tear you to pieces. After begging in vain, Lin Yujin started cursing. His body felt weak, which made him panic. Thinking about the wild beast that might appear at any moment, he fought with all his strength. He endured the pain and forcibly pulled the bamboo out of his upper body, then used old Zhu as a makeshift platform, slowly moving him out. At first, old Zhu was still sobbing, but soon only his breath remained. The smell of blood grew stronger. Lin Yujin ignored everything and struggled to crawl out, holding on to a single breath. It felt like a year had passed before Lin Yujin finally escaped the trap. Just when he thought he could survive, a strong stench of decay hit him. He felt a huge creature rushing toward him. He wanted to run, but he had used all his strength climbing out of the trap. He could only watch helplessly as sharp teeth pierced him. Again and again, blood spilled everywhere. Lin Yu stood on a tree, expression indifferent. This was the result of karma from his past life. Lin Yujin deserved it. Suddenly, he heard the sound of gnawing below. Looking down, Lin Yujin's pupils gradually dilated as the wild boar began to eat his face. Lin Yujin died at the jaws of a pig. Reward 20,000. The chilling sound of chewing made Lin Yu recall the scene before her death. She instinctively gagged, and her voice startled the wild boar below. The boar's nose twitched, and it suddenly charged toward the tree she was on. Lin Yu frowned. 4438. Do you have any talismans or medicines to hide my presence and scent? Based on the host situation, I recommend concealment talismans and cleansing talismans. Both can be purchased for only 119. As she spoke, Lin Yu had 2 more talismans in her hand. In the next moment, the once raging wild boar seemed to lose its direction and wandered aimlessly for a while before turning back. This time, it targeted old Zhu. This versatile beast medicine was quite effective, excellent for destroying evidence and covering tracks. Thinking of those who had their throats cut, Lin Yu quickly descended from the tree. After finding a few of them, she sprinkled the beast medicine on their bodies. After just setting out, I immediately faced a pair of bright red eyes, with sharp fangs gleaming coldly in the darkness. My heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, I stored the wild boar in my space and ran downhill. The cold wind howled. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and suddenly realized that the bloodstains on my hands had disappeared. Looking at my face and body, I found everything was now clean as before. Clean now, the cleansing charm can clear everything, 4438 said proudly, as if it had a tail, it would be wagging high. Well done. Holding back the nausea that kept rising, I drank a sip of spiritual spring water to calm myself. Wiping the water from the corner of my eye, I looked at the gradually brightening sky and hurried toward the Lin family's house. Just as I was about to leave the mountain, I heard rustling footsteps. I paused and hid behind a tree. Host, you have a concealment charm on you. No one can see you. I almost forgot about that. I felt a little relieved and looked toward the sound. It was Lin Baozhen. What is she doing in the mountain at this hour? Thinking about her incredible luck in my previous life, I decided to follow her without hesitation. She moved smoothly along the path, and during her journey, she had already picked up 2 chickens and 3 wild rabbits. Meanwhile, I either stepped on empty ground or was hit in the face by thorny branches. I wanted to take some opportunities, so I quickened my pace and got ahead of her. But on the same path, I found nothing. While she was gathering a lot, she even dug up a fat ginseng root beside a nearly trampled trail. This is really strange. 4438, can I snatch it? I looked at it with envy. Anything Lin Baozhen wanted, I was willing to fight for, no matter what. Yes, but it costs 88 points each time, and the distance must be within 1 meter. If I could snatch it, that would be easy. I picked up a suitable stone from the ground, ready to make my move. But I saw Lin Baozhen squatting down, biting her finger, then pressing heavily on the ground. I didn't know what she was up to, but soon I understood. Wild animals from the mountain were flocking toward her. There were mountain pheasants, wild rabbits, ducks, egrets, foxes, wild boars. They all seemed to obey her commands blindly. Upon closer look, I noticed their eyes were vacant. No wonder. Whenever Lin Baozhen entered the mountain, she never went home empty-handed. There are enough wild animals around. Lin Baozhen puts her bleeding finger in her mouth. Lin Yu takes the opportunity to step forward, presses down on Lin Baozhen's head, and forcefully strikes her against a stone on the ground. Just as she is about to hit her, the attack suddenly shifts course. Lin Baozhen's head hits the ground and she faints. 4438, now's the time. All the wild animals around are pulled into the space, along with the fat ginseng that Lin Baozhen dug up. Harvest points 1,000, harvest points 1,000, harvest points 20,000. Old Zhu 3 is dead, harvest points 30,000, so many? That's 3 times what her parent had. It seems that the way to get harvest points besides just harvesting is also to change the story of this book. This is like completely overturning everything, even to the point of killing the enemy. Lin Yu's eyes flicker slightly. She walks straight to the unconscious Lin Baozhen, pulls out a dagger, and aims it at her neck. Before she can strike, a tree suddenly blocks her waist and crashes down toward her. Just like when she was reborn, her body is restrained by an invisible force. Maybe because Lin Yu now has strength pills and spiritual springs blessing her, she manages to break free at the last moment, rolling away. The spot where the tree falls is exactly where she was standing. The trunk is firmly pressed between 2 trees, forming a protective barrier over the unconscious Lin Baozhen below. This confirms Lin Yu's suspicion. She is not powerless against Lin Baozhen. She just needs to plan carefully. She puts away the dagger. Seeing the blood beads on Lin Baozhen's forehead and recalling how she used her blood to attract wild animals, Lin Yu takes out a cloth from her space and presses it against her forehead. Seeing her furrow her brows in pain, Lin Yu quickly puts the cloth away. At the same time, the wild animals attracted by Lin Baozhen's blood arrive. 4438. Gather, gather, gather. As soon as a large amount of harvest points are credited, Lin Yu uses them without hesitation, until the ground trembles and the wild boar herd appears. Wow, is the heroine's blood really that strong? Host, stop the bleeding quickly, for 1438 looks visibly panicked. Lin Yu quickly smears mud on her hand and presses it on Lin Baozhen's forehead. Then she walks briskly toward the wild boar herd. These are all valuable treasures. With a concealment talisman, Lin Yu feels confident. She touches her space, concentrates, and immediately pulls the wild boars into her space. 1, 2, 3. Until a wild boar with sharp tusks charged at her, Linyu quickly called out to 4438, "Help me, quickly." Only after all the wild boars were safely stored in her space did Linyu feel exhausted and sit on the ground. Looking at the bloodstains on her hand, a puzzled look appeared in her eyes. She reached to take out her concealment and cleaning charms, but only touched a layer of dust. 4438, you useless thing. Host, listen to my explanation. No, my defense. Below, Lin Baozhen slowly woke up. Thinking about the 2 wild boars she had previously stored in her space, Lin Yu smirked maliciously. After buying the concealment and cleaning charms, she released the 2 wild boars that had gone mad. External forces were involved, but they had nothing to do with her. Feeling accomplished, Lin Yu used the concealment charm to quietly return to the Lin family. As soon as she touched her pillow, she fell asleep. Ugh, it hurts so much. When Lin Baozhen woke up, her forehead was dull and painful. She instinctively reached to touch it, but only felt mud. Realizing something was wrong, she quickly looked around but found nothing nearby, no sign of her basket either. Where was her prey? Who could have taken her prey? First, anger rose in her heart, then panic followed. She had told no one that her blood could attract wild animals. If the person who stole her prey made a fuss, what should she do? Confused and anxious, Lin Baozhen hurriedly got up and, in her anger and shame, kicked a nearby tree hard. At that moment, sounds came from uphill. 2 wild boars charged at her with sharp tusks. If they pierced her, she wouldn't survive or would be badly hurt. Her legs went weak, and she screamed as she backed away. Fear widened her pupils. Just when she thought she was doomed, a tree trunk above her fell and just caught the tusks. Surrounded by trees, with long trunks, the wild boars were trapped in the middle, unable to move forward or backward. Seeing this, Lin Baozhen let out a deep breath of relief. She knew that no matter what happened, things could always turn around. "Baozhen, my dear Baozhen, where are you?" "Mother, I'm here." Lin Baozhen stood up and waved to Fong Xuehua. Fong Xuehua immediately ran over, overjoyed when she saw the 2 large wild boars weighing hundreds of jin. "My Baozhen is so amazing." She caught a live wild boar. The villagers behind her saw this and felt a mix of emotions they couldn't quite describe. Why is Lin Baozhen always so lucky? She never goes into the mountains empty-handed. After the big commotion in the mountains, I thought a dragon had awakened. Turns out a wild boar escaped. These 2 wild boars must weigh around 500 or 600 jin. Upon hearing this, the villagers' minds stirred, and they eagerly moved forward. With many people, they managed to pull the 2 large wild boars down the mountain, tying them up tightly. Lin Yu slept until the afternoon. When she woke up, she still felt tired and sluggish. Harvest value has exceeded 100,000, reaching the level-up requirement. Would you like to upgrade? Suddenly, a level-up interface appeared before her. Remembering the benefits mentioned by 4438, Lin Yu nodded without hesitation. As she looked at the level-up progress on the panel, she stretched lazily and glanced at the harvest value. 32,879. Why was 1,000 missing? Lin Yu thought she was seeing things. She leaned closer and saw that it was indeed only over 30,000. 4438, explain to me, where did my missing 100,000 harvest points go? Host, system upgrades require energy support. Then why wasn't any deducted during the initial upgrade? That was a long-term plan to attract bigger gains. The main system doesn't care about those few harvest points. For 1438's many tendrils seemed guilty. Lin Yu shot at a cold look and then checked her unread system notifications. Most of them were earnings from hunting wild animals with Lin Baozhen, 45 messages in total. The rest mainly involved earnings from Lin Yujin, Zhu Laosan, and the 10,000 harvest points gained after seizing ginseng. As she scrolled, she saw a notification deducting 5,000 harvest points. The only time that matched was when she transformed her dagger into a shield to fight Zhu Laosan. Her eyelids slightly narrowed. Lin Yu carefully reviewed the deductions in the system notifications. She didn't know everything, but 4438 seemed harmless on the surface, hiding many secrets. The dagger she bought at a high price. Each transformation costs 5,000 harvest points and lasts only half an hour. The recommended concealment and cleaning charms cost 49 points each, but she bought a pack for 119 points. 4438 was quite sneaky about the harvest points. Lin Yu's face turned cold. 4438, if you're not truly cooperating, you can unbind now. She could tolerate losing a few thousand or 10,000 harvest points, but she couldn't stand being fooled like a fool. Since her rebirth, she has known that the road ahead will be long and difficult. If this troublesome system cannot be a help, she would rather not have it. No, for 1438's face, which had shown guilt, suddenly turned to panic, no longer just surface level. These days, she has been living with 4438. It has created the image of a silly, pleasure-seeking fool who makes mistakes and then charms her way out of trouble. Next time, it dares to do it again. Lin Yu clearly understands that 4438's goal is to extract as much value from her as possible, by any means. She respects the system's purpose, knowing everyone has their difficulties, but she cannot tolerate it. Not allowed? Do you have a choice? Lin Yu clicked on the panel, touching a bump in the lower right corner. As soon as she touched it, the settings menu appeared. At the bottom, there was an option to unbind. Host, unbinding is not good for you. 4438, no longer pretending, said calmly and confidently. This is its true nature. Indeed, but compared to what I gain, your reliance on me is even greater, isn't it? Knowing this, you still try to fool me like a fool. That look is really ugly. Lin Yu sat up from the bed. 4438 flew in front of her. You didn't unbind immediately, because you didn't want to. We are working together. This time, it's official. Too late. Now, I am the one in control, and you can only obey me, Lin Yu said coldly, giving 4438 a sharp look. Its trembling antennae betrayed its feelings. Host, destroying ourselves and ending in mutual destruction is not what we want, 4438 said coldly. Lin Yu lowered her eyes, confronting it. Feel free to try. Let's see if I can't live without you, or if you need to depend on me. She needs a partner she can trust with her back exposed, not a traitor who might stab her at any moment. Without the system, she still has the space spring. As long as she stores water and supplies, she can survive a famine. She hasn't unbound it because, first, the system can add value, and second, she still relies on it to monitor Lin Baojun and the unknown enemy's movements. After all, she can't tell her family everything, nor can she cut off the threat at its source. She can't handle everything alone. Everyone knew who was stronger. There was no need to hide it. 4438 did not delay and spoke directly. It was my mistake to hide things from you. There will be no more secrets. I promise I will tell you everything from now on. Then, do you still stand by your previous promise about my points? Watch your performance, Lin Yu replied with a smile. The tendrils on 4438's forehead drooped, and its whole body looked visibly exhausted. After leaving the house, Lin Yu washed her face with cold water, which made her shiver. She wiped off the water and heard distant pig calls. Thinking of the 2 wild pigs she released that had gone mad, Lin Yu ran outside quickly. Not far ahead, she saw a clearing filled with people. Such useless men, 7 or 8 of them can't hold down 1 wild pig. The pig ran away. Hurry, jump on it, and hold it down. Even with a knife in its neck, the pig still managed to escape. This is terrible. Look at all this blood. What a pity. Hearing the villagers chatter, Lin Yu pushed her way through and saw the mad pig being held firmly on the ground. Blood was spurting from its neck, splattering everywhere. The pig was tightly restrained. Zhu the butcher, covered in blood, raised his knife and stabbed the pig's neck several times. The pig stopped moving. The people holding it finally relaxed and sat down heavily. This pig is really hard to hold. Hey, why are its eyes so red? Could it be rabies? Rabies can't be eaten. Stop talking nonsense. Its eyes are red because of blood. Just look at it. Everyone, be careful. Don't buy sick pigs by mistake and suffer later. Lu Laopa, I think you're just jealous because my family caught a wild pig. You can't get it, so you're just sour. As the two were about to fight, Lin Yuzhen stepped in to mediate. Zhu the butcher, you kill a lot of pigs. Tell me, what's wrong with my family's wild pig? It's because it ate the Mao Tua grass that it went mad. People who eat it are fine, Zhu the butcher explained, and the villagers' worries eased. After killing the 2 wild pigs, Zhu the butcher asked for 1.5 pigs. Because it was mad, he lowered the price. The market price was 20 coins, but Zhu only agreed to 15 coins per gene because he personally slaughtered the pig. Lin Yuzhen felt very upset, but around him, Zhu Tufu and Lin Xianping were busy slaughtering pigs. The pigs had already been killed, and they still had to rely on Zhu Tufu. He could only accept this unfair situation quietly. He sold the remaining half pig to a villager for 18 coins per gene. Although wild pig meat doesn't taste as good as farm pig meat, it was still meat. Since they were fellow villagers, Lin Yuzhen was willing to sell it kindly. When the price was announced, the villagers nearby also became interested. Those who bought first could choose better parts. Once one person made a move, others quickly followed. Traveling to the town was time-consuming and tiring, so buying some wild pig meat to satisfy their cravings was a good idea. About 100 pounds of meat from half a pig, with dozens of households in the village each buying a pound or 2, quickly sold 3/4 of it. The remaining meat couldn't be sold, so Fong Xuehua led Lin Yuan and Lin Yukai to carry the wild pig meat home. Seeing only the pig's head and offal left, the villagers helping out looked very angry. Just as they were about to leave, Fong Xuehua scolded loudly. Are you all crazy? Stealing my offal too? Fong Xuehua. If it weren't for their help, relying only on Zhu Tufu, could those 2 wild pigs have been killed? You're good. They helped, and you don't even want to give a few pounds of pork. Now you're stealing the offal too?
I didn't ask them to help.
They did it willingly. What does it have to do with me? The pig's head and offal belong to my family.
No one is allowed to take them.
Very well. Fong Xuehua, known for her loud voice, clearly didn't believe Lin Yuzhen hadn't heard her. He remained silent, which was taken as silent agreement. The few villagers holding them back smelled strongly of sweat and dirt. They glared fiercely at Lin Yogen's house before turning away angrily. It was truly their own fault for overstepping. From the start, this family never asked for help. They never promised anything, so naturally, they gained nothing. They could only accept their bad luck. Normally, villagers would bring some pork or offal when helping out, but people like Lin Yuzhen and Fong Xuehua, who refused to give anything, were just shameless. They were extremely stingy. Watching this farce, Yulin's mouth almost stretched to her ears. Let them make a fuss. The more intense and fierce, the better. It seemed that the 180 taels taken by Lin Yuzhen had caused Fong Xuehua and Lin Yuzhen to bleed heavily. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so shameless. Fong Xuehua's actions clearly cut off any future help from others. When they need help again, no one in the village will dare to step forward. Lin Baozhen subconsciously felt something was wrong. She left the house to ask, but Fong Xuehua came in carrying medicine. Mom, what happened outside? Why is it so noisy? Didn't we invite Zhu the butcher to come and slaughter the pig? Some people just want to take advantage of us. Pork costs over 20 cents a gene in town, and they just open their mouths to ask for some. They think they're so clever, Fong Xuehua handed the medicine to Lin Baozhen and looked at her with concern. Make sure you don't leave a scar. Lin Baozhen was used to Fong Xuehua's attitude and words, so she didn't take it seriously. Plus, she was feeling very dizzy. After drinking the medicine, she lay down again. She was a bit restless, but under the medicine's effect, she drifted into a hazy sleep. After watching the play, Lin Yu leisurely returned home. With the nourishing spiritual spring, Shen Yan and Lin Xian's health recovered well. To create the impression that Lin Yuzhen was harmed by others, Lin Xian and Shen Yan pretended to be resting at home. But in fact, they were taking care of the children. The couple was almost overwhelmed, especially after the big commotion earlier. As soon as Lin Yu stepped inside, the door of their house opened, and 4 heads peeked out. 2 adults and 2 children. What happened? Resting after childbirth, stay inside. This time, my confinement went much better than last time. I've been carefully taking care of myself every day, feeling very comfortable. Shunyan replied, though she moved inside obediently. Lin Yu told them about the chaos at Lin Yogen's house. Lin Xian looked full of schadenfreude. That pig-slaughtering knife didn't kill him. The Lin Yugen family is probably doomed. That sounds pretty scary. Remember a few years ago in Chongning village when they slaughtered a pig? They shaved the hair, drained the blood, and still managed to run away. Before the Lantern Festival was over, the old man there fell down. It really might come true. If it does, it's heaven's will. Shunyan hated Lin Yogen's family deeply. She remembered all those grudges. Lin Yu listened quietly, a dark glint flashing in her eyes. She would make sure this family's misfortunes come true one by one. Suddenly, her stomach growled loudly. Lin Xian looked up at Shunyan, who had a red face. Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. Lin Xian put down the small child with squinting eyes, then ran quickly to the kitchen. He was familiar with cooking, took out an egg, and boiled it with brown sugar and rice wine. Lin Yu also received a bowl. Watching the rice wine shake as she stirred it, Lin Yu blew on it to cool, then took a sip. The sweet taste filled her mouth, and she smiled happily, finishing it all. This bowl of fermented rice made her feel hungry. Thinking about the wild pig meat Lin Yugen sold today, she suddenly had an idea. A wild pig appeared out of nowhere. When Lin Xuanhe returned, he bumped right into the wild pig. Their eyes met. Lin Xuanhe let out a loud shout and ran away, but he tripped over the doorstep because his legs were weak and fell flat on his stomach. Lin Yu showed a shy but polite smile. Dad, are you okay? What do you think, Lin Yu? Lin Xuanhe raised his voice and firmly pinched her earlobe.
Ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
Dad, that hurts. You little tiger girl, do you think you can just let it out whenever you want? Do you understand the danger of showing off your treasures? What if someone sees? What will you do? Lin Xuanhe got angrier the more he thought about it and didn't hold back. Lin Yu felt that if she delayed any longer, her ear would be pulled off. Dad, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Lin Xuanhe loosened his grip, and Lin Yu took the chance to slip out of his hand. She then leaned in front of him and said, Dad, today many people are eating meat. Let's fry some meat too. Talking about eating meat, Lin Xuanhe swallowed hard. Are you going to perform a live pig slaughter? Dad, Lin Yu crossed her arms, looking like a boiling kettle. You go boil some water. I'll handle the rest. Lin Yu turned and went into the kitchen. She took out her brother-in-law's pig slaughtering knife. Lin Xuanhe was filling a basin with water and sharpening the knife. Lin Yu found a basin and a bucket. Since the space was controlled by her mind, maybe she could also slaughter the pig here. The pig slaughtering knife was sharpened until it shone. Lin Yu stored it in her space and precisely stabbed it into the pig's neck. Because the space was still, the pig's blood didn't spray out. Instead, it was collected into the bucket with Lin Yu's thoughts. After collecting the pig's blood, Lin Yu poured hot water over the wild pig and used the knife to scrape off the pig hair little by little. It wasn't very difficult, but she felt a bit tired. After removing the pig hair, Lin Yu cut open the pig's belly and took out about 5 gene of pork belly and some pig fat. Lin Xuanhe watched as the pork belly and pig fat appeared out of nowhere, his eyes shining. Tonight, we'll have stir-fried sour beans with pork cracklings, spicy pepper stir-fried meat, shepherd's purse dumplings, and dried cabbage soup. The shepherd's purse was collected by Lin Yi and Lin Mo earlier in the morning. She had planned to ask someone to buy some meat in town tomorrow, but now it was all arranged in advance. There is a big carrot hanging, and Lin Xian works quickly. First, he cuts pork fat into pieces to make lard, then slices pork belly thinly. He sets aside some meat to chop into small pieces, then pounds it into a paste, puts it in a bowl, and cracks an egg into the middle. He then steams it. This is for Shunyan. Lin Yu washes wild chives with water. Someone is frying meat. It smells so good. Why is there meat again? What day is it today? Everyone is so indulgent. Mom, I know. Goa's little sister got 2 wild boars. Grandma Goe bought 5 gene of wild pork. Goa is Lin Eugene's youngest son. Lin Hong keeps swallowing hard as he talks. Thinking about his disagreement with Fong Tsuehua, Li Xiuji's face darkens. Tomorrow, I'll ask Uncle Li to buy 2 jin of pork. We'll make chive dumplings. Yay! Lin Hong, Lin Jin, Lin Yi, Lin Mo, and Huan cheer happily. Su Xiaoya and Ping Su also smile as they look at each other. Hey? Who's making lard? That's us. Lin Jin and Lin Hong exchange a look and run home. They reach the kitchen and see Lin Xian and Lin Xiao scooping pork fat from the pot. Third uncle. The 2 kids speak at the same time, eyes wide and eager. Lin Xian carefully gives each a big piece of pork fat. The fat bursts in their mouths. Lin Jin and Lin Hong's eyes shine brighter as they eat, savoring the flavor, chewing less to enjoy it longer. Such manners, Lin Xian doesn't show favoritism. After feeding each a piece, he calls his wife and sister-in-law to help make chive dumplings. Lin Yu has already washed the chives, chopped and minced the pork, and mixed everything with seasoning. The only seasonings at home are salt and pickled vegetable water. Lin Yu worries about mistakes, so she adds a few drops of spring water into the meat and pork. After finishing, she joins the others making chive dumplings. Once the filling is ready, they start making the dough. Li Xiuji uses buckwheat flour and white flour, adding more of one than the other. She seasons with salt, then gradually adds water, kneading the dough little by little. Kneading the dough is done by the stronger Lin Xianping, who kneads vigorously to make the dough elastic. After kneading, she divides the dough into small pieces. Lin Xianping rolls out the wrappers and Li Xiuji, Su Xiaoya, and Ping Su fill and seal the dumplings. Lin Yu, Lin Yi, Lin Mo, and others watch from behind. In just a moment, the thin dumpling wrappers turn into round, plump dumplings. The more they look, the more tempting they become. Especially in the kitchen, the aroma of spicy stir-fried pork with chili overflowed. Even though tears and runny nose came from the spiciness, she took deep breaths, trying to savor the meat scent as much as possible. The dishes were cooked, and the shepherd's purse dumplings were also wrapped. One by one, they were thrown into boiling water. When all the dumplings floated to the surface, they were ready. Without needing the adults to say anything, Lin Jin and Lin Hong eagerly took out bowls and chopsticks, waiting for Li Xiuji to serve the dumplings. Ignoring their eager nephews and nieces, Lin Xian and others politely pushed them aside and brought the dumplings and steamed eggs to Xinyan. Lin Yu received the most dumplings, and her bowl was overflowing. Looking at the plump, round dumplings, Lin Yu eagerly picked one and popped it into her mouth. It was fragrant, tender, and mixed with a strong shepherd's purse flavor, so delicious she almost wanted to swallow her tongue. Wow, so tasty. Uncle Three's shepherd's purse dumplings are just too good. Wow, spicy stir-fried pork is also very delicious. Eat more if you like. Lin Xian and came out of his room and heard his nephew and niece praising the food. He knew what wild boar meat tasted like. Until he tasted his first bite of shepherd's purse dumpling and spicy stir-fried pork, his eyes became clear. No wonder his mother and sister-in-law said nothing, just ate with a focused look. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Lin Xian, and looked proudly at Lin Yu. Hey, his girl. Uncle Three, you're eating too fast. Uncle Three, why are you grabbing meat from my bowl? That's the last piece. Little uncle, come join us.
Ah.
Mom, look at them. I think you're just itching to chase after each other. They chased and played happily, lively and bustling. After dinner, the whole family rubbed their round bellies, all looking satisfied. It would be great if they could eat shepherd's purse dumplings every day. I would have no regrets in life. Wow, 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 they still knew how to say life was worth living. When will your dad come back, so he can check your homework? Uncle Three, you're naughty. Lin Yu smiled softly, looking at the dark sky, her eyes shining like stars. It will happen sooner or later. Lin Yu was awakened by 4438. When she opened her eyes, she felt a moment of confusion. Knock, knock, knock. Upgrade complete, new features. Midnight flash sale and farming section. Lin Yu clicked on the panel and a midnight flash sale interface appeared before her. 10 disposable diapers flash sale price. 99 limited time. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. What are diapers? Linyu looked confused. 4438 explained proactively. They're like diapers, but these are single-use items, not reusable. I suggest the host buy them without hesitation. Currently, the store doesn't sell diapers, so getting them is a good deal. While reading the details, Linyu saw that one pack has 26 pieces. At this price for 10 packs, it's definitely worth buying. In the last 3 seconds of the countdown, Linyu purchased the diapers. As the points deduction occurred, Linyu's bed was filled with diapers. They are soft to the touch, completely different from traditional diapers. 4438 flew over with tiny wings and said, "Host, with diapers, you won't have to wake up at night to change them." Just then, the 2 little ones outside started crying like kittens, sounding very pitiful. Linyu got up from the bed, holding a pack of diapers. The rest were stored away, and she went out to the room where Xin Yan and Lin Xian were. "Did I wake you?" Lin Xian opened the door. Linyu squeezed inside. Under the dim yellow light, Xin Yan was cleaning the baby's bottoms. "Remember to keep the diapers clean to prevent red bottoms," 4438 added smoothly. Linyu took out a diaper, unfolded it, and put it on Lin Qing, who had just been cleaned. Lin Qing is the name of the twin sister, and her brother is Lin Yan. "Just like regular diapers, but I can sleep well tonight with this." Lin Qing and Lin Yan are not fussy. As long as they eat well and drink enough, they sleep through the night peacefully. Afterward, Linyu put another diaper on Lin Yan, then handed the used one to Lin Xian, who looked clumsy and curious. She then gave the remaining diapers to Xin Yan before leaving calmly. Xin Yan and Lin Xian stared at each other in surprise. "This fabric feels pretty good, soft to the touch, and it smells nice." Back in the room, Linyu lay down. Her mind was clear, but she was a bit restless after being woken up. Just then, the system upgraded. She checked the panel, and the flash sale automatically popped up at midnight. A new feature called farming was added. With a tap of her finger, Linyu saw the farming section. The farming section is divided into 2 smaller categories, planting and machinery. The planting part can be clicked on, but the machinery section is grayed out. Machinery can be used normally after upgrading. The next upgrade requires 50,000 points. Speaking of earning points, 4,438 feels a bit overwhelmed. If only the host had a better mind from the start, it wouldn't have to play tricks. Now, points are hard to come by, so she can only pass the time with free activities. Linyu rolled her eyes at 4438. 50,000 points? That's just a silly dream. She continued to look around and saw rice seeds, limited to 1 gene per purchase, but each acre yields thousands of gene. Suddenly, her sleepiness vanished, and she only looked at the price, 399 points. She currently had less than 399 points, having just bought diapers, leaving her with only a little over 200. Host, don't be discouraged. Points are tricky, but once used up, we can earn more. It's easy for you to say. Are you earning points? I am. Linyu angrily poked 4438, which took it firmly. Then it curled up on her head. But, host, that's hybrid rice. If promoted, wouldn't we have enough points? With rice, she needs to plant, grow, transplant, and harvest. Each step involves many hands, and even earning a little each time adds up. Linyu understood 4,438's point, but she couldn't take that step now, as she was barely managing herself. She needed to buy rice, but first, she had to earn points. What does limited purchase mean? Your level isn't high enough, host. You need to upgrade to buy more seeds. This is sweet potato, drought-resistant and high-yielding. This is potato, filling and large, and this is corn. 4438 introduced many crops, all of which weren't available in her current era. Each seed type was limited to 1 gene per purchase, and the prices weren't cheap. She had thought about not upgrading to save money, but now she saw that if she had the chance, she should level up. The higher her level, the more good things she could buy. She closed the panel and entered her space. She saw a wild boar that had been cut open and was trembling. She almost forgot about this matter. She began to tidy up, but halfway through, Linyu felt something was wrong. After looking around several times, she finally realized. Where were the pig hair and dirty water she had piled up earlier? She looked left and right and finally understood that her space not only automatically cleaned dirt but also had smart deodorizing functions. She heard about this smart feature from 4438. With this, even if she was fleeing in hard times, she could hide her true situation and develop secretly. I tidied up the wild boar and set it aside. Lin Yu checked the game she caught from Lin Baozhen. I have to say, Lin Baozhen is quite authoritative. Her space contains 10 mountain chickens, 15 wild rabbits, 6 wild ducks, 3 white herons, 2 foxes, and 8 wild boars. Including the one she killed, that makes 45 animals in total. 2 furious wild boars exchanged for 45 animals. She really made a good deal. By dawn, she planned to find a way to sell all these animals. The fox's pelts are smooth and soft, without any strong smell, so they should fetch a good price, probably a few dozen taels. After working hard, Lin Yu was indeed tired. She closed her eyes and fell asleep, unaware that her body had entered the wooden house in the space, along with 4,438 curled up on her head. Suddenly, the scene in front of her changed. 4438 looked dazed, until it looked down at its small hand like a lotus root segment. Before it could get excited, it was kicked out mercilessly. 4,438. It seems that in the future, it needs to work diligently to win the host's heart. It will work hard for a better, relaxed life, laziness, retirement. Before dawn, Lin Yu woke up. She was about to get out of bed, but immediately realized something was wrong. Thinking quickly, she returned to her small bed. Outside, it was still dark. So, where had she just been sleeping? In the next moment, Lin Yu was back in the bed where she had slept all night. Feeling that familiar sense of control, Lin Yu gradually realized she had entered the wooden house in the space. Previously, she had only entered the space with her mind. She hadn't paid attention to the wooden house. Careful inspection revealed that this wooden house was a replica of the place where the old Lin family lived outside. Except for the absence of chickens and ducks, even the large water tank was there. Thinking of the water tank, Lin Yu's eyes flickered. She wanted to walk out through the main door, but found an invisible barrier blocking her way. It seemed her body could only enter the wooden house, but her mind could only control things outside. With a thought, the processed wild boar meat suddenly appeared. Lin Yu reached out and caught it, placing it on the bamboo table in the yard. Clearly, her body can come inside the wooden house, but she cannot control things with her mind here. There are pros and cons to both. Since she had important things to do early in the morning, Lin Yu didn't delay. After leaving the space, she got up from the bed. When leaving the house, she just happened to meet Lin Xianping, who was already fetching water. Xiuyu, why are you up so early? Don't you want to sleep a little longer? Little uncle, I need to go to Nanshan Town. When they arrived at Nanshan Town, Lin Yu and Lin Xianping went to old Qianwu's yard. She handed him 3 white herons, 2 foxes, and 2 wild boars. The herons and foxes were still alive, but the wild boars had been stabbed in the neck by Lin Yu, blood drained, and when taken out, they were still warm. Although she knew Lin Yu was capable, seeing the wild boars appear out of nowhere still startled him. He looked around carefully to make sure no one was watching before he relaxed. Leave these to me. Meanwhile, Lin Xianping was here. Lin Yu quickly turned and left, taking advantage of the early time to deal with the other wild animals in her space. Host, I recommend the disguise pill. You can change your clothes and appearance as you like. How long does it last? Lin Yu knew 4438's personality well, but this time, she was a bit surprised. There are limited time and permanent versions. The limited time one is a single-use item, costing 33 points, lasting half an hour. The permanent one costs 199 points and is a powerful tool for theft and mischief. 4438 didn't push her strongly, but simply laid out the pros and cons for her to choose. Compared to before, Lin Yu liked 4438's current attitude better. Considering she only had 23,000 points left, Lin Yu chose the conservative option, the limited time version, just in case. After swallowing the disguise pill, Lin Yu transformed into an ordinary tall man. She took out a wild chicken, a wild rabbit, and a wild duck, then headed toward the largest restaurant in Nanshan town. Halfway there, she was stopped by a woman dressed like a servant, leading a few others. "What are you carrying inside?" "Just caught from the mountains. Wild chicken, wild duck, and wild rabbit." "Don't tell me there's some bloody, dead things," the woman said, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, looking at Linyu with a critical eye. "Of course not. They're all still alive, not hurt. I used bamboo baskets, and they're jumping around happily." As she spoke, Linyu picked out a wild chicken. When she saw it squealing and trying to break free, she quickly stuffed it back into the basket. "You're not lying. How many do you have in total?" 10 wild chickens, 15 wild rabbits, and 6 wild ducks. 2 or 3 silver coins each." "I'll take them all." Linyu was very satisfied with this price. Based on market rates, a wild chicken costs about 20 to 30 coins, wild ducks about 30 to 40 coins, and wild rabbits around 50 coins, depending on the quality of their fur. The price of a few silver coins was already quite high. He was a wealthy man. If he went to a restaurant, the price would be even lower. After receiving the silver, Linyu handed the basket to the young servant. "If there are more wild animals later, send them to the back door of the Wang residence and just mention the housekeeper's name." "My cousin also hunted a wild boar unharmed. It was drugged with a sleeping potion." "Really? If you're lying, I won't believe you." The old woman's face lit up with a smile, and her eyes showed happiness. "My cousin is waiting for it. Soon, I'll have him send the wild boar over." "All right, have him deliver it to the back door of Lord Wang's house. Once they know your name, someone will come to find you." "Got it." Linyu happily left. After she was out of the old woman's sight, she changed her face again. She used her space to find a wild boar, tied it up tightly with a rope, and then carried it toward Lord Wang's residence. This time, she transformed into a tall, strong man with a full beard. When she appeared, everyone was amazed. Many followed her to Lord Wang's house. Before she could even give her name, a man who was called the butler of Wang came out. When he saw the wild boar lying on the ground, he nodded repeatedly, looking very pleased. He immediately asked the accountant to give her 30 taels of silver. The wild boar weighed about 400 jin, around 200 kilograms. At market price, it could sell for about 7 or 8 taels. But since the boar was still alive, 30 taels was a good profit for her. "Next time, bring good goods. You'll get your fair share." Seeing that the 3 or 4 young servants hadn't lifted the boar, Linyu, considering the 30 taels, lifted the boar herself and carried it into the residence. After leaving the residence, Linyu headed to a quiet place. With a quick move, she changed back to her original appearance and blended into the busy crowd. In her space, only 5 wild boars remained. Linyu didn't plan to deal with them anymore. Since her disguise pill still had time left, she began buying supplies in large amounts. Although there was some stock in Mi's place, Linyu didn't relax her guard. Rice was currently 6 won per jin, not yet risen to the later outrageous price of dozens of won. Brown rice was even cheaper, only 3 or 4 won. Linyu ordered rice, brown rice, millet, corn, green beans, soybeans, and black beans. She bought 10 share of rice and brown rice. 1 share equals 120 jin, spending 15 taels on the rest of the 2 share. She transported the goods in batches into her space. Then, she changed her appearance again, pretending to be a procurement woman, dressed similarly to the woman who previously bought game and rabbits. Prepared and ready, Linyu went to the largest fabric shop in Nanshan town. She ordered 30 bolts of linen, cotton, and hemp fabric for each season, 10 bolts of silk, and 20 thick and thin cotton quilts. Linen cost 200 coins per bolt, cotton 500 coins, silk 1 tael of silver, thick quilts 800 coins, thin quilts 300 coins each, totaling 69 taels. After leaving the fabric shop, Linyu went to the nearby clothing store. She focused on the dusty cotton clothes, and with her persuasive words, she lowered the price to 1 tael and 1 qian each. She bought 30 cotton clothes for a total of 33 taels. With this, only 15 minutes remained for the disguise potion. Linyu didn't delay and continued shopping. She bought water containers, bamboo tubes, straw shoes, cloth shoes, large water jars, baskets, clay pots, raincoats, straw hats, mats, and other items, doubling the quantities for her family. She also bought knives, hoes, shovels, nails, rakes, and a variety of kitchenware. In total, she spent 50 taels without realizing it. All these items were stored in her space. The time for the disguise potion was up, and Lin Yu returned to her original appearance. She sat in front of a wonton stall and started eating. The wontons had thin wrappers and large fillings, and they were quite tasty. While eating, Lin Yu counted her remaining money. She had borrowed 180 taels from old Third Ju, 10 taels from Baojin Lin, plus the 20 taels she had left earlier and the money from selling wild items. Before shopping, she had a total of 243 taels. After setting aside money for stockpiling, she still had 76 taels left. She finished the wontons and paid the bill, then glanced at the food street ahead. There were roasted chicken for 1 tael of silver, roasted duck for 3 chien, meat buns for a penny each, baked cakes for 2 for 3 pennies, and fried dough sticks and pastries, among other snacks. Lin Yu bought food from the street corner to the end, but then she was caught by Lin Xuanwu and Lin Xianping. Second uncle, little uncle. Lin Yu, carrying her things, cheerfully greeted the two. She faced Lin Xuanwu's dark, pot-like face and Lin Xianping, who was sweating and looking nervous. One big, one small, they followed behind Lin Xuanwu. Lin Yu had been busy since early morning. She couldn't fill herself with just one bowl of wontons, so she focused on the roasted chicken she was holding. She stored the purchased food in her space and handed the roasted chicken to Lin Xianping. Lured by the aroma for a long time, Lin Xianping hesitated for just a moment before eagerly taking and eating it. Lin Xuanwu. As a result, the two nephews and uncle were scolded for half an hour. After scolding Lin Yu, she became very discouraged and begged for forgiveness, pleading, "Second uncle, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time." "Better be so." Lin Xuanwu stopped, then took her to the storage room. To keep things secret, Lin Xuanwu used several tricks. The room was filled with piles of supplies. Experienced and wise, besides grains, there were also flour, buckwheat flour, glutinous rice flour, dried fish, dried shrimp, smoked fish, cured meats, sausages, healing ointments, cold medicine, detox pills, calming herbs, diuretic and nourishing medicines, red ointment, seeds of rice, wheat, cabbage, and greens, among others. There were many types, scattered all over the room. In Lin Xuanwu's hopeful eyes, Lin Yu stored everything into her space. Seeing this, Lin Xuanwu's eyes lit up. He took out some gold leaves and gold beads, saying, "These are exchanged with silver coins. Keep them as backup. Ancient treasures in times of peace, gold in troubled times. Always good to have." "Second uncle, do you still have enough silver?" "I have 70 taels here. I also have 50 taels," Lin Xianping said, selling 3 white herons and 2 foxes for 30 taels, and 2 wild boars for 20 taels. "I have money, no need for you young ones to give. Think about it, what else do we need? Pack mules." Fong Suihua gave us 30 taels of silver. Instead of being constantly worried about others, it's better to spend it wisely. Then let's buy a young ox so we can plow the fields in the future. Lin Xuanwu took Lin Yu and Lin Xianping to buy a mule, bought a cart for 13 taels, and used connections to buy a young ox for 3 taels. On the way, they saw a tired mother goat that had just given birth. Lin Yu had an idea. Seeing her interested, Lin Xuanwu spent 2 taels of silver to buy the goat. After buying the mule, ox, and goat, the 3 also bought fabric for new clothes, salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, leftover meat, large bones, and items for women like rouge, beads, hairpins, and brushes, and paper for Lin Jin and Lin Hong. The mule cart was filled. Lin Xuanwu had other matters to attend to, so he left first. Lin Yu and Lin Xianping sat on the mule cart heading toward the maple forest. "You girl, here's the remaining silver." Since buying the mule, Lin Xianping had paid, spending about 22 taels in total. "Little uncle, what are you giving me this for?" "This is the silver from selling wild boars, foxes, and white herons." "As your uncle, I shouldn't take money from my niece. This is your bonus, little uncle. Save it for when you get married. Your zodiac sign isn't even complete, and you're teasing your elders, little one." Lin Xian pretended to hit him, but Lin Yu looked at his reddened ear and smiled even more. I didn't know you, little uncle. We're so innocent. 4438 chuckled happily. Suddenly, it flew in front of Lin Yu, serious and focused. Host, something's wrong. Su Xiaoya and Lin Yi have been kidnapped. Little uncle, let's turn around. We're going to Xinghua village. Lin Yu's expression turned cold. She didn't expect that. Despite all her precautions, the Su family still managed to slip past her. Li Xiu looked at the wild boar meat that Yin Guixiang had forcefully stuffed into her hand, feeling upset and frustrated. She knew very well why Yin Guixiang brought the wild boar meat. It was because the third wife was giving birth, and she was the one who pulled Li Wengpo over. Although she meant well, she couldn't blame her entirely. But the third wife almost got into trouble, and Li Xiu was just taking her anger out. Since that incident, the two hadn't spoken a word to each other. Today, Yin Guixiang came to break the ice. Sighing heavily, Li Xiu didn't know what to do. She couldn't truly be indifferent. Those were 3 lives at stake. She couldn't go back either. She was too kind-hearted to cut ties completely, especially with a good old friend she had known for many years. She couldn't just end it like that. Li Xiu stood there, caught in a dilemma. Before she could decide, Yin Guixiang hurried back, panting heavily. Xiuzi, something's happened. I just heard Nayubadin say she saw your eldest sister-in-law's family rushing away with 2 big sacks. Quick, check if your eldest sister-in-law and Yi are at home. Hearing this, Li Xiu also panicked. She called out a few times, but couldn't get her eldest sister-in-law to answer. Instead, she called out Lin Xian and others. Mom, didn't you say the bamboo shoots and fern fronds in the mountains are ready? Shouldn't big sister-in-law and Yi go pick some? When did I say that? Oh no, this cursed family. Li Xiu slapped her thigh in frustration. She understood now. They had used her name to trick her eldest sister-in-law and Yi out of the house. Let's see if I can stop them, Xinyan said, wrapping herself tightly and getting up to leave the house. Lin Xian and others tried to stop her, but she pushed them back. Stay home and watch the kids. If you can't handle it, call for help. Third wife, you're not even out of your confinement period yet. Mom, I'm fine. I'll try not to get involved. The wild goose is eager to try, but don't delay. Saving people is the priority. Mother, go to the village and call people to big sister-in-law's house. They've already pushed to our doorstep. If we don't stand up for ourselves, they'll think our fallen forest is soft and easy to bully. Second sister-in-law, you should go to the town and find second brother. I'll send my son. He's quick, Yin Guixiang said hurriedly as she rushed home. Then I'll go ask my family for help. Chen Yan steadied herself, her face turning pale. Second sister-in-law, don't worry. Mother and I aren't here. Only Xian and I are left. Please take good care of things. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Lin Xianping had arrived at Xinghua village. Lin Yu put the items, calf, and Yu from the mule cart into her space. Little uncle, I'll go find auntie. You stay outside and draw attention. The bigger the fuss, the better. You girl. Lin Xianping tightly held Lin Yu's hand, worry clear on his face. Trust me, little uncle. His grip loosened, and Lin Yu jumped down from the mule cart. 4438. Give me a concealment charm. Lin Xianping didn't see Lin Yu, thinking she had hidden herself. He drove the mule cart toward Xinghua village. Stop right there. Who are you? Halt. Someone at the village entrance shouted as soon as they saw a stranger. Lin Xianping said nothing, ignoring the call, and charged forward. This sudden action drew the villagers' attention. Soon, people ran out from inside. Seeing the situation was dangerous, Lin Xianping changed direction and ran away. Outside Xinghua village, chaos was everywhere. Lin Yu took the opportunity to slip inside. In her past life, her great-aunt was beaten to death. The Su family didn't care. Her mother came alone to seek justice, but couldn't even enter the village. Not long after, due to drought, many people fled, and the matter was forgotten. It was only after her death that Lin Yu learned what really happened to her great-aunt from a storybook. Xinghua village has a prime location, suitable for growing medicinal herbs. Because of connections and channels for sales, it is one of the few wealthy villages in Nanshan town. Only Lin Yu knew that this was just a cover story. In reality, Xinghua village was involved in human trafficking to get rich. Most women in the village were stolen or forcibly taken. Those who were officially married often didn't want to, but were beaten or threatened. For the sake of their children and families, women usually endured silently. The man who traded with the Su family was named Li Rong. He had been interested in them since before Annie got married. At that time, the Su family demanded a high bride price, and Li Rong couldn't afford it. Now that he had money and news of Annie's sacrifice on the battlefield, he became interested again and contacted the Su family. They are all bad people, no good ones among them. In her past life, Annie was the same. On her first night in Xinghua village, Li Rong forced himself on her. They say that what you can't get always excites you, but once you have it, it's just okay. When the novelty wears off, a woman's life depends on a man's conscience. Li Rong had no conscience. Whenever he was unhappy, he would hit her. He used Su Xiaoya as a punching bag to vent his anger. Later, he thought she was too upright and rebellious, so he started to suppress her with words and hurt her physically. He sold her to the men in the village, from a few to everyone in the village. The physical and mental blows shattered Su Xiaoya's backbone, turning her into a walking corpse. Thinking of this, Lin Yu bit her lower lip, tasting the salty iron-like taste. What made her angrier was that, despite her suffering, the story said she deserved it. Because the Lin family and Lin Baoshan didn't get along. 4438. Does the marketplace have anything that can trigger malicious feelings? Yes, 4438 replied, bringing out an item. 10 crimes. It amplifies malicious intent. It costs 99 points, shaped like a pill. When broken, the powder disperses, and inhaling it into the abdomen works. Lin Yu quickly took it, pressing her fingertips against the bottle's mouth. As she passed by a room, she heard some noise. Dead ghost, come quickly. We've been waiting for you so long. I feel like my heart is breaking.
Slut.
A loud gasp came, and Lin Yu silently slipped inside. She saw the two people openly indulging in lust, and decisively took out a wooden stick, smashing it down hard. Dead ghost, why don't you move? Maybe you can't do it? The woman teased, feeling as if the man pressing on her was 1,000 pounds heavy, making it hard to breathe. Her body grew more uncomfortable. She wanted to push him away, but suddenly realized something was wrong. The man had fainted.
Who is it?
Only the two of them were in the room. If something happened, she would be finished. Although everyone in Xinghua village was corrupt, tolerance was mostly for men. If a woman did the same and was caught, she would be thrown into a pig cage. Fong Fun didn't want to risk her life. She struggled hard to break free, gasping for breath. Just as she was about to rest, she felt a sharp pain in her neck and suddenly lost consciousness. People are often harsh to women. The eldest aunt had already entered Xinghua village. If Li Rong refused to let go, it would be a big problem. Since that was the case, she decided to solve the problem from the source. She put the person into her space. Guided by the 4438 system, Lin Yu quickly found Li Rong's house. Stay away from me. If you dare to touch me, I will die to show you, Su Xiaoya shouted angrily. Her voice cracked from her emotional outburst. Li Rong stood opposite Su Xiaoya, shamelessly looking her up and down. A wave of desire rose in his heart. Compared to over 10 years ago, she had gained some charm. All he could think about was making her his. If you die, what about your daughter? Are you willing to leave her behind? Li Rong teased Su Xiaoya like a cat playing with a mouse. Don't you know? If you die, Su Fugui will send your daughter over. If he can't get you, getting your daughter is the same, he said. You're still thinking about Lin Xianwen, that dead man? He's long gone, dead and buried, Li Rong sneered. No, he's not dead, Su Xiaoya said. As long as she hadn't seen his body, she believed he was still alive. Su Xiaoya was angered. Li Rong seized her fleeting moment of confusion and snatched the knife from her neck. Bright red blood dripped down her neck, like a blooming poppy, making him fascinated. Li Rong couldn't hold back anymore. He threw himself on Su Xiaoya, greedily devouring her. Despite her protests, the physical strength difference between men and women was natural. She was tightly restrained and couldn't move. In her despair, she suddenly felt a lightness on her body. Li Rong, who was on top of her, was pulled away. "Who dares to disturb my good time?" Li Rong roared in anger. Before he could turn around, he collapsed to the ground like a dead dog. "Ayu." Su Xiaoya's voice trembled with relief after surviving. But she quickly realized her situation. "Run now," she said, adjusting her torn coat. She pushed Lin Yu to leave. She then picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground and approached the unconscious Li Rong. She hated Li Rong, and she hated her treacherous family members even more. "Old aunt, don't sacrifice yourself for a scoundrel," Lin Yu said, gripping Su Xiaoya's wrist. Shaking, he dropped the dagger. Tears streamed down Su Xiaoya's face. "Come with me. My uncle is waiting outside Xinghua village. Ayu, trust me." After placing a concealment charm on Su Xiaoya and pushing her outside to hide, Lin Yu entered the house again. Seeing Li Rong unconscious, Lin Yu wanted to break his neck directly, but she held back. That would be too easy on him. His crimes are so terrible that even slow torture wouldn't be enough. She bought another concealment charm, then took Fong Fan out of her space and roughly threw her onto Li Rong. She took out the 10 crimes, covered her nose and mouth, and shattered the pill. The powder spread out in the air. Watching the two people, even in unconsciousness, cling tightly and fight desperately, Lin Yu quickly retreated with Su Xiaoya. When they stepped outside, she saw Su Xiaoya walking with a limp. Worried that staying longer might attract others, Lin Yu carried Su Xiaoya on her back. With 4438 leading the way, they successfully left Xinghua village. A bird call suddenly broke the silence. Lin Xianping received the signal. Just a second ago, he was determined to rush into Xinghua village, but now he backed down. "Don't fight, don't fight. I won't go in." "You little brat, are you looking for trouble on purpose?" The man grabbed Lin Xuanping's collar and was about to hit him. Lin Xianping fell to the ground smoothly. "You hit me? So what? You're blocking the road. Did your village do something shameful? Clan Elder, something's wrong. There's trouble." The messenger was panting heavily. After receiving the elder's signal, he immediately leaned in close to his ear. The elder's face suddenly changed. Before he could speak, the man who had grabbed Lin Xuanping's shirt, with red eyes and wild hair, turned and ran like a mad bull. "Hurry, stop him." The people from Xinghua village, who had been gathered together, scattered like frightened birds and beasts. Lin Xianping took the opportunity to crawl up from the ground, jump onto a mule cart, and turn around to leave. The mule snorted and puffed, while Lin Xianping looked around and finally saw Lin Yu in the grass at the front road. Lin Yu was the first to climb up, placing the calf, ewe, and a bunch of things she had stored in her space into the mule cart, then helped Su Xiaoya climb aboard. When Lin Xianping saw Su Xiaoya's torn clothes and the purple marks on her neck, his worry turned into anger. "Who did this? I will kill him." It's said that the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. Lin Xianping respected Lin Xianwen deeply, and he felt the same about Su Xiaoya. Lin Yu grabbed Lin Xuanping's furious, bloodshot eyes. "Little uncle, let's go back first." In just a moment, Lin Xianping understood Lin Yu's meaning. Society is always harsh on women. Although Su Zhao's situation was caused by her family's scheme, when it comes to interests, people tend to blame others unfairly. At that time, it was truly hard to explain who was right. Now, the most important thing is to protect the eldest sister-in-law and prevent outsiders from spreading rumors. Driving the mule cart back to the maple forest, the cold wind slapped her face, and Lin Xuanping's thoughts became clearer. What a youth said earlier was proving to be true. This time it was the eldest sister-in-law. What about next time? The road was bumpy, and the mule cart jolted. Lin Yu steadied herself and, during a moment of searching for something, took out a bamboo tube from her space. Inside, she had stored spiritual spring water. "Elder sister-in-law, drink some water." Su Xiao was still scared and had dry lips. She instinctively licked her lips and took the water, drinking it all in one gulp. She immediately felt the soreness in her neck lessen and her body relax. She thought she was just too nervous and drank all the water from the bamboo tube. Seeing the scar on Su Zhao's neck disappear, Lin Yu pushed aside the young ox and Yu blocking her way and took out a piece of clothing. Elder sister-in-law, change into this quickly. Su Xiao tightly held the clothing Lin Yu handed her, her eyes turning red again. Yu, it's all my fault. If she had been more alert and taken Yu's words seriously, this wouldn't have happened. They planned this long ago. Even if it didn't work today, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Even tigers sometimes nap, so humans are bound to make mistakes. This also reminded Lin Yu, instead of waiting to be attacked, it's better to take the initiative.
Whose mule cart is this?
Isn't that Lin Lao Si? Oh, it really is. Lin Lao Si, did you buy this mule cart? That's a big move. You're quite generous. You just got 30 taels from Fong Suehua, and now you've bought a mule. Not only that, I also bought a young calf and a ewe. My niece said she wants to milk them for her younger siblings, Lin Xianping said happily, holding on to the mule and jumping down from the cart. When the cart stopped, Su Xiao and Lin Yu got out, each holding a young calf and a ewe. Usually, they heard the noise and ran out. Seeing Su Xiao, who was unharmed, their eyes welled up with tears. But she quickly calmed down and warmly greeted her, sister-in-law, did you help me buy shoes, cloth, and insoles? My two boys' feet are like iron blocks. No matter how good their shoes are, they are either torn or scratched. It makes me very worried. I bought the most durable shoes I could find, sure they will last for many years. The sisters-in-law talk back and forth, shouting as they carry the things they bought from the town into the house. Lin Hong and Lin Jean are lost and confused. Only Lin Imo looks worried, and she is pulled back into the yard as usual. Our Lin family is doing well with mules, calves, and sheep. We also bought lots of cotton and linen fabric in big pieces. Hearing this, the villagers watching are almost crying with envy. Such a lot of things. How much silver money did that cost? Li Xiuji doesn't seem to care, and just lets the younger ones do whatever they want. Fong Suehua already spent the 30 taels she gave. It's probably all gone. Just the mule and cart cost at least 10 taels, not to mention the calves, sheep, and all the other things. They planned to borrow money from others in a few days to deal with emergencies, but they spent it so quickly. Maybe they're just trying to keep others from borrowing. Wait, isn't the woman who just drove the mule and cart Lin Laoda's wife? Neo Mudan said she was taken away by her family, claiming she was arranged for a good marriage in Xinghua village, and the bride was about to go into the bridal chamber. Listen to her barking. Neo Mudan and Su Xiaoya don't get along, as everyone knows. Neo Mudan liked Lin Xianwen at first sight, and the matchmaker even came to visit, but Su Xiaoya snatched him away. Both married into the maple forest, and every time they meet, it's like a needle fight. Lao Da's wife has returned, but Li Xiuji took a group of people to Yejiping. It's a disaster. Lao Xilin, quickly bring your mother back. Neo Mudan is really causing trouble. At this moment, in Yejiping, Li Xiuji has arrived at the Su family's house with a group of people. The main door is shut tight, and everyone is hiding inside, afraid to make a sound. Mother, that old woman from the village came. What should we do? What can we do? Don't be afraid. Su Xiaoya was born from my belly. Lin Xianwen is dead. I want to find her a good marriage for her own good. This is better than her staying a widow in the old Lin family. Besides, it's probably already too late for anything now. It's a pity about this money-losing girl. The Su family doesn't want her. If they take her, at least the money for several men to marry wives will be covered, said Grandma Su regretfully. Outside, the door of the Su family was being knocked loudly. Old Madam Su, if you have the ability to kidnap my granddaughter, then come out. Keep pretending to be deaf and mute, but don't blame me for being rude. Inside, the house was still. Shun Yan pulled Li Xiuji behind her. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law looked at each other, and the group stepped back. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Shun Yan kicked down the wall outside the Su house. Dust flew everywhere, stones and dirt scattered on the ground, and the nearby mud house was half collapsed. Break it all, Li Xiuji ordered. Everyone grabbed whatever they could and rushed toward the Su house. They smashed pots, pans, water jars, tables, and chairs, anything they saw. The commotion was so loud that the Su family couldn't stay inside. They immediately ran out. Seeing the mess everywhere, old Madame Su was truly crying. My pots, my jars, my wall, Li Xiuji, you wicked woman. Old Madame Su's face twisted with rage. Before she could finish scolding, Li Xiuji, who had rushed forward, grabbed her hair and slapped her hard. I'll beat you, old hag. How dare you forcibly take my daughter-in-law and granddaughter? Do you think all the Lin family members are dead, old and useless? How dare you hit my mother? I'll kill you. Old Master Su raised his fist to hit Li Xiuji's head. Xin Yan, standing nearby, grabbed his hand and threw him to the ground. This action greatly intimidated the Su family. In an instant, only the sound of Li Xiuji slapping old Madame Su could be heard. What is going on here? The village officer arrived, following the sound. Li Xiuji released old Madame Su, still a bit eager. Village officer, please help me. Old Madame Su knelt on the ground, crying and wailing. When she looked up, she saw her face was swollen like a pig's head, and her eyes were so swollen they were barely open. Li Xiuji, this wicked woman, not only smashed my wall but also had people destroy my entire house. Old Madame Su cried, and the others in the family also started crying out loud. Village officer, I only fought back because old Madame Su kidnapped my eldest daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Is this true? The village officer looked at her with suspicion. Old Madame Su panicked, but when she remembered that Li Xiuji had no proof, she calmed down. Village officer, that's not true. Those are my own daughter and granddaughter. Just as she finished speaking, loud sobs came from inside the house. Li Xiuji's face suddenly changed. She was about to rush inside, but was stopped by the entire Su family. Chen Yan directly pushed her aside and stormed in. As the door slammed shut, Chen Yan saw Lin Yi, who was tied up and crying in the corner. He pulled off the cloth covering Lin Yi's mouth, and Lin Yi burst into tears, crying out, "Third aunt, they're animals. My mother was kidnapped and taken to Xinghua village. They said she would be married off once she arrived. They also said they would send me to the fool's house." Sob, sob, sob. Lin Yi cried uncontrollably. Li Xiuji, with a grim face, kicked Su Laodai hard. Is this what you call your own daughter and granddaughter? Lin Yi and Su Xiaoya are my family. Who are you to interfere in their marriage? Su Laodai spat out blood and looked full of hatred. Just because I am Su Xiaoya's biological mother. So, what if Lin Xianwen died without a proper burial? Isn't it better for her to stay a widow? I only want to do what's best for her. I found her a wealthy family to marry into. She would be happy. If she doesn't agree, I can only help her. By now, the marriage might have already been arranged. Haha, do you think your Lin family would accept a daughter with a questionable reputation? When she gets pregnant with someone else's child, will you still accept her? Su Laotai laughed wickedly, each word full of venom.
Li Xiuji's forehead veins bulge.
But she's your own daughter, born from your 10 months of pregnancy, a piece of flesh from your body. How can your heart be so cold? Fingers come in different lengths. You can only say that Su Xiaoya's luck is bad. She was born with a low status. Do you really think marrying Lin Xianwen means she will be happy? Even if her mother-in-law protects her, her husband spoils her, and her sisters-in-law support her, she still won't have a child. She will end up a widow for nothing. Then, mother, you might be disappointed, Su Xiaoya said as she walked in from outside, and the crowd automatically made way. Mother, Lin Yi staggered into Su Xiaoya's arms, crying loudly. Su Xiaoya gently comforted her. It's okay now, it's okay. Why are you here? How can you be here? Su Laotai's eyes widened like bells. She stood up, trying to grab Su Xiaoya to send her back to Xinghua village. She had already taken the bride price. Now that she was here, if Li Rong came looking for her, what would her family do? She was not a reasonable person. You have been scheming to sell me, but I was lucky and was saved by someone. Xiaoya, Xiaoya, please, I beg you. Marry someone else. Marrying Li Rong is better than you staying alone at old Lin's house. Li Rong has liked you for many years. If you marry him now, you will have a good life. Good life? Do you want that happiness for yourself or for Manhwa? You wicked woman, old prostitute, I kneel before you. You're not afraid of thunder or lightning. You are unfilial and disobedient. You're just a broken shoe. Why are you pretending? Old Madame Su looked furious and rushed forward to hit Xiaoya as she used to. In the past, Li Xiuji was the one who started the fight, and she would obediently accept it. But this time, Xiaoya looked straight ahead, raised her hand, stopped old Madame Su's hand, and pushed her back hard. Village chief, they forcibly took me and my daughter away to extort money. That's considered selling us. According to the law, anyone who tricks good people into marriage or into becoming concubines or children should be whipped 100 times and serve 3 years in prison. Xiaoya, how dare you? Old Madame Su was furious and felt an uncontrollable sense of unease. Do you think I dare not? Xiaoya looked coldly at old Madame Su, her expression showing her panic and helplessness. I've always been obedient to old Madame Su, but I never should have thought about her daughter. Xianwen is just a girl.
How dare they?
In the Su family, I am just a burden, but in the Lin family, I am treasured. They cherish me. Seeing Xiaoya like this, old Madame Su panicked. She could clearly feel that Xiaoya was serious. Did she only come because they found a good family for her? But she did it for their good. Why doesn't this wicked girl understand? If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have believed that man's lies. She thought that when old Lin had trouble, their family wouldn't have time to care about these two burdens. Now, things didn't go as planned. They didn't get the money, and they might even be in danger. Please, village chief, decide. I want to report the Su family for selling us. Absolutely not. Xiaoya, you wicked girl, you're trying to ruin your brother's life. If they catch you and whip you 100 times, how could you still be alive? If you dare to report, I will die right here in front of you. Old Madame Su was desperate. She picked up a piece of firewood and pressed it against her neck. Linny saw that the firewood was dull and probably wouldn't cut well, so she went into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and threw it in front of old Madame Su. If you really want to die, use this. Lin Yi hated Madame Su so much she wished she would just die. Little prostitute, why are you so cruel? Do you really want to force me to death? Madame Su threw the cleaver on the ground and sat down heavily, crying out loudly. She was crying loudly, but not a single tear fell. If you want me not to tell, that's okay. The Su family members felt a glimmer of hope. They knew Su Xiaoya was very soft-hearted. Once this was over, they could say some nice words to comfort her and bring her back. Then they could do whatever they wanted. I will cut ties with you. You wish. If you don't, I will report you to the authorities. Second uncle, Lin Xuanwu, and 2 constables arrived late. Seeing the constables in their uniforms, the Su family members trembled with fear and collapsed to the ground. Mother, save me. I don't want to go to jail. Cut ties if you want. Su Xiaoya is just a money grabber. Later, we will take care of you. Right now, she's so cruel. Just imagine how she will be in the future. Besides, even if you cut ties, you are still Su Xiaoya's real mother. Under their persuasion, Madame Su wavered little by little, but her eyes became more determined. Su Xiaoya, don't regret this. If you cut ties and later you suffer injustice in your husband's family, don't think you can come back to your mother's house. Don't worry, that won't happen. Please, village officials and fellow villagers bear witness, Su Xiaoya said with red eyes as she bowed. Lin Xuanwu wrote the severance agreement, and after both sides pressed their fingerprints, 3 copies were made. One for Su Xiaoya, one for Madame Su, and the other was handed to the government for official notarization. Change the fate of the doomed Su Xiaoya and Lin Yi gained 20,000 points. Hearing the system notification, Lin Yu's tense mind relaxed. To prevent any accidents, Lin Xuanwu personally delivered the severance document to the county office. The goal was achieved. Li Xiuji planned to return home, but Madame Su was not willing. Li Xiuji, you brought so many people to destroy my old Su family. You won't leave Chickweed Hill without paying at least 20 taels. Madame Su was heartbroken. Everything in her home was bought little by little with her own savings. Now it was all destroyed. How could she not hate? TSK, just some broken stuff and you want 20 taels? Madame Su, where's your shame? If it weren't for you forcibly taking away my daughter-in-law and granddaughter, how could it come to this? One word, shame. Furthermore, did you spend a single penny on these things in your home? They were all just items returned from various daughters-in-laws. Old Lady Sue's mouth twitched slightly, but she didn't feel embarrassed. Get lost, get lost. This is my family's business. None of your concern. If you want me to pay compensation, that's fine. Old Lady Sue thought happily, raising her eyebrows. She knew this could work. Li Xiuji took out a stack of papers from her bosom. Before that, you need to pay back the silver money you borrowed from me. In the spring of the 15th year of Daxing, old Sue borrowed 3 taels of silver. In the winter of the 18th year of Daxing, old Sue's second son borrowed 2 taels of silver. In the 19th year of Daxing, the eldest son loosened his grip. Because he loved his family, he and the others pretended not to know. Seeing no one from the Lin family urging repayment, they became more daring. To create an image of being responsible, they even deliberately signed IOUs despite objections. Now, this was convenient for Li Xiuji. Since the family was cut off, they should pay back the principal plus interest. The Su family members grew more anxious as they listened. Did they borrow so much? They wished they hadn't been so proud back then, writing IOUs and stamping their fingerprints. Old Lady Sue's face darkened. She seized the opportunity to rush at Li Xiuji, trying to snatch the IOU, but was held back by her head. She was already half a head shorter than Li Xiuji. When she was pushed, she spun around in place, looking funny and amusing. How dare you? Do you want to cover up the truth? Over the years, you've borrowed a total of 22 taels. That much? Old Lady Sue's family must be eating gold. I always wondered how your family could eat meat so often. Turns out, you're just taking from your daughter. TSK. With such a face, how dare she force her daughter into marriage? If it were me, I'd be supporting her. Villagers gathered around, whispering and watching. Old Lady Sue's face turned red. Then I don't want the compensation anymore. Don't cause trouble over that IOU. No, that won't do. You started this. Today, if your family doesn't pay back the money, I'll have someone demolish your house. Thinking of the broken wall, Old Lady Sue's pupils trembled. No, that's not acceptable. Su Xiaoya, are you dead? Just watching your mother be bullied like this. We've already cut ties. Repaying debts is the right thing to do, Su Xiaoya said coldly, waving the document in her hand with a very icy expression. Hearing this, Grandma Su hunched over as if she had aged 10 years, but when she looked up, her eyes were full of resentment. Just as Li Xiuji was about to make a move, she had to go inside to take out the silver and money. She had only taken 20 taels of silver from Li Rong, and now she was asked to give 12 taels. She couldn't bear to do it. Li Xiuji didn't care about that. She directly snatched the silver and led her people away in a grand procession. Grandma Su was left sitting on the ground, crying loudly. The 2 men who had earlier pretended to be deaf and mute, Su Lauer and Su Laosan, after the others left, started blaming Grandma Su. It's all your fault, you old fool. What bad idea did you come up with? You lost both your husband and money. You're a useless good-for-nothing. When the Lin family was here, you were so scared you acted like a quail. Now that your mother is here, you're trying to stand up. I'll beat you to death, unfilial son. If you don't pay back the 12 taels of silver you took, get out of this house. I'm not dead yet, so you outsiders have no right to talk nonsense here. Lin Yu was the last to leave, and she added fuel to the fire by throwing 3 accusations of serious crimes at the Su family. The argument among the Su family members grew more intense and obvious. The conflict had begun. Soon, people from Xinghua village arrived and the situation became even more heated. No one knew how long those 3 accusations of serious crimes could hold out. Host, the effects of items from the shop last for half an hour, and their effects can stack. This means that if Li Rong and the Su family meet, their suppressed evil thoughts will intensify. Lin Yu now regrets not giving Li Rong more pills earlier. She glanced at the bottle, which was almost empty, and held back. This bottle wasn't cheap, and she needed to save it for important moments. She also checked the panel, and the harvest points used again increased to 20,000. Thinking about the seeds in the farming category, Linyu took a deep breath. The current speed of earning harvest points was still too slow. She was earning less than she was spending. The best way was to target the female lead, Lin Baojin, precisely. Thinking about it, Lin Yujin's body was probably about to be discovered. Not long after Li Xiuji and her group left, people from Xinghua village arrived. A group of more than 10 strong men kicked down the Su family's gate, smashing it to pieces. The two older brothers, Su Laoda and Su Laosan, who had been acting brave earlier, turned around and ran when they saw this. The strong men grabbed them and started beating them. Mrs. Su quickly begged, "Stop hitting me, please, let my son go. Old woman, how dare you play tricks on us?" Li Rong's mother suddenly jumped out and slapped Mrs. Su to the ground. The force was much stronger than Li Xiuji's, leaving several blood marks on her face, and Mrs. Su even lost 2 teeth. "What are you doing, hitting people like that?" Li's mother crossed her arms, panting heavily. "I was being gentle. If she hadn't taken the bride price and caused trouble, my daughter-in-law wouldn't have been replaced. My son almost died from a stab wound." Thinking of her son with broken ribs and covered in blood, Li's mother was furious and blamed Fangfen, the troublemaker. Everyone knew about the fight, and it wasn't just about Fangfen's man. Although they didn't know how things changed, they knew they were in the wrong. Making a fuss wouldn't help them. The most important thing now was to get back the bride price money they had paid. "Honestly, the person was fine when we sent her off. I don't care. I didn't see her myself. I give you 2 choices. Either find her and bring her back, or return the 20 taels of bride price." "Oh, so it's your fault you didn't watch her properly. If you had kept her, I wouldn't have to cut ties and give up 12 taels. Now you want to break the promise and take back the bride price? Dream on. That's your problem, not ours. We want our money, and we want our lives." Mrs. Su pulled out her usual tactics from when she dealt with Su Xiaoya, but this time she was caught off guard. "Fine, fine. You old woman, I see you're not going to cry until you see the coffin. Hit her hard," Li's mother said fiercely. When she looked into Mrs. Su's eyes, Mrs. Su visibly shrank, but she didn't move. Compared to her son, those 20 taels were more important. Until she heard the cracking sound of bones breaking, Mrs. Su panicked. "How could you hit so hard? Are you okay, big brother? Are you blind? His leg is dislocated. Do you think he's fine? Mother, are you trying to wear us out until we're dead? Return the bride price now." Learning from past mistakes, second son Su was crying and trembling, afraid he'd be broken apart too. "Stop hitting, please. I'll return everything, I swear." Old lady Su staggered into the house, reaching into a corner where a loose stone hid a bundle wrapped in layers of old cloth. Before she could open it, Mother Li snatched it away along with the silver coins. "Why didn't you bring it out earlier? There wouldn't be this trouble. Give me back my silver." Mother Li threw down a few copper coins and looked down at old lady Su. "That's just interest." After grabbing the money, Mother Li led her group away. Old Master Su looked at the few remaining copper coins, his face twisted with anger. "This is just too much. You're so ruthless. Do you think your village is so clean?" Before dark, Li Xiuji and her group returned to the village. Before dispersing, Li Xiuji spoke. "Thanks to everyone's help today. Come to my house for dinner tomorrow. It's just a small favor, no need to be so polite." "It's settled then. If not, I'd have to invite you myself." As they joked and said goodbye, the villagers went their separate ways. Lin Yu watched them leave, her eyelids slightly drooping. In her past life, her family kept having problems and no one helped them. She hated that, resenting their indifference. But in this second chance, she understood their worries. People always seek benefits and avoid harm. It was clear that the old Lin family's troubles weren't accidental. If they acted rashly, causing trouble for themselves, they'd regret it forever. She understood, but she also held grudges. She was narrow-minded. In this life, her only goal was to protect her family. For outsiders, she'd warned them a couple of times, but she wouldn't help directly. Everyone has their own fate. The mule cart stopped. Lin Yu carried Shen Yan into the house and poured her a cup of spiritual spring water. Feeling the warmth spread through her body, Shen Yan relaxed. But when she looked at Lin Yu's expressionless face, she felt strangely guilty. Mother knows she was wrong. Yu, please forgive her this time. Shen Yan gently hugged Lin Yu, burying her face in her neck. Like when she was a child, being comforted, her hand softly patted her back. Yu, we will always be here for you. So, you don't have to keep pretending. When you're tired, come to Mother's arms. Lin Yu's back stiffened, then slowly relaxed. Smelling her mother's faint milk scent, she took a few deep breaths, then coughed lightly and straightened up. This is the last warning. If you do it again knowingly, I will really get angry. I promise no more next time. Humph, good. The young girl pouted and proudly left the room. When she learned that Lin Xianping had bought a mule cart, a calf, a ewe, and brought back a lot of food, clothes, and supplies, Li Xiuji felt both angry and worried. She grabbed a stick, ready to hit Lin Xianping, but Lin Yu stopped her. Mom, money always needs to be spent, but it can't all be spent by you. Li Xiuji understood what her granddaughter meant. Everyone in the village knew that Feng Cuehua had paid 30 taels of silver. Even if they didn't spend it, someone would come knocking on their door trying to get it. Calming down, Li Xiuji looked at the things they bought. Why buy so much cloth? Many of them are still new. The soles of the shoes should be sturdy. Some little thieves might damage them. Use the big bones to stew radishes. Today has been busy enough. Each person can fry a simple egg. As the younger ones cheered, the family started working together, cooking rice, making soup, preparing dishes. The sizzling sound of eggs frying in oil was tempting just to hear, not to mention the spicy stir-fried peppers that were both pungent and fragrant. Lin Jin and Lin Hongxin, with tears in their eyes, still didn't move. Night fell completely. Outside, the cold wind blew, while inside the kitchen, the family gathered around the fire, happily eating. The dim light cast flickering shadows, sometimes long, sometimes short. After dinner, Lin Yu checked on the calves and ewe she had bought. The calf was doing well, munching happily on the grass she and her brothers had cut. The ewe, however, looked much worse. It drooped in the corner, lacking any spirit. Seeing this, Lin Yu brought a glass of water with a drop of spiritual spring inside. She offered it to the ewe. The ewe, looking tired, took a small sip. It seemed to taste something special, then buried its head and drank the entire bowl of water. After resting for a while, Lin Yu finished her washing and went back to her room. She locked the door and entered the wooden house inside her space. The first thing she saw was the wild boar meat on the table, just like before they went to Nanshan town, completely fresh, not at all wilted. It seemed the entire space could preserve freshness, and only the wooden house outside remained still. Realizing this, Lin Yu began to tidy up the supplies stored in Nanshan town today. Food was kept in one room, cloth and clothing in another, firewood, knives, rakes, and hoes in the yard, and pots, bowls, and utensils in the kitchen. After organizing everything, the space looked neat. Seeing the empty water tank and yard, Lin Yu suddenly remembered she was missing something. She forgot to stock water and firewood. Host, the female lead, Lin Baozhen, has gone into the mountains again. After leaving the space, Lin Yu looked at the dark sky outside and quietly stepped out. With 4438 guiding her, Lin Yu quickly found Lin Baozhen. She had already bitten her finger, and a faint smell of blood spread out. After waiting a while, sounds of movement came from nearby. Lin Yu used her old trick and struck the back of Lin Baozhen's neck. Lin Baozhen only felt a sharp pain in her neck. A strong feeling of unwillingness flashed in her eyes before she fainted and fell to the ground. Lin Yu used Lin Baozhen as bait, catching one animal after another into her space. Hearing the wonderful sounds of animals being caught, Lin Yu felt very happy. When Lin Baozhen woke up midway, she didn't forget to continue attacking her neck. It wasn't until a long time later that she caught another animal. Lin Yu then noticed that the wounds on Lin Baozhen's fingers had scabbed over. She decided to stop for now and returned fully loaded. Lin Baozhen was awakened by the cold. When she woke up, her neck hurt badly. The surroundings were empty again. Lin Baozhen's eyes turned red with anger, and she kicked a nearby tree in frustration. She accidentally kicked her toe, and tears welled up from the pain.
Who was it?
Who took her prey? She must find out who did it and make them pay. Her back teeth clenched loudly as she pressed her injured, scabbed finger. Blood seeped out, and with a loud smack, a wild rabbit fell right in front of her. No matter how long she waited behind her, only the howling wind responded. Lin Baozhen knew her time had come for today. Since she was young, she had been very lucky and rarely needed to use bloodletting methods. If her parents hadn't pushed her so hard, she wouldn't have gone into the mountains again and chosen this time. Her blood had a deadly attraction for animals, but it had a fatal weakness. It only lasted for half an hour. That's why she kept it a secret and never told anyone. If others found out her blood had this effect, would she still have a way to survive? Now that this secret has been discovered and people keep challenging it one after another, finding the person responsible is essential to prevent future risks. I need to think of a permanent solution. After wiping the blood from her fingertips, Lin Baozhen picked up the rabbit and headed down the mountain. Lin Yu was unaware of Lin Baozhen's plans. At this moment, she was happily lying in bed. As soon as she lay down, a flash appeared on her screen, a limited-time flash sale. Special offer, dryer points needed for flash purchase, 159, original price $5.99, time remaining, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Wow. Host, it's a dryer? Your space's wild boar meat can be saved now. With a dryer, you can dry the meat easily and painlessly. It also keeps things discreet and makes it easier to carry out. This dryer is very smart. It uses electricity, costing a few points each day, about 10 points. I highly recommend it. Having a dryer will save you many troubles. Thanks to 4438's recommendation, Lin Yu bought the dryer. She stored the dryer in her space and eagerly checked the loot she gained from Lin Baozhen. Compared to last time, this haul was a bit smaller. There were only 15 mountain chickens, 20 rabbits, and 3 wild ducks. It seems they've already gathered most of the local game. Hopefully, next time Lin Baozhen can find a good spot to gather more wool. She checked her stats on the panel. Her gathering points had increased to 50,289. With enough points, Lin Yu entered the shop and spent 399 points to buy a pound of rice seeds. After the purchase, her account had 10,389 points left. She looked at the sweet potatoes and yams costing 199 points. 4438, can I buy on credit? No way. But they can be bought in a bundle. 10,000 points can get you half a pound of sweet potatoes and yams. Lin Yu happily bought them. Looking at the crooked, broken vegetables in her hand, she thought about planting some tomorrow to see if they really are drought-resistant and high-yield, as 4,438 claimed. Early the next morning, Lin Yu woke up excited to try the dryer she had bought in the midnight sale. She used her mind to remove the bones from the pork, slicing it into strips along the grain. After processing one pig, she started to feel overwhelmed, dizzy, as if she might faint at any moment. Lin Yu quickly drank a sip of spiritual spring water, and her dizziness eased. Not daring to push herself further, she turned into her body and entered the wooden house, where she decided to do the work herself. Compared to that, it took a bit more effort and time, but her enthusiasm was actually higher. There were originally 4 wild boars left in the space. She had already thrown one into a trap in the mountains, preparing for tonight's village feast. Handling 3 wild boars was a big task, but it was not too difficult for her. To keep the wooden house clean, Lin Yu used her mind to kill the boars. After scraping off the hair and removing the internal organs, she moved them to the house to Debwon and cut into strips, then put them in a drying machine. The drying machine takes 2 days and 1 night for 1 round. No need to watch it all the time, so Lin Yu left the space. Hey, 4th Lin, did you just kill the wild boar? Early in the morning, Lin Xianping went into the mountains. After finding the boar, it took a lot of effort to drag it down the mountain. As soon as he got down, he was surrounded by people. He could clearly feel the sarcasm in their words. Lin Xianping smiled even more. Lucky me, I just happened to see a wild boar that fell into a trap. It didn't take much effort. Everyone gets a share. Today, everyone's coming to our house to eat pork dishes. Oh, That's too much trouble. Hearing this, the villagers immediately smiled happily and came to help. This person really can't compare. Same surname Lin, but look at fourth Lin, how well he handles things. Unlike some people, TSK. The sarcasm was obvious. Lin Xianping didn't reply, just smiled and walked home. Main character Lin Baozhen's family faces a reputation crisis. Bonus 30,000. Suddenly, Lin Yu received this notification. Her eyes flickered. Is there such a good thing? Prepare to face it, Lin Baozhen. This wild boar is really heavy. Lin Xianping is so lucky. He can just go into the mountains and catch a wild boar. I wonder if the wild boar meat is for sale? Sold. 15 cents per gene. If anyone wants some, just say so in advance, Lin Xianping replied while boiling hot water to scald the pig skin. Then, while it was hot, he scraped off the hair. The black, thick bristles fell off quickly, scattering on the ground. After scraping the hair, Lin Xianping took out a pig slaughtering knife. The boar's skin looked thick and hard to cut, but in his hands, it was smooth and easy. In just a moment, the boar was opened up, gutted, and thrown into a bucket. The whole pig was cut in half. After finishing, the villagers immediately came forward. Lin Xianping cut the meat and bones fairly and impartially, while Li Xiuji collected money and cut the meat without hesitation. A wild boar was quickly sold out, and Lin Xianping didn't plan to sell the remaining meat. Today, she still had to host a meal, so the meat couldn't be lacking. With the meat as a motivation, everyone in the Lin family was full of energy. Lin Yu also took out the pig offal and blood she had prepared from her space, asking if they bought it in town. Handling the offal was hard work. Li Xiuji asked Lin Xianping and Lin Xian to help. They used wood ash to scrub the pig intestines and stomach thoroughly until no mucus remained. After washing until the water was clear, they stopped. Lin Yi, Lin Mo, and Lin Jin helped by filling the pig lungs with water, peeling vegetables, and washing greens. Su Xiaoye and Ping Su prepared vegetables and dishes. Everyone was busy and working hard. They focused on their tasks. Halfway through, villagers who had been invited arrived early. Although it was a meal invitation, no one waited until the scheduled time. Everyone brought something to share. Some brought vegetables and radishes, others brought brown sugar, eggs, or a hen. All gestures of kindness. People came and went. Li Xiuji kept stirring the pot in the kitchen, while outside, everyone had set up tables and chairs. As dishes were served, everyone praised the food. Of course, there were also some who criticized the Lin family. During the conversation, someone mentioned Lin Eugene. By the way, I haven't seen Lin Eugene these days. Well, he needs to have the face to show up. If I owed over 100 taels to the casino, I'd have smashed my head against the wall. Better than risking trouble for his wife and kids. Yu Chunxiang is also pitiful. Her mother-in-law nags her, her sister-in-law mocks her, and her husband is no good. Luckily, he paid off his gambling debt, or else their daughter, and they might have been sold into slavery. Gambling addicts have no conscience. The lively noise from the Lin family reached Fang Xuehua's ears. She was furious inside and looked at everyone with displeasure. Wow. Doggy fell and scraped his palm, crying in pain. Stop crying. You've cried away all your luck. You're always crying, not working, not eating. Everything depends on your mother. What's wrong? Fang Xuehua owes you all money. You're all just debt collectors. Fang Xuehua knocked and scolded sharply, glaring at Yu Chunxiang. You, useless girl, can't even raise your son properly. Hurry up and help him up. Where's Jean? Why hasn't he come out to eat these days? As a wife, you should take better care of him. He is not here. What do you mean he's not here? You useless woman. You can't even keep your own man happy. What's the point of marrying you? If he could listen to you, he wouldn't have so many debts outside. Thinking about the 180 taels he paid out, Fang Xuehua's heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. All her strength seemed to leave her body instantly. Everyone around seemed useless. Baozhen was the same. Knowing the situation at home, she only brought back a wild rabbit yesterday. That's all she got. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. At that moment, Fang Xuehua smelled the aroma of meat drifting from afar. Seeing it was from Li Xiuji's house, she clenched her teeth in anger. Eating so well, not afraid of dying from overeating. Damn it, damn it, damn it. It's all Li Xiuji's fault. If she hadn't given away those 30 taels of silver, she wouldn't have lost 180 taels later. It's all Li Xiuji and that little brat's fault. If only she had listened to her daughter's words and stayed quiet, there wouldn't be so much trouble now. Looking at the chaos at home, could it be that Lin Yu's little brat is causing trouble for their family? Feng Suihua's expression turned dark with anger. She glared deeply toward the Lin family's direction. Li Xiuji was really generous. The table was full of meat. Half a pig, how could there not be a lot of meat? They were really lucky. They ate until their mouths were greasy, as if they had never tasted meat before. Seeing your envy, your eyes are red. Yesterday, when Li Xiuji said she was going to Yijiaping, you went too. Today, you can also enjoy it. Just having a pig's head for a meal is good enough. People should be content. Are wild boars really that easy to catch in the mountains? First Lin Baozhen, then Lin Xianping. We're all surnamed Lin. When will it be our turn to go into the mountains and try our luck? The group looked at each other and reached a silent agreement. Without hesitation, they set down their bowls and headed into the mountains. I know a hidden trap. Let's go there. We're sure to catch something. They were full of confidence, walking tall and proud. Come quickly, there's a trap here. Lin Dazhu led the way. Seeing the blood-stained wild chicken inside, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, there was something. With a big head of a wild chicken, Lin Dazhu and his group felt even more confident. They grabbed sticks and started knocking and searching for the trap. Suddenly, Lin Dazhu heard a noise. Following the sound, they saw a wild boar struggling desperately in a trap, covered in blood. There really is a wild boar. We just happened to arrive at a good time. Yeah, why are the wild boar's eyes so red? Someone's been hurt. Lin Dazhu quickly backed away, thinking of the torn flesh eaten by the boar. His stomach churned, and he immediately vomited out the good lunch he had just eaten. The others were even worse off than Lin Dazhu. Their faces were pale, and they vomited and retched, too weak to walk. It was Lin Dazhu who helped drag them down the mountain. After they recovered, they stumbled and ran down the hill. Something's wrong. Someone was attacked by a wild boar in the mountains. This news spread like a drop of water in hot oil, causing the whole village to panic. Who is so unlucky to be bitten by a wild boar? This is terrible. They probably didn't survive. Should we report this to the authorities? If wild boars become too many in the mountains and come down, what should we do? Could it be that Lin Xianping shot the boar this morning? Hearing this, the villagers, who had just finished eating, felt their stomachs turn again, as if they might vomit at any moment. It probably wasn't him. The wild boar we saw had eyes that looked like they were bleeding, red as if dripping blood. The boar Lin Xianping brought back didn't have red eyes. Red eyes. Do you remember the wild boar that Lin Yuzhen bought earlier? Its eyes were red, and Butcher Zhu said it might have accidentally eaten poisonous plants. People who ate it were fine. Really? There are so many wild boars in the mountains. It can't be just a coincidence. Why was it Lin Xuanping's boar that was attacked? Heaven really has no eyes. If the boar he shot this morning was the one that Baozhen found, that would be a big gain. I don't know which unlucky person was bitten by a pig and ended up in the afterlife. They probably won't be reborn peacefully. Feng Suihua sat on a small stool, casually picking vegetables. Yu Chunxiang, who was carrying water, heard this and accidentally spilled 2 buckets of water all over the yard. Mother, isn't the person who died in the mountain someone with gold? I think you're crazy. What nonsense are you talking about? If there's gold, it's your man. Are you really hoping he'll die? Feng Suihua, angry, stood up and slapped Yu Chunxiang hard. The force was so strong that Yu Chunxiang's face swelled visibly, but she didn't feel any pain. Instead, she mumbled, "But if there's gold, he hasn't shown himself since the night before last. Before, he would tell me when he went out. You're not capable enough. You can't keep a man." Feng Suihua's hands trembled uncontrollably as she slapped Yu Chunxiang twice. "I tell you, if you keep cursing him, something bad will happen. I want you to pay for it." Her heart pounded, and a strong feeling of fear spread through her chest. Lin Baojin hid inside the house, listening to the noise outside, clutching the clay gourd hanging on her chest instinctively. She had desperately wanted the clay gourd hanging on Lin Yu's neck, but after getting it, nothing happened. What went wrong? Lin Baojin couldn't figure it out. At that moment, villagers who had bought wild boar meat from Lin Yogan's family arrived in small groups. Lin Yuzhen fonged Suehua. You two heartless people selling crazy sick pigs. Give us our money back. If you don't refund today, don't blame us for being rude. Do you say it's sick pigs? I think you're just looking for trouble. Fong Suehua was already angry because of Yu Chengxiang's foolish words. Now she felt like she was being targeted. The meat was eaten and turned into waste before you said it was sick? Maybe it's too late now. Trying to use this as an excuse to cause trouble? Do you think I, Fong Suehua, am easy to bully? Her face was fierce as she grabbed a woman who was jumping around happily and slapped her. A fight broke out quickly. The women fought back fiercely, scratching, grabbing hair, rolling on the ground. It was either her or them. The others didn't expect the fight to get so intense. When they finally separated the fighters, Fong Suehua's face was bloody, and she had a piece of scalp pulled out. Seeing the village chief arrive, Fong Suehua sat on the ground, crying out loudly, I can't live anymore. I can't take it. So many people bullying just one old woman. I'll die right now to show you. She tried to hit the wall, but the village chief, Lin Zhong, quickly shouted, Stop her. Although he knew Fong Suehua's temper and that she wouldn't really try to kill herself, he still had to try to save face. What are you all fighting about? Village chief, I can't go on. They keep bullying me. Just an old woman. The meat is already gone, and they're accusing my family of selling sick pigs. Even if it was sick pigs, you didn't do anything. They're just trying to intimidate me because there are so many of them. Dream on. Having understood the situation, Lin Zhong's face darkened. The matter isn't settled yet. Why are you causing trouble? Someone died in the mountains. We've sent people to report it to the officials. We need the investigators and coroner to check what happened. If you're causing a fuss now, it looks like you're just looking for trouble. You are in the wrong. One person should pay Fong Suehua 2 coins and Su Shangyun, you should pay 5 eggs. Lin Zhongsai made his decision firmly. Fong Suehua looked proud and confident, like a victorious rooster, while Su Shangyun looked unhappy. Why should I? Or maybe I should go talk to your husband about this. Hearing this, Su Shangyun immediately became obedient. She turned around unwillingly, muttering, Fong Suehua, just wait and see. The crowd dispersed. Lin Yu sat at the door, cracking pumpkin seeds. Let them make noise now. When the results come out, Fong Suehua will feel much worse. Their family had gone through this before. Now, the tables have turned, and it's your turn. When a murder happened, the county officials quickly arrived. Witness Lin Daju led the guards and coroner into the mountains. When they arrived, they saw bloodied limbs and a wild boar caught in a trap. Even the experienced guards couldn't help but vomit. The coroner remained calm, kept unrelated people away, and began collecting the remains. The guards searched nearby and found 3 more bodies. This discovery made the guards realize how serious the situation was. The bodies were laid out, and the coroner took out tools to examine them on the spot. Victims 1, 2, and 3 were killed by a sharp weapon slitting their throats, dying instantly. Their bodies were then eaten by wild animals. Victim 4 had broken limbs and was stabbed with sharp objects, dying from blood loss. Victim 5 had injuries on the skin and multiple broken bones. He was hit with a heavy object, which caused his death. Afterward, wild animals chewed on his body, distorting his face. As the coroner examined the bodies, the closest guards saw movement and blurted out, Isn't this Zhu Laosan, the 3rd boss of the righteous gambling house? Zhu Laosan is dead? He was just at Lin Eugene's house collecting debts a few days ago. What's going on? Hearing this clue, the guards stepped toward Lin Daju. Lin Daju explained the main details. At that time, Zhu Laosan and Lin Eugene conspired to frame Lin Xian, and Captain Su was also there. Come down the mountain and notify people to identify the bodies. She received 5 eggs sent by Su Shangyun and some copper coins from other villagers. Normally, she should have been happy and excited, but for some reason, Fong Xuehua always felt her eyelids twitching badly. Her heart felt heavy, like a big stone was pressing down on her, making her feel anxious. She couldn't stay inside any longer. She heard that the county officials had gone into the mountains to investigate, so Fong Xuehua left the house to find out what was happening. She looked around here and there, not caring about the cold looks she received. Finally, she saw a group of people gathered at the foot of the mountain. She forced her way through the crowd and saw 5 wrapped bundles, all tightly covered.
5 people are dead.
I heard one of them was old Zhu who came here a few days ago. That's the debt collector? He doesn't seem like a good person. Maybe someone took revenge on him. That day, only 4 people came with old Zhu. Who was the 5th? Could it be Lin Eugene? I haven't seen Lin Eugene since he paid off his gambling debts. You're talking nonsense. My eldest son is alive and well. Fong Xuehua's face turned red with anger. She almost reached out to slap the gossiping woman. Lin Zhongsai called her over. Fong Xuehua, come here. Do you recognize this person? When she was pointed out in front of everyone, Fong Xuehua felt her legs suddenly become very heavy, as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. She couldn't move until she saw the cloth bundle being pulled aside, revealing a torn sleeve of a worn-out shirt. The familiar stitches on the sleeve made Fong Xuehua's vision go black. She scrambled forward, crazily tearing off the cloth bundle. What she saw was a face and body badly bitten and disfigured. Although she couldn't see the face clearly, as a mother, she knew instantly who it was. She almost suffocated with grief, collapsing forward and crying out loudly, "My son! My son!" Tears blurred her vision as she sobbed uncontrollably. Suddenly, she stood up and turned to run. Child's father, Eugene, is gone. It must be Li Xiaoji and Lin Xian. I want them to pay for this. Fong Xuehua wailed and grabbed a kitchen knife, rushing straight to old Lin's house. Lin Xian, you killed my Eugene. I will kill you. Fong Xuehua waved the knife and stormed into Lin's house. When she saw Lin Xian, her grip on the knife slipped from her hand, and it happened to be aimed at Lin Xian's head. Chun Yan grabbed Lin Xuanhe by the collar and dragged him inside. The kitchen knife smashed into the door, and the handle trembled violently. Chun Yan's face darkened. He rushed out and kicked Fong Xuehua out of the way. Fong Xuehua fell to the ground and tried to fight back, but the arriving constable stopped her. Fong Xuehua, stop right there. It must be Lin Xuanhe. It's him who hurt my son. Fong Xuehua spat out blood and cried desperately on the ground. Otherwise, how could her son have died so tragically? This was originally meant for Lin Xuanhe, but now it became her son's case. Fong Xuehua couldn't accept this. This is just nonsense, Lin Zhongsai, who knew about the feud between the two families, said. But he wrongly blamed Lin Xuanhe just because Lin Eugene had an accident. That was too rash. Moreover, Lin Xuanhe was badly injured and just rescued. How could he have the strength to go into the mountains and kill Lin Eugene? Fong Xuehua, are you deliberately causing trouble? Lin Eugene teamed up with Zhu Laosan to plot for money and harm others. Do you really think Lin Xuanhe would do such a thing? You're dirty yourself, but don't think everyone else is. Think about where Lin Xuanhe got the strength. He's injured and can't even climb the mountain. How could he harm Lin Eugene? If not Lin Xuanhe, then it must be Lin Xianping or Lin Xuanwu. Officials, please seek justice for my son. He can't just die without a clear reason. Tears streamed down Fong Xuehua's face. Lin Yuzhen, Lin Yuyin, and Lin Yukai arrived with others. Honest officials, the murderer must be them. My brother only had conflicts with them in the maple forest. Lin Yuyin glared angrily at Lin Xuanhe's family, his small eyes full of scheming. Justice will be done. The county office will find out the truth. As for Fong Xuehua, she openly wants to take my husband's life. How do you plan to settle this account? Qin Yan, do you have no conscience? My brother is dead, and you're still fixated on this. Besides, wasn't Lin Xuanhe already dead? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fongfong watched helplessly as Qin Yan threw the kitchen knife at her. She wanted to run, but her legs felt rooted to the ground. She stood there, unable to move, until she felt a cold sensation on her scalp and the knife flew past her. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the ground. Her scalp was bald and shiny, reflecting the light.
Ah,
My hair. Chunyan, I will kill you. Yi Fangfang's eyes were red. She wanted to rush forward, but she heard a cold remark. You're not dead? Just lost some hair. What's the big deal? Indeed, only when the whip hits oneself does one realize the pain. The boomerang returned to her, and Yi Fangfang's face turned pale and then flushed. Fang Xuehua wanted to step forward, but was pushed back by a drawn sword. For a moment, everyone present fell silent. Once the situation was under control, the constables took the involved people away for separate questioning based on the information they had received. Fang Xuehua stared fixedly at Lin Xian and his family being taken away, then returned unharmed after asking her questions. One after another, the entire family was taken. Why didn't you arrest them? It must be them who hurt my son. Fang Xuehua's eyes were bloodshot as she tightly grabbed the constable's trousers. The constable looked displeased. Lin Zhongsai immediately pulled her away. Lin Yuzhen, hurry up and take her away. Official procedures must be followed. Is it because Lin Xian is a master's disciple that you're protecting them? Her words sounded serious. Seeing the constable's faces change, Lin Yuzhen quickly grabbed Fang Xuehua and covered her mouth. Officer, she was shocked and said the wrong thing. Please forgive her. We will find out the truth ourselves. Until then, mind your own words without any evidence. Please advise me. The constables walked away. Lin Yuzhen stared intently at Li Xiuji. It's best if Jin's death has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, I will make you pay. People should do good deeds. Look at this. Doing bad things only brings retribution, Li Xiuji said coldly, watching Fang Xuehua struggle. Her eyes grew colder. Lin Yuan and Lin Yukai eagerly wanted to step in, but Lin Xianfeng protected Li Xiuji behind him. After a long standoff, Lin Yuzhen led his men away. Fang Xuehua struggled violently, dragged away by her son. Let me go. Your older brother died, so tragically. How can you have no reaction? Such a clean child. Yet after death, he was torn apart by wild boars, his face unrecognizable. How much suffering did he endure in life? Fang Xuehua sobbed uncontrollably. Once released, she scratched at Lin Yogen's face. Lin Yuzhen was fed up and slapped her. How long are you going to make a fuss? I am also heartbroken over my son's death. You keep saying that Lin Xian and others did it, but the government only has evidence. Do you have any proof? Without proof, we might just go and confront them and then be sent to the authorities. I have already lost one son. Do you want to drag everyone else into trouble too? Oh, my son, my poor son. Fang Xuehua covers her face and kneels on the ground, crying bitterly for a long time. Since Yu Chuanxiang learned that Lin Yujin had died, she has been standing there in a daze. The dog child doesn't understand what the grandparents are arguing about and instinctively hides in Yu Chuanxiang's arms. Mother, mother, say something. Hearing the noise, Fang Xuehua suddenly looks up. All her anger and hatred become real when she sees Yu Chuanxiang. It's all your fault, disaster bringer. It's you who caused my son's death. If only you had kept him that night, how could my son have died? He even had his little finger cut off. Yu Chuanxiang is still stunned when Fang Xuehua suddenly pushes her down, hitting and kicking her. Don't hit my mother. Don't hit my mother. The dog child steps forward to try to stop her, but is pushed away by Fang Xuehua. The dog child's crying wakes Yu Chuanxiang. Tears stream down her face as she grits her teeth, glaring at Fang Xuehua with deep hatred. Why was Eugene's little finger cut off? It's all because of you, the old woman, who caused this. If you had taken out the silver money earlier, he wouldn't have suffered this. If Zhu Laosan had left earlier, could he have died in the mountains? Is it you? Yu Chuanxiang glares fiercely at Lin Baozhen, grabbing her hair and smashing her to the ground. Is it you who resented Zhu Laosan, causing misfortune for them, and making Zhu Laosan and the others come back to seek revenge? That's how Eugene got involved. Big sister-in-law, how can you blame me for this? Lin Baozhen screams. Yu Chuanxiang raises her hand and slaps her face. Everyone in the family knows what kind of person you are. Anyone who makes you unhappy will suffer bad luck. You keep calling me a disaster bringer, but but I think it's Lin Baozhen, spoiled by you all, who's really to blame. As she says this, Yu Chuanxiang slaps her again. But this time, she misses and falls flat on the ground, losing 2 teeth and injuring her chin, which bleeds all over her face. This sudden change makes the others silent. They step back quietly and become more wary of Lin Baozhen. Lin Baozhen didn't notice at all. She was crying loudly over her broken mud gourd, which Yu Chuanxiang had torn apart and crushed. "My mud gourd! How could you ruin my mud gourd?" She glared fiercely at Yu Chuanxiang, her eyes full of hatred, making others feel uneasy. Fong Xuehua gently hugged Lin Baozhen, softly comforting her. Seeing this, Yi Fongfong quickly pulled Yu Chuanxiang into the house to wash her. Yu Chuanxiang was covered in dirt, her hair messy, looking wild and crazy. Sure enough, Lin Baozhen is a troublemaker. First, I upset her, and now it has come true. Lin Baozhen is cold-hearted. Her older brother died tragically, and outsiders still feel sad. But she, her own sister, hasn't shown up, and she's even worse than a mud ball. Yu Chuanxiang chuckled softly, then suddenly started crying again. It was all Lin Baozhen's fault. She was the reason for everything. She covered her face with her hands, hiding her complicated feelings. Watching the family of Fong Xuehua walk away, Li Xiuji spat harshly. It's just ridiculous. Lin Yujian's death was his own fault. Heaven took him. Now she wants to shamelessly cling to our third brother.
Bah.
Heartless and dirty, with sores in her mouth and pus on her feet. May she be struck by lightning and meet a bad end. Li Xiuji crossed her arms and scolded more fiercely. The family looked at each other nervously, shrinking back as they headed inside. Because Lin Yujin had died, they were called to ask questions, but many tasks remained unfinished. Since the owner wasn't home, outsiders wouldn't stay. Following the character setup, Lin Xianthing and Lin Yu carried Lin Xian into the house. With no one around, Lin Xian pretended to be weak and sighed in relief. When I checked the wound, I thought it was over, for 1438 crossed her arms proudly. It was all because of me. If it weren't for her quick reminder to let Lin Yu use a disguise, Lin Xian would have been caught. He was pretending to be badly injured to outsiders. It's only been a few days. If he didn't recover, he might be suspected of harming Lin Yujin.
Good job.
I'll give you 5 more points. Host, can I ask for a different reward? For 1438 shyly moved closer, but Lin Yu slapped her away. You, is there a bug? Let me check. Lin Xian waved his limbs around, still making buzzing sounds. Lin Yu. 4438, be normal. You're acting so weird and creepy, Lin Yu scolded her inwardly after replying to Lin Xian. Host, may I enter your space? What do you want to do this time? Lin Yu asked cautiously. I'm craving something. If you agree to let me into your space, I'll handle the drying machine work, and you can just enjoy ready-made food, 4438 said sincerely. All right. But if I ever have any doubts, the space will recognize you as the owner, and you can kick me out anytime and deal with me as you like. From now on, I will firmly stand by your side and tell you everything honestly. When saying this, 1438 deliberately lowered its voice, afraid that the main system might hear. Since it had gone this far, Lin Yu was genuinely curious about what 4438 was up to. She agreed to let it enter. 4438 eagerly entered the space. To Lin Yu's surprise, the virtual 4438 gained a physical form. It turned into a cute, chubby little bee, round and white like a glutinous rice ball, super adorable. Master, I want to eat wontons. Staring at its adorable face, Lin Yu couldn't help but pinch its chubby cheeks. Then, she mentally handed a bowl of wontons to it. She watched it eat while watching a show. After eating and drinking enough, it lazily lay down, looking very content. Lin Yu. This scene was almost unfair. Stay alert, no matter how cute it looks, it still has 800 tricks up its sleeve. She left the house to help clean up the mess. The pots, bowls, tables, chairs, and benches were mostly borrowed from others, so they needed to be washed quickly and returned before dark. The family was divided into 3 groups, one to wash, one to rinse, and one to deliver. With teamwork, they finished everything quite fast. Second brother. Why are you back? Li Xiuji, who had just finished scolding, saw Lin Xuanwu return unexpectedly, looking guilty all over. Seeing his mother run away in a panic, Lin Xuanwu was quite speechless. He followed her into the house and handed the divorce papers to Su Xiaoya. Seeing the official stamp on the document, Su Xiaoya burst into tears and then laughed. Why are you crying? You should be happy, she said, leaving that family of leeches behind. Yes, I'm not crying, Su Xiaoya said, though tears couldn't be controlled. Second sister-in-law, I have good news for you. Something happened in Xinghua village. Hearing this, Su Xiaoya stopped crying. Looking at the shining eyes, Lin Xuanwu silently shook his head. Someone sent word that the missing women are all held in Xinghua village. This morning, Xinghua village was attacked by outsiders, and over 20 women who hadn't been sent away were rescued from inside. Now the authorities are involved and the situation is very serious. Most women and children from Xinghua village have been taken by their families. The remaining women either were abandoned by their families or had nowhere to go, so they could only stay in Xinghua village. This outcome was somewhat acceptable, but Lin Yu was not satisfied. Since they started this work, Xinghua village had prepared for the worst. The law doesn't punish many people, and the best they could do was to push out a few scapegoats and continue with the same plan. But Lin Yu wanted to destroy the entire Xinghua village. The county government couldn't do this, but she could. Tonight, she had important work to do. Fodder for the fire. Gain 10,000 points. Fodder for the fire? Lin Yu was interrupted by the sudden notification from the system. Not fully understanding what awakening meant, 4438 explained, in stories, awakening means gaining self-awareness and no longer being controlled by the plot. Like me? Yes. Although she didn't know who, she had to admit that the subsequent developments were becoming more and more interesting. The messier it got, the easier it was for her to fish in troubled waters. Did something happen in the village? Turning the topic, Lin Xuanwu looked at Li Xiuji with a smile. Mother, I heard you cursing at the door. Cough, cough. Li Xiuji tried to cover up with a cough, but when she met her second son's gaze, she gave up. It's that old hag Fong Tsuehua. Li Xiuji recounted everything that happened today. When she heard about Lin Yujin's death, Lin Xuanwu glanced at Lin Yu. They looked at each other, and Lin Yu smiled gently. After receiving news that Zhu Laosan and his 3 men had died, the head and second-in-command looked very unhappy. So bold. Someone dares to insult the righteous gambling house. They must be tired of living. What does the county say? Zhu Laosan was beaten to death, and the other 3 were killed instantly. Their bodies were eaten by wild boars. Such brutality? It seems they came prepared. The second-in-command played with his prayer beads, his eyes deep. The head continued writing, his calligraphy wild and fierce. Is there any unusual activity in the maple forest? A young girl with yellow hair couldn't cause much trouble. No, not really. It's just that Xinghua village was set up by someone. Now that the county office is involved, things don't look good. Change the disguise and keep going. The subordinate obeyed and left. The head of the group paused his writing, moved the seal aside, and said, Second young master, Fonlin Forest, you go personally. Glancing at the rice paper with a smudge of black, the head of the group placed the paper over the candle flame. The flame flared up, and the rice paper was flicked away. Tiny glowing spots turned to ash and fell to the ground, becoming dust under people's feet. The man called Second Young Master responded. When he looked down, his eyes lost their sharpness and quickly disappeared into the darkness. After the person left, a shadow appeared. Faced with Lin Xuanwu's suspicion, Lin Yu did not hide anything. Her second uncle was smart enough to see clues and piece things together. Without space and a system, she couldn't do anything alone. Now that she had these tools, why not use them? She couldn't control what her second uncle thought, but that was okay. This world is about the strong eating the weak. Either you die, or I do. Everyone will experience this sooner or later. She was just preparing for it early. They understood each other, without words. Lin Yu continued to act as the obedient granddaughter in Lin Xiuwu's eyes. He sighed inwardly and felt a strong sense of danger. If his niece was already like this, he, as her second uncle, couldn't fall behind. Looking at Lin Jin, Lin Honglin, and Lin Emo, who only knew how to eat and play, Lin Shu took out a ruler and started checking their studies. Starting from Lin Yi, he examined each one. Suddenly, there was chaos and shouting. Lin Yu pretended nothing was happening and slowly went inside. Lin Shu. He quickly entered the space. Looking at the vegetable garden in the cleared yard of the wooden house, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned.
Huh?
Her space could grow vegetables? How did she not know? Host, you're still too young. You've read too few stories. Stories? Lin Yu looked confused. 4438 changed the word. It's just a storybook. Don't worry about that. Look, these are all the efforts I made for you, building your kingdom. Over here are potatoes, and over here are sweet potatoes. I just watered them, but they're heavy now. I had to bend my back. 4438 made a face and exaggeratedly looked pitiful, but to Lin Yu it was like a soft, cute little creature acting spoiled and rolling around. Lin Yu couldn't hold back anymore. She quickly hugged 4438 and gently squeezed and kneaded it. Although it looked like cloth, it felt bouncy like rubber, even better than the hands of twins. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but get closer and bit 4438's face. They looked into each other's eyes. Lin Yu opened her mouth and let out a light cough, while 4438's face turned bright red, like a boiling kettle. It was about to melt. Lin Yu chuckled quietly, not revealing that 4438 was still innocent. 4438 was annoyed and angry. Suddenly, Lin Yu threw half a kilogram of sweet potatoes and potatoes at her. She caught them, but because of her body's weight, she started to fall straight down. With a bang, she hit the sweet potato and bounced back, feeling dizzy. Plant these too. Use the big water bucket to water them, she added spring water. I'm going to rest for a while. Call me at midnight. Lazybones, Penny Pincher, 4438 looked at Lin Yu. Every hair on her body showed her unwillingness and determination to never give up. But despite the complaints, she still had to work. When Lin Yu opened her eyes, she saw a small, round bee pulling out a tiny knife, hopping around as it cut the potatoes and sweet potatoes into pieces, then dug holes to plant and water them. It was small and could only carry 1 or 2 pieces at a time. Lin Yu watched as it waved its little wings and worked busily. It was quite soothing to watch. Gradually, Lin Yu fell asleep. She was asleep, only tiring out 4438. She wiped her sweat, took a sip of water when thirsty, and kept working. Finally, after finishing everything, 4438 collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Seeing Lin Yu sleeping peacefully, 4438 was annoyed and hopped onto her head, jumping several times. Lin Yu was awakened by 4438. She opened her panel and saw today's flash sale. Item: Baby Formula 10 sale price, $299 limited time, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, baby formula. Lin Yu immediately thought of her premature younger sibling. She clicked for details and found that it could serve as their food. This would save her a lot of trouble when escaping in the future. She decisively bought it. Seeing how little remaining points she had, Lin Yu cleared some space. Night fell deeply, but the ancestral hall in Xinghua village was brightly lit. Inside and outside the hall, everyone was there. Men were inside, women outside. The leader was an old man with white hair and a beard. He held 3 incense sticks, lit them, and bowed in prayer. Disobedient descendants disturb our ancestors. I come to ask for forgiveness. After 3 bows, the incense was placed into the stove. In front of the stove, there were neatly arranged tablets, dark and ominous, giving off a creepy feeling. Once the incense was lit, the old man stood up and stepped aside. Someone from the kneeling crowd approached, holding a bucket full of sticks. As the sticks clattered, one fell with a thud. The man stepped back. The old man then took out a set of divination sticks, pressing them respectfully to his forehead. Suddenly, 2 crescent-shaped cups fell to the ground, one upright, one upside down. All 3 sticks showed the same result, the holy cup. Everyone's hearts were pounding as they waited for the old man's judgment. The old man picked up a stick and turned to the kneeling men, calling out, "Li Sun." As he spoke, All the kneeling men stood up, making way. The man called Lee Sun walked straight to the old man, then bowed 3 times heavily to the tablet. Lee Sun has not failed his duty. The old man smiled with relief. Lee Sun, rest assured. Your parents, wife, and children are cared for by the clan. A new page will be added to the family record for you. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall was heated with excitement. Outside, a middle-aged woman heard her son's name and suddenly felt dizzy. She collapsed to the ground. She stared blankly at the sky, a strange smile on her face, tears falling from her eyes. My son, she whispered, her lips trembling. Others looked at her with mixed feelings, some uncomfortable, but mostly happy that the sacrifice was not their own family. Lin Yu watched this chaos from the shadows, a cruel smile forming on her lips. She knew the storybooks well. After the truth was exposed, Flower Village had its own way of dealing with it. They just needed to push a few scapegoats, sacrificing a small part to save the whole. But people are different, closer or more distant, and the clan elders seemed fair but secretly had tricks. The bamboo tube had a mechanism, and the sticks inside were fixed. If one stick loosened, whoever was meant to be chosen would be. As for the cups, it was simple. What result they got depended entirely on the clan elders' words. All these tricks were ways to deceive the villagers, threaten, and bribe them into willingly becoming sacrifices. Tonight, she would add fuel to the fire. Lin Yu covered her mouth and nose, took out a bottle from her space, poured some into her palm, and saw there were only 5 pills left. But that was enough to deal with these people in the ancestral hall. He took out a slingshot from his pocket. Lin Yu picked up a 10-curse bullet and aimed it at the woman lying on the ground. Then, it was the chosen Lee Sun in the ancestral hall, followed by the man who had a conflict with his brother-in-law that day. The last 2 bullets were shot outside the hall. The medicinal powder floated gently down. Under the cover of night, no one noticed. Only little Jia from the medicine shop and Lee Sun's family had different thoughts. Soon, the 10 curses took effect. The first to jump up was a middle-aged woman who was paralyzed on the ground. She rushed into the hall like an angry lioness, shouting, "This is all because of Li Rong." If he hadn't been sneaking around with Fong Fen, the officials wouldn't have gotten involved. Whoever commits the crime should pay the price. Why drag my son into this? She had already lost one son. Now she only had this one, and if she lost him too, how could she go on living? Shinshi, you're too bold. If it weren't for Li Rong working hard outside all these years, you wouldn't be living a comfortable life in the clan. That's all because of my husband and 2 sons. You all said they sacrificed themselves for the clan, and the clan promised to take care of us orphans and widows. Now you want to take away my only son again? Isn't that shameless? Tears streamed down Shinshi's face. Take this criminal Shinshi away. Since they were in the ancestral hall, how dare Shinshi rush inside? If she disturbed the ancestors, could she bear the guilt? Lee Sun, you'd better control your mother, or don't blame the clan for being rude, the old man said angrily, pounding his cane on the ground. But Lee Sun, contrary to expectations, stood on Shinshi's side. What do you mean by being rude? Are you trying to kick me out of the village or erase my name from the family tree?
You.
Everyone was stunned. Just moments ago, he was full of passion, saying he would shed blood for the clan. Now he's suddenly changed. What? Lee Sun steadied his mother and suddenly rushed toward the bamboo tube beside the ancestral tablet. He tipped the bamboo tube onto the ground, but what fell out were thin bamboo sticks tightly bound with string. Such fairness and justice. Such self-sacrifice for everyone. So you want someone to die just because you decide so? Lee Sun's eyes turned red as he fiercely smashed the bamboo tube onto the ground. The force shattered the bamboo tube into pieces. Everyone present was stunned by this scene, looking at the clan elder with disbelief. Especially Shun's family, thinking about the men and 2 sons lost over the years because of the clan, she went crazy and rushed forward. However, a man protecting the clan elder kicked her hard and pushed her away. Shun spat out a mouthful of old blood, looking like she was crying and laughing at the same time. The clan elder was unfazed. The clan must protect its core members. Sacrifices of those who are useless are necessary. Usually, such words from the elder could calm people down, but under the pressure of the 10 deadly sins, it only made things worse, like pouring oil on a fire. Li Sun's eyes turned cold. As he retreated, he gathered his strength and charged fiercely at the elder. All of this is fake. All of it. The protection from our ancestors is just a lie you made up for your own benefit. Even if the family tree page is torn out, can my husband and son come back? The person who attacked the fiercest was Lin Lai, who is Fong Fun's husband. He picked up an iron rod and swung it at the elder. The elder and his group didn't expect Lin Lai to betray them. They immediately panicked. Lin Lai, what are you doing? That's the elder. Bah. You're all scum. Knowing Fong Fun is cheating with other men, but you keep quiet. Are you just watching her? Do you want me to raise a wild child for her? Treat me like a beast when it's convenient, and when it's not, I'm just a dog raised by the elder. Lin Lai's eyes were bloodshot, like a mad dog. Anyone who stepped forward would be bitten. Someone in the middle suddenly smashed the ancestral tablet. The neatly arranged tablets fell one after another, like dominoes. Seeing this, everyone who was fighting felt secretly happy and their morale soared. The elder roared, and the battle between both sides was about to start. Lin Lai led the attack, driven by anger and resentment. His head was beaten until it broke, blood pouring down into his eyes, making his vision blurry. At this moment, a loud thunder roared, as if a crack had opened in the sky, and a heavy rain suddenly poured down. The blood in Lin Lai's eyes was washed away. He grinned fiercely, clenched the iron rod, and attacked indiscriminately. Screams, crying, and begging for mercy echoed through the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, who had been watching from afar, had already reached the mountaintop. 4438, I told you so. It really rained and thundered. The direction was right, wasn't it? For 1438 fluttered its wings, looked around carefully, and nodded at Lin Yu. Yes, it's right. You see Lin Yu pressing both hands against a large rock on the mountaintop, using all her strength to push it outward. The once steady and unmoving giant stone begins to shake visibly. Small stones and dust roll down the mountain. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap echoes across the sky. Lin Yu pushes with all her might, and the giant stone rolls down the slope. The direction it rolls toward is exactly the village shrine of Xinghua Village. Heavy rain beats down on her face. Lin Yu looks at the falling stone with a serious expression. 4438 sits above her head, with small wings flapping more vigorously, showing a strong sense of joy. Looking at the villagers scattered on the ground, Lin Lai sneers coldly. He grips an iron rod and steps out of the shrine. What's that sound? The ground is shaking. Run. The earth dragon is turning over. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone endures the pain and rushes out of the shrine in a panic. But in life and death moments, who will give way to whom? Some fall down, others keep stepping forward. They fall, then get up again. However, the crowd blocks the shrine entrance and no one yields. At this moment, the giant stone crashes into the shrine, heading straight for the main door. Those trapped at the door have no time to escape. They are ruthlessly crushed. Screams fill the air. Blood is washed away by the heavy rain, flowing toward the low-lying areas. After leaving the shrine, Lin Lai senses a strong sense of danger. Instinctively, he tries to run, but unfortunately, he is standing right under a big tree. At that moment, a thunderclap strikes the sky. Because he is holding an iron rod, the lightning directly hits him. There is a loud bang. Lin Lai turns black and blue all over. A huge force hits him, knocking him onto the big tree, and he falls motionless. The loud noise alarms the others in Xinghua Village. Seeing the scene inside the shrine, which resembles a hell on earth, screams erupt one after another. Listening to 4438's live report, Lin Yu happily enters her space. Lin Lai is like a mad dog raised in Xinghua Village, biting wherever he is told, undefeated so far. Unfortunately, no one pays attention to him. Success and failure are part of life. Having committed so many murders, it's a miracle he died so cheaply. But after this, the curse of divine punishment on Xinhua village is unavoidable. With this lesson in mind, no one dares to act rashly for a while. The fall of Xinhua village earns 50,000 points. The value actually reached 50,000. It seems she hit a major artery. I'm not sure if it's related to the heroine Lin Baozhen or the male lead she only heard about in stories. I think it's the latter. Lin Baozhen isn't that capable yet. After all, she's only 14, just like me. The rain stopped, and Lin Yu quietly returned to the maple forest. When she climbed back over the wall into the house, the big door creaked open. Lin Yu sat on the wall and looked at Lin Xuanwu, who had been waiting for a long time. After a while, Lin Yu slowly slid down from the wall, and one step at a time, entered the house through the door. The stove has warmed the ginger soup and hot water. Finish up and then sleep. The door was tied shut, and Lin Xuanwu, wearing his coat, slowly entered the house. Watching his back as he left, Lin Yu felt her nose sting. She looked up, trying to hold back tears, and forced a silly smile. Without that nervous feeling, Lin Yu drank the ginger soup in one gulp, then washed herself with hot water and took a warm bath. Her whole body felt warm from inside out. Lying on the bed, she immediately fell asleep after touching her pillow. 4438 looked at her sleepy eyes, full of resentment. It suddenly hit her face, and her panel popped up. Seeing the extra 10 points on her account, 4438 quickly got up and entered the space. I must reward myself well for this mouth of mine. Snail rice noodles, arranged. Spicy turkey noodles, roasted duck, arranged.
Cola, arenoid.
And some spicy chili dip with dried pork. Woohoo chewing, mixed with spiritual spring pork jerky, is really good chewing. Did you hear? The troublemaker in Xinhua village got there just desserts. What kind of punishment? Do you know the giant rock on the mountain of Xinhua village? Last night, lightning struck and knocked the rock down, crushing the ancestral hall. People in Xinhua village are interesting. They held a big family gathering in the ancestral hall late at night. When the lightning struck, they thought it was thunder and tried to run, but it was too late. Someone who saw it said the blood was flowing so much, it was like a hell on earth. That's definitely divine punishment. Doing too many bad things and getting punished by heaven. Is Lin Eugene also involved? Keep your voice down. If Fong Suehua, that fierce woman, hears you, she'll make trouble for you. News of Xinhua village's divine punishment spread quickly. In the blink of an eye, everyone around knew. The villagers felt both regretful and that it served them right. It's best to avoid doing things that go against your conscience. You never know when karma might catch up with you. Lin Yu was awakened by noise. When she woke up, her head felt a bit dizzy, probably from getting caught in the rain last night. After drinking half a cup of spiritual spring water, her foggy mind cleared, and her sense of smell returned. Suddenly, Lin Yu detected a strange, unpleasant odor she couldn't explain. She sniffed around, trying to find the source of the smell, but couldn't find anything inside the room. When she was about to put her cup away, she caught a whiff of it again. Deathly stare fixed on 4438. What did you do? 4438 tried hard to run away, but was caught by Lin Yu, who pulled it into her space. As soon as they entered, Lin Yu felt dirty. Did you eat something terrible?
It smells so bad, she said.
Her space was supposed to have a deodorizing function, so why does the smell seem so strong? Could it be worse than usual? It's hard to imagine how strong the taste of what 4438 ate must have been to cause her cup to smell so bad. She frowned and looked at 4438's guilty face. It lowered its head and fiddled with its paws, every hair showing its guilt. I just ate some powder. What kind of powder smells so bad? Lin Yu leaned in sharply, eyes bright like lasers. 4438. Honestly, do you have a secret shop of your own? Otherwise, why did it insist on her transferring points to its account earlier? And the reason it was so persistent about entering her space, perhaps it only had a physical form there and could eat things. All her guesses were correct. 4438 completely gave up and plopped down on the ground. Seeing its guilty look, Lin Yu knew she was right. She reached out and poked its soft belly. Don't pretend to be dead. Tell me, what did you secretly eat last night? For 1438 struggled to get up from the ground and pushed a selfie of itself with some delicious food in front of Lin Yu. Just looking at it made her hungry. Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow her saliva. I want to eat too. Save up points to buy me some, 4438 said, its bright eyes dimming after hearing this. It lowered its head, looking hopeless. It was clear she was regretting asking. Born from the same root, why are we fighting so fiercely? 0.01 points for effort, Lin Yu. She couldn't stand the smell anymore. She left her space and, as she raised her hand, she couldn't believe she was smelling her own hand. The grass, a type of plant, and her hands also became stained with its smell. 4438, from now on, if you eat any of that messy stuff in my space again, I will block your access. Angrily, she stormed out of the house. Lin Yu washed her hands several times with soapberry water to remove the smell. Maybe it was just her imagination, but Lin Yu also felt her clothes had been stained. She not only washed her body with water, but also changed into new clothes. Watching Lin Yu's broken and battered body, Feng Xuehua's eyes nearly filled with tears. Since the coroner examined the body and the constable brought it back, Feng Xuehua hadn't eaten a single grain. She was either crying or cursing Yu Chunxiang and Li Xiuji's family. Lin Yuzhen couldn't stand it anymore. He spent a lot of money to invite a Taoist priest to perform a ritual to help Lin Yujin rest in peace. It's hard to do proper funeral rites for someone like Lin Yujin. Although the weather was cold now, the smell was still strong. Plus, there were children at home who had witnessed such a frightening scene. The children kept having nightmares and vomiting. The household was in chaos, and Lin Yuzhen couldn't bear it anymore. Moreover, if the eldest son hadn't been so irresponsible and had not mixed with Zhu Laosan, he wouldn't have lost 180 taels of silver. Now, because of this trouble, the person was gone. He believed it was his own fault. Feng Xuehua clearly understood what he was thinking. She cried and made a fuss, but she couldn't win against the whole family alone. She was dragged into a room by her second and third sons and only released after Lin Yujin was buried. The decision was made. Feng Xuehua collapsed on the grave mound, crying so hard she fainted. Lin Baozhen kept a low profile the whole time. She only glanced at Lin Yujin's body and was so frightened she kept having nightmares. This feeling was just too terrible. Life had to go on. So, after returning home, Lin Baozhen stayed by Feng Xuehua's bedside. Contrary to her expectations of a loving mother and filial daughter, Feng Xuehua woke up and immediately squinted her eyes, then raised her hand and slapped Lin Baozhen. The murderer who killed your older brother hasn't been caught yet. Why didn't you stop them? Mother, you hit me. Lin Baozhen covered her face, full of disbelief. You're a piece of meat that fell off my body. If I do something wrong, shouldn't I be hit? What did I do wrong? Shouldn't my older brother be laid to rest? Or can I influence Dad and the second and third brother's thoughts? You can't, Mother, and I certainly can't either. Lin Baozhen cried uncontrollably, lowering her gaze and hiding her malicious feelings. The next moment, Feng Xuehua tried to sit up, but her hand missed its target, causing her to fall off the bed and hit her head, bleeding heavily. Mother, Mother! Lin Baozhen was shouting inside the room. Outside, Lin Yuzhen and others rushed in immediately. Seeing Feng Xuehua's miserable state and the 5-finger marks on Lin Baozhen's face, they felt a chill. After a chaotic scene, Feng Xuehua was treated with medicine and helped back to bed. No one showed concern or care for her, which made Lin Baozhen feel a deep disappointment she couldn't accept. Her chest rising and falling violently, she ran out of the house. From afar, she saw Lin Yu leading a calf and a mother sheep to eat grass.
Why?
Lin Yu was safe and sound, but she was ignored like this? Angrily, Lin Baozhen ran toward Lin Yu, wanting to grab her collar like before, to see her struggle and try to escape, but she couldn't. Before she could reach her, her hand was harshly slapped down. A dull pain hit her, and Lin Baozhen's eyes turned red again. Lin Yu, how dare you hit me? You're the one provoking her, Lin Yu said, stepping closer to Lin Baozhen. You didn't want to fight me, so why would I hit you? Lin Baozhen grew more anxious, especially since she hadn't seen Lin Yu suffer any consequences.
Why?
Why did it seem like Lin Yu was immune this time? It used to be different. As long as she wanted, she could make it happen. When did it start to stop working? Clenching her teeth, Lin Baozhen remembered. It seemed that ever since Lin Yu fell into the water and woke up, everything had gone beyond her control. Yes, Lin Yu had stolen her clay gourd. Lin Yu, you stole my clay gourd and tricked me into spending 10 taels of silver on a fake. Lin Baozhen hated her. She raised her hand to slap Lin Yu, but Lin Yu slapped her back. Lin Baozhen, I gave you face. You're shameless and thick-skinned. That clay gourd belongs to me. My father made it himself. If you want to blame someone, blame your poor father, and that clay gourd was bought by your persistent insistence. I said I wouldn't sell it, but you forced me with 10 taels of silver. I made it clear when I sold it, no returns once sold. Now you're trying to cheat me under false pretenses. Dream on. You're truly shameless and unprincipled. Your skin is even thicker than others. If you dare to come near me again, I won't spare you. As she spoke, Lin Yu raised her hand again to hit, but Lin Baozhen covered her painful face and angrily turned to run away. How could it fail? If it only failed on Lin Yu, that would be okay. But if it failed elsewhere, what should she do then? Chun Baixing and Widow Su have been having a hard time lately. Ever since Lin Yu led the two children to move all their belongings away, their home was now empty, lacking everything. And she had to spend silver to buy back what was missing. But all her silver was already returned to the Lin family. The only copper coin she had left she was tempted to break and spend. At this moment, she realized the benefit of relying on the Lin family. When relations were good, Lin Yu often sent over some meat or wild vegetables. They didn't seem impressive, but now she knew how precious they were when gone. Pork cost 20 coins per jin. Gathering wild vegetables was time-consuming and hard work, and the land was full of chores. She was so busy she couldn't stand still. Even when she returned, she couldn't enjoy herself and still had to take care of her son's needs. Mother, it's just wild vegetable porridge again. Can't we have some meat to enjoy? Chun Baixing's mouth had long been spoiled. Seeing Widow Su serve another bowl of vegetable porridge, he felt his stomach churn. Meat doesn't cost money. Don't you see how much pork costs in town? If you hadn't argued with Lin Yu, we wouldn't be worried about not having meat. Just the other day, Lin Xianping caught a wild boar, and we still had meat to eat. Now you've ruined it all. Hearing this, Chun Baixing's face darkened visibly. He used to think that his good standing in the academy, the support from classmates, and the teacher's attention all depended on himself. But after cutting ties with the Lin family, the subtle contempt and disdain that followed made him almost go crazy. It was then that Chun Baixing realized that the reason he had been doing so well before was because of Lin Yu. Without Lin Xuanwu's connection, no one paid attention to him. This realization made him feel frustrated and oppressed, but he had no choice but to accept it. Lin Yu really has clever tactics. Was she just trying to force him to submit? He refused to give in. Why don't you coax Lin Yu back? That girl is easy to fool. Just say a few nice words, and she'll come back. Seeing Chun Baixing's expression soften, Widow Su pressed on, trying to go further. But Chun Baixing suddenly stood up and ran out quickly. You little slut. All you know is to pretend and seduce men. Widow Su's face twisted with anger as she saw Baozhen's pitiful expression, stomping her feet in frustration. But thinking about this girl's good luck, she held back her anger. There is no longer Lin Yu to support her, so this little troublemaker can't be ignored anymore. Even if she wants to give up, she must first get some benefits. Baozhen, what happened to your face? Lin Baozhen ran over crying from the Chen family, covering her face. Chun Boxing quickly followed and saw the bright red finger marks on her face, a look of pity flashing in his eyes. Brother Boxing, it's Xiao Yu. I paid 10 taels of silver to buy her clay gourd, but she gave me a fake. When I confronted her, she not only denied it but also hit me. Lin Baozhen cried like a flower shedding tears, and Chen Boxing felt even more pity. But when he heard 10 taels of silver, his pupils shrank, and looking at Lin Baozhen, a fiery feeling appeared in his eyes, something he didn't even realize himself. Lin Yu is just like a bandit, Chen Boxing said aloud, but inside, he was more certain that Lin Yu's actions were just a way to lure him in, making him soften and give in willingly. Wait and see, I will go and get it back for you. After slapping Lin Baozhen, Lin Yu rubbed her numb hand, feeling a strong sense of satisfaction rise in her heart. Sure enough, as she expected, as long as she removed the help of the so-called main characters, she could resist or even break free from the plot's control. Earlier, when she hurt Lin Baozhen, she was punished in return. This time, she was just tripped while walking, with no real injury. Given time, she would eventually take Lin Baozhen's life. Throw some flowers. Fireworks exploded overhead with loud bangs. Lin Yu glanced at her clothes, which were decorated with flashy, jingling accessories that couldn't hide anything, and she almost rolled her eyes at the screen. Isn't the host beautiful? This is a Xinjiang dance girl, jingling and charming, but it depends on who wears it. Can you imagine a big, greenish-blue bee with dangling tassels dancing around? What are you trying to do? If it's just the space's strange smell, I won't pursue it this time. But no more excuses. Lin Yu just entered the space again, and the foul smell was gone, along with the other things that had been contaminated. Host, I want to drink milk tea. 4438 looked eagerly at the sheep's drooping udder. Lin Yu. She completely changed her mind. She had underestimated this thing, having 800 clever ideas, but flexible enough to bend for a little food, even breaking when necessary. Lin Yu, for making me soften, you really will do anything. I admit you won, and I promise to marry you. But first, you must kneel and apologize to Baozhen, return the 10 taels of silver you took from her, and present a real clay gourd to make amends. Chen Baixing held his head high and boasted loudly. Lin Yu poked her ear and said, Chen Baixing, what kind of frog are you? Ugly and flashy, with a sticky mouth. You just spit and do nothing useful, only disgusting people. You. Lin Yu, how can a girl be so harsh? Aren't you afraid you won't get married? Only I don't mind you, and I'm willing to marry you. You should be grateful. Go to hell with your gratitude. I gave you face, and now you're whining in front of me. Lin Yu picked up a shovel, scooped up fresh cow dung from the newly pulled calf, and threw it right at Chen Baixing's face.
Ah!
Lin Yu, you wicked woman. Ugh. Yuck! Chen Baixing spat and vomited, tears of disgust streaming down his face. Lin Yu didn't give him a moment to recover. She swung the shovel again. Out of instinct, Chen Baixing kept stepping back. Lin Yu, if you dare to hit me again, you'll never marry me in this life.
Bah!
Chen Baixing, you really think you're a swan trying to catch a frog? Do you deserve to marry me? Is it because of your broken house and the few coins you earn? You're just a coward who depends on women. What nonsense are you talking? Every word Lin Yu said hit him hard. Chen Baixing's face darkened like ink. Lin Yu, don't underestimate a young man in poverty. Sooner or later, I will make you pay for today's actions. Don't underestimate the young, the middle-aged, or the elderly in poverty. Respect the dead.
Lin Yu.
Chen Baixing shouted angrily, his voice cracking. Because his mouth was open too wide, cow dung fell into it. Get lost. You're disgusting to look at. Lin Yu picked up the shovel again. Chen Baixing, with a grim face, hurriedly ran away. Splatter ha ha. Host, did you see that? Chen Baixing's face just now was so funny. You're the one. You're just killing with words, said 4438, mocking Chen Baixing's words about not underestimating the young. Chen Baixing's heart felt like it was about to break.
Same to you.
Seeing Chen Baixing covered in cow dung and rushing toward her, Baozhen felt overwhelmed. Chen Baixing, this useless man, couldn't even win over Lin Yu. Seeing Chen Baixing covered in cow dung rushing toward her, Lin Baozhen felt overwhelmed. Chen Baixing, this useless person, couldn't even comfort Lin Yu. In the past, whenever he casually apologized, Lin Yu would soften like cotton. What exactly went wrong? Lin Baozhen tried to stay calm on the outside, But when she heard Chen Baixing constantly complaining and insulting Lin Yu and saw green cow dung in his teeth, she couldn't hold back her gag and vomited. Chen Baixing thought she was upset and quickly stepped forward to support her. Don't touch me. Lin Baozhen's face suddenly changed, and she kept stepping back. Chen Baixing wasn't blind. He saw Lin Yu's disgust to her eyes. But he wondered who caused him to become like this. Why does she look down on him? Thinking this, Chen Baixing tightly clenched Lin Yu's hand. The cow dung naturally transferred onto Lin Baozhen's hand and clothes. He felt her body trembling but had to hold back. He felt pleased. Brother Baixing, maybe you should go clean up first. It's hard to handle if it dries, she said. In the end, Chen Baixing didn't want to push her too far. He let go of her, said a few words he thought were heartfelt, and walked home. Lin Baozhen's eyes lowered slightly. After she couldn't see Chen Baixing anymore, she started to curse and scream hysterically. She ran to the water's edge and scrubbed her dirty hands with grass until her skin was raw. Useless, useless. Chen Baixing, this useless guy. He did it on purpose. Her eyes darkened, and her chest rose and fell violently. The turbulent water reflected her cold face. Chen Baixing, this is your doing. Lin Yu didn't know about the conflict between Lin Baozhen and Chen Baixing. At this moment, 4438 was teaching her how to milk sheep by hand. The half-dead ewe they bought earlier in town was thriving under the spiritual spring's nourishment. As soon as she saw Lin Yu, she rubbed against her like a cat smelling catnip. Lin Yu could only force herself to milk the sheep. Surprisingly, she got quite a lot, half a bucket of milk in one squeeze. After milking, Lin Yu carried the milk into the kitchen, lit a fire, washed the pot, poured in the milk, boiled it, and then poured it out. Following 4438's instructions, she added sugar and tea leaves and cooked until the sugar turned into caramel, then poured it into the boiled milk. The milk has a rich, creamy flavor, and each sip is sweet and refreshing, soothing the heart. When Lin Yu served a bowl to 4438, it immediately went into its space without waiting, ignoring the heat. After blowing on it carefully, it couldn't wait to take a sip. Smells good, tastes great. Lin Yu also poured a bowl. Unlike the strong smell when squeezing sheep's milk, this milk tea tastes sweet, fragrant, and rich, very delicious. After finishing a bowl, she felt warm all over. Just after giving Lin Xian and Chun Yan their milk tea, the Lin family members working in the field returned. Leading the way were brothers Lin Jin and Lin Hong. Third sister, it smells so good. What did you make? What's that? Lin Hong rubbed up close like a puppy. Lin Yu filled a bowl for him. Are you silly? Milk tea, of course, is milk plus tea. There's nothing special about it, Lin Hong muttered. His father liked bitter teas the most, but this milk tea smelled so nice. Lin Hong squinted, blew on it to cool, then took a sip. His eyes, usually narrow, widened suddenly. Tastes good, and it's sweet. With Lin Hong's approval, Lin Jin also leaned in eagerly. After tasting, his fox-like eyes curved into a smile. Uncle, auntie, little uncle, come try the milk tea third sister made, Lin Jin called out while drinking. Li Xiuji stepped forward upon hearing, glanced at the dark brown sheep's milk in the pot, and became interested. Each person took a bowl, smelled it first, then tasted. All showed approval. Even Lin Xuanwu, who usually didn't like sweets, drank the entire bowl of milk tea. That was nothing compared to Lin Yi, Lin Mo, Lin Jin, and Lin Hong. In no time, only the bottom of the big pot remained. After finishing, Lin Jin and Lin Hong licked their bowls until they shone. Li Xiuji, annoyed by their mess, insisted on pouring the remaining few drops from the pot into their mouths. Fong Suehua woke up with a splitting headache. Thinking of her daughter's cold back view before fainting, she felt heartbroken. A cold chill spread through her entire body. The words from Chunxiang, saying Lin Baozhen was a troublemaker, had some impact on Fong Suehua. Especially today, after she slapped her daughter and then hit her head, she became even more convinced. In the past, the family worked together against outsiders, which Fong Suehua was happy about. But now, if her daughter used her abilities against her own family. Fong Suehua's eyes turned cold, and her chest rose and fell violently. Mother, little sister is too much. She actually spent 10 taels of silver to buy that broken gourd from Lin Yu. Yi Fongfong stormed into the house angrily, while Fong Xuehua complained, "This is so unreasonable. Knowing we lack silver money, she just spends 10 taels at once. She married into the family, and after many years of hard work, she only saved 8 taels of silver. She appears generous to outsiders, but is stingy with her own family. This is a clear example of favoritism. Call your father, silver, and wealth inside," Fong Xuehua said, supporting herself as she struggled to stand. Yi Fongfong didn't know what her wife was planning, but she still called the others in. The door creaked as it was locked from inside. Yi Fongfong rolled her eyes, took a few steps out, then pressed her ear to the door. Inside, they deliberately lowered their voices so she couldn't hear clearly. Yi Fongfong left angrily. Her hand was red and sore from rubbing it, feeling prickly. Lin Baozhen braced herself against the cold wind, but she couldn't help glancing toward home. Her mother loved her most, always soothing her when her hand was slightly red, but today, because her older brother hit her, no one came to look for her. She didn't understand why. In just a few days, things had changed so much. Her eyes turned red, and Lin Baozhen started to cry quietly. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her name. She thought she was hearing things, but then she turned and saw Lin Yuyin running toward her. "Little sister, why are you here? Your hands are so cold. Come on, let's go home," Lin Yuzhen said, holding Lin Baozhen's hand tightly and pulling her along. On the way back, she saw her second sister-in-law and third brother looking for her everywhere. She felt a little relieved. Lin Baozhen didn't resist anymore. As she entered the house, she smelled a strong chicken soup aroma. Yu Chuanxiang was busy in the kitchen, moving the cooked dishes and soup to the table like a puppet on strings. Fong Xuehua sat at the table and, seeing Lin Baozhen, her eyes reddened as she waved to her. "Baozhen, mother was wrong." Tears fell from Lin Baozhen's eyes. "Mother shouldn't have blamed you because of your older brother. Does it hurt? Let me blow on it," Fong Xuehua said, gently touching Lin Baozhen's face with a motherly look. All her built-up frustration burst out, and she threw herself into Fong Xuehua's arms. "Mother, it hurts so much. I asked your sister-in-law to make chicken soup. Later, you can have a big chicken leg to help you recover." "Yes," Lin Baozhen cried and laughed at the same time. Perhaps it was her imagination, but Fong Xuehua always felt that the sharp pain on her forehead was easing. Yu Chuanxiang watched the family's behavior carefully, lowering her eyes to hide her sarcasm. Lin Yu was awakened by the vibration of the panel. She opened her sleepy eyes and tapped the panel to enlarge the display, seeing today's flash sale items. Today's flash sale: down jackets 20 sale price, $399, original price $19.99, limited time, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Today's flash sale time has been extended to 2 minutes, Lin Yu said, rubbing her eyes and clicking on the details with interest. Halfway through, she heard a surprisingly sharp voice from 4438. "Ah, host, what kind of luck is this? You managed to buy a down jacket in the flash sale. With a down jacket as a base, I won't freeze to death," Lin Yu thought. Winter in ancient times was not like modern or interstellar times. Interstellar benefits from technology, modern industry pollution, and global warming, making winters much warmer. In ancient times, poor people could only endure the cold. Thinking of those who died in cold winters in her past life, Lin Yu's face tightened. Still, she finished reading the product details. It's an alternative to cotton clothing, lighter and warmer than traditional cotton clothes. Lin Yu trusted the quality of the system's products. She spent 399 points to buy it. Her savings of 70,000 points had dwindled to 30,000. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Her savings really weren't growing. The moment she got the down jacket, Lin Yu doubted whether such a light jacket could really keep her warm. She took one off the hanger and put it on. Just as she curled up under the blanket feeling the cold wind, she was surprised. She was actually not cold anymore. Being warm and lightweight meant more freedom of movement and better chances of survival in emergencies. A wave of joy rose in her heart. Just as she was about to take off the down jacket, 4438 cheerfully announced, Host, you've got a live one. Late at night, Lin Baojun led Lin Yuan and Lin Yukai as they huffed and puffed, running into the mountains. The murderer who killed old Zhu and her older brother had not been caught, causing panic in the maple forest. No one dared to go into the mountains. There were many wild animals in the mountains, but compared to their own lives, they were not worth mentioning. Lin Baojun was thinking along these lines. She believed strongly in her good luck. No matter what dangers she faced, she was confident she could turn the situation around, without exception. Previously, Lin Baojun always went into the mountains alone. This time, she brought her second and third brothers mainly to protect her from those who might be after her. If they could catch and solve the problem, it would be even better. With this thought, Lin Baojun walked lightly, unaware that Lin Yuan and Lin Yukai followed behind with angry looks. Everyone in the maple forest was hiding and running away, except her, who deliberately headed toward Tiger Mountain. Lin Baojun was confident she would come to no harm, but her brothers were different. If they took the blame for her and lost their lives, what use would all their money and valuables be? Thinking this, Lin Baojun looked calm, while Lin Yuan and Lin Yukai still pretended to be loving and caring brothers. After walking for a while, Lin Baojun finally stopped. Second brother, third brother, you stay here. If anyone comes near, catch him. And if I call you, you must come immediately. Got it? Lin Yukai looked a bit impatient. The surroundings were dark and Lin Baojun couldn't see his expression, so she thought he was just cold. Seeing the warning look from her, Lin Yukai rolled his eyes. He wondered how his little sister was acting. She used to come alone, so why was she being so delicate now? When Lin Yu arrived, he saw the expressions on Lin Yuan and Lin Yotsai's faces clearly. TSK, it seemed that Lin Baojun's relationship with her family was getting worse over time. She was probably exaggerating a little, and their family might be heading toward a breakup. If they shared happiness, could they face difficulties together? With a hidden talisman in hand, Lin Yu felt confident. He checked his panel, entered the shop, and looked for the illusion charm that cost 89 points. He couldn't resist buying it. The bad part was it only lasted for 15 minutes. But that was enough to deal with Lin Yuan and Lin Yukai. He moved like a ghost, quietly sticking the illusion charm onto their backs. Second brother, don't you think this place feels cold and creepy? Lin Yukai rubbed his arms to stop the goosebumps and moved closer to Lin Yuan. As soon as his hand touched him, Lin Yukai felt a bone-chilling cold. In the next moment, a face, rotten and gnawed beyond recognition, pressed against his own. Lin Yotsai's pupils shrank. He wanted to run, but his feet seemed rooted to the ground, unable to move. Trembling, with hot, wet thighs, Lin Yukai collapsed onto the ground like a broken doll. Big brother, I burned paper money for you. Took care of sister-in-law's dog and baby. Spare me, please spare me. Lin Yukai cried out in despair, like a headless fly, and ran in a panic, but his weak legs caused him to trip over a branch and fall hard. The pain snapped some of Lin Yotsai's remaining sense back. As he wondered where his second brother had gone, he heard faint rustling ahead. Suddenly, his eyes met the glowing green eyes in the darkness. He tremblingly took out a fire stick, and only then saw that it was a tiger several times taller than him, with foul-smelling saliva dripping from its sharp teeth. Lin Yukai understood clearly. If he delayed any longer, he would become prey for the beast, ending up like his older brother. He couldn't bear to think about how painful and terrifying that would be. Decisively, Lin Yukai clenched the fire stick and burned his leg with it. The pain restored his strength. Just as the tiger roared and lunged at him, Lin Yukai leapt in the opposite direction. Lin Yu, hiding in the shadows, watched intently as Lin Yuan and Lin Yukai dodged the beast. She then jumped down the slope, rolling like a stone to the very bottom. In the middle of the fall, she could still hear the satisfying crack of bones breaking. I thought this family was only ruthless to Lin Baojun, she thought. Turns out, they are all cold-blooded, selfish, and unfeeling. The illusion charm, as the name suggests, puts a person into a dreamlike state, where they see their deepest fears. The two brothers begged the imaginary beast in the void, indicating something else had happened that she didn't know about. Lin Yu was not one to ask too many questions. She only cared about achieving her goal. She knew Lin Baozhen brought Lin Yuyin and Lin Yukai here to catch her without worries. Now, she had lost both her husband and her advantage. With 4438 leading the way, Lin Yu quickly found Lin Baozhen. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, thinking she had caught Lin Yuyin and Lin Yukai in the commotion. She had already bitten her finger, and around her, there were wild chickens, rabbits, and ducks. She carefully tied up each prey and stacked them behind her. Meanwhile, distant sounds of movement continued. Lin Baozhen held a fire stick, but she couldn't see clearly. Lin Yu saw everything clearly. Coming toward them were not only foxes, wild boars, and deer, but also wolves and black panthers. Unbelievable. The wings of 4438 are silent and unmoving. With so many, can she handle it? As soon as the words were spoken, one person watched helplessly as Lin Baozhen used a rope to tie up the prey's hands, feet, and neck. All the wild animals present did not resist at all. When they couldn't be dealt with, they started fighting among themselves. 4438. Is this a lucky star, or some kind of advanced technology, or dark magic? Lin Yu didn't understand, but from 4438's expression, it was clear this wasn't good news. All around, within 2 meters, the area was filled with wild animals. Lin Baozhen was satisfied. Sure enough, the last time there were few prey, it was because the location was wrong. Today, they changed the place, and it was back to normal. Second brother, third brother, you can come over, Lin Baozhen called out several times, but Lin Yukai and Lin Yuyin didn't respond. A bad feeling grew in her heart. The next second, a strike to the back of the neck arrived, though a bit late. Lin Yu habitually stored all the wild animals into her space. Harvest points 1,000. Harvest points 1,000, but she left behind the barely alive wild wolf. Wolves are social animals and are relentless in revenge. Her gaze shifted. Lin Yu dropped a drop of spiritual spring water on the wolf. Its breathing grew heavier, and its chest rose and fell more rapidly. With a howl, the wolf's cry echoed through the night. Save the little wolf. Percent and Yuan harvest points 30,000. Unfazed by her surprise, Lin Yu ran off quickly because she heard the wolf's howl in response. As for Lin Baozhen, more precisely Lin Yuyin and Lin Yukai, they were in big trouble. She decided not to join the chaos. The place Lin Baozhen chose was quite remote. Lin Yu had a hard time descending the mountain. Halfway down, the guide 4438 suddenly stopped. Host, do you want to earn some extra income? Lin Yu focused on earning, so she agreed without hesitation. 4438 led her in the opposite direction. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Yu tore off the sharp thorns stuck to her pants and crouched under a tree. Below the main road, more than 10 people stood on either side, with a rope stretched across the middle. Looking around, Lin Yu also spotted an archer in a tree not far from the road. It was obvious. They were planning to cause trouble. Since 4438 said it was about earning extra income, she decided to do her best to sabotage their plans. She took out a universal beast medicine, quietly poured it around these people, then slipped away silently. Painful screams and shouts echoed across the sky. In the distance, a carriage stopped, and the curtain gently swayed. Miss, there is an emergency ahead. A beast is attacking people. There are ropes in the middle of the road. About 500 meters ahead, there is another group of people and horses. A delicate, fair hand lifted the curtain and narrow, red phoenix eyes slightly squinted. Turn around, go back. Check it for me. 500 meters away, a man with a tall, strong build, broad shoulders, and a handsome face looked cold and dark. Fools. Deal with them all. Yes, the person trembled slightly, panic rising. The man's chest rose and fell sharply. He raised his sword and cut down the person coming to confess. Who could it be that ruined his plan? It was supposed to be perfect. Meanwhile, the real culprit had already gone home and was lying in bed. Cut off the first love, gain 100,000 points. Wow, 100,000 points. 4438. Are you on the leaderboard? Rich main system? Host, remember to stay humble in wealth. 4438. The little mosquito patted Lin Yu's face with a slap, but she pushed it away in annoyance. First love? Lin Yu thought about what that meant. After taking off her down jacket, she entered the space, which was kept at a constant temperature, neither hot nor cold. She wiped imaginary dirt and dust from her jacket, giggling foolishly. Suddenly, 4438 notified her that she was only wearing a down jacket outside, and it wasn't cold at all. Running around, she even felt warm. This level of warmth was enough to survive a harsh winter after fleeing. She folded the jacket and put it away, then suddenly remembered someone, Yushi. In the story, Yushi was a tragic character. She was the first beauty of the male lead, praised as a lifesaver who deserved to be loved in return. Yushi was a practitioner. When she faced danger, the male lead saved her like a divine being, starting a doomed romance. Yushi was the daughter of a county magistrate, but she carried her mother's surname. Her maternal family was once wealthy merchants, but they went into hiding after a misfortune. Despite that, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse, which was why the male lead was interested in Yushi. Because of her, the male lead not only gained the county magistrate's favor, but also inherited the entire Yu family after Yushi died in childbirth. It could be said that the wealth of the Yu family was the foundation of the male lead's rise. Lin Yu didn't expect that her simple side job earning 4,438 would accidentally ruin the carefully planned scheme of the male lead. Without support from the Yu family, she was eager to see how the male lead would rise and improve himself. However, Lin Yu didn't have high hopes. With Lin Baozhen, the strong-willed heroine, present, the male lead might be even more capable. By the way, do you think that in ancient times, saving someone's life means you have to marry them? 4438 said, confused. Of course not. If that were true, who would dare to save others? Yushur is not just a favored daughter of heaven. She was carefully raised by her family. From a young age, she has seen and learned much more than ordinary farmers. It's impossible she would give up her family just for one heroic act of saving someone, like a moth flying into a flame for the male lead. I think Yushur is being controlled, just like Lin Baozhen's good luck, and so is the male lead. As for the story's idea of marriage in exchange for a life-saving act, it's just how the powerful write their stories. Those high above wouldn't empathize with the weak, for 1438's gaze toward Lin Yu changed. She thought that even if she was reborn, a 14-year-old girl wouldn't understand much. But she was wrong, far beyond her expectations. Indeed, you can't judge ancient times with modern thinking. Lin Yu grabbed 4438 and squeezed her hard. She checked her system notifications and saw she earned 160,000 tonight. The remaining 30,000 from before, she used 89 to buy 2 illusion charms and 299 for a permanent concealment charm. After expenses, she had 150,000 left. Looking at the 4 zeros after her earnings, Lin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, like a poor person suddenly rich. She opened the shop and started restocking. 1 permanent disguise pill for 199. A bottle of 6 universal detox pills for 299. A bottle of universal beast medicine for 99. 2 illusion charms for 89. 1 gene of corn seeds for 199. Spending nearly 90,000 on her gains, Lin Yu stopped. There were still good items in the midnight flash sale, but she wanted to save some. She stored the system panel away and used her mind to check the wild animals outside the wooden house. 10 wild chickens, 9 wild rabbits, 7 wild ducks, 1 deer, 3 foxes, 1 black panther, and a large, fluffy squirrel with a big tail. Honestly, Lin Baozhen was quite skilled at hunting. About 30 animals were brought in this time. She hadn't had time to deal with the previous ones, so they were still there. Fortunately, outside the wooden house was still and peaceful. No one was hurt, and there was no need to eat or drink. Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly remembered the wild boar meat dried in the dryer. She asked 4438, who eagerly trotted over with a big handful of jerky, and stumbled toward her. It looked like a lot, but there were actually only 3 pieces, with the middle one coated in chili. Lin Yu glanced at 4438, picked out the spicy one, and took a bite. It was salty, spicy, fragrant, and chewy. It's delicious. This is made with my special secret recipe, she said. Pairing it with wild boar meat soaked in spiritual spring water makes it even better. It would be strange if it wasn't tasty.
How many did you dry?
3, 2 plain and 1 spicy, 4438 said, waving its tiny antennae proudly. Lin Yu could imagine its proud expression without even looking. Make all the rest spicy, she said, waving her hand. She rewarded 4438 with 100 points. At first, 4438 wanted to refuse, but when it saw the points credited to her account, it suddenly lunged and hugged Lin Yu's thigh. Rich lady, kisses, hugs, and lift high. Before she could react, Lin Yu bit its face. 4438. Ah, I'm so unclean now. It was like being bitten by a dog. With so many points, who needed a bicycle? Blushing, 4438 let out a laugh like a boiling kettle. Lin Yu. Wolf is coming. A scream pierced the sky. The villagers, who had been sleeping, were awakened and rushed out with their tools to chase the wolf. At the mountain pass, they saw Lin Yuin and Lin Yukai, brothers covered in torn clothes from being bitten, and Lin Baozhen, trailing behind, looking dirty and dusty. Woo-woo. The wolf howled loudly. In the darkness, pairs of green glowing eyes watched. The villagers, witnessing this scene, felt a shiver run down their spines. The culprits, upon seeing the familiar faces, relaxed their tense nerves and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Fortunately, the wolf pack did not enter the village. Seeing humans arrive, they lingered and hesitated for a long time before finally leaving. The crisis was over, and Lin Zhong was furious. Old second, old third, and little one, what's going on? The county officials said that before the murder case is solved, no one should go into the mountains. You guys not only went, but went in the middle of the night, and you even provoked the wolf pack. An experienced hunter would never provoke a wild wolf. Wolves are social animals. If you turn back, it's either to show gratitude or seek revenge. To provoke them is to invite trouble. Lin Yuin and Lin Yukai seem to have lost all strength and means. Their eyes are unfocused, and they lie on the ground like 2 dead dogs. Only Lin Baozhen can speak now. Uncle Village Chief, my second and third brothers and I went out in the dark to see Big Brother. Big Brother left suddenly, and his funeral is almost over. While burning paper money, we saw an injured wild wolf. We wanted to help it, but the wolf pack chased us and bit anyone they saw. Lin Baozhen's voice is trembling with tears, which makes her sound very touching. Lin Zhongcai's expression eases a little, but when he looks at Lin Baozhen, there's more suspicion in his eyes. Oh no, my hand hurts so much. My foot, ugh. As their pain subsides, Lin Yuin and Lin Yukai let out sharp cries of pain. Cold sweat beads on their faces. Lin Yuzhen, Fong Xuehua, and Yi Fongfong rush over when they hear the noise. Seeing their limbs bent at unnatural angles, their hearts tighten. Second and third brothers Yuin, both the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law speak at the same time and run over. Fong Xuehua points at the villagers standing a meter away and scolds, "Are you blind? Can't you see how badly they're hurt? Just standing there. Help them get to the doctor. They are all villagers, and if they had a better attitude, it would be easy to help." But Fong Xuehua's attitude makes it seem like others owe her. Everyone, already annoyed from being woken up in the middle of the night and full of frustration, can't stand it and retort immediately. "Fong Xuehua, what's your attitude? If it weren't for us, your 3 children might have been taken by the wolf pack long ago. Do you think you can just yap here? Your own parents don't care, so why should we outsiders get anxious? Don't blame us if we help and end up blaming you instead." Talking about burning paper for Lin Yujin?
Bah.
Probably just too afraid to part with that huge luck, hoping to get something big, but ended up running into the wolf pack. Otherwise, how come Lin Yuin and Lin Yukai are hurt, but Lin Baozhen is fine? These words cut deep into the hearts of the Lin family members present. Their faces darkened in the shadows. Only Lin Baojun kept trying to explain, but her words only made things worse. Everyone stopped talking. Lin Zhongsai broke the silence. Although the situation stabilized, no one wanted to be bitten back, especially with Feng Suihua's reckless accusations. Anyway, everyone was there, and the wolf pack had retreated. The group quickly started to leave. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Zhongsai remained as an outsider. As the village chief, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. So, he, along with Lin Yuzhen, Feng Suihua, Yi Fangfang, and Lin Baojun, helped carry Lin Yuyin and Lin Yukai onto a cart. Whether they personally helped or not was their own matter. He had already done his best. After the village chief left, Lin Yogen's anger burst out. He raised his hand and slapped Feng Suihua hard. "If you keep talking nonsense, I will divorce you and send you back to your old Feng family. Lin Yuzhen, you bastard. Just for this small thing, you want to divorce me?" Feng Suihua shouted loudly and lunged at Lin Yuzhen. But this time he seemed serious. Before she could reach him, he pushed her to the ground. Feng Suihua's pupils shrank suddenly, and she lost her fierce attitude from before. "And you all, what exactly is going on? If you weren't hunting wild animals, how did you get involved with the wolf pack? Why did they hurt Yuyin and Yukai so badly?" Behind him, Lin Yuzhen didn't directly ask questions, but his words and expressions showed the underlying message. Lin Baojun understood it too, feeling very wronged. "Dad, I don't know either. When I woke up, we were surrounded by wolves, and those wild animals I caught a lot, but I couldn't carry them all. I called my second and third brothers to help, but none of them paid attention. Later, I was knocked out. Dad, someone in the village has taken a liking to me. I haven't had much to gain lately, and it's because of that person." Lin Yuzhen stared closely at Lin Baojun, trying to judge whether she was telling the truth. If she was, why didn't she tell them immediately when she realized it? No matter if she was lying or telling the truth, Lin Yuzhen was sure of one thing. The daughter he had spoiled since childhood was now grown up and starting to hide her thoughts and secrets. His expression turned cold, and Lin Baojun felt a bit nervous under his gaze. "Dad, that wicked girl Lin Baojun is lying. She said she went into the mountains with her, and nothing happened, but I almost lost my life to a tiger, and that wolf pack was also caused by her. She didn't catch any prey, but she deliberately caught wild wolves. She either fell down or climbed a tree. Not a single hair was hurt, but my second brother and I were bitten several times on our buttocks and thighs, and our hands and feet were broken. If we had run with all our might, we might have fallen there." Thinking about the trouble they faced tonight, Lin Yotsai's resentment was heavier than that of a ghost. "And they say we're ignoring them? Clearly, you saw someone in danger and did nothing, deliberately using us as bait. Big sister-in-law was right. Lin Baojun is a troublemaker. Today, all their misfortunes were caused by her. Father, mother, I didn't do anything. Everything I said is true. Please believe me, Lin Baojun said. She didn't understand why, after just one night, her two older brothers, who used to be so caring, now looked at her with cold hostility and suspicion, as if they were enemies. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the cart got stuck and stopped abruptly. The inertia caused Lin Yuyin and Lin Yukai to lurch forward, and they fell hard onto the ground. Their screams of pain echoed loudly. Lin Yuzhen didn't care about the quarrel among siblings. He rushed to help his brothers first. He still kept a gentle face when talking to Lin Baojun, but only he knew what he was really thinking. Lin Baojun stood alone, watching her family walk away. A strong feeling of sadness filled her heart. She knew her father was finally disappointed in her. Silent tears fell, and she tasted the sourness in her mouth. Lin Baojun bit her lips silently. In the next half-month, despite warnings, Lin Baojun went into the mountains 4 or 5 more times, but each time she returned empty-handed. This made her family complain loudly. In the past, thanks to Lin Baojun's luck, they didn't have to work in the fields, ate well, and sometimes even earned a lot of money. Now, her second and third brothers had injuries. One hurt his hand, the other his leg, so they couldn't work. They also needed careful care, and everyone in the family had to eat and drink, which was a big expense. There was no choice but to dip into their savings. But their savings were limited. they had to use them carefully. So, Lin Yu-zhen and Fong Xuehua had no choice but to lead the family back to the fields. It's easier to indulge than to be frugal. They used to joke and laugh, but now, trying to pick up that habit again was almost impossible. There was no other way. They could only cry, shout, and keep working blindly. The hardest hit was Lin Baozhen. Because of her luck, she had never worked hard before. Her fingers were soft and tender, not much different from the young ladies of wealthy merchants in town. Within just 15 minutes of loosening the soil, her palms were scraped raw, and the pain was sharp and piercing. Lin Baozhen felt wronged and tears welled up in her eyes. Due to sudden family problems, no one was in the mood to come for her. This big change was too much for her to accept, even after experiencing it before. She threw down her hoe and ran away crying. Watching her go, Yi Fong clenched her teeth and muttered angrily, "The young lady has a servant's life. She's been lazy after just a little while of work. I really have terrible luck to have such a little sister-in-law." She completely forgot that she was the one who once praised Lin Baozhen's dirty feet the most. Now, she was turning her back and pretending not to know her. Unknowingly, Lin Baozhen ran to the small river. When she saw Chun Baksheng, she rushed toward him like a young bird. Chun Baksheng's eyes showed surprise, but he quickly calmed her down kindly. "Baozhen, don't cry." "Did something happen?" Lin Baozhen didn't say anything, just kept crying. Who was the person who took her wild things? Why, no matter how far she ran, could she always find her exactly? Her mind was racing, but she still couldn't figure out who it was. The only enemies she had in the maple forest were the Lin Yu family. She didn't think Lin Yu was capable of secretly taking all her prey without her noticing. Lin Xianping was a good hunter, but he couldn't handle wild boars, leopards, or quick deer. She was confident in her own bloodline. Those wild animals only listened to her. Without her, they would immediately return to their original state. Maybe Chun Baksheng's comforting worked, because Lin Baozhen gradually stopped crying. Chun Baksheng gently wiped her tears, and they sat close together. When he asked, she couldn't help but pour out all her sadness. He listened and comforted her, even painfully giving her the only egg in the house. Watching her swallow it without hesitation, his face changed briefly, but it was gone quickly. Did she really never eat good food before? She just swallowed it all in one bite. Chun Baksheng swallowed hard and hid his displeasure. No wonder Uncle Lin and Aunt Fong didn't like her, who in the Maple Forest girl family was as lazy and careless as her. She did nothing but mourn spring and autumn. Even Lin Yu, during spring planting, went to the fields, and in her free time, she dug vegetables and cooked. "Brother Baksheng, you are so kind to me." Lin Baozhen wiped her tears and looked at the rushing river, sighing silently. If only a fish could jump up on its own, that would be great. Thinking this, Lin Baozhen felt her face flush. Suddenly, a fish longer than her arm jumped to her feet. Lin Baozhen looked very surprised, but Chun Baisheng happily pressed down on the jumping fish's head. "Such a big fish." As he spoke, more fish jumped onto the shore, 1, 2, 5, and each one was bigger than the last. Chun Baisheng couldn't hold them back anymore and pushed the fish further away from the riverbank. Seeing this, Lin Baozhen also stepped forward to help. When she pushed, her finger was cut by a stone. When she realized it, the shore was full of jumping fish.
Wow, so many fish.
"Come and catch them." The villagers nearby saw this lively scene. They forgot about their work in the fields, dropped their hoes, and ran to the river. Word spread quickly, and soon Lin Yu-zhen and his family arrived. Seeing the pile of fish in front of Lin Baozhen and Chun Baisheng, he eagerly started putting fish into buckets and cloth bags. When he looked at Lin Baozhen, he finally showed his first smile in many days. "Good job." Lin Baozhen felt happy inside, no longer looking sad or worried. She was full of energy and ready to help catch more fish. But out of the corner of her eye, she saw her hands were covered in blood. Her pupils shrank. After wiping away the blood, she found some grass to stop the bleeding. Worried someone might notice, she also covered her hands with mud. At that moment, the fish that kept jumping onto the shore suddenly stopped moving. The villagers felt disappointed, but still carried their fish home happily. On the way back, they saw a bunch of chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, and pigs and wondered, why are all these animals gathered together? Are they all stuck in a pile? Get back, someone kicked at them. The animals scattered quickly, and in no time, they were gone. The villagers, still excited about their unexpected catch, paid no attention. The biggest winner was Lin Yuzhen. Not only did he take some of the fish that had been piled at Lin Baozhen and Chen Baixing's feet, but he also grabbed nearly 20 more. The big ones weighed about 70 or 80 or even 90 jin, and the smaller ones about 4 or 5 jin. Because Chen Baixing helped, Lin Yuzhen also shared 3 large fish with him. Widow Su arrived late and saw the lively, jumping big fish by Chen Baixing's feet. She was so happy, she couldn't hide her smile. Chen Baixing felt a bit uneasy inside. He managed to catch 5 or 6 or even 8 fish near the shore for Lin Baozhen. Later, he also helped out, and Lin Yuzhen brought back at least 20 or 30 fish, but Chen only received 3 as a share. If he hadn't helped, he would have had no problem catching 5 or 6 fish himself, since everyone would share the catch. But then he thought, without Lin Baozhen, there wouldn't be today's fish. Chen calmed his emotions and decided to get closer to Lin Baozhen in the future. If his family hadn't almost run out of food, he wouldn't have gone to the river to try his luck and meet Lin Baozhen. Today's flour eggs are worth something. Third sister, look what we brought back. Lin Jinlin and Lin Hong barefoot carried a big grass carp into the yard. As soon as they set the fish down, Li Xiuji and Lin Xianping happily returned, each holding 2 large fish weighing nearly 10 jin. Today is really strange. Suddenly, the fish in the river keep jumping onto the shore, Li Xiuji said. I only caught 2, but those who went earlier caught more than 10, Lin Xianping added. The most was Lin Yuzhen. His family brought back at least 20 or 30 fish, someone said.
Wow.
Lin Linma and Lin Jinlin and Hong looked at each other in disbelief. That must have filled the big water jar. Mom, I want to eat pickled fish, Lin Xianping said excitedly, sticking his head out from inside. His wife was postpartum, and he was eating the same food every day. Lin Xianping felt like his taste buds were getting bored. Let's have pickled fish for lunch and fill our stomachs, she agreed. The family started working together. Lin Xianping cleaned the fish, removed the scales, and cut the fish into pieces. They planned to eat a lot at noon and save some to dry for salted or smoked fish later. The fish they brought back was almost dead. If they didn't process it quickly, it would spoil. Lin Yu helped with the cleaning. The brothers and sisters gathered around, washing the fish intestines, picking pickled vegetables, gathering firewood, and starting a fire. Everyone took on their own tasks. Seeing Lin Yu repeatedly scrub the fish intestines with ash, 4438 asked curiously, Host, why didn't you take a share this time? It hadn't finished watching yet. To prevent desperate measures, Lin Yu replied. In the past half-month, Lin Baozhen had gone into the mountains 5 times. She had gathered wild items 5 times, filling the space with what she had collected from Lin Baozhen. Every attempt ended in failure. It seems that Lin Baozhen and her family have also reached their limit of patience. In her previous life, Chen Baixing and widow Su relied on sacrificing her to show loyalty to Lin Baozhen. In this life, she plans to lock these 2 people away. Without her acting as a scapegoat and exposing her true nature, it will be clear who is stronger. Lin Yu tends to favor Lin Baozhen. The female protagonist always seems to have a little bit of special privilege. In April, the vegetable garden was full of sprouting seeds. There were still some sweet potatoes and potatoes left in the 4438 planting area. Lin Yu casually stepped into the garden. Half the month passed. Thanks to the system, the plants grew taller than others. It was also the season for planting crops. Lin Xianping gathered the seedlings, fertilized them, and then started soaking the rice seeds for planting. Rice seeds need to be soaked 1 to 2 days in advance. This helps them absorb water and increases the chance of sprouting successfully. Before soaking, she poured the rice into water, removing any floating, empty seeds. Lin Yu then took out her hybrid rice she bought from the shop and handed it to Lin Xianping. He still looked a bit distracted, but after dealing with wild boars and other issues, he was more accepting. She mixed the rice grains, washed them, and added a large cup of spiritual spring water before soaking. After preparing the rice, Lin Yu gave Lin Xianping 2 universal antidote pills. In her previous life, she read stories but didn't know exactly how her brother-in-law was harmed. The stories only said he was killed for offending a noble person. But from what she knew about her brother-in-law, he wouldn't do something he knew was wrong. Someone must have been scheming against him. In this life, she avoided many dangers, but enemies might still be plotting in secret. As for her brother-in-law's fighting skills, as long as his mind isn't affected, he should be fine. With the universal antidote pills and 4438 supervising, it's enough. Lin Yu handed him 2 small black pills. Lin Xianping carefully kept them on him, then pinched Lin Yu's furrowed brows with his index and middle fingers. "You're so young, don't be so serious," he said. "It hurts," Lin Yu replied. Just then, the calves and lambs that had been raised freely ran out, acting like bodyguards around her. Lin Xuanping's face changed, and he ran away shouting, "Ah, you girl, control them." Lin Yu chuckled to herself. The spiritual spring water was well spent. At home, they brought back 30 big fish. Lin Baozhen clearly felt that the family's attitude had changed. They didn't tell her to work or complain about her eating for nothing. Instead, they told her not to tire herself out. Suddenly, it felt like going back to the old days. But Lin Baozhen didn't feel proud or happy. Instead, she felt heavy and angry. Does it only matter to them when she gets something good? Only then do they treat her well? This thought made Lin Baozhen feel like everyone around her was wearing a mask. When she had something to give, they acted one way. When she had nothing, they changed completely. Which of these 2 faces is the real one? Her feelings during this time made her realize that the latter was the true face of those around her. When she lost her luck and couldn't bring them benefits, she was abandoned without mercy, just like she had been for the past 2 weeks. Realizing this, Lin Baozhen's chest trembled, and a deep sadness overwhelmed her, almost drowning her. She bit her lip tightly, took a deep breath, trying to hold back her tears, but they still fell. "Baozhen, does something hurt?" Feeling the warmth of a finger, Lin Baozhen closed her eyes and nodded. "Mom, my finger was cut. Mom will find some medicine for you." Fong Suehua went in and out of the house, smiling at Lin Baozhen. "This is deer antler velvet. The fluff on it sticks to the wound, so it will heal quickly." As Fong Suehua carefully washed the blood off Lin Baozhen's hand, her gentle manner made Lin Baozhen feel a bit dazed. This scene strangely reminded her of her mother's harsh words and cold attitude earlier. She exhaled deeply, and tears slipped from the corner of her eye down her neck. The pain in her finger pulled Lin Baozhen back to her senses. Her eyes cleared, and she glanced at the big fish being handled by Yi Fangfang and Yu Chunxiang. She kept thinking, what was the difference between this and before? Both were attracted by her blood. The difference was one happened during the day, the other at night. And there was one more thing. Chun Bushing was there. Just these 2 points. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Baozhen decided to try tonight. She quietly went alone to the riverbank. Staring at the dark river, she took a deep breath and then pricked her little finger with a needle. A drop of blood fell into the river, quickly dissolving and being washed away. Lin Baozhen looked around and saw nothing unusual. However, the spot where she had just bled now had many fish heads, both big and small, packed closely together. When she scooped with a bucket, it was full in an instant. The fish didn't move at all. No one came over. Could it be that the person gave up? Or maybe they didn't care about the fish. Feeling happy, Lin Baozhen rolled up her sleeves and started fishing eagerly. Compared to the big grass carp and big fish she caught during the day, at night most of the fish were small, like crucian carp, small fish, and shrimps. Lin Baozhen didn't mind what she caught. Just in case, she took several cloth bags, prepared for this moment. The more she caught, the more excited she became. A feeling of joy and excitement about returning to normal filled her heart. But suddenly, her happiness turned to disappointment. Lin Baozhen was punished again. Lin Yu stood behind her, feeling colder than when she had been fishing at Darun FA for 10 years.
Wow, not bad.
Just a little while late, and you've already caught so much, 4438 said happily, full of praise and satisfaction from finding a good deal. That's just the beginning, Lin Yu chuckled. She first put all the fish Lin Baozhen caught into a large water tank she had stored in her space, even adding river water. After finishing here, she dragged Lin Baozhen to the riverbank, found her injured little finger, and squeezed it hard. The blood flowed into the river water, attracting a swarm of fish. Lin Yu then collected the fish and water into her space. 4438. Impressive. She had caught a big one. Before Lin Baozhen woke up, Lin Yu ran away quickly, not forgetting to smear dust and mud on Lin Baozhen's bleeding finger. Not long after Lin Yu left, Lin Baozhen woke up. She looked at the dark sky and felt the familiar soreness at the back of her neck. A sense of helplessness rose from her heart. She kicked the grass on the ground everywhere. Her molars clenched with a creaking sound. Although hope was slim, she still had to try. Chun boxing was her last hope. If she didn't want to go back to the muddy pit she had been in for nearly half a month. Lin Yu quietly returned to the house and entered her space. Looking at the dense big and small fish covered in water outside the wooden house, Lin Yu was overjoyed. She opened the panel and saw her harvest value had risen from 2,389 to 528,389. Wow, 52,000. Host, you did it, 4,438 said excitedly. Sure enough, the system is generous as always. I have gained over 520 fish in my space, which means I collected more than 520 fish. Although it sounds like a lot, most of these are small fish and shrimp, just a handful at a time, usually 10 or 20. This time, I really found a big opportunity. The panel popped up with a question. Has the collection reached the upgrade standard? Would you like to upgrade? I quickly chose no. Whether I upgrade now or not doesn't matter much to me. Also, even though I have over 500,000 points, they won't last long. Knowing how the system works, the items in the shop will eventually be used up. I took out the treasure-seeking device. Lin Baozhen went to the riverbank at midnight. I was late because I was waiting for the treasure-seeking device to be available after a flash sale. Earlier, 4438 mentioned that after upgrading, the shop would update, with items costing 999 points, but now the flash sale price is only 499. It's half off, and I was tempted to buy it. But I didn't have enough points, so I borrowed 500 points and bought the device in the last second before the sale ended. The treasure-seeking device is, as the name suggests, a tool for finding treasures. It looks very different from what I imagined. The system-made device is a small, dragonfly-shaped data object. It can find valuable items within a 1-meter radius of the host, no matter the size. According to the details, after finding something, the device will make a sound, but only the system and the user can hear it. I'm very interested. I've wanted to get some money from Lin Yogan's family for a long time. In my past life, their escape from famine was partly because Lin Baozhen used her clay gourd to open a space, but mostly because Lin Yuzhen took out money to stockpile goods. In this life, given the current situation, it's already good if their family doesn't fall apart. But I need to find the right moment. A moment that can stir up trouble without putting myself at risk. If I do it right, it will be a big show. I put away the treasure-seeking device and sorted through the things I recently got from flash sales. 2 baby bottles worth 89 points each, 50 sets of 4-season baby clothes costing 599 points, some diapers and formula for the return, and a thing called sanitary pads, costing 899 points for 10 packs of 12 each. I opened one box, which contained 12 packs, some for daily use, some for night use, and some for protection. According to 4438, this is a water-based product used by women, much better than menstrual strips and herbal ash. Lin Yu died in her previous life at only 15 years old. Due to fleeing from famine, her body was severely weakened, and she never used water-based products before her death. Because of this, she couldn't save any points from Lin Baozhen's efforts. Another frustrating thing is that after 7 days, the items refreshed at midnight are either overpriced or useless to her. Recently, She managed to get some useful items like sanitary pads and a treasure-seeking device within the past half-month. 4438 explained that the new user benefit period lasts only 1 week. After that, the system returns to normal. If it hadn't looked guilty in its eyes, she might have believed it. In short, as 4438 once said, this is a case of familiarity breeds contempt. Using it for a long time makes it worse, unless she spends points to upgrade. But for now, Linyu still finds it barely enough. Looking at the 6-figure points balance, Linyu suddenly remembered that her treasure-seeking device was bought on credit. Thinking that her points are enough now, she decided to pay off the 500-point loan first. She clicked to repay, but saw a repayment amount of 1,000 points and a reminder that she could only pay it back in a month. Linyu exploded. 4438. Host, listen to my explanation. I really didn't do it on purpose. You acted too quickly. I didn't even get a chance to speak before you clicked, 4438 said with a look of innocence. Linyu's face twisted with anger. Her chest heaved violently. Realizing there was no room to back out, she grabbed 4438 and started squeezing and kneading it. 4438 felt like it had become a dough being pulled, kneaded, and squeezed, its view of the world shrinking to nothing. After what felt like a long time of being kneaded, she heard Linyu's heavy, annoyed, regretful sigh.
It knew it had failed this time.
It wouldn't be thrown out of the space. For 4438's heart, which was already in its throat, sank even lower. Seeing only 30 points left in its account, 4438 painfully bought some soda, fried chicken from Old Harbor, tatas burgers, and mildly spicy turkey noodles. Of course, it bought double portions and, as a result, all its points were used up. Boo-woo, this is the system's new user benefit. Every time it is used, it loses a bit. But after comforting the host, won't she have enough points in the future? Linyu lay on the ground, suddenly smelling a strong, tempting, and mouth-watering fragrance. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. When she sat up, she saw 4438 bringing over a large plate of food. This was unexpected. She knew how valuable 4438's points were, and trying to take them by force was very difficult. She never thought that one day, even the stingy landlord would be so generous. Her heart felt a mix of sourness and discomfort. But looking at the red, slightly battered rice balls and the delicious food in 4438's hands, Linyu decisively turned her attention to the latter. It smelled better than anything she had ever blown on before. The outer crust was crispy and fragrant. When she took a bite, it was tender and juicy. In an instant, her taste buds were completely won over. She had never eaten anything so delicious. 4438 said it was fried chicken. Fried? That was such a luxury. As she marveled, 4438 handed her steaming black water. Linyu took a sip, her eyes widening with surprise and delight. It's sweet, and the black water even bit my tongue. 4438 chuckled at her description and handed her a bowl of spicy noodles and a burger. This time, she didn't need 4438 to explain. Linyu started trying on her own. It's sweet, ha ha ha, so spicy inside the pancake. There's meat and vegetable leaves. What's that yellow, soft thing? It's sweet. That's pineapple. They answered each other happily, in harmony. After eating and drinking their fill, Linyu's frustration gradually faded away. Actually, she wasn't angry at the system being so stingy. Borrowing 500 points to repay 1,000 wasn't a problem. Given her current situation, as long as she wanted, she could easily get value from Lin Baojin. She was just angry at herself. More precisely, she realized that ever since she boarded this pirate ship with the system, she no longer had the courage to get off. The power of the story and the blood feud from her past life trapped her, forcing her forward with no way back. There was no separation, no retreat. The harvesting system seemed to help her gain points, but Linyu sensed there might be hidden goals behind it. The unknown always caused fear. But now, Linyu understood. No matter what the system wanted from her, she accepted it. The best she could do was rely on this tool to get the best conditions and protect everyone in her family. Perhaps the feeling of fullness from her stomach brought her a brief moment of happiness. Lin Yu squinted her eyes and started to feel sleepy. Soon, 4438 heard her steady breathing. Her eyes were calm. 4438 sighed, took out a thin blanket, and covered Lin Yu's small belly. Lin Yu was awakened by her father's heavy-handed knocking on the door. With a face full of annoyance, she opened the door. Before she could figure out what was happening, two little ones, Lin Qing and Lin Yan, were in her arms. After a month of careful nurturing, the two little ones no longer looked like tiny old men. Now, they were soft and white, with a faint milk smell on their skin. The two little ones were also changeable. When they first arrived, they shouted loudly, wanting to cry for treats. But as soon as they saw her, they grinned, showing their gums since they hadn't grown teeth yet. Lin Yu's morning temper faded. She carried Lin Qing and Lin Yan back to bed. She noticed that these two kids were very fond of her. Even if she just raised her hand casually, they would smile and giggle, waving their limbs happily. Her mood was affected. Lin Yu reached out and watched as the two kids tightly held her fingers. Their soft, boneless touch made her heart tremble deeply. Since her rebirth, she had been avoiding her mother's room, because every midnight, she saw her mother lying in a pool of blood, and her younger sibling was a tiny, purple-tinged bundle. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. A chubby little hand reached toward her mouth. Lin Yu leaned in, gently bit it, then buried her face in the little one's embrace, kissing and nibbling, making the two kids giggle happily. Shenyang had just finished her confinement. Lin Xian and the injured person, who had a tough reputation, had stayed with her for a month. Now, he looked like a bird out of its cage, full of energy even when lighting a fire or boiling water. The water was ready. Lin Xian scooped it into a bucket, added dried mugwort leaves, and carried one bucket after another into the house. He closed the doors and windows carefully, tending to Xinyan by washing her hair and bathing her. To prevent Xinyan from catching a cold, he often brought hot water from the stove. After more than half an hour of fussing, Xinyan felt comfortable all over. Lin Xian hurried to wring out her hair and dry it with charcoal fire. When everything was done, Lin Xian was exhausted. He just poured out the bathwater and sat heavily on a bench in the yard. Before he even warmed his seat, a small pendant appeared on his lap, and a familiar figure appeared before his eyes. "Brother-in-law, my mother and I came here to see my sister and her little niece and nephew." Mother Chen carried a basket with 3 eggs and a piece of dark, old smoked meat that looked like it had been gnawed on by someone or a mouse. Lin Xuanhe was silent. Mother Chen hesitated before handing the basket to Lin Xuanhe, reluctant at first, but then Brother Chen quickly snatched it and shoved it into Lin Xuanhe's arms. Lin Xuanhe was caught in the middle, unsure whether to accept or refuse. "Chenji, you and Mother, come inside." Yan heard the noise and called out. Chenji and Mother Chen looked at each other nervously, signaling urgently to Lin Xuanhe, but he pretended not to see and pushed them into the house. The door closed behind them. Mother Chen and Chenji looked at Yan nervously and forced a nervous smile. "Yan, sister, we came to see you and the little niece and nephew. Is there something you need?" Yan didn't even lift her eyelids, casually brushing her waist-length hair. Hearing this, Mother Chen and Chenji's faces lit up with hope, and they hurried to Yan's side. "Yan, I really can't take it anymore. Your father fell while working in the fields and broke his leg. Now he's bedridden and can't move. Sister, this is a matter of life and death. If we delay any longer, Dad might not make it." The mother and son cried softly, but their tears were fake and exaggerated, as if they were acting. Yan sighed deeply inside but kept a calm face, pretending to believe them. "How much do you need?" 5. 10 taels, Mother Chen said, holding up 5 fingers. Chenji quickly covered her hand and added 5 more fingers. They looked so happy, but Yan felt like they were fooling a simpleton. He took a deep breath to steady himself. "I'll give you one more chance." "How much do you need?" 10 taels, really? Chenji looked guilty, but the thought of the money coming in made him firm. "Good," Yan said with a forced smile. "But let me make this clear. If I give you the money and find out you're lying, I will beat you as badly as your father. That won't do, Mother Chen immediately said. While Yen turned away, Chenji kept signaling to Mother Chen. He had been beaten by his sister before. After enough pain, he got used to it. Getting 10 taels for one leg, he was making a profit? He chuckled to himself. Chenji happily smiled, but in the next second, a slap landed on his face. Covering his face, Chenji's clear eyes were visible to everyone. He instinctively tried to turn and run, but Shunyan grabbed his collar. Sister, I was wrong. Don't hit me. Please don't hit me. His tone stretched out, sounding a bit sad and desperate. Outside, Lin Xian, sitting with a mischievous smile, and Lin Yu, holding 2 children, looked on. Lin Yu. Shan Yan ignored him, just kept slapping Chenji's face, once, twice, 3 times. His delicate face was slapped so hard it looked like a pig's head. Seeing this, Shun Yan's mother rushed forward to hit Shun Yan, but Shun Yan stopped her with a word. If you touch me again, I'll hit Chenji 10 times. Mother, don't hurt me, Chenji sniffled, covering his face with his hands. Sister, I really know I was wrong. What did you do wrong? I shouldn't have come with Mother to trick you out of your money, Chenji said painfully, grimacing. Every time Shunyan moved, he shrank back. Come see me and my little nephew, huh? Shunyan asked back. You didn't come during the birth, but after the month, and you brought 3 eggs and old, moldy meat? Lately, no one has been relaxing and their skin itches? Shunyan said, then suddenly threw Chenji over his shoulder in a toss. Big sister, please be gentle. I came with Mother on the day I gave birth. Shunyan's mother wanted to stop him, but was also thrown down. With groans of ouch, ouch, Shunji, who was treated like a punching bag, finally behaved. Shunji knelt down with a thud, and Shunyan's mother shrank like a quail. Tell me what's going on?
Shunyan asked.
She had heard from Lin Xian that her family had come when she was giving birth. If she had a difficult labor, with her sister-in-law, her mother, and Chunji's personalities, it would have caused a big fuss. Who told you to come? It's been too long. I forgot what you look like. I only remember you looked unfamiliar. You said you were coming because I was giving birth. So, why didn't you even show your face? Chun-ji awkwardly smiled. It was clear they didn't get any benefit from coming, and they didn't bring anything for the mother-to-be to eat. After going back, some things happened, and it dragged on until now. Not getting the answer he wanted, Shan Yan lost patience. Just then, the crying of 2 children came from outside. Chinji hid and shouted, Sister, sister, maybe the little nephew is hungry. With a creaking sound, the door swung open from outside, and Mother Chen and her son Chinji ran in, covered in bruises and scrapes, stumbling and crawling. Mother Chen also carried her basket filled with dark, old, dried meat. Their actions are hard to describe. Lin Yu watched the distant figures of mother and son, her expression very complicated. Who would have thought that the reckless Chen family, known for their careless ways, had once been the ones who rarely helped the Lin family after their misfortunes? After her mother had a difficult childbirth, the Chen family took a large sum of money and left. Maybe out of guilt, or perhaps seeking peace of mind, they stayed with the Lin family during their escape from hardship. She thought they would cause trouble, but instead, the Chen family often took care of her. And she was sold by Widow Su, but it was her uncle Chinji and her father who saved her. Thinking of those terrible times, Lin Yu felt a mix of feelings. It was like a mixture of sour, bitter, and sweet flavors, all blending together. Don't touch. It hurts so much. Chinji pushed his mother away, grimacing from the pain. Yenzi is too cruel. You're her younger brother. You and Dad also hit me. I told you not to provoke her, but you didn't listen. Now you're the one getting beaten. Is that how we're going to leave it? If we could get 10 taels of silver, we'd get 5 taels a month, Mother Chen believed strongly. Chan-ji was quite aware of himself. He didn't want to give money to outsiders. He just wanted to get some meat and change his taste because he had been eating salted vegetables and grains lately. Thinking about the taste of roasted chicken in town made Chen-ji salivate. What else can we do? Do you think you can beat your sister? Or do you want our family to be punching bags again? And those strangers, don't talk to them much. You might get tricked and lose everything." After speaking, Chenji was suddenly hit hard on the back of his head, which also hurt his face and wounds, causing him to scream loudly. "Little brat, all I do is for you. And you still scold your mother." Mother Chen was still angry and reached out to hit him again. Chenji, instinctively avoiding the blow, ran away quickly. Mother Chen chased after him, cursing, and just as he was about to escape, she threw her shoe at him. Chenji let out a loud cry and fell into a pile of cow dung. Not far away, Lin Jinlin and Lin Hong, who were cutting grass for the cattle and sheep, watched this scene with wide eyes in shock. After washing up, Lin Yu shook off the water stains and suddenly remembered she had forgotten something. In her previous life, something terrible happened at this time. A group claiming to be from a bank spread a message in various villages saying that if people deposited their money there, they would earn 10 taels of silver in 10 days as interest. It sounded too good to be true. At first, no one believed it. Farmers worked hard to save their money, tightening their belts and working tirelessly. If they got scammed, everything would be lost. But some brave people still decided to try, and the next day they received their interest. Among them, the villagers of Xinghua village were the most enthusiastic. Seeing the jingling silver coins in their hands, many were tempted. With a mindset of trying their luck, they took the risk and deposited their money. The people claiming to be from the bank also took advantage of their eagerness, promising to pay interest on time to attract more deposits. And indeed, they paid out real silver coins. Once people confirmed it was real, they couldn't stop. They kept depositing more money, eager to earn more. As the deposits grew larger, more and more people got involved. While they were still happy about receiving interest, the scammers suddenly ran away with all the silver. At that moment, it was truly a case of calling for help but no one answering. They went to the bank to get their money back, but the scammers refused, claiming they had no record of those people. Reporting to the authorities was useless. No one knew their names, like searching for a needle in a haystack. That's when they realized they had been cheated. But it was too late. Because of this, during that time, several bodies were found floating in the river. Later, the situation worsened, and Nanshan town saw the most deaths and the greatest losses. The Chung family, specifically Chung Ji, her uncle, was not a dishonest man but was clear-headed. He never believed in easy money from the sky unless he was the one making it. After receiving the silver, he didn't fall for the scam. Instead, he spent it on food and supplies, saving himself from starvation. During the famine, he even used the remaining silver to buy grain, helping them survive until the end. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but remember her selfish and cruel aunt, who had married into the town and rarely visited her family. Her eyes suddenly turned cold, and Lin Yu let out a deep breath. "Is this what you call a scam? You guys even have this kind of thing?" 4438 remembered the most famous credit union scam in modern times, with the same tricks. They lure people in with high interest rates, then take their money. Sure enough, no matter what scam method is used, as long as it works, it's fine. That's a fitting description. Lin Yu frowned slightly. In her past life, it was because people from Xinghua village got involved that the scheme grew bigger and bigger, almost covering the entire Nanshan town, which led to those tragedies later. Now, because she acted first, Xinghua village fell, leaving only the old, weak, women and children who couldn't cause much trouble. That group of people. Lin Yu felt that this scam would still develop like in her past life. Money can easily tempt people. As for Xinghua village, their involvement seemed too coincidental. Whether it was good luck or they had been working together from the start, Lin Yu didn't know. But she was sure of one thing. As soon as they dared to show their heads, she would crush them. The cost she paid in her past life was too high. With the system backing her up, she wouldn't just watch and do nothing. Host, the heroine, and the male supporting character are together now. The heroine wants the male supporting character to go into the mountains with her, and he wants to get benefits from her. They're both scheming. 4438 live-streamed. Seeing Lin Yu's lack of reaction, it moved closer. Really not going to interfere? No interference. Once they interfere, there wouldn't be any good shows to watch. Late at night, a few stars dotted the sky. two figures sneaked into the mountain, full of mischief. Looking into the deep, dark forest, Chen Buisheng hesitated for a moment, wanting to turn back and run. But thinking of the fish that jumped onto the shore like moths to a flame yesterday, he steadied himself and took a step forward, following Lin Baozhen, who was walking ahead. People die for wealth. Birds die for food. This has never changed. It proved that Chen Buisheng's gamble was right. Seeing the full basket of game, Chen Buisheng was stunned. Lin Baozhen's good luck completely changed his view. People are really different. Some go into the mountains and catch nothing, while Lin Baozhen was picking up game everywhere: hares, wild chickens, ducks, foxes, one after another. When they set out, each carried a basket. In less than half an hour, they were already full. Chen Buisheng stared in amazement, feeling a warmth he hadn't realized he had for Lin Baozhen. Lin Baozhen's anxious heart finally settled after going down the mountain, realizing that Chen Buisheng was truly helpful. He was there, yet that person never appeared at all. This discovery made Lin Baozhen breathe a big sigh of relief. Worried that after Chen Buisheng left, the wild animals might be taken away again, Lin Baozhen placed her hope on him. "Brother Buisheng, do you know anyone in town? Can you help me sell these wild animals for silver coins? I won't let you work in vain. I'll give you 20% of the silver coins. Baozhen, as long as you want, I will always be here. Brother Buisheng, you're so kind to me." Lin Baozhen threw herself into his arms like a bird, and Chen Buisheng held her, gently stroking her hair with his fingertips, his eyes shining with cunning. What seemed like deep love was actually full of hidden plans. After planting the rice, the spring plowing temporarily ended. Now they just had to wait for the seedlings to grow. "Did you hear? Someone said that the town's bank urgently needs money. If you deposit 10 taels of silver, they will pay you 10 days later with interest. This interest is better than gambling." "Is it fake? Can a pie fall from the sky?" "I also thought it was impossible at first, but some brave people took the risk and got the interest." Seeing that everyone still didn't believe it, the man with the shoehorn face, who first brought up the topic, deliberately lowered his voice. "I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, go ask in Hongya village. See if they've already spent the interest they earned." "Hongya village? Isn't that where Fong Suewa's family lives? Is it really that good? 10 days for 1 tael of interest, which means 3 taels in a month. That could cover several months of wages. Good work in Nanshan town only pays about 50 coins a day." Suddenly, everyone was eager to try, but the man with the shoehorn face quietly slipped away. He went to a remote, deserted place, looked around cautiously, and when he saw someone approaching, he hurried to greet them with a bow. "Sir, everything is ready. Here's your reward." He received a money bag thrown at him, and his tone became more flattering. "Sir, is that news really true? That's none of your business. Don't ask about it." "Yes, yes." After the man with the shoehorn face left, a figure emerged from a hidden spot. If Lin Yu had been there, she would have recognized that this person was Li Wangpa, who had been imprisoned by Captain Su. Fong Suehua had been very busy lately. Since Lin Yu Zhen brought back 30 big fish, she hasn't stopped working. She has been killing, chopping, salting, smoking fish, and gathering firewood. Not only is she covered in dirt and dust, but she also smells like fish. But looking at those big pieces of smoked fish, she feels very satisfied. Finally, she takes a break, but then some people from the village who are not related come to visit. "Fong Suehua, have you heard any news from your mother's side lately? Is it true that saving 10 taels of silver earns a year's interest? That would be a huge profit." Their words sound sour and jealous. Fong Suehua feels a shock inside, but keeps her face calm. To find out if the news is true, she sends the visitors away and soon returns home with a fine smoked fish. When Fong Suehua enters her family's house, her 2 sisters-in-law do not greet her warmly as before. Instead, they look annoyed and picky. "Oh, big sister-in-law is here. What are you holding?" "Just a broken smoked fish." "Wow, it's already seasoned." They exchange a look, showing dislike, but it's unclear whether they dislike the fish or her. Fong Suehua's face turns cold. Over the years, she's always been treated kindly when she visits her family, never been humiliated like this. She throws down the smoked fish and suddenly slaps her two sisters-in-law. Two broken smoked fish. I've been too kind to you, daring to talk to me like that? Although Fong Xuehua is small and thin, she is good at farm work. She has been doing all the work for the Lin family all year. The two sisters-in-law, Dasha's wife and Dachuan's wife, try to fight back but cannot win against her. The Fong family members come running over. What's going on? Why are they fighting? Stop, stop. Dasha's husband and Dachuan's husband rush in and pull their wives apart. Dasha, you must stand up for me. If this keeps going, I'll be beaten to death by big sister-in-law. Boo-hoo, Dachuan, my face hurts so much. Seeing the red marks on their faces and scratches on their necks, Dasha's and Dachuan's husbands feel angry but hold back, thinking they still need their older sister's help. What exactly happened? Big sister, why did you start fighting with them? Xuehua Fong was still angry, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She pointed at Dashan and Dachan's noses and scolded, I only lightly hit them. I've done so much for this family over the years. I may not have made great achievements, but I've certainly worked hard. Look at the rubbish you married. I brought in smoked fish, and these two are glaring at me with disdain. So what? If you look down on me, then spit out all the good things I've worked so many years to get. Greedy and ungrateful trash. I've raised a dog for over 10 years, and now it wags its tail at me, being publicly scolded and pointed at the nose. The faces of the Fong family turned pale and then flushed. Dashan immediately pushed the person away from his chest. Do you really treat my older sister like this? I didn't, Dashan's wife instinctively replied, but her eyes showed she was guilty. The next second, she was slapped hard. Now, apologize to my sister and admit your mistake. Dashan's wife covered her face, crying as she admitted her fault to Xuehua Fong. Her head was lowered, but her eyes were full of hatred. Dachan's wife was good at reading the situation. Seeing this, she quickly softened. Xuehua Fong felt relieved. She pretended to help the person up, still appearing as the perfect daughter-in-law and sister-in-law in her family's eyes. While she was lost in her thoughts, Xuehua Fong didn't notice that her two younger brothers were reaching their limit of dissatisfaction with her. Parents, I brought you some smoked fish. Zhun and Gung fought by the river to get it. I picked the biggest one. It weighed about 10 jin before smoking. The Fong family was harmonious again. Seeing that her words had set the stage, Xuehua Fong asked about her purpose for this trip. Dachan, is the story about saving 10 taels of silver for a 1-toe interest true? Of course it's true, Dachan said, straightening his back. I earned 3 toe of interest and my second brother got 2 toe, 10 days for a return, that's 9 taels a month. Imagine half a year or a year, it's like picking up money. Is it real? Xuehua Fong sharply looked at her two sister-in-laws. She had wondered why their attitude was so off today. Turns out, they had become more confident and looked down on the small things she brought back. How could it be fake? Dachan only gave a glance, and his wife immediately took out a small box from inside the house. When she opened it, she found not only a savings receipt but also a document showing the interest returned, stamped with the bank seal. Really true. Big sister, look at this. These 2 coins were just taken back yesterday. Do you think this is genuine? Fong Dachuan said confidently. Fong Xuehua looked at it and started to feel excited. Big sister, if you have an idea, I can help you. I promise to turn 10 taels into 20 taels. Now is the best time because there are fewer people and the interest rates are high. Once everyone finds out, you won't get such high interest anymore. Fong Xuehua felt very eager and wished she could immediately give the money to her younger brother. But she still kept a bit of reason and said, I need to discuss this with your brother-in-law first. You know, not long ago, we lost some gold. Talking about Lin Eugene, Fong Xuehua felt very sad. When she returned from her family home, her eyes were swollen. Watching her leave, the Fong family members looked complicated. Will Big Sister bring the money? That might not be good. Big Sister is different from us. She has a money tree. She never worries about food and clothing. When did she ever think of us? Just some broken stuff that came out of her fingernails, and you're grateful for it. Such ungratefulness. Seeing Fong Dashan's fierce face, his wife didn't dare to speak the last words and kept quiet. Fong's father and mother leaned against the wall, both looking helpless. Fong Suehua didn't realize she had been tricked by her own brother. Now she was heading back home toward the maple forest. Before reaching the village entrance, she saw a long line of villagers orderly waiting ahead. There were familiar faces and unfamiliar ones. What was the same was that after comparing the money, the person in charge handed out 2 documents and the money they deserved, just like the ones she saw at Fong's house. The seal was bright red. Originally, she only believed it 70%, but after seeing this, she believed it completely. If it was a scam, would there be a bank seal? Would so many people voluntarily bring money to them? Someone was backing them up, and all her doubts were gone. Back in the maple forest, as soon as Fong Suehua entered the village, she was surrounded. Fong Suehua, are you back from your family home? How did your family react? Is it true what happened? Hearing this, Fong Suehua immediately told them everything she saw and heard in Hongya village. The villagers were initially doubtful, but after hearing this, they mostly believed it. Are you really not lying? With so many people going, how could it be fake? You guys are so slow. I think you've already spent the interest. Fong Suehua kept talking, wanting to say more, but Lin Yu-jen, who looked angry, covered her mouth. Don't listen to her nonsense. Whether this is true or not, you should find out for yourselves. Here, I want to be clear. Fong Suehua's words are not reliable. If you believe her and get tricked later, we won't take responsibility. Think carefully before doing anything. Lin Yu-jen, what do you mean? Just talking to Fong Suehua and you're already making a big fuss. Exactly. If it weren't for the fact that we're from the same village, we wouldn't bother asking Fong Suehua. Lin Yu-jen ignored them. Anyway, I've said what I needed to. If anything happens later, don't come to me. After saying that, Lin Yu-jen took Fong Suehua and left. Fong Suehua struggled hard, almost gasping for air, and bit Lin Yogen's hand. The moment he let go, a slap followed. Fong Suehua instinctively wanted to cry and make a fuss, but when she saw Lin Yogen's fierce look, she suddenly felt scared and was dragged back. Lin Yu-jen is quite clear-headed, 4438, and Lin Yu said at the same time, peeking out their heads. Lin Yu grinned and said, "That's true, but it's no match for a bunch of teammates dragging us down. Even if they weren't, she would make sure they were. Dealing with each one separately is more fun than catching them all at once." Fong Suehua, you fool. Are you trying to ruin our Lin family? As soon as they entered the yard, Lin Yu-jen pushed Fong Suehua to the ground hard. His forehead veins bulged, and he fought to hold back the urge to strangle her. I didn't do anything. Still deny it. Lin Yu-jen gritted his teeth and slapped her hard across the face. The force was so strong that Fong Suehua felt her whole face go numb. That story sounds unreliable. If a pie fell from the sky, how could it be you? Those officials and nobles are fools, and only a fool like you believes it. You're the fool. You don't even realize the benefits right in front of you. I saw it with my own eyes today. The idea of saving money for interest is real. They not only provided the receipts and documents but also stamped the bank seal. The bank in Nanshan town is so big, it can't be fake. Besides, that's my own younger brother. How could he harm me? You're so narrow-minded. You trust no one but yourself. Fong Suehua was upset and glared fiercely at Lin Yu-jen. Lin Yogen's temper flared instantly. He grabbed a bamboo stick nearby, ready to hit Fong Suehua, but Lin Yuin and Lin Yukai quickly stepped in to stop him. Dad, be gentle. That's my wife. Why would I hit her? You should ask her what foolish things she did outside. The news about the bank savings spread quickly through the village early in the morning. Everyone was watching closely. The brave ones had already taken action, while the cautious ones waited for clear instructions. This was not a small matter. Every household kept careful track of their silver. They had saved up through hard work. Even if a family only had 2 or 3 taels of silver, when you add up the whole village, it was a lot. If something went wrong and the authorities came knocking, it would be a big problem. Thinking about the consequences, Lin Yuin and Lin Yukai also sided with Lin Yu-jen. Unnoticed by them, Yi Fong stood behind, lost in thought. Yu Chunxiang watched carefully, but what did it have to do with her? All of them were bad people. It was just a matter of who was worse. Listen carefully. No matter who asks outside, You are not to speak or take responsibility, especially you Fong Suehua. If I find out you're talking nonsense outside, I will divorce you tomorrow so we won't drag our family down. Lin Yogan's eyes were bloodshot, looking fierce enough to swallow her whole. Unlike their usual scuffles, Fong Suehua understood he was serious this time. Her grandson was already grown. If she was sent back to her parents' house at her age, she would lose face. And today, she had brought smoked fish home, but her sister-in-law looked down on her. If she stayed at her parents' house, she would be scolded even more. Her fading sense of reason was slowly returning. Fong Suehua let out a heavy breath. The sky was clear and bright, perfect for wild vegetables to grow. The younger generation quickly agreed. After breakfast, Lin Yi, Lin Mo, and Lin Yu, the three sisters, took Lin Jin and Lin Hong into the mountains. In April, fiddlehead ferns, Chinese tune, and bamboo shoots are all tender and ready to harvest. Thinking of scrambled eggs with Chinese tune and stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, Lin Jin and Lin Hong couldn't help but drool. A group of 5 quickly reached the bamboo forest in the mountains. All the bamboo shoots, about thumb-thick, had just emerged. Lin Jin and Lin Hong looked excited, like they had seen mice, their eyes shining. Wow, so many bamboo worms. Lin Jin pinched a soft bamboo worm and suddenly brought it in front of Lin Mo. Even though Lin Mo was prepared, she still backed away in fear. If Lin Yu hadn't helped her, she might have fallen flat on the ground. Be careful, the bamboo roots are sharp, and falling could cause serious injuries. Realizing the danger, Lin Mo's face darkened. She angrily slapped each of the 2 boys with a firm hand. Yowling loudly, Lin Jin and Lin Hong cried like broken gourds, but when they saw Lin Mo's stern face, they shut up. Seeing this, Lin Yi and Lin Yu almost couldn't hold back their laughter. They exchanged a quick look, and the 5 of them split into 2 small groups, heading in opposite directions. Host, the female lead has entered the mountain. Lin Yu glanced at Lin Mo, who had put down her basket and was carefully examining the bamboo shoots. He said in a serious tone, "Keep a close watch on Lin Baozhen and my second sister. In their past life, around this time, her second sister had gone into the mountains alone to lighten the family's burden. She was fine when she entered, but when she returned, she was covered in dirt and injuries. At that time, she didn't understand why her second sister was hurt, yet people still pointed fingers at her. Later, she often saw her second sister secretly crying. Eventually, her second sister jumped into the river. When she was pulled out, it was a swollen, decayed corpse, with only her clothes faintly recognizable as her sister's. The village gossip said her sister's death was a good thing, calling her shameless and promiscuous, saying she deserved to be drowned, and that her death was her own fault. Thinking of her sister's tragic end in her past life, Lin Yu closed his eyes slightly and followed closely behind Lin Mo. He watched as her second sister, who had been humming and peeling bamboo shoots just moments before, suddenly stood upright like a puppet on strings. A large pile of bamboo shoots she was holding fell to the ground, and her eyes became vacant as she walked toward the mountain. The mountain path was steep, but she moved as smoothly as on flat ground, and was very fast. If Lin Yu hadn't been transformed by the spiritual spring water, he probably wouldn't have been able to keep up.
Even so, he was panting heavily.
Lin Mo's face had turned pale, and Lin Yu, with a dark expression, fed her spiritual spring water. Watching her face turn from green to red, Lin Yu's lips pressed tightly together, and her eyes nearly shot out flames. Damn the script. Damn the story. They treat human life as nothing. Is the life of a cannon fodder so worthless? Her teeth clenched with a grinding sound, and Lin Yu heard a furious roar like a tiger. Her mind froze, and she instinctively looked toward the sound. She only heard a sharp sound of a blade slicing through flesh, followed by someone falling from above. On such a steep cliff, the person avoided sharp branches and large rocks, being caught by thick branches, which slowed their fall. Then, with a thud, they dropped into the mud below. At that moment, Lin Mo ran quickly toward the scene. Lin Yu's pupils shrank. She grabbed Lin Mo by the back of her neck and stopped her waist instantly. Lin Mo struggled fiercely, but was helpless under Lin Yu's force. She twisted and ran away until she couldn't see the so-called male lead. Her struggles eased from fierce to slight. 4438. Did you see that? The huge creature hidden in the dark. That was a crocodile, called a tua in ancient times. Its body is earth yellow, with four legs and a long tail, looking like a tua dragon with sharp teeth. Tua? The man-eating tua? Lin Yu had heard her eldest and second uncles mention it before. It usually lives in hot places, loves meat, and the large ones are as big as a boat, often hitting with their tails and catching prey in the water. The maple forest has 4 distinct seasons, which doesn't match the habitat of a tua. Looking around, tall trees tower above, sunlight filtering through the branches, leaving mottled shadows. They had entered a deep mountain. That tua was probably deliberately placed there. The purpose is unknown. The struggling of Lin Mo in her arms gradually lessened, and when released, she regained her clarity. Lin Mo looked confused. "Ayu, where are we?" She had no memory when controlled. No wonder she rushed into the river after the rumors spread in her previous life. Lin Yu's eyelids lowered slightly. "Second sister, something happened. Stay here and don't move." She pasted a concealment charm on her, but still worried. Fearing her body might be controlled again, she tied her to a tree with a rope. Although Lin Mo didn't understand Lin Yu's intentions, she trusted her father's words. Her third sister's actions must have a reason. She stood up and looked toward the place where the male lead fell off the cliff. After a moment of thought, Lin Yu decisively started climbing. On the other side of the cliff, there was a narrow, steep path. Lin Yu struggled greatly to climb up it. Before coming over, she heard the roar of a tiger. Why didn't she see it when she arrived? The strong smell of blood was overwhelming. Frowning slightly, Lin Yu followed the trail of blood. The large splashes of blood turned into small drops. When she reached the end, the bloodstains disappeared, replaced by a crushed bush under a heavy object. She also heard faint, almost inaudible breathing. Looking down, she saw the true face of the tiger fighting with the male lead. Its yellow and black stripes were soaked in bright red blood. Its belly was swollen abnormally. When it saw her, it made a gurgling sound in its throat, seeming unwilling or pleading for help. Due to its frantic movements, it pulled at the artery around its neck, causing blood to spurt out and splash on her face. The hot, bloody smell made Lin Yu's breathing tighten. As the tiger's eyes gradually dimmed, she took out a spiritual spring and fed it into the tiger's mouth. After drinking the spring, the fierce, bloody wound on its body healed visibly fast. The tiger's face showed a human-like expression of shock. Before it could move again, Lin Yu quickly stepped back, showing caution. Her compassion was sparked by the tiger's unborn cub in its belly. She had expected an attack, but it didn't come. Instead, the tiger let out a low meow, its voice rough and somewhat strong. Seeing that Lin Yu was unresponsive, the tiger let out another low howl, turned around, and walked away. After a few steps, it looked back to see if she was following. Was it asking her to follow? Half in doubt, Lin Yu followed. After walking less than 500 meters, she saw the tiger stop somewhere, its paws digging at something. Suddenly, it pulled out a red string stained with black and carried it over to her. "Is this for me?" The tiger let out a loud cry, rolled on the ground like a kitten, exposing its soft belly. Lin Yu's heart softened. Thinking of her own safety, she didn't dare get too close. This was a tiger, not her pet cat. It was hard to tell if it was feeling resentful or disappointed. After giving her a deep look, the tiger stood up, then ran away without looking back. Watching the fierce tiger disappear into the mountains, Lin Yu picked up the jade pendant from the ground. It felt cool to the touch. As she gently stroked it with her fingertips, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her finger. Obtain the dragon pattern jade pendant. Gain 200,000 points. Lin Yu was full of shock, staring hard at the dragon pattern mark on the jade pendant in her hand. No wonder the male lead was willing to risk his life to fight a fierce tiger. In the story, this dragon pattern jade pendant is an important proof of the male lead's identity, helping him rise from a commoner to nobility and eventually become emperor, as if blessed by the gods. Timing, location, and people support. Now, this jade pendant was in her hands. Just his single name was enough to make him drink a whole pot. The road ahead was clearly full of difficulties. She stored the dragon-patterned jade pendant in her space, then looked down from the cliff at the male lead lying unconscious in the mud, and took out the universal beast medicine. She couldn't personally end the lives of the main characters, so she decided to collect some interest first. She guessed that the power of that toad was quite formidable. No matter how strong the protagonist was, he was still just a mortal. As for Lin Baozhen, she wasn't worried. Her second sister was still under control, so how could the female lead, caught in the whirlpool, be absent? This was their first meeting. Without her second sister, who was just a cannon fodder in the middle, she wanted to see if the so-called male and female leads would still be as affectionate and pampering each other as in the story. With a cold snort, she left. Thinking of something, Lin Yu turned back, spent 99 points in the system shop to buy a tracking talisman, and stuck it on the male lead's back. The tracking talisman was hidden from sight. After doing all this, Lin Yu untied Lin Mo and took her away from this place of chaos. Lin Mo left hesitantly and curiously looked back. Seeing the steep, dangerous cliff, she looked at Lin Yu with shining eyes. Lin Yu, you're really amazing. Ding, the cannon fodder Lin Mo escapes her predetermined fate, gained 20,000 points. Not long after Lin Yu left, Lin Baozhen arrived. Today, she deliberately avoided chinbushing and went into the mountain alone. Since waking up this morning, she had a strong premonition that she must go into the mountain today. This feeling was even stronger than her previous attempts to get Lin Yu's mud gourd by any means. Because of Lin Yu, she failed. After failing, everything went wrong for her. She increasingly believed that the mud gourd was a good thing. In the past, she could use chunbushing to control Lin Yu, but now she was more difficult to deal with. She would hit her at the slightest disagreement, and her family would either hide or run away when they saw her, making it impossible for her to get close. Her usual methods were useless against them. Now another chance was in front of her, and no matter what, she had to seize it. Leaning on a tree trunk, Lin Baozhen was panting heavily. Today, she avoided going into the mountains with the villagers. She relied entirely on her instincts to guide her. Honestly, reaching this place, it was fake to say she wasn't afraid. Tall trees towered above, bushes and weeds grew thickly, and there was no sign of human life. It was clearly deep in the mountains. But compared to all that, Lin Baozhen trusted her instincts more. She calmed her mind, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. She heard a heavy breathing nearby. Cautiously approaching, Lin Baozhen saw a tall, strong figure. Turning the person over, she saw a handsome face smudged with mud and blood. Her breath caught, and she couldn't help but admire. Compared to Qin Baosheng, this person seemed to shine brighter than the sun and moon. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a bloodstain where the man was lying. Her hands moved faster than her mind. Before she could react, she stepped forward to try to pull the man out of the mud. Because he had fallen from a height, he was injured in various ways. When Lin Baozhen pulled him, Lu Shiqiao was painfully awakened. As he opened his eyes, he saw her pure, innocent eyes. His heart alarmed. He wanted to reach out and grab her neck, but his whole body was numb with pain, and he couldn't move.
Who are you?
Who sent you here? I'm a villager nearby. I found you by chance while gathering fern in the mountains. Don't worry, I'll get you out now. Idiot, don't touch me. He had fallen from a cliff and might have injured his lungs. This mountain girl didn't know her limits. He was afraid she might cause more harm. Hearing his shout, Lin Baozhen's eyes instantly turned red. But in the next second, her pupils suddenly widened because she saw a huge, saw-toothed beast rushing toward them. Her mind went blank, and her body seemed rooted to the ground, unable to move. By the time she reacted, her survival instinct kicked in. She stomped her foot on Lu Shiqiao's injured waist, lifting him and pushing him toward the monster. Lu Shiqiao felt a dull pain in his waist and fell heavily to the ground. When he saw the foul-smelling, crocodile-like creature rushing toward him, his eyes nearly burst with rage. "You wicked person, I will tear you to pieces." Hearing the screams and roars behind her, Lin Baozhen's heart trembled. She ran even faster, as if the wind was at her feet. She entered the mountain to gain benefits, but she didn't want to risk her life for it. The monster looked so terrifying, so it was understandable that she was running. Yes, she was right. If anyone else were in her place, they would make the same choice. When the crocodile attacked, Lu Shiqiao was unprepared. To protect his head, he instinctively raised his hand to block, but his arm was bitten hard. The intense pain struck him. Driven by the will to survive, Lu Shiqiao used his remaining strength to pry open the crocodile's jaws. He rolled and climbed onto the nearest big tree. Blood dripped down his arm. Pale-faced, Lu Shiqiao pulled out a signal flare from his chest. Seeing the fireworks explode in the sky, Lu Shiqiao clutched his bleeding waist and abdomen, his face twisted with rage. He was determined to cut her into pieces. How dare she use him as a shield? Such boldness. His chest heaved violently, and Lu Shiqiao's head throbbed with anger. The crocodile below was also restless. It spat out foul-smelling liquid and roared, gathering strength to charge at the tree. One strike after another. It was extremely annoying. Fortunately, help arrived soon. Together, they killed the crocodile. Several people knelt on the ground. "Sorry, master, we arrived late. Please forgive us. Go back and accept your punishment. Now, go find a woman in purple-blue clothes with willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and a face like an egg. After she is cut into pieces, execute her on the spot. If she dared to harm him, she would pay the price." Yes, the two left. Lu Shiqiao's mood slightly eased. "Take me to the front cliff." Clenching his teeth, no matter how calm he tried to be, there was a hint of urgency. Reaching the cliff, Lu Shiqiao endured the pain and hurriedly looked for the bloodstains. He moved forward, but apart from the foul smell of blood, he found nothing. He had clearly wiped the tiger's neck before falling off the cliff. Blood had splattered everywhere. How could the tiger have disappeared so quickly? And what about his dragon-patterned jade pendant? His chest heaved violently. Lu Shiqiao suddenly felt black in front of his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Find it! Find everything!" As he spoke, Lu Shiqiao suddenly collapsed forward and fainted. Linny listened to 4438's live broadcast and burst out laughing. TSK, TSK, TSK. When Lin Baozhen and Lu Shiqiao faced each other, Lin Baozhen was clearly the stronger one. People are naturally selfish, and the main characters are no exception. In her past life, Lin Baozhen was able to take credit for saving someone because Lin Yu believed that at that time, she had already used her clay gourd to open a space with a spiritual spring inside. With the spiritual spring, Lin Baozhen and Lu Shiqiao were naturally safe. In this life, she was the first to recognize the clay gourd as her own. Without the space to support her, Lin Baozhen's true selfish nature was exposed beneath her gentle exterior. It's no surprise that the current situation happened. Linny started to feel a bit hopeful. The first meeting between the main characters turned them into enemies. How their relationship develops next will determine if the story continues smoothly. If the story falls apart, will this world, which originated from a storybook, collapse because it has no support, or will it remain safe and sound? Climbing up the mountain is easy, but coming down is hard. When passing the same tree for the third time, Lin Baozhen couldn't hold back anymore. Why did her intuition suddenly stop working? She had felt like she was blessed when climbing up. Now, exhausted and thirsty, she leaned against the tree, constantly wiping sweat from her forehead. She couldn't tell if it was cold sweat or hot sweat. Her heart was pounding wildly. Fortunately, she didn't reveal her name, or else that person would come after her once they found out she was alive. Would she be finished then? Her heart was racing. Before she could calm down, Lin Baozhen suddenly felt a strong sense of danger, like her whole body was covered in goosebumps. Her pupils shrank suddenly. Instinctively, she stepped back and saw that the spot she had been leaning on was pierced by a sharp blade. Suddenly, a large tree collapsed with a loud crash. It was heading straight for her. Frozen in place, Lin Baozhen curled up, covering her head. The tree, however, got stuck when falling. The man in black looked up in surprise, seeing her run away, and the tree trunk crashed back down to the ground. His eyes flickered slightly. The other black-clad man, who had come with him, raised his sword and aimed it at Lin Baozhen's neck as she ran. He almost hit her, but she flopped to the ground like a slippery fish, and the blade got stuck in the tree trunk. The two men tried a few more times, each time almost succeeding. Either the village girl escaped by luck, or something unexpected happened on their side. After circling around, they only managed to tear a bit of her clothes, and she fell from a height while running away. The two black-clad men looked at each other, both shocked. Could someone really be this lucky? Despite their attacks, she remained unharmed. Falling from a high place, a feeling of weightlessness came over her. When she hit the ground, Lin Baozhen only saw darkness before losing consciousness. Red Leaf Village really has good luck. Everything good seems to happen to them. Just by gathering some silver coins, they can get free money. People can be so jealous. Fong Dashan and Fong Dachuan used to be worse off than us, but now they've gotten ahead and look down on others. If it weren't for their older sister often helping out, would they be where they are today? Speaking of which, Fong Xuehua also benefited from her daughter. If Lin Baozhen wasn't lucky enough to find good things sometimes, she wouldn't be able to keep up. With such a lazy family, they probably can't even find a good husband. If she married Lin Baozhen, life would be so much easier. The two looked at each other, knowing this was unlikely. Not to mention Lin Yogan's big family, but Lin Baozhen's strange ways. They both shook their heads, biting on grass stalks, while their sticks cut through the nearby plants. As the plants fell, one person pulled another's sleeve tightly. Look, who's that? Who else? Could it be a falling pie from the sky? Casually turning around, they saw the girl lying on the ground. When they made eye contact, both swallowed hard, realizing each other's intentions. This is a rare good opportunity. Let's gamble. Whether they succeed or fail, they wouldn't lose anything. With a lecherous smile, they moved closer. Just as they lifted her clothes, Lin Baozhen woke up, instinctively tightening her collar and stepping back. What are you trying to do? What do you think? Of course, we want to do what you want. The two rushed at her. Lin Baozhen was pushed to the ground. A sticky feeling hit her, and she struggled fiercely, tears welling up in her eyes like a broken puppet. Lin Yu watched coldly, her gaze falling on Neomuden, who came with a wild rabbit. She saw Neomuden pinning the rabbit down and approaching with the sound. When she saw the tangled figures, she covered her mouth tightly, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. Especially when she saw the figure sitting up and her eyes met Lin Baozhen's. Neomuden ignored her plea for help and turned to run. Oh no, this young person really is reckless. TSK, Fong Xuehua, born from a good family, secretly turned out to be quite a flirt. She used to praise her as if she was the best of the best. Does she know what her daughter is like? Go away. Leave me alone. Don't touch me. My sister is crying, and she looks even more adorable. Big brothers will come and take good care of you. As she spoke, the two troublemakers pressed harder. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound as Lin Baozhen's outer shirt was torn in half. Lin Baozhen cried out in humiliation, her eyes filled with intense hatred. In the next moment, the two troublemakers' faces turned red as they covered their lower bodies and trembled uncontrollably. As they shook, their snake-like tails swung wildly. Help! Help me! The two troublemakers tried to reach out and grab Lin Baozhen. Tears welled up in Lin Baozhen's eyes. She turned and ran, not forgetting to pick up her torn outer shirt. How dare they try to do something bad to her? Damn it, they all deserve to suffer. Lin Baozhen ran and cried, her body constantly reminding her of what just happened. Why is life so unfair? Why did she have to go through this? Seeing Lin Baozhen run away in fear, Lin Yu sneered and took out a universal medicinal ointment, pouring it over the two troublemakers from top to bottom. Getting bitten by a snake was too easy for them. In her past life, it was these two troublemakers who pushed her second sister into a dead end. They had evil intentions, forcing money on her, and when things were exposed, rumors spread that her second sister was promiscuous and a troublemaker, that they were responsible. But the one who suffered the consequences was Lin Mo. "Are you?" Lin Mo said, worriedly glancing around while picking at some bamboo shoots. When she saw Lin Yu return, she let out a relieved sigh. "I'm fine," Lin Yu said, patting Lin Mo's hand to comfort her. "Third sister, we got a lot of things." Lin Jin and Lin Hong eagerly started to take credit. Seeing the basket filled with bamboo shoots, fragrant cedar, and fern, Lin Yu lifted the heaviest basket. "Let's go home. At noon, Mother will stir-fry the bamboo shoots with cured meat." I'll carry these bamboo shoots," Lin Yu said before Lin Yu could respond. Lin Yu smiled gently. "Big sister, I have a lot of strength. Can you be stronger than Auntie-san?" Lin Jin and Lin Hong had seen Auntie-san crush a large stone bigger than themselves with a single punch. "That's just a little bit more." "Second sister, hurry up." Lin Yi led the way, with Lin Yu walking at the back. The five of them returned loaded with their harvest. "Oh wow, Neomuden, you even caught a wild rabbit? It must weigh 3 or 4 Jin. Where did you get it?" "Up in the mountains. Guess who I saw there today?" Neomuden winked, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "Fong Tsuehua's daughter," she said in a lowered voice. "You didn't see her, she was acting all flirty, really hard to watch." "Neomuden, you can joke about food, but not about people. This concerns a young woman's reputation. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? And there were 2 of them." Everyone gasped. Seeing she had achieved her goal, Neomuden turned to leave but added, "I'm only telling you this. Don't go spreading it around." As soon as she left, everyone rolled their eyes and gathered closer again. "Do you think what she said is true? Who knows? Neomuden and the Lin family don't get along." "Well, we'll find out soon enough." Their eyes gleamed with curiosity. Just then Lin Yu and her family came down the mountain. Did you see anything unusual up there?" someone asked. Lin Yi shook her head in confusion. Someone nearby noticed the basket full of bamboo shoots and fresh leaves and reached out. "These look so tender. You've got plenty, let me take a little." "I'll take some too." "Ouch! That hurts." "You disrespectful child." "Who are you calling disrespectful?" "You, of course." The older woman snapped back, making Lin Yi and her siblings burst out laughing. The woman grew angry and tried to hit them, but Lin Yu held her back firmly. The woman cried out in pain and fell to her knees. Lin Yu pushed her away. "Taking without asking is stealing. If you want some, go pick your own." "Lin Yu, it's just a few shoots and leaves." "She's still your elder." "Then just admit you want something for free," Lin Yu replied coldly. "If you're not happy, go tell my grandmother." Everyone knew Li Xiaoji was a tough and unreasonable woman. If she got involved, things would only get worse. In the past, people took advantage of Lin Yu's gentle nature and often helped themselves to small things. But now, she wasn't letting anyone push her around anymore. They were so angry they choked, their faces turning pale and red. They looked at Lin Yu's back with hatred, as if they wanted to tear a piece of flesh from her. When they got home, they emptied the basket. The 5 siblings washed the fragrant cedar, peeled the bamboo shoots, and started the fire. After washing the cedar, they drained the water. The bamboo shoots needed to be soaked in cold water after peeling, so they wouldn't taste bitter or astringent when cooked later. Ferns needed to be blanched and then soaked in cold water. They could be eaten cold or stir-fried with spices. While they were washing everything carefully, an annoying teasing voice came from outside. Lin Yu looked up suddenly and saw her big aunt, Lin Si, dressed in gold and silver, walking into the yard. "Hey, what are all these?" "Just some worthless mountain goods. The bamboo shoots and ferns are soaked. Tomorrow, your little uncle will send them to the town for me. Aunt, why don't you carry them back yourself?" Lin Hong asked rudely.
Lin Si's face darkened.
"My hands are precious, and I got hurt. Are you going to spend your money to take care of me?" "Where's Mom?" Why are only you kids at home? I'm so thirsty. Why are you all just standing around? Hurry up and pour me a glass of water. Wash the dishes clean and don't get anything else on them. None of you have any sense. Say a word, move a finger, and you can't even do that right. Lin Si sat down with disgust, her face full of annoyance. Aunt, here's some water, Linny offered. Lin Si took a sip, then spat it out. I came all this way just to drink plain water? What's wrong? Am I not worth a sweet drink? Is it because the daughter who married out is now like spilled water? Lin Yu paused her bamboo shoot peeling. It was clear she saw that her aunt was deliberately provoking her. She found a point to pick on and kept pushing. Maybe she thought venting on the younger generation was not enough, so Lin Si stood up, poured out the water, and went straight into the kitchen. Clattering sounds finally led her to find some sugar. She poured half a bowl of sugar into a cup of water, chewing loudly. The sugar stuck to her lips, making her look like her lips, painted with rouge, were blood red. Seeing Lin Yu watching her, Lin Si turned her anger toward her. Lin Yu, I heard you had a fight with that young man named Chin? Or cut ties completely. You're already a grown girl now. If you don't find someone soon, when you're older, you'll end up with someone unsuitable. Only my third brother will still care for you. Listen to your older aunt's advice. As a girl, you should find a good man to marry, settle down, have children, and live your life. It doesn't matter who you're with. Just endure it, and it will pass. Older aunt, you just endure it yourself. Mind your own business. It's none of your concern. Lin Yu had heard these useless words so many times before that she used to do foolish things. Now she realizes that relying on herself is better than depending on anyone else. Host, your older aunt. Others are foot-binding, but she's got her head wrapped up tight, 4438 said with a look of helplessness. Not only that, she's also unkind and heartless. In her past life, when her family faced a series of problems, her younger aunt and her husband rushed back as soon as they heard the news, afraid they would be too late. But this older aunt, who was spoiled by her mother for most of her life, seemed dead inside, never showing any emotion from start to finish. Later, she returned because of a scam to borrow money. Her mother, considering the family situation, refused. Lin Si held a grudge and stole the little savings left in the house. It can be said that her mother suffered most because of her. Who would have thought that her own daughter would betray her like this? Lin Yu, how can you talk like that? I am your older aunt. How dare you talk back? Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson today. Lin Si stormed over, raising her hand to hit, but was stopped by Xin Yan, who had returned unexpectedly and grabbed her hand. Who do you want to teach a lesson? Third sister-in-law. Lin Si forced a fake smile, hiding her fierce expression. She was also someone who was afraid of the strong and bullied the weak. In the Lin family, she only dared to be bold in front of Lin Xuanwu and Shen Yan. The former had a long-standing reputation, and the latter could slap her at any moment. She couldn't find fault or cause trouble. Third sister-in-law, I really think you should teach your daughter properly. Luckily, I am her older aunt. We are family. If I weren't, people might say she's uncultured, ruining her reputation. How could she marry into a good family in the future? Also, that young man from the Chin family looks pretty good. Why is Lin Yu cutting herself off from that? You should say something. Lin Si kept talking, but Shen Yan was annoyed. She took Lin Yan, grabbed the little one's hand, and slapped Lin Si. Third sister-in-law, why are you hitting me again? Lin Si covered her face, feeling wronged. Just then, Li Xiuji entered the room. She immediately avoided eye contact and walked over to Lin Yu and the others. Ugh, why is my luck so bad? I just came back and ran into such a mess. Girl, big aunt, he's just a child. Why would he hit you? Look at this, such a big mosquito, and it's still bleeding. Really? Lin Si was half doubting, reaching out to touch her face, and indeed saw a bloodstain. Her face suddenly changed color. After lifting the curtain to see Lin Yan's small room, she put on a very kind smile, as if wearing a mask. Oh, my little nephew is so sensible. He's so young but already knows to swat mosquitoes for his big aunt. Unlike some ungrateful people, She then cast a sharp glance at Lin Yu. Chun Yan looked a bit cold, with a fake smile, and said to Lin Si, "Big Aunt, today is your nephew's full moon. You came back especially for that, right?" His little aunt gave the children a small gold lock. "Has your big aunt prepared a gift for the meeting?" "Oh, I was in such a hurry I forgot." "Next time, I promise to make it up." Lin Si avoided eye contact and tried to brush it off with a joke, while secretly making a note in her mind about Lin Yan. She didn't inform her when bringing gifts, which seemed like she deliberately wanted to embarrass her at her family home. But Chunyan's tactic of hitting the nail on the head worked, and Lin Si stopped causing trouble. The grandchildren and granddaughters looked back, and the eldest daughter also returned to her mother's house. Li Xiuji cut a piece of cured meat, washed and cooked it, and waited for it to be ready. Half an hour passed. The lunch was very hearty. Scrambled eggs with Chinese tune, bamboo shoots stir-fried with cured meat, cold fernbreak salad, and a cabbage dry soup, for big bowls full of fragrant aroma. Everyone sat down, and those who couldn't find a seat stood. Lin Si didn't wait for anyone to invite her, and sat down casually. Before others started eating, she already scooped a big piece of cured meat into her bowl, eating eagerly like a starving ghost. "Mom, this cured meat is so delicious. When I go back, you should pack me 4 or 5 large pieces. This bamboo shoot is sweet and tender. Tomorrow, let my younger brother bring me 2 big bags. And if there are dried vegetables, smoked fish, or smoked meat, I want them all." Lin Si spoke without hesitation. Li Xiuji's face darkened further. Seeing her almost finish the large plate of cured meat herself, her expression turned cold. "Lin Si, does your husband's family lack food or drink? It's like you haven't eaten in 8 generations. Our family hasn't even started eating, and you've already finished all the meat and eggs, only choosing the best to eat." "Mom." Seeing Lin Si about to spit the leftover crumbs onto the table, Chunyan quickly covered her mouth. The others, following Li Xiuji's signal, moved the 4 bowls of food aside. Cough, cough. Lin Si choked but didn't want to spit out the good food in her mouth, so she kept drinking water desperately. After calming down, Lin Si looked like she had been badly bullied, tears streaming down her face. "Mom, how can you say that to me? I only took a few more bites. Just because I got married, doesn't that mean I'm no longer part of the Lin family or your daughter?" Lin Si's crying was loud and heartbreaking, but she was secretly watching everyone's reactions. When she saw that no one responded, she really started crying loudly. Li Xiuji didn't spoil her. After dividing the remaining cured meat and eggs, she continued eating. Lin Si sniffled and cried, realizing her tricks didn't work on her mother, so she stopped crying and started eating the remaining cured meat and eggs from her bowl. Before others went to get more food, she finished all her remaining rice. As a result, she ate too much and kept burping, while the others still weren't full. Li Xiuji glared at Lin Si with frustration. Her well-raised daughter had changed so much after getting married, so selfish and greedy. It was hard to watch. She felt ashamed. "Eat your fill now. Later, you go back to your husband's house by yourself. Don't even think about the cured meat, dried vegetables, or bamboo shoots." "Mom, am I still your daughter? You won't even give me these cheap mountain goods," Lin Si shouted, almost pointing at Li Xiuji's nose to question her. "If you weren't my daughter, I would have slapped you a long time ago. In your eyes, these cheap mountain goods are all brought back by your 3rd brother and his sisters-in-law after working hard. Giving to others might bring good fortune, but giving to you is like throwing a meat bun to a dog, no return. And you keep whining. You wear gold and silver, carry big and small bundles from your family to your husband's house. When you come back, why don't you bring anything? Always empty-handed, eating your brother and sister-in-law's food, using their things. Where do you get the nerve to criticize? I only didn't beat you because of my face. My daughter, I came back this time with an important matter to discuss with you." Lin Yu kept a close watch, and upon seeing this, she closed her eyes. "Spit it out quickly." After the meal incident, Li Xiuji was very annoyed with her eldest daughter Lin Si, and just wanted to send her away as soon as possible. Lin Si suppressed her feelings of hurt and, with a shy face, spoke, "Mother, I want to borrow 50 taels of silver from you. Before returning home, Lin Si specifically inquired, and she found out that her family had lost about 40 to 50 taels recently due to various expenses. Lin Yogan's family had 30 taels, her eldest sister-in-law's family had 12 taels, and widow Sue had a few taels saved. Not to mention her second brother's salary and the wild boar her younger brother hunted, which together made up 50 taels. 50 taels. Lin Si, tell the truth. Did your in-laws ask you to come back home? Are you planning to borrow so much silver for some purpose? Lin Xian couldn't hold back anymore. He thought she was being overly greedy, trying to drain the Lin family. No, third brother, don't talk nonsense. Lin Si's eyes flickered. She had been raised by her mother for decades, and Li Xiuji knew very well what she was up to when she pouted. Lin Si, be honest. It's just that my husband wants to do a small business. I thought I could borrow some silver to help with the cash flow. The family took turns questioning her, and Lin Si admitted everything. Ping Shi and Chun Yan exchanged a glance and softly said, Big sister, is your small business the one where you invest 10 taels of silver in a pawn shop, earning interest every 10 days? Second sister-in-law, how do you know? Did you and second brother also invest? Second brother is really quietly making a fortune and keeps stopping me. Lin Si talked to herself, feeling sour. It was as if the whole family was pulling her apart, leaving her out. Is the business your son-in-law wants to do this? Li Xiuji tried to hide her anger and asked calmly. Lin Si didn't notice at all. If she had a tail, it would probably be pointing to the sky. Yes, there is no silver at home, Li Xiuji subtly refused. This was like poking a hornet's nest.
Lin Si sharply retorted, No?
How is that possible? There must be silver at home. Lin Yuzhen paid back 30 taels, the eldest sister-in-law's family paid 12 taels, and there is also silver saved by widow Sue and previous savings. How could there be no 50 taels? I think, mother, you are biased towards brothers-in-law and younger brothers. I, your daughter, was just adopted by you. You don't care about me at all. To make this business succeed, I am the main contributor in our family. Don't worry, I won't borrow the 50 taels for nothing. I will definitely pay it back, even double. Mother, please lend it to me. Lin Si hugged Li Xiuji, trying to act cute and persuade her, but she didn't consider her current age. She still looked like a young girl, but now she was a mother, which made her seem a bit pretentious. Li Xiuji was already holding back her anger. Hearing her words, which seemed to be plotting against her family, a surge of anger rose in her heart.
Li Xiuji suddenly slapped Lin Si.
There's no such thing as free lunch in this world. Everything free is secretly priced. This is clearly a scam. You're just foolishly being tricked by your in-laws, and now you want to drag your family into it. Lin Si, I think you are both foolish and mean. Are you showing favoritism? Ask around outside. Who do you think I favor? Every time I visit my family, I treat you well with good food and drinks. Every time you go to your in-laws, you carry lots of packages. And you say I favor someone? I think you are ungrateful and heartless, like a dog that has eaten its conscience. Mother, are you hitting me? You actually hit me. Lin Si covered her face, furious and stomping her feet. I'm just giving you a light slap. You say you're a daughter who is married out and a water that has been spilled. That's just how it is. Do you know why others paid money to your third brother and sister-in-law? It's because your third brother and sister-in-law almost lost their lives. Your eldest sister-in-law also nearly lost half her life. With so many things happening at home, you don't come back to see. Instead, your mind is full of money, money, money. You don't care about your family at all. Every word and action shows you're always calculating. Don't say there's no money at home. Even if there is, I wouldn't lend you a single coin. Ungrateful wolf in sheep's clothing. Your brother and sister-in-law are the ones who have shown kindness, but it's all been wasted. Our family is unlucky, truly unlucky. If I had known you were like this, I should have let your father take you away from the start. Li Xiuji couldn't hold back her tears. Lin Si didn't understand. She only wanted to borrow some money. Why was her mother hitting her and calling her ungrateful? She covered her face and stood there, growing more resentful. But her goal wasn't yet achieved. Lin Si didn't want to leave just like that. This was owed to her by her mother. She silently pressed her numb cheeks, crying as she knelt before Li Xiuji. Mother, I was wrong. Please don't say those things to me. Isn't this like stabbing me in the heart? Lin Si cried uncontrollably, and Li Xiuji wiped away her tears, but she couldn't completely harden her heart. After all, it was a piece of herself that she was losing. Eat your meal, then go back to your husband's house by yourself. Mother, don't abandon me. I was forced into this, Lin Si sobbed loudly, rolling up her sleeve to show her arms covered with purple bruises. If I don't come back to my mother's house to borrow help, I'm afraid I might be beaten to death there. Child, why didn't you tell me earlier? Li Xiuji gently helped Lin Si up, her eyes showing regret. Yu silently sneered. Her eldest aunt was really good at pretending to be pitiful. Getting beaten was real, and no one in her husband's family looked up to her. That was true. But she willingly accepted it. She was both foolish and mean, pitiful and hateful. But her misery was her own fault. Lin Xian's sharp eyes saw through everything. That damn Hao Jianan dared to hit my sister. Just wait, I'll beat him to death. He was about to rush out. Lin Si hurriedly stopped him, forgetting her tears, and ran forward to hold him back. Third brother, don't go. If you get beaten, your brother, can't just stand by and watch. At worst, we'll divorce. Our family can't afford to support you and your mother. Third brother, please don't cause trouble. If I divorce and take this burden, how could I find such a good family? Dressed in gold and silver, well-fed and well-dressed, she was pampered and only got a few hits. Could she really lose some flesh? She had had enough of the poor life in the village. Li Xiuji suppressed her pain and let out a heavy sigh. Her daughter had truly been spoiled. She had chosen this path herself, no matter how hard. She couldn't turn back. Her brother and sister-in-law wanted to help her, but she was too irresponsible. She was arrogant at her mother's house and endured silently at her husband's house. That was just bullying from within. She couldn't let Lin Si ruin her son and daughter-in-law's interests. Her eyes turned cold, and her feelings for Lin Si also cooled. Children and grandchildren have their own happiness. If she wanted, she wouldn't force it. She stopped paying attention to Lin Si and, using the excuse of taking a nap, went back to her room. Lin Si, meanwhile, didn't stay idle. Once her face wasn't so red, she happily went out to show off again. This was something she always did when she returned to her mother's house. Yu withdrew her gaze and looked worriedly toward Li Xiuji's house. After a long while, she knocked on the door. Lin Yu pushed the door open and saw her mother, Li Xiuji, sitting on the bed with a pale face. Mom, drink some water, Lin Yu said, handing her a cup of spring water. Li Xiuji took a sip and felt relaxed all over. The heavy feeling in her heart seemed to melt away with the water. Mom is fine. Today, your eldest sister-in-law made fun of you all, Li Xiuji said with a tone of helplessness and tiredness. She raised her children the same way, but why did her eldest daughter turn out like this? Thanks to your eldest sister-in-law, I even found some entertainment. You're so mean. Don't be rude, Li Xiuji scolded, tapping Lin Yu's forehead, but her face looked better. Did you come here just to talk to me? Li Xiuji knew Lin Yu well, especially after her third son and his wife had trouble. Since then, she stopped doing unnecessary things. Mom, hide your money well, Lin Yu warned carefully. She didn't say the last part directly, but her mother definitely understood the implication. Although it sounded like stirring trouble, who cared? Lin Yu just wanted her mother to be more cautious about Lin Si. Better to face the pain quickly. Li Xiuji fell silent and subtly glanced at Lin Yu. She knew her mother was unhappy. Lin Si was her first daughter, raised with great care, and her feelings for her were deep. It was understandable that she couldn't let go easily. She respected her, but she wouldn't hold back. Since everything was out in the open, Lin Yu didn't stay long and left her mother enough time to think. With a creak, the door closed from outside. Li Xiuji looked at her granddaughter walking away with a complicated expression. It wasn't about her third granddaughter, but her eldest daughter. She couldn't believe her eldest daughter would treat her like this for her husband's family. Just now, she had knelt and apologized to her. But her reason told her it was very likely true. She sat quietly for a while, then locked the door from outside and secretly opened her hidden money spot. She took out all her silver coins. Thinking for a moment, Li Xiuji wrapped the coins in a cloth again. She looked at her usual money pouch, then went out and picked up a few stones about the same size as silver coins, placing them inside. She layered the pouch back carefully. Her face was tense, and Li Xiuji took a deep breath. She hoped her eldest daughter wouldn't let her down. If she did, she would have no choice but to pretend she had no daughter at all. She covered her face, wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, and took the cloth with silver coins into Lin Yu's room. Yuyo, you keep these for Grandma. I've already heard from your second uncle. If there's something you want to do, just go ahead and do it. Don't be afraid. Our whole family is behind you. Before Lin Yu could answer, Li Xiuji turned and left, her back hunched as if her spine had suddenly bent. Lin Yu stored the silver coins and cloth in her space, feeling a faint, bittersweet feeling in her heart. A pus-filled wound only heals if the pus is squeezed out or cut away. It may leave a scar, but it won't threaten life. Honest, correct, and straight to the point. Wow, I can't believe it. Host, you should quickly enter the space. For 1438's voice was so shocked it sounded like it split in half. Lin Yu thought something had happened and hurried into the space, only to see an unexpected scene. Her space had actually upgraded. A small spring, less than a basin in size, had become a trickling stream. The wooden house had turned into a 3-story building. The small vegetable patch had become a large garden, stretching almost out of sight. The barrier outside the wooden house and the faint white mist had also disappeared at this moment. 4438, am I dreaming? Lin Yu grabbed 4438, who was still in shock, and pinched its face hard. Ouch, 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 that hurts. 4438's voice cracked with pain, and it sounded quite distressed. Lin Yu awkwardly loosened her grip. Haha, I thought Data wouldn't feel pain. 4438. It couldn't feel pain as Data, but now it had a physical body. Host, stop standing there. Fish and wild animals are about to fall. Hearing this reminder, Lin Yu reacted and instinctively used her mind to bring a large water tank and buckets of water. After placing them, she poured the fish and water into the container. She was moving as quickly as she could. But just as she finished loading the last batch of fish, the wild animals that had been frozen in place lost control completely and scattered, falling from the sky. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the space, with chickens flying and dogs running everywhere, wild animals fleeing in all directions. Lin Yu. No one had told her that after the space upgraded, she would face such troubles. Now, she had her work cut out for her. While thinking, Lin Yu suddenly felt a tightness in her scalp. In the next moment, a gust of wind swept past her. She turned around to see a shiny, sleek black panther lunging at her with its claws and teeth bared. She quickly dodged, and the big black panther skidded to a stop, kicking up dust. The person and the panther looked at each other in surprise. Suddenly, the panther rolled over onto its back, exposing its soft belly. Its big head rubbed against her legs, and it made a purring sound. At first glance, it looked like a large, harmless cat. After a long tease, seeing that Lin Yu was not afraid, the panther opened its big, round eyes and let out a deep sigh. Then it got up from the ground, its tail high in the air. While being cautious, it rubbed its head against her leg and even hooked its tail around her little finger. Was it trying to show friendliness? Realizing this, Lin Yu was a bit shocked and unsure, but mostly curious. She was cautious, but reached out a finger to touch the panther's head. Seeing the panther enjoy it and squinting happily, she became bolder. She slid her hand down from its head to its back. It looked smooth and shiny, but the feeling was firm and tough. She didn't dare touch its belly, afraid of being bitten. After satisfying her curiosity, she withdrew her hand. The panther snorted softly and walked straight toward the spiritual spring. Seeing Lin Yu stay still, it made a few dissatisfied sounds, and its big eyes were full of longing. When Lin Yu heard the panther's call, her tense face cracked, and when she looked at 4438, she couldn't hold back her laughter.
Ha ha ha. What a loud noise, she said.
Despite its fierce and mighty appearance, its voice sounded like a rough, hoarse pig squeal. This gap is just too big, she added. Does it know it's a fake panther? The panther didn't understand, but it clearly knew it was being mocked. Suddenly, like lightning, the big black panther rushed out, aiming straight at 4438.
Ah!
With a scream, 4438 darted far away.
Ha ha ha!
Can't catch me. Come and fight me. Come and fight me. Fight me. One big and one small, they chased each other back and forth. Linyu watched the chaos and shook her head in amusement. She poured a cup of spiritual spring water and drank it loudly. The panther and 4438 stopped fighting and waited quietly for food. Linyu poured half a cup of water, then a large bowl, and suddenly realized something. She took a bucket and filled it completely, noticing that the spiritual spring water hadn't decreased at all. Linyu was overjoyed. The space had upgraded, and so had the spiritual spring. But she didn't know what caused the upgrade. While thinking, Linyu remembered the dragon-patterned jade pendant she had thrown into the space. She searched with her mind, doing a thorough search, but found nothing. So, was the space upgraded because of that jade pendant? And what was the reason behind it? Fong Muten, you foul-mouthed, wicked woman, just wait. I will tear your mouth apart. Fong Xuehua charged at Nyo Muten like a mad bull. After knocking her down, she grabbed her lips and pulled them apart repeatedly. Nyo Muten was stunned by the sudden force. She only reacted when she tasted a faint blood smell at the corner of her mouth. Her first reaction was to fight back. She rolled on the ground and, using her head to hit Fong Xuehua, aimed to hurt her more than herself. While Fong Xuehua was in pain, Nyo Muten sat on her and grabbed her hair, hitting her repeatedly. Fong Xuehua didn't give up either. After recovering, she pulled Nyo Muten's hair fiercely and poked and pinched her private parts. Nyo Muten was in great pain, and her strikes became even harder. Linyu watched as the two women rolled and fought fiercely, dust flying everywhere, with hair flying in all directions. These two women hate each other more and more, she thought. Wow, she even tore off a piece of scalp, 4438 exclaimed in shock. Fong Xuehua and Nyo Muten fought viciously. Afraid something serious would happen, the women and older women nearby quickly separated them into two groups. Nyo Muten, being younger, had more stamina and was slightly better off physically. She only had some marks on her face and neck, and her hair was messy. Fong Xuehua looked worse. Not only was her face swollen and bruised, but her scalp had been torn off, bleeding heavily. When Lin Zhongxai arrived, he was still gasping for breath. Seeing Nyo Muten and Fong Xuehua in such a mess, he felt dizzy. How did you two, who are not even related, end up fighting? He asked. Village chief, I also want to know. Fong Xuehua is like a mad dog. I was just talking normally, and she suddenly came over to scold me, saying she wanted to tear my mouth apart. Look at my mouth, it's almost torn, she explained. Why did I hit you? Do you really not know? Fong Xuehua picked up her shoe and was about to hit Nyo Muten, but the woman and her mother held her back tightly. Let go of me. All of you, you all have a share. Hearing this, Nyo Muten's eyes flashed with guilt, but then she remembered what she saw with her own eyes and didn't lie. She straightened up again. She crossed her arms and pointed at Fong Xuehua's nose, scolding, Fong Xuehua, you old hag, is this why you did all this? Usually, you praise your daughter as if she's perfect, but you don't know that she's secretly sneaking around in the mountains with a man. Nyo Muten, if you dare to accuse my daughter, I'll see if I don't teach you a lesson. Fong Xuehua's eyes turned red, and her mother and woman couldn't hold her back. Lin Zhongxai managed to grab her, but his face was scratched and left a long mark. Pfft, I saw it with my own eyes. Do I need to accuse anyone? With a mother like you, no wonder your daughter is so flirtatious and sly. Earlier, Chen Buxiong was taken away from Linyu by her, and now I don't know who she's sneaking around with. You haven't seen it yourself, but it was two people involved. TSK. Nyo Muten kept fueling the fire, almost making Fong Xuehua go crazy with anger. She clenched her shoe tightly, ready to throw it at Nyo Muten whenever she had a chance. Neo Mutant was clever and kept dodging behind Lin Zhongsai. One attacking, one defending, all the hits landed on Lin Zhongsai. When her shoe hit his forehead again, Lin Zhongsai finally exploded. Everyone stop. Neo Mutant, if you can't shut your mouth, do you want me to sew it shut for you? Fong Xuehua. What others say, you believe it. Are you brainless? If you don't want it, dig it out and feed it to the dogs. Is that true, Lin Baozhen? The village chief was angry. Fong Xuehua and Neo Mutant, who had been making a fuss, suddenly quieted down. Just then, someone spoke. Everyone looked toward the voice and saw Lin Baozhen, who was wearing torn clothes and limping badly, looking very disheveled. Lin Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. Normally, with Lin Baozhen's luck, she shouldn't be like this. Her eyes flickered slightly. Yes, that was true, but she also said that it was supposed to be like that. The heroine and others couldn't harm her directly, but that was the male lead. They complement each other, but they can also oppose and harm each other. I told you I was right. Look, this kind of behavior shows she just came back from wandering in the mountains. Fong Xuehua clenched her teeth, tasting the iron smell in her mouth. She gathered her strength and swung her fist hard at Neo Mutant. Once again provoked, Neo Mutant's temper flared. Even with the village chief trying to stop her, she jumped around, determined to get her dignity back. Lin Baozhen saw from afar that Fong Xuehua was being beaten by Neo Mutant. With old and new grudges, she rushed forward and pushed her away forcefully. Neo Mutant felt a strong push and was knocked back uncontrollably. Her ankle twisted painfully, and as the pain hit her, she fell backward. If someone hadn't caught her, she might have hit her head on the ground. Feeling scared, Neo Mutant looked at Lin Baozhen with a frightened expression. Uncle Neo, why didn't you help me? Lin Baozhen's tears fell quickly, her face full of accusation and sadness. Everyone looked at each other, glancing at Lin Baozhen and then at Neo Mutant. This had nothing to do with what Neo Mutant said. I went into the mountain today to pick ferns and met two troublemakers. If I hadn't been lucky, two snakes ran out of the cave, or Uncle Neo, your eyes met mine clearly. Why did you ignore me and not help me when I was in danger? Lin Baozhen's tears kept falling. With her torn clothes and bruises, she looked even more pitiful. Neo Mutant, you are so cruel. You deliberately want to ruin my daughter. Fong Xuehua cried heartbreakingly, making Neo Mutant seem even more malicious. Feeling the strange looks on her, Neo Mutant's face turned pale. She's enjoying herself, but who knows she was forced. You're still talking nonsense. Fong Xuehua threatened to hit her again. Her man stepped forward and stopped her, raising his hand and slapping Neo Mutant. Auntie Xuehua, this is Mutant's fault. I'll teach her a good lesson when we get home. Lin Debao, how dare you hit me? Neo Mutant stood up and reached for Lin Debao, but he caught her and carried her on his shoulder. This matter started because of Mutant. I will make amends. Lin Debao took the lead to ease the situation, and Lin Zhong stepped in. In that case, let Neo Mutant compensate Fong Xuehua with 1 old hen and 20 eggs. Fong Xuehua still wanted to cause trouble, but Lin Baozhen grabbed her and shook her head. The situation was over, and the villagers dispersed like birds and animals. Lin Baozhen helped Fong Xuehua walk back. She saw Lin Yu standing still smiling, and felt a strange emotion she couldn't quite name. She knew deep down that what happened today had nothing to do with Lin Yu, but subconsciously, she felt Lin Yu was to blame. If she hadn't given her a fake clay gourd, she wouldn't be in this mess now. Breathing quickly, she looked at Lin Yu again, her eyes filled with a bit of resentment. Lin Yu noticed this too, but she didn't care and instead sighed. Even when facing public opinion, the heroine can walk away unscathed, but the side characters are left speechless. It's really ironic. This is the difference, host. You need to get used to it. Although 4,438's words sounded a bit harsh, it was true that, given the current situation, this was the reality. I can't get used to it at all. She had suffered enough in her past life. Repeating it now, she couldn't bear the unfairness. Big sister, why are you only just coming back? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Fong Dashan sat on the edge of the field outside the house, looking impatient. When he saw her, his words were full of questions, but Suehua's face and head injuries went unnoticed by him. "Big brother, didn't you see that my mother was hurt?" Fong Dashin, who had a poor impression of Lin Baojun, was always suspicious and quick to judge. He had come today, so he must have had some ulterior motive. Fong Dashin cleared his throat to hide his guilt, a flicker of shame flashing in his eyes. "Big sister, who did this to you? I'll find someone to stand up for you." He made a move as if to leave, but Suehua stopped him. She could see his little tricks. Her head still hurt, and she didn't want to argue with him anymore. "Enough, don't cause trouble for me." Fong Dashin's face darkened instantly, and his eyes grew cold. He looked down on Lin Yuzhen and his two nephews. They didn't invite him in for tea, not even a proper look, and now even Big Sister and Baojun dared to treat him like this. Clenching his teeth, Fong Dashin forced himself to stay silent and followed Suehua and her daughter. When he made his fortune at the moneylenders, he would see who still dared to ignore him. Taking a deep breath, Fong Dashin regained his composure. Lin Baojun entered the room and immediately applied ointment to Fong Chui's wound. The only sounds in the room were her cries of pain. Fong Dashin sat nearby, drinking tea to quench his thirst. He was already impatient from waiting so long, and now hearing Fong Suehua's cries made him even more annoyed. Finally, after Lin Baojun finished treating Fong Suehua, he couldn't wait and moved closer to her. He glanced at Lin Baojun without her mother noticing. Lin Baojun was holding back her feelings and hurriedly left the room. "This stubborn girl, why is she so temperamental?" Fong Suehua scolded loudly, but it was just words without real anger. Fong Dashin's eyes flickered. "Big sister, have you thought about that matter? Since you came back, I haven't heard anything. If you want to earn money, you should do it soon. Dashin, I really can't do anything. Most of the family's money is with your brother-in-law, and he refuses to agree. I have no way." Fong Suehua's words were partly true and partly false. Most of the family's wealth was with Lin Yuzhen, but she had also saved quite a bit herself. She was a bit worried about the money-lending business. She didn't want to just give away the savings she had accumulated over half her life. Even with a big risk ahead, Fong Dashin didn't believe her. No matter how much he tried to persuade her, Fong Suehua wouldn't listen. His frustration grew visibly. "Big sister, if you don't want to join in, then when others make money, don't come crying later." Fong Suehua's eyes flickered uncertainly. Fong Dashin quickly changed the subject, shifting to her wound. As soon as he did, Fong Suehua's mouth opened wide, like a floodgate bursting, unable to stop. Fong Dashin seemed to listen, but he was already planning in his mind. "Big sister, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should." Fong Suehua looked at him suspiciously, listening carefully. "Listen, but don't get angry." Annoyed by his teasing, Fong Suehua lost patience. "Just say it. A few days ago, I saw Baojun in Nanshan town with a young man named Chen. They caught dozens of wild animals to sell in town, many kinds, and they were quite popular. They sold out in less than an hour. That much money, at least." Fong Dashin held up 5 fingers. Seeing Fong Suehua's face change and her start to panic, he hurried to add, "Big sister, speak carefully. Don't blame the kids. I understand," Fong Suehua said, taking out 2 taels of silver to send him away. She precisely saw where she took the money. Fong Dashin's eyes flickered, and after getting the silver, he didn't look back and left. Only Fong Suehua was left feeling very angry. Chen Baisheng was a weak scholar supported by a widow. What skills did he have to hunt so many wild animals? It was all thanks to Baojun. Thinking of this, she remembered the small game Baojun had brought back recently, little mountain chickens, wild rabbits, ducks, and eggs, but they didn't compare to the small amount of money given to Chen Baisheng. She hadn't seen a single coin of that money. How dare Baojun do this? Compared to being cheated, Fong Suehua felt more betrayed. But she also knew what kind of person Fong Dashin was, so she didn't jump to conclusions after just a few words. But the seed of suspicion had already been planted, and it would grow sooner or later. Night fell, quiet and peaceful. Hearing her mother snoring, Lin Si's eyes flashed with dislike. "Mom, are you asleep?" Lin Si whispered. Seeing Li Xiuji snoring as usual, She gently scratched her mother's foot to make sure she was really asleep. Then, carefully, she got down from her bed. After nearly 15 minutes of searching, Lin Si's face lit up. She found a money bag filled with hard objects hidden in her mother's secret stash. You said there was no money. Mom is just biased, only caring about her son, not caring about her daughter's life. Mom, this is your fault. I didn't do anything wrong. Daughter really has no other choice. She shoved the money bag into her arms, then quietly restored her messy room, acting like a thief, and ran away. In the dark night, the creak of the door opening was very clear. Li Xiuji, who had been snoring, opened her eyes at some point, looking at the half-open door with a complicated expression. She sighed deeply. When she closed her eyes, tears streamed down her face. Not long after Lin Si left, Lin Yu also got up. She didn't chase after Lin Si immediately, but turned back to Lin Baozhen's house. With a hiding charm, Lin Yu sat openly on the wall of Lin Baozhen's house. In just 15 minutes, she watched a big scene unfold. Late at night, this family was really quite lively. First, Lin Baozhen sneaked out the window to meet Chen Baixing, who was pretending to call for spring. Then there was Fang Suihua, Lin Yuzhen, and Lin Yuyin with a broken hand, following behind. As for why Lin Yukai wasn't there, it's because his leg was broken, and he was unable to move. Next, there was Fang Dashen, who had gone out during the day and returned secretly to Fang Suihua's house, stealing all her saved silver money. When he left, Lin Yu tripped over a chair he had placed outside, which woke Yi Fangfang. One person had done something wrong, and the other was scared and nervous. When they looked at each other, Yi Fangfang picked up a stick and hit him. Fang Dashen cried out in pain and barked like a dog. Seeing it was a person, Yi Fangfang ran after him. There was already a scapegoat, so Lin Yu didn't miss the chance. He immediately took out a treasure-finding device. The little dragonfly flashed with red light, shooting like an arrow, and with great force, it quickly found the places in Lin Yogen's house where silver money was hidden. Lin Yuzhen, Lin Yukai, Lin Yuyin, and Lin Baozhen all had shares. One hiding spot was even in the yard they passed by every day, and the amount was quite large. Lin Yu didn't hesitate to take everything into his space. With help from 4438, he restored everything to normal, so it wouldn't be obvious for a short time. After collecting everything, Lin Yu immediately headed toward Nanshan town. On the way, he saw Fang Dashen running away from Yi Fangfang. He kicked a stone over, causing Fang Dashen to trip and fall heavily. "Big brother? Is that you?" Yi Fangfang pulled off the black cloth covering her face. Seeing Fang Dashen, she felt like the sky was falling. Fang Dashen showed no fear of being recognized. Instead, he only wanted the silver money. He pushed Yi Fangfang away fiercely and ran off with the silver, not looking back. Left alone, Yi Fangfang sat there, stunned. It's over. This time, it's really over. Why do I keep doing such reckless things every day? First, there was Lin Baozhen, and now big brother Fang Dashen. Can I even go on living like this? Lin Sihui was heavily pregnant and had to rely on her 2 legs to walk back from her parents' house to her husband's home. Thinking about the praise and pride she would feel from her husband later, she couldn't help but feel very proud. From now on, who would dare say she was useless? She gently knocked on the door. After waiting for a while, the door slowly opened. "Why are you so late to come back? Did you finish the task?" The short man with triangular eyes glared fiercely at Lin Sihui. The words fell into Lin Si's ears, but she felt the man was caring for her, and a sweet feeling rose in her heart. Of course, Lin Si shamelessly handed the money bag in her arms to the man. At first glance, the man's eyes sparkled, but when he took it, his face suddenly darkened, and he gritted his teeth with a fierce look. "Lin Si, are you playing me?" The man felt deceived and threw the money bag at her head. Lin Si only saw darkness before her eyes, then was jolted awake by a dull pain. It turned out the man was feeling unsatisfied, grabbing her hair and slapping her several times. Her face hurt badly, and Lin Si instinctively curled up to protect her face and head. The man kicked at her, and fists kept coming. "Husband, don't hit me. What did I do wrong that you have to hit me like this?" Lin Si was confused. Seeing her still pretending, the man hit her even harder. In the night, only the muffled sound of fists, the man's heavy breathing, and a faint, almost ignored, sound of crying could be heard. After a long while, the man seemed tired from hitting and staggered into the house, smelling of alcohol. Lin Si was in so much pain she could hardly stand. She crawled to the discarded money bag. When she opened it, she found it was full of stones of various sizes. In that moment, Lin Si felt overwhelmed with sadness. "Mother, you made me suffer so much." Lin Yu watched the whole scene with disdain. Was it her mother forcing her to steal? Was her self-defense wrong? Who was really hurting whom? It could only be said that cause and effect go hand in hand. She deserved it. Her breathing was heavy as she entered Lin Si's husband's house. She took out the treasure-seeking device. Throughout the journey, she only saw the device flickering with red light, and it didn't make the loud honking sound it did when near Lin Baozhen's house. At that time, she was relieved that it was a system product and only she and 4,438 could hear it. Otherwise, she would have been exposed. It shouldn't be like this, she thought. Normally, Lin Si's household shouldn't be worse than Lin Baozhen's. After all, every time Lin Si visited her family, she wore gold and silver jewelry, fine clothes, and looked dazzling, making others jealous. Lin Yu didn't believe it. She placed the treasure-seeking device and the gold and silver jewelry in plain sight, with 4,438 following along. When the device still showed no response, Lin Yu reached out to take it. But when she applied a little force, the gold jewelry shattered. 4438 clicked and said, "Host, I can't tell that your eldest sister-in-law's family is just a pretty exterior, hiding a rotten core. This display of gold jewelry is probably just fake gold meant to impress. It looks shiny but isn't worth much." No wonder Lin Si only lets people look at her jewelry but never touch it. But wait, given Lin Si's personality, if she had known her husband's family was just an empty shell, she wouldn't have tolerated this. The only explanation is that she was tricked by her so-called husband and in-laws. But what does it matter? She took a big risk, stubbornly believing in her own judgment. Sadly, her cousins and relatives are stuck with such a family. They moved from house to house, and the treasure-seeking device finally reached the innermost, most spacious room. They made the old woman inside faint and fell asleep, and then the treasure-seeking device made that familiar noise again. Under the red glow, Lin Yu found silver coins and money. There was some wealth, but not much. Most of it was property deeds, land titles, and house contracts. The silver coins were less than 50 taels. Probably half of it was borrowed from Lin Si's family. While Lin Si appeared glamorous outside, she kept begging her family for money, her mother, her uncles, her younger sister. Whenever things didn't go her way, she would cry and make a fuss. Now, after this incident, it seems her mother won't spoil her anymore. The silver and the boxes were stored in the space. Lin Yu turned and went to his cousin's room, tossing the silver, property deeds, and land titles inside. Shaolin was awakened by his mother's crying. He couldn't fall back asleep after that. He closed his eyes to rest, but suddenly a shadow fell by the window, and something was thrown onto his bed, making a soft sound. Shaolin didn't get up immediately. He only sat up after the person left. In the faint moonlight, he saw the silver coins and land deeds on his bed. The documents clearly had Xiao's family name written on them. His hand clenched into a fist, veins bulging. Shaolin's breathing grew rapid, and his eyes darkened. He gradually calmed his breath and carefully stored the silver and documents away. He didn't know who had left them, but he was grateful. Better to have these in his hands than fall into others' hands and be wasted. At least he could rely on them to protect his siblings. As for his parents who raised him, Shaolin sneered. He glanced at his thin, skeletal younger siblings and himself, and a sharp pain tore through his chest when he coughed. "Master, the items sent to the Yu family were all refused, and the person was forcefully driven out." Damn it. Anger made Lu Shixiao's forehead veins bulge. His wounds on his waist, abdomen, and arms pulled painfully, almost causing him to faint. A bunch of useless people. Were they? Have you caught them? His blood was red on his waist and abdomen. Lu Shixiao untied the bandages and let the doctor treat his wounds. As the ointment was applied, he suddenly felt dizzy. His subordinates didn't want to offend him, but had to report, "Master, according to Lu Er and Lu San, that woman is very strange." If it were normal, a weak woman wouldn't last 3 moves against them. But that day, she fought for half an hour and was unharmed. When she left, Lu Er and Lu San were injured in the mountains. The road ahead seemed clear, but they kept falling into traps, slipping on smooth ground, or being attacked by eagles and hawks. Trees were cut in half. It was hard to defend against all these surprises. Lu Shixiao listened and was so angry he almost laughed. But then he thought of something, and his expression grew more serious. An old monk once told him his fate was special, and that meeting his noble wife would make him rise like the wind. But if that village girl was the one, why was he like this now? He missed the best chance to get close to Yushi. He was also betrayed by the big boss, seriously injured, and his dragon-patterned jade pendant was lost. It was just adding insult to injury. Lu Shixiao wanted to forget all this, but he couldn't stop thinking about it. Find out everything about that girl. Check every detail, he ordered. He wanted to see if that old bald man's prediction was accurate. If it was true, he would use her and spare her life. If not, he would eliminate those who harmed him without mercy. After leaving the Xiao family, guided by a tracking talisman, 4438 and Lin Yu arrived at the Rennie Casino. Seeing the shining gold characters of Rennie on the sign, Lin Yu felt bitterly ironic. Get out. Why are you here without money? I still have a wife and a beautiful daughter. Lend me 100 taels, and I'll definitely turn the game around next time. Yes, yes, yes. Their joys and sorrows were not shared. Suddenly, Lin Yu remembered Lin Eugene, who colluded with old Zhu. Did he have anything to do with the betrayal of her father? Was it related to the so-called male lead? Her gaze turned cold. Lin Yu left the Rennie Casino without looking back. When reaching a quiet corner, she took out a concealment talisman and climbed over the wall into the Rennie Casino. The casino is larger than she imagined, with 3 floors and 2 courtyards behind. The first floor is the gambling area, and the second and third floors have private rooms. Inside, there is music and dancing, a lively scene for entertainment. The 2 courtyards are guarded by forest patrols, constantly patrolling. Lin Yu entered through the wall and successfully sneaked inside. She headed toward the main character's location. As she passed a room, she heard the sound of a teacup breaking. Strangely, she paused and leaned against the window side. Useless thing, can't even handle such a small task, said the leader with a cold face and sharp eyes. If it weren't for the fact that this young man still had some use, he would have already dealt with him personally. He didn't have much time left. If the higher-ups investigated, he would be the first to suffer. In hindsight, he shouldn't have trusted people so easily. Reporting achievements before reaching a conclusion had led to his current dilemma. The teacup shattered on the ground, its fragments cutting the face of the kneeling man, leaving a streak of blood. "Forgive me, leader. That young man is truly very strange," he said. "You mean you followed Lu Shixiao into the mountains, but found no clues about the gold mine? Instead, you saw him fighting a fierce tiger, falling off a cliff, and dropping into a crocodile pit, yet he escaped unscathed, only slightly injured. And you guys, being bitten by poisonous insects, got several injuries. There's no one dumber than you," the leader said angrily, clutching his chest in pain. With a loud bang, he pushed open the window and looked out sharply. Lin Yu stood nearby, holding her breath. She knew he couldn't see her, but her rapidly rising and falling chest betrayed her emotions. Did they mean there was a gold mine hidden in the back mountain of the maple forest? Strangely, Lin Yu remembered her uncle's death in her previous life. Her pupils shrank and hot tea spilled out. The leader sat back in his chair, looking calm. "If we can't find any clues from Lu Shixiao, then we start with what he did. The gold mine is in the back mountain of the maple forest. Find a hunter who moves easily in the mountains, and someone who can survey terrain and landforms. If we can find something, we're halfway there. When we succeed, those who know can just find a leader to handle it. Great people don't fuss over small details." Even if it involves the entire maple forest, it's their good fortune. The head of the household looked indifferent, as if the villagers in the maple forest were just ants they casually stepped on. Her legs felt numb, and when she looked at the head of the household again, a hint of killing intent appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. After many twists and turns, Lin Yu finally reached the house where Lu Shixiao was. She arrived just in time. Lu Shixiao was changing his dressing. Through a crack, Lin Yu clearly saw his deeply scarred arm and waist, which had been stitched up. The flesh and blood were mixed, looking quite frightening. 4438 was hiding behind Lin Yu, trying to stay out of sight. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained calm, with a faint smile on her lips. This crocodile's attack isn't very strong, for 1438 rolled his eyes. That's just the male lead. Anyone else would have been swallowed by the crocodile. Lu Shixiao sprinkled some healing powder on his wound and rewrapped it with a bandage. His face returned to normal, but his handsome face looked more fragile and sickly due to blood loss. Still, he had a good appearance. That's how he can stand out in chaotic times and become emperor. The door was knocked, and Lu Shixiao responded with a sound. The next moment, someone pushed the door open. When they saw who it was, Lin Yu and 4438 looked at each other. It was surprisingly Li Wengpe. Sorry for the late arrival. Please forgive me, young master. No problem. Lu Shixiao raised his hand. When he moved to his wound, a look of exhaustion appeared in his eyes. Fortunately, I didn't disgrace my mission. The Red Leaf Village plan is complete, and we can strike at any time. Wait for the right moment to strike and withdraw from Nanshan Town. Also, send Lulu to find the gold-seeking man. Make sure to find the gold mine within a month. Lu Shixiao originally thought his plan was perfect. As long as everything went smoothly, he didn't care how long it took. But now, things had changed. First, old Zhu had died, losing a big helper. Then, Xinhua village had fallen and all resources were cut off. This was a huge loss. Next, the dragon pattern jade pendant was lost, and an unexpected village girl appeared. If it weren't for an emergency, he wouldn't have used this move. What is the gold-seeking man? Lin Yu asked, confused. 4438 looked complicated. The gold-seeking man is someone allergic to metal ores, and gold mines are among them. Allergic reactions occur when someone comes into direct or indirect contact with metal ore, causing itching all over the body, rashes, difficulty breathing, and in severe cases, shock or death. Lin Yu felt a loud buzzing in her head, then everything went blank. Suddenly, she remembered a time last year when her younger uncle went hunting in the mountains and was carried back down by others. When he returned, he had itchy skin, scratched his neck and arms until they bled, and developed large red rashes all over his body. He took medicine for 2 months and didn't go into the mountains for several months. Because of this, Lin Si was often complaining and didn't visit her family for over half a year. Thinking of this, Lin Yu connected all the clues. Her younger uncle was the person they hired to find gold. In the search for the gold mine, Lu Shixiao and the main boss fought, and her younger uncle and the villagers of Fonlin Forest became victims. Everyone living in Fonlin Forest was a real person. Though each had small flaws, they worked hard and found joy in life. But so many people's lives were easily decided by those in power with just a few words. Can the common people fight against officials? Or does money make everything possible? Her breathing grew rapid, and Lin Yu suddenly hit the window. The people inside quickly ran out, but all she saw was the empty night. Lin Yu stood coldly to the side, watching them search around like frightened birds, her face changing from pale to green and back again. These people deserve to die. Turning her head, she looked at the makeshift casino built from the blood and flesh of ordinary people, and a decision formed in her heart. She moved to the inner room and began to observe the layout. 4438 suddenly presented her with a gift. The screen flickered, revealing a full map of the casino, with labels showing her location, the kitchen, side rooms, storage, and secret rooms. After studying it, Lin Yu and 4438 headed to the kitchen, which was the closest to her. The kitchen was very large, with about 10 people inside, all busy and scattered around. Lin Yu paused for a moment, watching them joke and pick out the best ingredients, wasting food freely. A strong feeling of dissatisfaction rose from her heart. It was true. Wealthy families' dogs smell bad, while the cold bones of the poor lie on the road. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu quickly headed toward the storage room in the kitchen. The ingredients stored inside are neatly arranged, including fresh beef, lamb, pork, game, vegetables, fruits unfamiliar to Lin Yu, fine wines, valuable seasonings, and piles of rice and flour. With a wave of her hand, Lin Yu gathers everything in the storage room into her space. Understanding Lin Yu's plan, 4438, visibly excited, leads the way ahead. Lin Yu moves from room to room, collecting everything she sees: tables, chairs, beds, vases. Anything she notices is stuffed into her space. Fortunately, her upgraded space is large enough. Otherwise, her way of packing would not fit everything. Time is tight, and Lin Yu dares not delay, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Host, there's a secret room in the front wing. For 1438 flutters its small wings, its movements quickening slightly. Seeing the guards at the door and the noticeably increased patrols, Lin Yu narrows her eyes. There's something suspicious here. She pulls out her panel and, in the shop, spends 200 points to buy 2 wall-passing charms. Looking at her remaining points, she silently sighs. No matter how many points she earns, they don't last long. She sticks a wall-passing charm on herself, then reaches out to touch the wall. Her hand slips inside, and she catches a glimpse of her shadow on the ground. Quickly, Lin Yu slips through the wall. Stop, go check over there. The lead guard suddenly halts, heading to the spot where Lin Yu was just standing. The group searches several times but finds no one. The guard frowns and walks to the door of the front wing. Unlock it. With 2 clicks, the lock opens, and the guard pushes the door open. Hearing the noise, Lin Yu, like a frantic ant on a hot pan, becomes anxious. As the door opens, she bites her lip and moves toward another wall inside. The door swings open, candlelight flickers, and the guard carefully inspects the room before relaxing. He must have been mistaken earlier. Meanwhile, just a wall away, Lin Yu's tense nerves relax. She quickly grabs 4438 and throws it forcefully. 4438. Are you trying to die? Why didn't you tell me you used a wall-passing charm? The hiding charm doesn't work anymore. Host, I forgot. 4438 swears it truly forgot. After all, Lin Yu hadn't used 2 charms on herself at the same time before. Better be that you really forgot. Lin Yu cast a cold glance at 4438. It sobbed and lay on the ground, saying, Host, I won't dare do it again next time. Lin Yu didn't reply. Instead, she stepped on it with her foot and angrily pressed down, as if crushing cow dung under her soul. 4438. I was just saying you really stepped on me. Although it couldn't feel pain, its empathy made it afraid. Lin Yu ignored 4438's feelings. She was already stunned by everything she saw. The room was dazzling with gold, silver, treasures, jade, porcelain, minerals, silk, brocade, paintings, and priceless items filling almost the entire secret chamber. She bought the wall-crossing talisman correctly, accidentally entering the secret room easily. Her eyes hurt from the sparkling riches, but she didn't hesitate. She quickly collected all the treasures into her space. Only when the warehouse was full and empty did she lean against the wall to catch her breath. Her cheeks were slightly red. Feeling happy, she reached out to touch something and heard a crisp sound. Suddenly, a small door appeared out of nowhere on her left. Lin Yu's expression grew serious. Was there still another secret room inside? Without hesitation, she entered. After walking down a long staircase, she reached the bottom. It was dark inside. 4438 led the way. After confirming no one was around, Lin Yu took out a fire stick from her space. Through the faint light of the fire stick, she saw a corner of the secret room filled with weapons, armor, and cotton clothes.
Could this be
taken from the battlefield? Thinking of her great-uncle who died in battle, a cold shiver ran through her body.
How dare they?
For their own selfish gains, They disregarded soldiers fighting to the death. Tears flickered in her eyes. Lin Yu roughly wiped her face and quickly stored all the items inside her space. No matter who was involved in this secret room, the ultimate beneficiary would be the male lead, Lu Shixiao. The male and female leads were clearly favorites in the story. In her past life, the male lead gained so much, which explained his confident and fortunate demeanor. In this life, she wanted to destroy everything bit by bit. She would make sure Lu Shixiao and Lin Baozhen got nothing. Her breath tightened. Lin Yu coughed harshly, hiding her choking sobs, and resolutely rushed out of the secret room. Then she used the wall-crossing talisman to leave. I initially planned to escape through the wall charm directly into the casino, but I accidentally ran into the guards who had previously opened the door to search for treasures. Fortunately, I was hidden in the shadows. Realizing this, I quickly swallowed a disguise pill and transformed into Li Wengpa. When the guards came closer, I revealed my full face and ran toward Lu Shixiao's location. The guards chased after me, but I climbed over the wall. At the moment I jumped down, I slipped into a hidden space. Then I clenched the concealment charm, and once outside the space, I confidently walked out of the casino. The guards, seeing the woman disappear and not finding her, looked serious and decided to return and report. Lu Yihu glanced suspiciously at the guard's retreating figure and reported the matter to Lu Shixiao. Don't conflict with the main family members for now. He was badly injured, and any further trouble would only make things worse. It's best to play it safe. Lu Shixiao thought so, but Lin Yu wouldn't give him that chance again. She was taking her revenge while he was weak. This is an age-old truth. Lu Shixiao, you're finished. 4438. Check if Lu Shixiao's people are inside or outside the casino. On the tree at 6 o'clock. 4438 swiftly flew toward the tree. Lin Yu followed closely, captured the person in her space, and immediately slit his throat with a dagger. She repeated her old tricks, taking out 5 people in total. Thunderstrike kills Lu Air, loot value 30,000. Lu San is killed in one blow, loot value 40,000. Achieved the remove the left and right arms accomplishment, loot value 100,000. The remove the left and right arms achievement? This loot value meant she had hit the main artery of the male lead. It was an unexpected surprise. Using a cleansing charm to remove the smell, Lin Yu transformed into Lu Shixiao's appearance and entered the casino. Second in command. She nodded slightly, wearing Lu Shixiao's expressionless face, and requested to see the main boss. The main boss, a fox spirit, suspiciously glanced at her but held back his questions and went to report. Lu Shixiao. The main boss frowned slightly. He had been guarding tightly just now, but now he was inviting him in. What was he trying to do? Let him in. Lin Yu followed the person into the inner courtyard's private room. She pushed open the slightly open door and saw the main boss of Righteousness Casino. Contrary to her expectations of a fierce, violent person, this man was slender, handsome, and gave off a gentle, refined vibe. Walking among the crowd, I looked just like that scholar. Who would know that this kind of person is actually the boss of the Justice and Benevolence Casino? Lu Shixiao, how are you? Is the healing ointment I sent you working? Like old friends meeting again. The boss sat at the table, slowly pouring tea, and pushing it toward Lin Yu. Thank you, boss, for your concern. My injuries are mostly healed. In the boss's eyes, Lu Shixiao looked rosy and in good spirits, clearly recovered or perhaps never truly hurt. How could that be? Those were fierce tigers and crocodiles. Who in the world could walk away unscathed from their attacks? The boss's expression changed. Lin Yu coughed deliberately a few times. Today I came to tell the boss. I have found the location of the gold mine. The second half of the sentence was whispered softly. The boss was overjoyed and walked toward Lin Yu. Really? Tell me the location quickly. The boss was so happy he was distracted and didn't guard against Lin Yu. Seizing the moment, to prevent the boss from playing tricks, Lin Yu had prepared in advance with 4438. The moment the lightning talisman was activated, the boss felt a powerful current surge through his body, making him stiff. Then, a sharp pain struck his chest. He slowly looked down and saw a familiar, dazzling long sword, with bright red blood dripping down. Lin Yu forcefully pulled out the sword, creating distance from the boss. Fool, the gold mine and everything you hide are all mine. You are destined to be trampled under my feet, only fit to be my stepping stone. Lu Shishao, how dare you? The boss spat out a mouthful of blood. Outside, his men heard the noise and burst into the room. Lin Yu broke the window and slipped inside, using the cover. Looking at the 5 people with their necks slit and eyes blank, Lin Yu wiped the blood-stained dagger on one of them. 4438, do you have any corpse-dissolving water or talismans? Host, I am a proper system, I don't have such things. Some hosts always go in and out with blood on their knives. Just hearing about corpse-dissolving water makes one feel uneasy, doesn't it? Really, you don't. Lin Yu looked a bit disappointed. She still needed to find time to deal with the bodies or wait until she left the space. Then, while Lu Shishao and the boss's men were fighting, she could sneak away. 4438. You're really a genius. The head of the household is injured. Quickly call the doctor. The assassin broke the window and escaped. Gather the men and go after him. It's Lu Shishao. The head of the household looked at his trusted aide. In the secret room, quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the household fainted. The trusted aide, after settling the head of the household, immediately gathered everyone. They split into 2 groups. One went to the secret room, and the other went to catch Lu Shishao. Lu Shishao was still resting and recovering when the trusted aide suddenly burst in. Master, something's wrong. The head of the household's side is in chaos. They say they were attacked. Where are Lu Er and Lu San? Why hasn't anyone come back to report what happened? For some reason, Lu Shishao felt a strong sense of unease. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. Feeling anxious, Lu Shishao pressed his lips tightly. It might be that something has gone wrong. This could be the head of the household pretending to be in trouble to catch the thief, he thought, and he might be the real thief himself. Something's wrong. The storeroom has been robbed. The kitchen staff received orders to check the storeroom for ingredients. When they pushed open the door, it felt like they had entered the wrong room. Everything inside was empty. If he hadn't still been holding the key to the storeroom, he might have thought he was dreaming. Realizing this, the kitchen staff were so frightened their legs went weak. They hurriedly ran to report, just as they bumped into Zoming, the trusted aide heading toward the secret room. Zoming narrowed his eyes and quickened his pace toward the house, where the secret room was. He didn't have time to unlock the door. He cut through the chain with a knife and rushed inside. Everything inside was normal, nothing seemed out of place. But when he opened the secret room switch, the shimmering gold light that was visible when entering was now dark and gloomy inside. Had it been stolen right under his nose? Damn it! It was like being slapped in the face in front of him. He had lost face and dignity.
Zhao Ming's chest heaved violently.
His face darkened as he went to catch Lu Shishao. As he exited the secret room, he suddenly stopped. Thinking of another secret room, he searched for the mechanism and heard a crisp click. Zoming took out a fire stick and went down. At first, he saw only emptiness, and he thought the items had been moved inside. His subconscious refused to believe this. But when he stepped inside, all the items he had previously placed there had disappeared. Zoming's vision went black, and he staggered. How dare they oppose their righteous casino? Don't they know who their employer is? Pushing down the rusty taste in his throat, Zoming strode aggressively outside. When he arrived, he saw guards confronting Tong Lu Shishao. Lu Shishao, how dare you try to kill the boss? Everyone listen up. Capture the traitor. Rewards will be given. Resistors will be dealt with severely. Zoming's eyes turned red. Lu Shishao's expression suddenly changed. Wait, is there some misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? We saw you going to find the boss. After seriously injuring the boss, you escaped through a window. All evidence and witnesses are there. What do you have to say? With a knife pointed at him and emotions running high, cold wind blew in. Lu Shishao coughed harshly. This can't be true. Our master hasn't left since returning. How could he go to find the boss? Hearing this, the boss's face changed suddenly. Stop talking nonsense. Attack now. Zhou Ming drew a large sword. Both sides prepared for battle, tension thick in the air. Lu Shirao realized Zhou Ming was coming for him. If they fought, he would definitely get hurt worse. Zhou Ming was like a mad dog. He wouldn't stop until he was defeated. His eyes cold and fierce, Lu Shirao chose to run. This was the most embarrassing moment he had ever faced. In the past, he always escaped danger or outperformed others. A feeling of helplessness grew inside him, making him very angry. If he caught the person who betrayed him, he would punish them severely, perhaps throw them into the river to feed the fish. Host, everyone is gone. 4438, who was outside observing, saw that the people on the boss's side all rushed toward Lu Shirao. He quickly informed Lin Yu. Lin Yu came out of her space and first threw the man who had threatened Lu Shirao into a remote place. Hearing the lively music and seeing the tense atmosphere, she felt it wasn't enough. So she set a fire. The sparks ignited, and thick smoke alarmed the people gambling and having fun. Soon, everyone ran outside the casino. Because there were so many people, some were pushed down, crying, cursing, and calling out in pain. Lin Yu was very satisfied with this chaos. While everyone was distracted, she started collecting things. Wine, meat, dice, silk decorations, vases, tables, and chairs. Anything she saw, she put into her space. Wherever she went, she took what she could. Of course, she didn't touch anything in front of everyone. Although she caused the chaos, she couldn't spread rumors about ghosts. Otherwise, how could Lu Shirao be blamed for her? After collecting the items, Lin Yu went to watch Lu Shirao being beaten. Zhou Ming chased relentlessly, swinging a large cleaver aimed at Lu Shirao. Those trying to stop Zhou Ming were blocked by guards. Under Zhou Ming's furious attack, Lu Shirao looked very helpless as he tried to escape. When Lin Yu arrived, she saw Zhou Ming swinging his cleaver fiercely at Lu Shirao. Lu Shirao instinctively tried to block, and his sword and Zhou Ming's cleaver clashed, sparks flying. She clearly felt that when Lu Shirao drew his sword, Zhou Ming's breathing and attack became even more intense. Their weapons clashed, and the strong Zhou Ming pressed forward step by step, forcing Lu Shirao to retreat. Despite fighting back hard, Lu Shirao was badly injured. Lin Yu stood nearby, watching helplessly as Lu Shirao's bandaged waist and stomach were wounded again. His arms, chest, and back were cut by the cleaver, his clothes torn and soaked with bright red blood. The wounds were deep enough to see the bone. Every time Lu Shirao swung his sword, blood dripped and splattered. His face turned visibly paler with each strike. Everyone could see that Lu Shirao was at his limit, only one last step away from defeat. If he surrendered, he might still be spared. The blade of the large cleaver, stained with blood, was red. Blood beads dripped down. Lin Yu stood to the side, biting her lip, her cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. She eagerly hoped that if Lu Shirao died here, she could finally experience the collapse of that so-called story world. She still held hope in her heart. She stared intently at the chaotic fight, not daring to blink, afraid of missing a single moment. But her hope was ultimately disappointed. Zhou Ming thought Lu Shirao was doomed, but Lu Shirao suddenly took out a porcelain bottle from his chest and bit the opening. As the bottle fell, Lu Shirao's face, previously pale, turned noticeably redder, and his breathing became steady. His sword swung out, leaving after images. This time, it was Lu Shirao who launched a continuous attack. Zhou Ming's eyes flashed with shock in an instant. As the sword light flickered, he was suddenly struck in the left eye by a sharp slash. Blood gushed out. His vision was blocked, and the tide of the battle turned. Seeing this, Zhou Ming's people joined in, and arrows rained down toward Lu Shirao. Since the other side was many and strong, he did not want to fight. After rescuing his men, he broke through to escape. To successfully flee from the casino, Lu Shirao deliberately headed toward the crowded area. Arrows shot through the air, but Lu Shirao remained safe, while the guards and guests became scapegoats. Zhou Ming, who had some concerns, stopped in time. Even so, some innocent people were affected. And that unlucky person was none other than the county magistrate of Nanshan Town. Regarding the magistrate, Lin Yu's feelings are quite complicated. She believes he works hard for the people's benefit. He does real things from agriculture to economy, from individuals to the community. The people have indeed benefited because of him. But he also colludes with corrupt officials, gambling dens, scams, and after natural disasters in his past life, he didn't hesitate to abandon the entire townspeople. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. She saw the frightened magistrate being pushed aside, replaced by her second uncle, Lin Xuanwu. Her pupils dilated. Lin Yu silently called out for the 4438 decoding method, while taking a dagger from her space, transforming it into an arrow, and shooting at the arrow that was shot at her. In that moment, everything before her seemed to be forcibly frozen by an invisible arrow. Lin Yu watched as her arrow hit the tail of the other arrow. The direction changed. The arrow originally aimed at Lin Xuanwu's heart pierced his shoulder blade instead. Blood splattered. Lin Xuanwu fell to the ground. Lin Yu let out a relieved breath in her heart, but then her face was filled with raging anger, both for her second uncle and for 4438. Suddenly, 4438, who had slipped into her space, trembled with fear. Because of this change, Lu Shixiao and his group disappeared into the night. Lin Yu looked coldly at the dark night, her eyes full of regret. As expected, the main characters in the story. Death is not so easy. The predetermined fact Lin Yu had already anticipated. Once confirmed, she was no longer disappointed. More than that, she cared more about what Lu Shixiao ate when pushed to the brink. That porcelain bottle. Thinking of this, amid the chaos at the casino and Zhou Ming's group chasing after Lu Shixiao, Lin Yu found the porcelain bottle Lu Shixiao had discarded. A faint medicinal smell. The scent entered her nose, and Lin Yu's eyes slightly narrowed. In her past life, Lin Baozhen and Lu Shixiao were truly lucky. No wonder they were the favorites in the story. After Lin Baozhen and Chen Baixing met, they quietly entered the mountains. Having tasted success, Chen Baixing no longer feared the deep mountains. Now, he only cared about the wild animals and Lin Baozhen's skills. He used to think Lin Baozhen was just lucky, but now he realized it was almost like everything was going his way. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have bothered to get close or flatter Lin Yu like a grandson. Lin Baozhen is not easy to fool, unlike Lin Yu. Chen Baixing stayed focused on the task. While walking, he took out a money bag and handed it to Lin Baozhen. Baozhen, this is yesterday's harvest. Lin Baozhen took it and, by the light of a fire stick, counted the silver coins. Then she handed over the agreed amount to Chen Baixing. Chen Baixing looked happy on the outside, but inside, he was mocking Lin Baozhen for being petty. Compared to Lin Yu, she was not as clever. Lin Yu would never count her money in front of him. Despite the teasing, they had work to do. He obediently followed behind Lin Baozhen. After about 15 minutes, she stopped. She extinguished the fire stick, and soon the wild animals obediently came toward her, as if slightly tipsy. Chen Baixing, used to the sounds and habits, took out a rope to tie up the animals. He thought he might be imagining it, but he faintly smelled a faint blood scent. When he touched Lin Baozhen, his hand felt a dampness on the back. He didn't think much of it and focused on tying the animals and celebrating their harvest. The two of them were so absorbed that they didn't notice a few tails behind them. How dare she? How dare she? Lin Yogan's eyes were bloodshot. If he hadn't clenched his sleeve, his teeth might have shattered. Especially when he saw Lin Baozhen giving money to Chen Baixing, he felt like vomiting blood. Fang Suihua was no better. She never expected that her beloved daughter, whom she had protected since childhood, would treat her like this now. Knowing her big uncle needed money, she was anxious and upset, even blistering her mouth. Yet she was indifferent and even gave the silver to Chen Baixing. All this wild game they caught was less than half of what she had caught. Didn't she feel guilty? And now, she was lying to them, saying they couldn't catch any prey. What she was showing now was a deep sense of betrayal. Fang Suihua felt her blood surge, and a salty, bloody taste filled her throat. Sure enough, a daughter grown is hard to keep. She hasn't even married yet, and she's already pushing others away. Once she gets married, what will happen? How much did the whole family sacrifice to raise this girl? As she nears maturity, the harvest of wild fruits begins. The gold is gone, and she can't afford to lose the other two. Seeing Baojin handle things so skillfully, it seems she's been secretly doing a lot behind their backs. Since it can't be undone, as her mother, I won't be soft-hearted. Whatever her father decides to do, I won't interfere. Lin Baojin doesn't realize that her parents have seen everything she did. She is still happy about the successful harvest of wild foods. They have all been tied up, and like usual, two people take turns carrying the wild items. Those too heavy are dragged down the mountain with help. Because the items don't look good, the price is lower, but they won't lose much money. What is given for free just costs some effort, and Chun Buxiong is happy to do it. Both are panting heavily, and with only a little left, Chun Buxiong continues uphill with heavy steps. He then sees Lin Yuzhen carrying wild items down the slope. His face is dark, and it looks like ink might drip from him. His temples bulge with veins from his anger. He is full of rage, almost like his fury is tangible. When Chun Buxiong and Baojin see Lin Yuzhen, their pupils tremble and their faces show fear. Their secret has been exposed in front of people they least want to know. Overcome with fear, they try to run, but Lin Yuan and Fong Suehua block their way. Baojin's lips tremble violently as she tries to explain, but she gives up in the face of that unfamiliar, cold stare. She instinctively clenches her fingers around Chun Buxiong's clothes, like a wounded animal trying to hide. But this scene unexpectedly ignites Lin Yogan's suppressed anger. He throws the wild items heavily on the ground and punches Chun Buxiong hard. Chun Buxiong, being weak, has no way to fight back. Baojin, disgusted, steps back behind her, caught by Fong Suehua. Knowing there's no way out, Baojin stops struggling and lets Fong Suehua pull her back. With Baojin out of the way, the furious Lin Yuan and Lin Yuzhen turn their fists and feet on Chun Buxiong. Chun Buxiong shields his head with his hands, trying to kneel and beg for mercy, but he ends up being beaten even more fiercely. You worthless scoundrel. Still studying to become a scholar? And deceiving my sister. What are you? Look at yourself. You're just a man who relies on widows to survive. Are you worthy? Only Lin Yu, that fool, spoils you. If you dare approach Baojin again, I will hit you every time I see you. As he spoke, the sound of dripping water was heard. Chun Baisheng, with bloodshot eyes, felt a hot stream and a stinging sensation. He looked up humiliated, full of hatred in his eyes. He wanted to fight back fiercely, but Lin Yuzhen held him down hard. Finally, he got up, but staggered and was kicked onto a tree by Lin Yuzhen and Lin Yuan, who both stepped on him. He hit his back of the head and fainted immediately. Such a useless person.
He's gone, Dad.
Hurry and move. Don't forget the money. Humph. No one in my family will be touched. Lin Yuan roughly pushed aside Chun Baisheng's clothes and pocketed all the money. After leaving the casino, Lin Yu followed the county officials to find Lin Xuanwu. The blood was drained, and the doctor came out sweating heavily. Then, the county magistrate relaxed his expression, and Lin Yu knew the matter was settled. As the crowd thinned, Lin Yu slipped into the house. She saw Lin Xuanwu, who should have been asleep, lying pale on the bed, playing with a talisman of safety she had given him. Lin Yu held her breath and stared intently. Feeling her burning gaze, Lin Xuanwu slowly looked up, but because of his wound, he hissed. When their eyes met, Lin Xuanwu's face, usually calm like a mountain, showed signs of guilt and panic. Second uncle, why don't you explain a few words? You. Lin Xuanwu hesitated and spoke softly. Lin Yu listened carefully, but she couldn't bear to pressure her injured elder. She sighed and took out some spiritual spring water, placing it beside him. Second uncle, drinking this will make you feel much better. You, take it back, he said, turning away. But Lin Xuanwu grabbed her hand. His face was calm and strategic, familiar to her. When the time comes, I will speak to you myself. They looked at each other, and Lin Yu felt her nose sting. Second uncle, what if I am wrong? Second uncle will cover for you, he said, even if it costs me my life. Besides, I have the peace talisman you gave me. I won't be in trouble. Hearing the second uncle's hidden meaning, Lin Yu's heart trembled. She withdrew the spiritual spring water and, after walking far away, saw Shirshan following her with 4438. Her eyes darkened. 4438, when my second uncle had an accident, where were you? I entered the space. Host, this is not my wish. I have my reasons for doing so. Really, you believe me. Having been bound to Lin Yu for a long time, 4438 knew her personality well.
It had thought carefully about this.
First, Lin Xianwu's body had a safety talisman made by the system, so even if severely injured, her life wouldn't be in danger. Second, Lin Yu had the ability to handle things on her own. Even if 4438 wasn't there, she could manage well. Compared to that, its own survival was the most important. What reasons? Lin Yu crossed her arms and looked at 4438 with a cold gaze. For a moment, 4438 wanted to tell everything, but just as it opened its mouth, the system was controlled, and it couldn't speak. Lin Yu suddenly chuckled softly, like a gentle spring breeze. Is Lu Shirshan, like me, also bound to a system, the matching porcelain bottle and fragrant medicine? If not, how could she explain Lu Shirshan recovering from severe injuries and turning the tide in one night? If Lin Yu had only suspected before, her reaction to 4438 when she mentioned Lu Shirshan, also bound to a system, confirmed her suspicion. And clearly, 4438 couldn't win. Or rather, in this story world, 4438, like her, was constrained and controlled by similar rules. And she was the key to breaking the deadlock. That's why the system, after her rebirth, bound itself to her. Only by combining their strengths could they have a chance to win. 4438, if you want to break the deadlock, show your sincerity. 4438 shed its disguise, and its entire bee-like aura suddenly changed, making it impossible to ignore. Lin Yu's eyes slightly narrowed, feeling a bit more cautious. I will help you deal with the male lead system. The traitor stirred up by the wind, and she would calm it all. Don't speak so grandly. You're not helping me. You're doing it for yourself, for the main system. If this is your sincerity, then our deal is over, Lin Yu declared firmly. Without hesitation, she quickly brought up her panel, clicked on settings, and directly chose to cancel her account. The panel popped up asking whether to log out. Lin Yu was about to click yes, confident and calm, but the main system also panicked. It tried to use a chunk of data to stop Lin Yu, but it passed right through her. It wasn't until Lin Yu heard the soft laugh that the main system realized it had been tricked. In the next moment, night and day alternated, and Lin Yu, along with the main system, entered a space. The main system, now a physical entity, blinked its eyes and let out a deep breath of relief. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and a big black ball rushed forward, accurately biting onto a round, green, chubby ball. Looking at the green, cartoon-style bee covered in the black beast's saliva, Lin Yu's eyelids drooped, but a silent smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She pulled up the panel and checked her unread system notifications. Earlier, she found the small value earnings report too complicated, so she asked 4438 to turn it off, only reporting large deposits. But she was surprised to see that one of the many items she collected at the casino only had 2 earnings points. At least it was related to the male lead, Lu Shirshan. You also said it's just a connection, not the male lead's property. He's just a future beneficiary, so naturally, I can't earn from him, she muttered, finally escaping from the black beast's mouth. The main system, now covered in saliva, was as black as a pot bottom, almost seeming to drip ink. Lin Yu looked regretful. If these items belonged to the male lead, how many earnings points would she have gained tonight? The female lead gets 1,000 points per collection, so the male lead should get at least 2,000. TSK, Lu Shirshan, such a useless fool. Not at all promising. Although she didn't earn much from the big items, each collection was worth 2 points. She emptied the entire casino, and from various small and large items, she gained nearly 600,000 earnings points. It really proved that even a mosquito's leg is meat. With the earnings points in hand, Lin Yu had no more worries. She entered the shop, browsed around, and spent 399 points to buy a permanent lightning strike talisman. Tell me, your sincerity. Without permission, I won't enter 4438's body again. Is that all? Lin Yu sneered. You dug so many pits, set so many traps, and now you want to wipe it all away so easily. Ask your conscience. Does this seem fair? The main system? It's just a bunch of data. Where does it have a conscience? This isn't about coercion. Oh, I forgot, you have no heart. You have shown some sincerity, but I need you to provide a written document. Suddenly, a panel appeared in the air. Lin Yu saw that the lines on the panel were complex. He made a small move, and a light spot merged into the green bee. I have fulfilled your conditions. Now let me go. The main system looked up at the bright space, a small wrinkled ball. Lin Yu threw a lightning charm at the main system, supporting his face with both hands. His beautiful eyes narrowed into crescent moons with a smile. No, that won't work. Death penalty can be avoided, but life imprisonment cannot. You owe me, and I must get it back. As he spoke, the lightning charm took effect. The main system twitched all over, sparks of electricity rushing through its body. One strike followed another, and the attack changed from gentle to fierce. Before Lin Yu left the space, he saw the main system being electrocuted, its body wrinkled, its tentacles blackened, and black smoke coming out of its mouth. That clumsy look made Lin Yu feel more satisfied. Relying on being just a data blob, she could only accept helplessly. Her space was under her full control. If she couldn't kill it, she would at least torment that annoying main system. Good karma, 111 boss, something's wrong. Are you blind? Can't you see the boss is badly injured and needs rest? A subordinate hurried over, looking anxious, hesitating when facing the boss. What exactly happened? The boss asked personally. The subordinate who came to report knelt on the ground with a thud. Boss, the casino has been emptied. Impossible. With so many things inside and outside the casino, how could it be emptied right under everyone's nose? The boss didn't believe it. Despite his illness, he forced himself out of the room. Seeing the empty casino with his own eyes, he felt a tightness in his chest. Ignoring his wound, he headed straight for the secret room, opening the door with a meditative gesture, reaching inside. Seeing it completely empty, a sour, bloody smell rose, and blood splattered out. Lu Shiqiao, Rennie Casino, stand against you. Meanwhile, Lu Shiqiao, who was being mentioned, had already escaped from Zhou Ming's pursuit. A group of people was hiding in a corner, looking battered. Even after experiencing it firsthand, Lu Shiqiao still couldn't believe it. He reached out to touch the wound that had been severely injured earlier. After swallowing that pill, he recovered overnight, even without a scar. Who exactly gave him this thing? Also, Zhou Ming said he saw with his own eyes that he was the one who assassinated the boss, then who pretended to be him and set him up. The mystery is deep. Lu Shiqiao's mind is a tangled mess, and the more he thinks, the more confused he becomes. He has no clues at all. In Nanshan Town, he has no enemies and no rivals. Who could be so determined to kill him? Lu Er and Lu San suffered misfortune. He doesn't have many people he can rely on. Plus, Zhou Ming is chasing him, and he's wanted by the Righteousness Casino. He definitely can't go back to Nanshan Town. Now, he can only hope for the gold mine. The sooner he leaves, the better, so he can plan his next move. Lu Wu, prepare to close the net. Achievement unlocked. Collapse. Reward 300,000 points. An unexpected surprise. Lin Yu, who was on the way back to Fonlin Forest, brightened when she heard the system report her points. No wonder he's the hero. This is the biggest points she's ever earned since she started using the steal system. If only she could keep stealing like Lin Baozhen all the time, she wouldn't dare imagine how happy she'd be. Unfortunately, Lu Shiqiao is not like Lin Baozhen. She hasn't found a quick way to take him down yet, so she can only secretly cause trouble. Now that the plan is set, and given the current situation, Lu Shiqiao can only leave quickly. But before he goes, he won't give up on the pig-killing scheme and the gold mine. If that's the case, she will start from there. While she was thinking, The noise ahead caught Lin Yu's attention. She moved closer and saw that it was familiar people. Lin Yu Zhen and Lin Yu Kai were attacking Qin Buxin. TSK, this villain is getting what he deserves. Look at him. Once proud and arrogant, now in front of Lin Yuan and his son, he's just a pile of mud. Lin Yuan is really ruthless. As the saying goes, don't hit someone on the face. He not only trampled Qin Buxin into the mud but also kicked him several times. With Qin Buxin's petty nature, if he gets the chance, Lin Yuan will be very lucky. As they walked away, Lin Yu stepped out from the shadows, looking down at Qin Buxin, who was disheveled and covered in dirt. He looked utterly miserable. This is no longer the proud figure from her past life, where Qin Buxin rose to a high official thanks to Lin Baozhen. In this life, all those stories are just dreams Qin Buxin will never reach. Lin Yu grinned, her eyes cold and sharp. She heard a few cracking sounds as she crushed Qin Boxing's fingers one by one. A disabled person cannot enter official service. From that moment, Qin Boxing's dream of passing the imperial exams was shattered. Boxing. Widow Su waited at home for a long time, well past her usual return time. She was worried, so she took a fire stick and went out to look for him. Late at night, she dared not make much noise. She followed the path into the mountains, feeling more uneasy the further she went. Finally, she heard a familiar cry of pain. She hurriedly ran toward the sound and saw Qin Boxing, clothes torn off, covered in filth and cold, with purple bruises all over his body. Mother, it was Lin Yuan and Lin Yu Zhen. Qin Boxing groaned in pain. Thinking of the humiliation he suffered, tears welled up in his eyes, worse than before in front of Widow Su. I told you long ago that Lin Baozhen isn't a good person, but you didn't believe me? Widow Su cried, ignoring her dirtiness. She quickly helped Qin Boxing put on his clothes and grab his hand, trying to carry him home. But as she touched him, Qin Boxing let out a heart-wrenching scream. My hand. Mother, I can't move my fingers. Qin Boxing's face was full of panic. If his fingers were broken, how could he study, write, or take exams in the future? Widow Su also panicked. She had clearly thought of this too. She struggled to lift Qin Boxing onto her back. Son, don't be afraid. Mother will take you to the doctor. Your hand will heal. No matter the cost, I will make sure your hand gets better. Tears blurred her vision as Widow Su gritted her teeth and ran with Qin Boxing on her back. Watching the mother and son disappear into the distance, Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. The dog-eat-dog drama was about to begin. Lin Baozhen was dragged into the house by Fong Suehua with great force. The strength was so strong that it almost tore Lin Baozhen's arm off. Ouch! Lin Baozhen cried out in pain, struggling. Fong Suehua sneered. Pain? Your arms and legs are fine. A little tug, and you're already crying? Seeing how skilled you are with Qin Boxing, this isn't your first time, is it? Be honest with your mother. How many times have you gone out with Qin Boxing? And where did you hide the money from the last few times? Lin Baozhen remained silent. Fong Suehua reached out and pushed her lightly twice. Still, Lin Baozhen stayed quiet, clutching her clothes tightly. Her silence exhausted all of Fong Suehua's patience. She looked very angry and immediately searched her. Lin Baozhen instinctively hugged herself, trying to stop Fong Suehua's actions. However, her strength was too weak, and she couldn't hold her back. She could only watch helplessly as Fong Suehua took away her still warm silver money. When her hand touched the money pouch, Fong Suehua was filled with anger and hatred. She pointed her finger fiercely at Lin Baozhen's forehead, saying, You heartless girl, why are you so cold and selfish? Knowing the family needs money, but only caring about your own happiness. Don't you think about your family? Qin Boxing is just a weak man who depends on women. First, he relied on his dirty widow mother. Then he clung to Lin Yu, and now he's tricking you. Everyone can see clearly, but your eyes seem blind, like they've been covered in dirt, and you can't see the truth. Her daughter Fong Suehua, who was raised with love and care, couldn't possibly have no feelings at all. That's why she was even more angry. Unconsciously, her grip became tighter. Lin Baozhen's eyes filled with tears from the pain. When Fong Xuehua reached out again, she dodged, causing Fong Xuehua to stumble forward and almost fall. Meanwhile, Lin Baozhen, the one who started all this, watched coldly, with no intention of stopping her. This scene made Fong Xuehua feel extremely cold inside. Is this the daughter she raised with so much effort? Just a few words of scolding, and she treats her like this? It's laughable, truly laughable. Her chest heaved violently. Fong Xuehua suddenly turned around and walked toward Lin Baozhen's house. Realizing Fong Xuehua's intention, Lin Baozhen's pupils shrank. She hurried to stop her, but was slapped hard. A dull, numbing pain spread across her cheek. It was hot and sharp. Lin Baozhen covered her face in disbelief and stammered, "Mother, don't call me mother. I don't have a shameless daughter like you, sneaking around with men in the middle of the night. You're shameless. What about your father, brother, and sister-in-law? Now you're just pushing away, and when I and your father grow old, how can we rely on you?" The words, shameless, hit Lin Baozhen harder than ever. She looked blankly at Fong Xuehua's moving lips, her mind replaying those insulting words over and over. In the past, Fong Xuehua was very fierce with outsiders. She never thought it was wrong. But now, she directed her anger at her. Her heart felt like it was torn open, a big hole forming. Cold wind rushed in, and Lin Baozhen felt a shiver run through her body. Lowering her hand from her face, Lin Baozhen's look of hurt was gradually replaced by indifference. "Why would I go look for Qinboxing? Don't you really understand that, mother? I told you before someone stole the prey I caught. I asked you all to come into the mountains with me, but each of you refused. No one was willing. Can I really be blamed? Blame who? If your second and third brothers hadn't gone into the mountains with you, how could they have hurt their hands and feet? Even going outside would be a problem for them." He threw the wild animals he brought back from Qinboxing onto the ground heavily. Lin Yuzhen took big steps forward and slapped Lin Baozhen. The slap was very hard. Unprepared, Lin Baozhen fell to the ground, her mouth bleeding, and her face swelled visibly from the hit. "What are you looking at? Do you still want to hit back? Did I, as your father, hit you wrong? You keep saying someone stole your prey. Why is it that when you're with Qinboxing, nothing happens? Have you grown so bold that you dare to lie to your father?" Lin Yuzhen was furious and slapped Lin Baozhen again. She tasted the strong iron smell in her mouth and cried out loudly, "I didn't. Everything I said is true. Someone really did steal my prey, and only when I was with Qinboxing was I safe. Do you think your father and mother believe those lies you tell? Little sister, you lie with some skill," Lin Yukai sneered. "If what you say is true, then why lie? You only brought back a few prey, not even enough for what you got today. That's not all. You hide the money you earn very well. With all these reasons, how do you explain yourself?" Lin Yotsai's eyes showed more sarcasm. Lin Baozhen clenched her teeth, but couldn't hold back. She looked up angrily and said, "It's because of you all that I am like this. Everyone says they protect and pamper me like a treasure, but during the half-month I couldn't get any prey. How did you all treat me? Dislike me for eating and not working, as if just being idle makes me wrong. Even breathing is wrong. I just don't want to live that kind of hated life with all of you. What did I do wrong?" Since she became aware, she relied on good luck and showed no mercy to her family. She thought her parents, brother, and sister-in-law would treat her the same way, but reality was cruel. She just wanted to keep a way out for herself. What did she do wrong? What's yours? I gave birth to you. You're all part of my family, not to mention the wild things you got. From now on, just stay quiet and don't try to go anywhere on your own. Lin Yuzhen pulled Lin Baozhen into the house. After letting go, he started searching inside. The room was a mess, but he found nothing. Turning to look at Lin Baozhen, who had a cold expression, Lin Yuzhen suddenly stepped closer and grabbed her neck. "Tell me, where did you hide the money from selling wild things?" Lin Yuzhen could clearly feel his little girl was losing control. He had gained many benefits from her, and he wouldn't give up easily. To keep things going, he had to cut off her escape route. If that didn't work, he would have to use force. "Baozhen, don't push your father. I'm doing this for your good. Qinboxing isn't a good match. Once we get through this tough time, I promise to find you a man who is 100 times better than chinboxing. Lin Yuzhen looked calm, but behind his friendly face, Lin Baozhen saw another cold, ruthless side. She knew if she didn't obey, her father wouldn't stop easily. Tears welled up in her eyes, and a wave of sadness filled her heart. Only then did Lin Baozhen realize that her family's kindness had always been conditional. If she was obedient, everything would be fine. But if she didn't meet their expectations or lost her value, the outcome would be much worse than now. She forced herself to hold back the dry heaves in her throat and began to act weak. Father, I'm sorry. The money is hidden in the bedboard. Lin Yuzhen was pleased with her attitude. He loosened his grip and walked toward the bed. Sure enough, all her efforts were useless. They had broken almost the entire bedboard, but found nothing. Lin Baozhen, do you dare to lie to me? Slaps came one after another. Baozhen, clutching her neck, looked at him in disbelief. Impossible. She scrambled to her hiding place for the money, ignoring Lin Yuzhen's presence. But in several spots, she found nothing. She sat on the ground, exhausted. Her eyes were empty and numb. Why would she do such a thing to her? Before Lin Baozhen could think of a reason, she felt a dull pain on her scalp. Lin Yuzhen grabbed her hair and dragged her over. Lin Baozhen, what are you pretending in front of me? Fooling me again and again. Do you think I am made of paper? His fist hit down hard. Just as it was about to land, Lin Baozhen instinctively closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. In the next moment, Lin Yuzhen fell to the ground and hit his forehead hard on the corner of the table. Blood flowed out quickly. Lin Yuzhen could clearly feel the coldness and fear deep in his bones. When his wife and eldest daughter were hurt before, he looked down on it, thinking they were just being troublesome. But now, after experiencing it himself, for the first time, Lin Yuzhen felt fear and dread towards this lucky girl. He scrambled to leave. Listening to the sound of the door being locked, Lin Baozhen curled up unconscious in the dark. All these events today, and memories of past evenings, kept flashing in her mind like a revolving lantern. A prickling pain came from her throat and cheeks. Lin Baozhen curled up even tighter. She couldn't hold back anymore. She bit her lip and silently cried. Master. Seeing Lin Yuzhen walk out from the house with his injured forehead, Feng Suihua felt even more resentful towards Lin Baozhen. That's her own father. How dare she? Thinking about her behavior just now, Feng Suihua felt a mix of feelings. Should she be glad her daughter didn't do anything to her? What kind of things are these? When did she, as a mother, have to be so cautious in front of her daughter, watching her every move? Frowning, she crushed some herbal medicine and applied it to Lin Yuzhen's injured forehead. Just after applying it, Yi Fangfang came back, looking dejected. Seeing the mess on the ground, she was first happy, then her face fell. She looked at Lin Yuzhen and then at Feng Suihua. Lin Yuzhen's head was bleeding heavily, and he was clearly annoyed. Seeing this, he also looked impatient. Say what you have to say. Don't beat around the bush. It was obvious he wasn't hiding anything good. Yi Fangfang waited for this moment and immediately spoke up. Father, mother, something's wrong. Thieves broke into the house. After saying that, Yi Fangfang suddenly remembered and ran toward her own room. My silver and money are all gone. Father, you must stand up for me. Yi Fangfang hurried in, crying and sobbing. Suihua Fang was completely out of sorts, feeling only that Yi Fangfang looked at her with a face full of resentment and blame. Speak nicely, Fang Suihua, unable to bear it, put on her mother-in-law attitude. But Yi Fangfang didn't care and cried even harder. Dad, I saw with my own eyes that the thief who broke into our house was elder brother Fang Dashan. You're talking nonsense. How could my younger brother come to our house in the middle of the night to steal? Fang Suihua argued, eager to tear Yi Fangfang apart, but inside, she was nervous. From what she knew about her younger brother, it wasn't impossible for him to do such a thing. But she was from the Fang family, so how could she expose her own family? Aren't you just crying wolf? Because my younger brother came here today, you're accusing him of everything. You're so mean-hearted. Fang Suihua rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront Yi Fangfang. Yi Fongfong wouldn't just accept that. She quickly stepped back and hid behind Lin Yukai. Mother, to protect elder brother, you're really going to any lengths. It's one thing to support your family normally, but you have to drag our whole family into this because of elder brother? If I call the thief a thief, I might as well be struck by lightning, have a mouthful of cold water, and be cursed with no children or grandchildren. With that vow, Lin Yogan's eyes changed. Dad, right now the most important thing is to get the money back. This reminded Lin Yuzhen and Fong Xuehua, and they both rushed into the house. They heard a flurry of rummaging, and inside, Lin Yuzhen shouted angrily, Fong Xuehua, if you don't get the money lost at home from your family, I will not only divorce you, but also report to the authorities and send elder brother Fong Dash into jail. Lin Yogan's eyes were bloodshot, trembling with rage. Fong Xuehua's heart sank inch by inch, but she knew her younger brother was clever and wouldn't do something so extreme. There must be a misunderstanding. Husband, you can't believe only what your second wife says. No matter how reckless my younger brother is, he wouldn't dare steal everything. Besides, he's an outsider. How would he know where our family hides the money? Mother, do you mean this is my fault for working with outsiders? Yi Fongfong was so angry she laughed. I didn't say that. Whatever I did, I know my own heart, Fong Xuehua said coldly, sensing the suspicion in the man's eyes. Whether it's true or not, go ask other families and you'll find out. When I caught that thief, I not only tore off the mask he was wearing, but also cut a long gash across his face. The commotion was so loud that several families at the village entrance were alarmed. Lin Yuzhen gave Lin Yukai a look, and Lin Yukai immediately went to check. Fong Xuehua felt more and more nervous as she listened. At this moment, Yu Chunxiang stepped out. Older sister-in-law, did you hear me chase that thief? Yu Chunxiang glared sharply at Fong Xuehua and nodded. Yes, I looked out the window and saw that the figure really looked a bit like Big Uncle. In that instant, Yi Fongfong thought Yu Chunxiang looked more agreeable than ever. Fong Xuehua was so angry she wanted to strangle Yu Chunxiang. She almost shouted, I told you to shut up. I'll beat you to death, you wicked girl. You jinx. Just before she could slap Yu Chunxiang, Lin Yuzhen grabbed Fong Xuehua's hand and slapped her hard to the ground. The eldest and second daughter-in-law only told the truth. Why are you so angry? Could it be that you and Big Mountain are secretly working together? Lin Yogan's suspicion deepened, with a hint of doubt and cruelty in his eyes. Master, I'm innocent. Although I am from the Fong family, I follow my husband wherever he goes. My family can't be better than my own home. Fong Xuehua had supported her family for 10 years without crossing any lines, always knowing her boundaries. With Lin Baoyan, the money tree, around, Lin Yuzhen turned a blind eye. But now, things had changed. Dad, Fong Fong is telling the truth. The thief was Big Uncle, and someone saw his face clearly. No way. That's impossible. The facts are right in front of us. Are you still siding with your family? I knew today was strange. Turns out, you're using this tracking token to give Big Uncle a chance, Yi Fongfong added at the right moment. Couldn't it be about the money we saved at the bank? Shut up. All of you, shut up. Fong Xuehua admitted that she had been influenced by her younger brother and had this idea, but she only wanted to use her private savings, never intending to take money from the family. Angrily, Fong Xuehua yelled and cursed at Yi Fongfong and Yu Chunxiang. Lin Yuzhen, unable to bear it any longer, kicked her hard. In his fury, Lin Yuzhen used all his strength for that kick. For a moment, Fong Xuehua couldn't even lift herself up. Every movement caused her intense pain, tearing through her like a knife. Tears blurred her vision as she looked up in disbelief. She saw Lin Yogan's expressionless face, his cold eyes almost freezing her into ice. Remember what I said. If you can't get that money back, don't come home. I will do what I say. Head of the family, Fong Xuehua tried to save the situation, but all she saw was the gradually closing door. Through the crack, her son and daughter-in-law watched coldly. It felt like an invisible hand was grabbing her heart, causing her deep, stabbing pain inside. She believed she treated her family well, but how did she end up with so many ungrateful people? Especially her younger brother. Why does he hate her so much? Now, she was in a terrible situation, not accepted by anyone. Was it just because she didn't give him money? Covering her face with her hands, Fong Xuehua cried out loud, full of regret. Lin Yu watched from afar, feeling a little satisfied with how things were developing. She took out a magic charm and used it on Fong Xuehua. Seeing her lying on the ground, shouting and scolding, Lin Yu got up and entered the space. Inside, the main system was completely blackened, and the little creature trembled with each lightning strike, looking numb. TSK, how boring. It had become immune. She wanted to develop more ways to play. But the main task was more important. For now, her conflict with the main system was on hold. She withdrew the lightning charm. She heard the main system gritting its teeth, saying, "Let me out." "As you wish." Starlight spilled into the space, and 4,438 secretly peeked out. Snakes, snakes, so itchy. The black creature twitched and convulsed, but its eyes when looking at Lin Yu were bright and full of admiration. Lin Yu paused her hand in midair, then retracted it. 4438, can you change your appearance with a single click? Yes. 4,438 nodded repeatedly, then tilted its head in realization. Host, could you convert some of the points from the appearance change feature into cash for me? I promise to tidy myself up nicely. As long as you're happy. With a ding, the points were transferred. 4438 knelt down suddenly and approached Lin Yu. When touched, its fingertips tingled, and an electric current surged through, making Lin Yu jump. Wow, is this lightning charm so powerful? Speaking of which, the main system is quite patient. If only it weren't the main system. Host, from now on I will be your most loyal servant. If you ask me to do a handstand, I won't eat dirt. Lin Yu glared at it with disgust and kept a distance from 4438. Watch over Li Wengpa for me. Okay, 4,438 nodded firmly. After tossing around all night, Lin Yu was really tired. She didn't care that she was in a space. She just lay down and fell asleep. Before her consciousness completely faded, Lin Yu felt like she had forgotten something. But she was too sleepy and pushed the thought away. Oh no, something's wrong. Someone died in the mountains again. Who was it this time? Those two troublemakers who tried to do something bad to Lin Baozhen. I heard when they were found, their faces and bodies were swollen like eggs, covered with bugs and ants. When they were found, their eyes were still open and they looked unpeaceful. Oh my, whenever it involves Lin Baozhen, bad things always happen. That's Lin Baozhen's family. As soon as this was said, the villagers saw two groups of strangers heading toward the indicated direction. Everyone, grab your tools and go find the village chief. Don't let anything really happen. Since they were fellow villagers, even though Lin Yogan's family was difficult to deal with, the villagers didn't want them to suffer real harm. On their own land, if their own people were hurt, wouldn't that shame their village? The village chief was dragged out of bed. After hearing the full story, he seemed to lose all strength and options. Why is it always Lin Baozhen? Is this never going to end? Though reluctant deep inside, since it involved the village, he had to go. Open the door, open it for me. Everyone come out. Lin Baozhen, you caused my son's death. I want you to pay. Stop making noise. Can't you let people sleep? Why are you up so early? Are you going to reincarnate? Last night's commotion kept her awake late. When she finally dozed off for a few moments, she was awakened again, full of anger. She stormed out of the house and opened the yard gate. Before she saw who was there, someone grabbed her hair.
Ah!
How dare you pull my hair? I'll fight you all. Yi Fong tried to fight back, but her weak punches and kicks were like scratching an itch through a thick layer of cloth, completely ineffective and not worth mentioning. How dare you hit my wife? I'll make you regret it. Seeing Yi Fong being bullied, Lin Yukai rushed forward loudly shouting, but as soon as he appeared, he was slapped to the ground by two angry older women with red eyes, each giving him a slap. How do you want to make us look bad? Several tall men stepped out from behind the women. Yi Fong and Lin Yukai covered their faces and shrank back, feeling nostalgic for Fong Xuehua. If their mother were here, they wouldn't be bullied like this. What are you doing? This is my Lin family's land. You can't just cause trouble here. Lin Yuzhen, who hadn't slept well and had bloodshot eyes, looked fierce. His appearance unexpectedly made the two intruders hesitate.
Dad. Someone spoke up for them.
Lin Yukai and Di Fongfong quickly got up from the ground and huddled behind Lin Yuzhen. What are you doing? Lin Baozhen caused my daughter's death. We came here to make her pay. Someone died, so you call the police?
Why are so many of you here?
Are you just trying to cause trouble with your numbers? Lin Zhongzai hurried over, worried about a serious fight breaking out. Call the police? Do you think we haven't? It's because a master from Fonglin Forest appeared, and even the county office favors her. If no one is going to handle this, we'll seek justice ourselves. Whereas Lin Baozhen? Call her out. That slut. If she hadn't seduced my son, he wouldn't have died. Sharp crying echoed through the air. Lin Zhongzai felt his head buzzing. Lin Yuzhen, call out your daughter Baozhen. Let's see what really happened. People argued back and forth, each side claiming they were right. It was a never-ending dispute. At the right moment, Yu Chunxiang stepped out. Seeing Lin Yuzhen's gaze, she released Lin Baozhen. Her face was still swollen. As soon as she appeared, everyone looked at her, including the two groups who came to cause trouble. Are you Lin Baozhen? The two families examined her from head to toe, almost grinding their teeth in anger. It was all because of this girl, who hadn't even fully grown, that she mysteriously died in the mountains. Who was not the one who died? I am Lin Baozhen. Who are you? Why are so many people here so early with weapons? Why? Lin Baozhen, have you no conscience? My son was injured saving you, and you went down the mountain alone, ignoring everything, causing them to die in the mountains. 2 lives lost. How should we settle this account? How do you plan to pay? Lin Baozhen couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Is that how you talk to the county officials? Distorting the truth, blaming others unfairly. No wonder you raised 2 bad seeds. Shameless woman, I will tear your mouth apart. Offended by Lin Baozhen's insult, the mother of the son couldn't hold back and slapped her. However, the mother was large and clumsy, and her action was heavy. Lin Baozhen easily dodged, but she lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. This sudden change stunned everyone present. In the next second, the people with the mother rushed forward, trying to forcibly take Lin Baozhen away. Lin Zhongkai naturally wouldn't allow that. 2 groups faced each other in a standoff. At this point, the villagers also understood what was happening. So, you are the family of those 2 troublemakers. Nonsense about saving lives. Did she really save Lin Baozhen? Did she have to take off her pants? How could it swell bigger than an egg? Such scum, they deserve to die. The shame was suddenly exposed. The Lin family members, furious and embarrassed, grabbed their tools to fight. The villagers from Fuselin also refused to back down, fighting barehanded. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Lin Zhongkai was overwhelmed. Stop. All of you, stop now. With a sharp sound, a sword was drawn. The fighting immediately stopped as both sides faced each other. What are you doing? What do you all want? Using weapons to fight secretly. Are you trying to cause a death? The coroner has examined the bodies and confirmed that Fu San and Fu Lu died from poisoning caused by insect bites, unrelated to anyone else. How is it unrelated?
Eva checked carefully.
Someone saw it with their own eyes, Lin Baozhen. This fox spirit seduced Fu San and Fu Lu, trying to have fun, which led to them being bitten by insects. If it weren't for her, Lin Baozhen, my son wouldn't have died. It's all her fault. She caused my son's death. She should pay with her life. The rest of her life, she must serve my old Fu family as a beast, paying for her sins. You are being unreasonable and still trying to argue even when you're wrong. Lin Yuzhen refuses to accept this. In his mind, Lin Baozhen has always been like a treasure that can produce gold. If she is unfairly treated, it would be a big loss for outsiders, and he would be very upset. I don't care. I lost my son, and you, a stubborn girl, shouldn't expect to have a good life either. Mother Fu was throwing a tantrum on the ground, and the others in the Fu family were quietly stepping forward, trying to forcefully take Lin Baozhen away. Lin Baozhen realized this and, ignoring her argument with Lin Yuzhen and Lin Yukai from last night, hid behind them. With a police officer guarding the front and people from the maple forest helping, they couldn't succeed. When Lin Yukai and Lin Yuzhen were pushed forward, they became the focus of everyone's anger. They were surrounded and beaten, punches, slaps, pinches, and kicks. The crowd moved quickly. The sounds of crying out in pain, shouting insults, and trying to stop them mixed together. From behind, Lin Baozhen saw a strange light in her eyes. "Everyone stop. If you hit again, I'll have you all taken to jail." Lin Yuzhen felt a burning pain all over his body. At this moment, he deeply regretted kicking Fong Xuehua out of the house. If Fong Xuehua had been here, everything would have been chaotic, and they wouldn't be so passive now. Fong Xuehua, who was being scolded, had arrived at Hongye village. She hadn't slept all night, and her eyes were dark and swollen. Looking at her familiar home, she felt a mix of emotions. The place where she was kicked still hurt faintly. Fong Xuehua clenched her clothes tightly and gritted her teeth as she knocked on her family's door. When the door was knocked, no one responded, as if no one was home. Naturally, no one opened it. Fong Xuehua had been treated like this before. Grinding her teeth, she struggled to climb over the wall and jumped inside. "Someone's stealing. There's a thief in the house." As she hit the ground, Fong Xuehua saw her two younger sisters-in-law grabbing brooms and sticks, rushing toward her. She instinctively covered her head and shouted while dodging, "It's me. I'm your eldest sister." Still pretending to be the eldest sister? "Watch me beat this thief to death." The two sisters-in-law from Dashan and Dachuan exchanged glances, both hiding a smile. Fong Xuehua looked up and saw this scene clearly. She knew her two sisters-in-law were doing it on purpose. There was no thief. They just wanted an excuse to hit her.
How dare they?
Her eyes turned red, and her fists clenched tightly, with so much force that her nails seemed about to dig into her flesh. Seeing her sister-in-law's unrestrained, wild smile, she couldn't hold back anymore. She raised her hand and slapped her hard. But this time, she made a mistake. Right after she slapped, Deshan and Dachuan's wives slapped back. Fong Xuehua felt her face burning with pain, but more than that, she was furious. "How dare you hit me?" "Yes, we hit you. What can you do about it? We used to need you, and we tolerated you in many ways. Now we don't need you anymore. You're nothing." Fong Xuehua lost control and shouted. She fought with Deshan and Dachuan's wives, hitting and kicking them. When she couldn't win, she even bit them. Deshan and Dachuan's wives yelled loudly as they were bitten and hit. Hearing the noise, Fong Deshan and Fong Dachuan hurried outside. Seeing their wives being pressed down, they pushed Fong Xuehua away forcefully to protect their wives. Even with her strength, Fong Xuehua couldn't compare to two grown men. She was pushed to the ground with a thud. She felt a dull pain in her tailbone, and immediately her eyes turned red with anger. Thinking about the beating she received last night from Fong Deshan, she felt cold inside. She got up and grabbed Fong Deshan, slapping his face. "Fong Deshan, I have treated you well. How can you treat me like this? Just because I didn't give you money you stole from my family. That's all our family's belongings. How could your heart be so cruel? Do you know? Your brother-in-law said if I couldn't bring back the money, I would go to jail, and he would send me back to my parents' house. Big sister, maybe your mind is not right anymore. When did I ever take money from your family? I haven't left the house since we came back from the forest yesterday. How is my family involved in your theft?" Fong Deshan sneered. He said it was only a few taels of silver, not all their belongings. That's a lie. Everyone knew her sister depended on her nephew for food and clothing. Over the years, all their family's belongings were only a few taels of silver. "Fong Deshan, are you still human? Over the years, haven't I helped when the family had problems? Enough. Stop bringing up those old, trivial matters. If my elder brother says it's not true, then it's not. Mother, my daughter-in-law saw it with her own eyes. How could she be lying? Do you know? Fong Deshan stole silver from my family." Fong Xuehua cried heartbreakingly, her voice breaking. In the next second, Fong's father slapped her hard across the face. "Fong Xuehua, how long are you going to cause trouble? Your money isn't even yours. It's your younger brother's. Not to mention, he didn't take it himself. Even if he did, he has his own reasons. Just treat it as a loan. When he gets the repayment, he will return it to you with interest. As the eldest sister, do you really need to be so petty? Can't you write the character for two in the word square twice? Father. Fong Xuehua looked at her parents in disbelief, tears uncontrollably falling down her face. That was all their family's belongings. Did her parents really just dismiss it so easily? And she says she's petty? Did they ever think about what would happen to her without money in the Lin family? How could she stand in front of Lin Yuzhen, her son and daughter-in-law? She has been firm all these years. Now that she's old, she still has to be careful and submissive? Thinking about the dream she had after fainting earlier, Fong Xuehua's eyes grew colder. What loan? Stealing is stealing. Today, if Fong Dashan doesn't return the money, I will report you to the county office. Go ahead. I already invested that money in the bank, and it's in your name. Even if you report me, you won't get the money back. You might even lose more. Fong Dashan was confident, thinking of Lin Yogan's ruthless attitude. Fong Xuehua's eyes filled with despair. At this moment, the wife of Dashan, who was pretending to cover her face, came over. Big sister, if you want me to return the money, I can do that. Fong Xuehua looked up and listened as Dashan's wife said clearly, as long as you kneel and beg me, I will return it. Unknowingly, Fong Xuehua's legs trembled, and she suddenly knelt in front of Dashan's wife with a thud. I kneel. Please return my money. Give it back to me. Fong Xuehua didn't want to be sent back to her parents' home. She was already this old, with grandchildren. If she was sent back, where would she have face? Their eyes met. Fong Xuehua saw Dashan's wife covering her mouth and giggling. Second sister-in-law, she really believed it. Is this still our proud, noble eldest sister who always calls the shots? Such a turn of events. Fong Xuehua, today is your turn. Do you enjoy being humiliated? Back then, my sister-in-law and I had to work hard under your control. Now it's your turn. Dashan's wife lowered her voice deliberately, speaking quietly. Fong Xuehua's eyes turned red, almost bleeding. She was played cruelly.
How dare she? How dare she?
He trembled with anger and glared fiercely at the village woman. Fong Xuehua lunged at her like a hungry tiger. But before she could reach her, Fong Dashan pushed her to the ground. They looked down at her with annoyance and disgust. Get out. Don't come back again. Seeing the closed gate, Fong Xuehua felt a strange, bitter feeling in her heart. Being kicked out twice in one day made her feel cold and hopeless. Is this the family she longed for? The village woman looked at Fong Xuehua, who sat on the ground in a daze, her chin held high. From now on, it's her turn to have bad luck. Just take me away now. Since my son is gone, I don't want to live anymore. Don't worry. Before I go to see my son, I'll make sure to bring some troublemakers with me. Mother Fu sat on the ground, laughing nervously. Everyone felt uneasy hearing this and pointed their anger at Lin Yuzhen. Lin Yuzhen, this mess is your family's fault. You better handle it quickly or don't drag us into it. Neighbors should help each other. Saying it like that is really unkind. Don't you know it hurts when the stick doesn't hit you? If that crazy woman keeps poisoning the forest, can you really protect it forever? Why should we be dragged down by Lin Baozhen and live in fear for the rest of our lives? 2 lives were lost. Even if she didn't cause it directly, it was because of her. She should pay for it. Besides, if she hadn't gone up the mountain, would she have met those troublemakers? Would all this have happened? Lin Yu, who had just come out of her space, overheard these words. She glanced at the villagers speaking and sneered. Sure enough, whether in her past life or now, these people are still the same foolish ones. A few careless words can make them turn against each other. Deep down, they are selfish and calculating. Usually, you can't see it because they have no personal stakes. But once it involves themselves, they become even more vicious than others. In her past life, her family was besieged. Now it was Lin Yuzhen and Lin Baozhen's family. Shut your mouth. It's those troublemakers plotting something. Now it's turned into Baozhen's fault? Which side are you on? Lin Yuyin said angrily, glaring fiercely. The villagers hesitated. Some avoided her, but most faced her bravely. The Fu family was happy to see their quarrel. During the heated moment, Fu family members retreated to advance, saying, "We only have one demand. Either compensation or compensation in another form. Don't even think about the kids." Those two troublemakers lost their lives on their own. It has nothing to do with Baozhen. Your current behavior is just being unreasonable and trying to cheat your way to get something. When their true intentions were exposed publicly, Fu's family did not get angry, but calmly reached out to Lin Baozhen. "It seems you have decided to pay with people." Lin Yuzhen immediately protected Lin Baozhen behind him. "No money, no way you get the people. Really stubborn until the very end. Lin Yuzhen, you hide things deep. There are so many wild animals in this yard, and they are all alive. How much money could selling these animals bring?" The sourness was almost overflowing the screen, and Fu's family members also looked eager. Without saying a word, before anyone could react, all of Fu's family rushed into the yard, carrying the wild animals and running away. The number of wild animals visibly decreased. Lin Yuzhen, Lin Yukai, and Yi Fongfong tried to stop them but were beaten and pushed to the ground. The villagers around looked on, unsure of what they were thinking, and no one stepped forward to stop them. Lin Yu was busy organizing the items collected yesterday at Rennie Casino, while keeping an eye on Lin Yogen's family. Seeing Baozhen's eyes filled with satisfaction, she quickly understood that the current situation was probably related to Baozhen. Baozhen hated Lin Yuzhen more than she thought. She had taken the wild animals, preferring to give them to outsiders rather than leave a single one for Lin Yuzhen. Oh, the Fu family probably wouldn't get any benefit either. Baozhen was vengeful. Anyone who took her things had to pay double. She had always been like this. It was just that before, she was covered by the halo and filters of good luck and kindness. She sorted the gold, silver, jewelry, armor, weapons, fresh food, and other items into different rooms. Then, she took some time to check on the chickens, ducks, and rabbits. Just as her mind drifted, she saw a shiny, slippery black shadow dart past. Immediately, she heard the frightened calls of chickens and ducks and saw their fleeing shadows. In the next moment, a black panther devoured the wild animals. It sat on the ground, happily licking its fur and washing its face. When she checked the number of remaining animals, 6 large black dots appeared above her head. In just a few days, nearly 2/3 of the wild chickens, ducks, and rabbits she had taken from Baozhen were gone. This eating capacity was like a bottomless pit. She couldn't afford to keep them. She needed to find time to throw the rest into the mountains. As for why they didn't hunt and eat the black panther, Lin Yu simply thought that with so much meat, eating it would probably make his jaw ache from chewing. It might also taste terrible. 4438. In short, it means they couldn't bear to part with it. My wild animal, official my wild animal. These people are just bandits and robbers. When their home was robbed, Lin Yuzhen was saving money to buy a wild animal. Now it's all gone? Lin Yuzhen, you heartless old man, because Lin Baozhen secretly met with me. You broke 10 of his fingers. So cruel. If he's left disabled, how will he take the imperial exams in the future? Official, you must stand up for my son. Widow Su cried as she knelt before the officer, quickly blaming Lin Baozhen and dragging him into trouble. Lin Baozhen secretly met Chen Buxiong. His fingers are broken? If he can't recover, he won't be able to take exams or do work. Is Lin Yuzhen so cruel? Acting so harshly in secret? Then today, don't spread false accusations. I only kicked Chen Buxiong a few times and I didn't hurt his hand. Maybe someone else did it to frame us, trying to shift the blame onto us. You can't fool me. Lin Yukai boldly stepped forward. His family was many, and he didn't dare to speak out, but Widow Su was alone. He thought he couldn't handle a woman alone, right? My son said it himself. Can that be false? You two heartless scoundrels not only hurt my son but also took all his silver and wild animals. You are the real bandits. Fong Suehua, exhausted and heartbroken, returned from her family home. Her spirit was crushed. When she arrived, she saw Widow Su, who was looking for trouble. Old grudges, new grievances, and the anger from their suffering all burst out. She rolled up her sleeve and rushed forward, grabbing Widow Sue's hair and dragging her down, then sat on her. She slapped her face repeatedly. Widow Sue, you shameless, vulgar woman. How dare you come here? Look at what kind of person Chen Buxiong is you've raised. You don't study properly and secretly persuaded my daughter to go out with him at night, just to use her to get a wild animal and sell it for money. If we hadn't caught you in the act, my Baozhen might have been eaten to the bone. You still have the nerve to mention that silver money? That was earned by relying on my daughter. What's wrong with me taking back my own things? Look at his familiar movements. This is probably the 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th time. He got so much silver, and I didn't pursue it. Yet now you come knocking on our door. Today we'll settle this with the officials and see who is right or wrong. Her face numb from the slap, Widow Sue's pupils shrank in shock. Feeling the gazes from all around, Widow Sue felt nervous. Fong Suehua, that wicked woman, is so cruel. She's clearly showing everyone that her family has silver money. There are only her and her son at home. They are weak and vulnerable. If someone has bad intentions, they can't fight back. Her son's hand is hurt again. The money earned by Lin Baozhen might not be enough. She had hoped to extort some more, but now it seems impossible. She must hurry back to hide the silver money so no one harms her. Thinking this, she didn't care about anything else and ran away hurriedly. She didn't notice the dark, malicious eyes watching her closely. Lin Yu noticed, but didn't pay much attention. This was exactly what she wanted. The more miserable Widow Sue and Chen Baixing's mother and son were, the better. After they torment each other enough, she will deliver the final blow.
Just like in her past life.
As Widow Sue left, the chaos at Lin Yogan's house came to an end. The villagers who watched the whole scene felt mixed emotions, some sympathetic, some just enjoying the show, and most feeling jealous. They never expected Lin Baozhen to be so useful. In one night, she managed to get so many valuable things. How much must she have accumulated over the years? No wonder this family is so sneaky and still living well. It turns out they rely on Lin Baozhen. If she could marry her, wouldn't their future be worry-free? But thinking of the 2 thugs who died tragically in the mountains, many people lost hope. Now that this matter has been exposed, their days will be difficult. Every day, dozens or even hundreds of eyes will be watching them. They can't just quietly make money like before. That's impossible. People fear losing what they have more than not having enough. If they can't get it, they'd rather destroy it. After watching the drama, Lin Yu lazily stretched and slowly headed home. Waiting for her was Li Xiuji, who was standing at the door with a stick. Grandma, Lin Yu smiled sweetly, trying to fool her, but Li Xiuji raised her hand and pulled out the stick. Lin Yu quickly dodged and begged, Grandma, I was wrong. Don't hit me. With a loud bang, Lin Xuanhe opened the door and peeked out, laughing mischievously. Huh, caught doing something bad. Huh? Serves you right. Your father's mistake is your fault. How dare you watch the fun here? Lin Xuanhe slapped her twice. The fight spread, and Lin Xuanhe ran away instinctively, shouting, Mom, I'm innocent. Li Xiuji didn't care and started hitting indiscriminately. The father and daughter ran and jumped around, even the little one in Lin Xuanhe's arms bouncing along happily, probably thinking they were playing with him. The little one giggled happily. After chasing for several rounds, Li Xiuji stood with her hands on her hips, panting heavily. Grandma, have a sip of water and rest before hitting me again. Lin Yu took out some spring water and handed it to Li Xiuji. She took a sip, tasting a sweet flavor, and her fatigue disappeared. Looking at Lin Yu's smiling face, Li Xiuji pinched her cheek in frustration and affection. Silly girl, you don't even hide your good stuff and just give it away. Her face was tense, but her eyes showed a mixture of smile and concern. Grandma, I have a lot now. In the future, I'll drink water from the small water jar, Lin Yu said confidently. The space upgrade meant unlimited spring water, so she had no worries. Hungry? I'll go cook. Li Xiuji swung her stick and went into the kitchen, with Lin Yu following closely behind. Watching her granddaughter follow her step by step, Li Xiuji couldn't hide her smile. Tell me, what's the matter? When she was sure no one was around, Lin Yu leaned in and lowered her voice. Grandma, Do you remember a few years ago when my little uncle had a full-body rash and couldn't breathe? Do you remember where he was taken down the mountain? It should be at the clear water pond deep in the mountains, Li Xiuji replied. When the elder was alive, her brothers often went there. The place was full of wild plants and herbs. Every time they came back, the youngest brother was itchy all over. Later, he was left behind. When the elder was drafted into the army, the family was in a hard time, and the youngest went there. It was also that time he almost lost his life. Li Xiuji looked worried and unconsciously clenched Lin Yu's hand. You girl, did something happen? Grandma, don't worry. Nothing serious. I want to eat stir-fried pumpkin vines at noon. Okay, I will pick the pumpkins later. Lin Yu followed Li Xiuji to the field. The pumpkin vines were everywhere, their green tendrils spreading out, and the yellow pumpkin flowers stood tall in the wind. Li Xiuji skillfully pinched off extra pumpkin flowers and vines. Because the plants grew so thick, she soon had a big handful of vines. They returned home. Li Xiuji removed the pumpkin leaves and cut the remaining vines into sections. The pumpkin vines had tiny soft hairs on their skin, which felt prickly to the touch. Lin Yu loved peeling the pumpkin vines. With a twist and pull, the skin would come off completely, revealing the tender, crunchy stem inside. Of course, older vines were harder to peel and needed several nails to remove the skin completely. The peeled vines were cut into small pieces and stir-fried with spicy green peppers from their own garden. No meat was needed. After cooking, they mixed it with rice to make a tasty, refreshing meal. For Lin Yu, this was a delicious dish. Lin Yu ate 2 bowls of rice in a row. 4438 kept staring and swallowing hard. Lin Yu then gave the remaining bit of rice and the bottom of the bowl to it. Wow, this taste is so good. Crispy and tender, I can't tell the peppers from the pumpkin vines. Eating it all together is just like childhood. Lin Yu secretly glanced at 4438, who was holding a bowl and eating eagerly inside the space. His eyes darkened a little. After lunch, Lin Yu put on a concealment charm and headed alone into the mountains. The closer she got to Qing Shui Tan, the thicker the plants and trees. The trees were tall and few people came here. Host, be careful of snakes. 4438 led the way, using its tentacles as hands to cover its face. Lin Yu calmly looked away and used a long stick to scare the snake away. Soon after, she heard hissing and the sound of snakes spitting. 4438 felt nervous and hid its face in Lin Yu's hair. Lin Yu. When she reached Qing Shui Tan, she saw the clear water and the beautiful flowers and trees around it. If someone suddenly stumbled here, they might think they were in a fairyland. But unfortunately, it was beautiful but not a place to stay long. Snakes, insects, and other unknown dangers lurked everywhere. At some point, she lost her way. This was why the villagers from Maple Forest avoided Qing Shui Tan. Uncle often comes here because he has a special talent that most people don't have. No matter what the environment is like, he can always find the right direction and escape danger. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu suddenly remembered the clumsy creature in the space. She thought, and the Black Panther was released from her space. When the scene changed, the Black Panther was momentarily confused. Its pupils changed from harmless to full of danger. Let's go. Lin Yu waved her hand at the Black Panther. But the panther, as if not understanding her, rubbed against her like a cat. Its ears also became like airplane ears, and it rubbed more and more enthusiastically. Lin Yu watched as her pant leg got stained black from the panther's rubbing. Black is really easy to keep clean, 4438 honestly commented. The Black Panther growled and bit, but only a soft sound was heard, and it missed. 4438 floated in the air as usual, with a face full of black spots and a smug look. The Black Panther shook its head in confusion and tried several more times, its big eyes full of grievance. Lin Yu ignored it and took out her treasure-seeking device. When she first took it out, the device was only slightly red. But as time went on, the red color deepened into crimson, then dark red, and finally black red. This meant she was heading in the right direction. The gold mine was nearby. The exact location still needed confirmation from the treasure-seeking device. A small dragonfly fluttered its wings and shot out like an arrow. Lin Yu followed closely, but human strength was limited. At this moment, the Black Panther stood in front of her, slightly crouched, turning its head and staring at her with big, round eyes, as if inviting her to get on. Lin Yu hesitated for just a moment, then decisively held the panther's head and sat on its back. Like a lightning bolt, the surrounding grass and trees quickly retreated, and the wind blew her hair into disarray. Host, detected abnormal energy, 4438 said anxiously. Thinking of the main system that had entered the space at the Righteousness Casino, Lin Yu quickly made a decision. Enter the space. 4438 was obedient and immediately entered the space, while racing against time to contact the main system. Meanwhile, the Black Panther suddenly stopped, kicking up a cloud of dust. Due to Lin Yu's inertia, she nearly flew off. Her feet braced against a tree, and the Black Panther leapt forward to catch her. Lin Yu roughly patted the panther's head. It was useful, but she couldn't keep it forever. With a regretful shake of her head, Lin Yu looked at the treasure-seeking device and saw a bright red glow flickering in the dragonfly's eyes, accompanied by a sharp, mournful cry. Lin Yu took a pickaxe from her space and began to dig deeply where the dragonfly had stopped. With the strength-enhancing pill boosting her power, she struck less than 5 times before the ground revealed a shining gold ore. Her face lit up with joy. Lin Yu supported herself on the ore, trying to gather it all into her space. However, only a few pieces, big or small, could be stored, visible to her but not to others. Gold ore obtained. Harvest value 30,000. At this moment, Lin Yu quickly counted in her mind. The large and small gold ores she had gathered totaled exactly 15 pieces. Her basic harvest value for collecting wool was 1,000, plus 2,000 more, which belonged to the male lead, Lu Shiqiao. He was nearby. Realizing this, Lin Yu trembled all over. There was nothing more satisfying than taking something the male lead believed was rightfully his right in front of him. 4438, contact the main system. Host, the main system says it can help you. The harvest value after obtaining the gold ore will be split 40% for you and 60% for it. Yes, but do not alert anyone. Keep everything as it is. Agreed. A starry glow appeared before her eyes. Lin Yu crouched on the ground, pressing her hand on the gold ore. The moment she touched it, she could clearly feel the outline and size of the ore beneath. From where she stood, the gold extended outward in a continuous line, like a parade passing by, always leading the way. Her head grew dizzy, accompanied by dry heaving and discomfort. Just as she was about to collapse from the strain, everything she had just seen suddenly disappeared. She instinctively tried to support herself, her eyes clearing. Looking down, she saw her palm crushed and shattered ore. The ore had lost its golden color and returned to the same gray as the surrounding stones. Seeing this, Lin Yu's mind entered her space and almost went blind from the dazzling sight. Everywhere she looked was shining with gold. Lin Yu's jaw nearly dropped to the ground in shock. She had also studied with her second uncle and knew about gold ores. Gold is extracted from gold ore through complex methods involving multiple steps. Even then, the purity of the gold varies. She took out a piece of ore with her mind, bit into it, and saw a prominent tooth mark left on the surface. Her eyes widened like copper bells. Could the main system really have such power? He can extract gold from the mine out of thin air. This means that the valuable gold ore she was standing on is now worthless. Even if Lu Shiqiao gets it, it's of no use. In the story, he built a strong foundation in Nanshan Town, but now it looks like it's about to end before it even begins. Haha, this feels great. At this moment, Lin Yu feels incredibly clear and free. Has the upgrade standard been reached? Do you want to upgrade now? Lin Yu is in an unusually good mood. When she sees the pop-up options, she doesn't hesitate to choose yes. Especially after hearing the system announce a large amount of loot being credited, Lin Yu's smile almost reaches her ears. He, received a large amount of gold, loot 1 million. Snatched the gold mine, seized resources, The male lead's original foundation is destroyed before it begins. Loot 500,000. Achieved the owning mountains of gold and silver achievement. Loot 300,000. Wow, I've made a big profit. But happiness is short-lived. In the next second, 60% of the loot is taken away. Transaction complete. Deduct 1,080,000 loot. Main system. Why are you deducting my achievements and loot gained from the male lead? How dare you cheat me? If you have the guts, don't appear in front of me. Otherwise, I'll cover you with lightning charms. I won't let you escape. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Having suffered a silent loss, Lin Yu is furious. Host, don't be angry. Run quickly. Abnormal energy is approaching at high speed. For 1,438 anxiously stomps her feet. Lin Yu steadies her mind, quickly orders a concealment charm in the shop, sticks it on the Black Panther's head, then mounts it, while retracting her treasure-seeking device.
Run.
Later, I'll give you good food and drinks. As she speaks, the big Black Panther rushes out. All she sees is a gust of wind, grass and trees swaying. Then it's gone in an instant. Lu Shixiao arrives half an hour after Lin Yu leaves. Looking at the shovel and crushed ore residue on the ground, Lu Shixiao's face darkens like ink. God knows how happy he was when he found the location of the gold mine through that mysterious system claiming to be a divine entity. As he dug to consider how to mine, he watched helplessly as the bright gold color of the ore gradually faded and blended with the surrounding stones. Losing something just after gaining it was more upsetting and frustrating for him than anything he had ever experienced. This familiar scene reminded him of the night he was expelled from Nanshan Town. It was just as sudden and unexpected. He was caught off guard with no way to defend himself. Who was it that was always working against him? What made him even more upset was that his enemies were hidden in the dark, and whenever they wanted, he could only suffer passively. Has Lu Shixiao ever felt so helpless? His chest heaved violently. He kicked the hoe away angrily, but it hit a nearby tree and bounced back toward him. Is this what you call perfect timing, good luck, and the right people? You helped me find the gold mine, but now it's turning into worthless stones right before my eyes. Lu Shixiao drew his sword, angrily cutting the hoe in half. His handsome face was filled with dark shadows. Host, you are the chosen one. What you lose will be repaid in other ways, doubled. As long as you listen to me, everything you wish for will come true. Lu Shixiao's mood gradually stabilized. He looked into the distance where the person stealing the gold mine had disappeared, and the entire town was filled with anger. It had only been dormant for a while, but the world it controlled had a little mouse sneaking in. And that was not all. Without it noticing, someone quietly changed the story plot it had created. This was simply unforgivable. That was its favorite story, and it wouldn't allow anyone to change or defy it. But to build the perfect story, it had exhausted all its energy. Moreover, it had embedded a program that brought the male lead to Nanshan Town, just to make him take the gold mine and the righteousness casino. But Lu Shixiao, this useless person, had been paving the way for him, yet he still ended up like this. He was utterly useless. The female lead was the same, originally a kind, beautiful, innocent, and lucky girl everyone loved, but now she was almost seen as a disaster by everyone. This crazy development was completely unacceptable to the perfectionist 1314. But once the main character was set, it couldn't be changed. 1314 could only grit its teeth and continue to develop the story. And those two little mice were just too annoying. If they continue to develop like this, their energy will eventually run out without replenishment, and the main character's special qualities will fade away. Rather than risking a defeat in a bad situation, it's better to temporarily avoid conflict. When they are stronger, defeating them will be much easier than crushing just a tiny ant. Host, now that things have come to this, we should look ahead. The most important thing now is to find the lucky star Lin Baojun, who can help you succeed. After leaving Nanshan Town, start over. 1314 patiently advised, but Lu Shixiao began to doubt this so-called system. However, he didn't want to cause trouble right now. Lu Shixiao plans to take things one step at a time. The key is whether the so-called Lucky Star Lin Baojun is truly as useful as it claims. 4438. Check Li Wengpa's location. Lu Shixiao is in the mountains, taking advantage of the chaos. Got it. After speaking, 4438 wanted to send the location to Lin Yu's device, but the system was upgrading and couldn't send anything. Considering Lu Shixiao's system, 4438 stayed in the space and guided Lin Yu. Lin Yu held the head of the Black Panther tightly, changing direction and turning its head wherever needed. The teamwork between her and the Black Panther was quite smooth and harmonious. In less than half an hour, Lin Yu reached the place where Li Wengpa and his group were. It was an abandoned mansion that once had ghost stories. From the outside, it looked very creepy. If it weren't for 4438, Lin Yu really wouldn't think this group was hiding in such a place. She removed the concealment charm, swallowed a disguise pill, and transformed into Lu Shixiao's appearance. After making some noise to attract attention, she adopted Lu Shixiao's usual expressionless face. Inside, Li Wengpa and his group heard the noise and looked out through the cracks. Seeing it was Lu Shixiao, Li Wengpa was the first to open the door and welcome Lin Yu inside. How's the preparation? The group accompanying Li Wengpa didn't agree at first, but after hearing this, they relaxed their guard. It was a stroke of luck that everything went smoothly. As she stepped into the house, Lin Yu turned her back to them. Host, be careful. Lin Yu covered her nose and mouth, smiling faintly as she sprayed the upgraded version of the tranquilizer into Li Wengpa's group. Oh, so it wasn't just luck on her part. They wanted to lure her inside to trap her. But unfortunately, she had prepared thoroughly before coming. With a series of loud bangs, people fell one after another. Only Li Wengpa struggled to stay awake, asking, "Who are you?" "Really? I'm here to send you to hell," said Lin Yu, suddenly pulling out a wooden stick and hitting Li Wengpa hard on the head. In her past life, her mother and younger siblings all died because of her. When she was reborn, she didn't have a chance to fight back. Now, they had come right to her door. Li Wengpa was too weak to move and collapsed on the ground. Lin Yu took out a rope from her space, tied up everyone, blindfolded them, and put them into her space. At the same time, she took out a treasure-seeking device and carefully searched the house. It was a thorough search, covering every corner. Using the treasure-seeking device, Lin Yu found the money they had gained from tricking others with a scam. Most of the money had been exchanged for banknotes, leaving only some silver and copper coins. She guessed they kept some for emergencies. Ignoring everything else, Lin Yu quickly put everything into her space. She also used a hiding charm, sat on the Black Panther, and hurried toward Nanshan town. Lu Shixiao also had a system, and she couldn't give him a chance to rest and recover. Right now, her biggest enemy was the Righteousness Casino. While they fought each other, she saw a chance to profit. When she arrived at Nanshan town, Lin Yu stored the Black Panther in her space, then took out a dagger, transforming it into an arrow shape. She took advantage of the chaos to shoot a message about Lu Shixiao onto the sign of the Righteousness Casino. Lu Shixiao needed the money Li Wengpa had gained from the scam, so he would definitely return to that big house. Whether she could deal a heavy blow to him depended on the skills of the casino's boss. Be careful, there's an assassin. Seeing how the guards at the Righteousness Casino were nervous and tense, Lin Yu turned to find her second uncle. Lin Xuanwu was badly injured and still lying in bed recovering. "Second uncle, it's me," Lin Yu said, diluting some spiritual spring water and feeding it to Lin Xuanwu. Seeing his face look a little better, Lin Yu lowered her voice. "There's something I need second uncle to help me with." After communicating with her second uncle, Lin Yu rode her Black Panther back to the maple forest. True to her promise, she fed it spiritual spring water and some dried pork she had dried earlier. The Black Panther, tired from traveling, drank the water and fully recovered. It rolled on the ground and showed Lin Yu its soft belly. Tempted by its fur, Lin Yu couldn't resist. She quickly started massaging it with both hands and fed it some dried pork. When I first met him, the Black Panther's eyes showed some confusion. The moment it ate the food, it let out a purring sound from its throat, which was very soothing. Watching Lin Yu feed it piece after piece, the entire group of 4438 felt jealous and uncomfortable. If it weren't for this Black Panther, they would be the ones being pushed around now. The Black Panther finished eating about 10 pieces of dried meat, then happily washed its face and groomed itself. Lin Yu finally relaxed, feeling relieved that it was full. She withdrew her hand, stretched lazily, and prepared to leave. As soon as she took a step, the Black Panther, who had been carefully grooming itself, lay down at her feet, its shiny black eyes looking at her with a pleading expression. Lin Yu squatted down, gently holding the panther's head and coldly explaining, "You eat too much. I can't afford to keep you." The Black Panther? It drooped its head sadly, and Lin Yu had already walked far away. Watching her figure disappear into the distance, the Black Panther looked around confusedly. It instinctively licked its thick paw, brushed its fur, then stood up and, without looking back, ran into the deep mountains. Everyone else had left. Seeing the messy room, Lin Yuzhen looked at Fong Xuehua with a sinister expression. "Did you get the money back?" "Yes, sir." Remembering her family's cold attitude, Fong Xuehua couldn't help but tears fall. Only the old vegetable patch received no sympathy. Her son and daughter-in-law looked at her coldly, and Lin Yuzhen angrily slapped her face and dragged her outside. If Fong Xuehua still had some hope before returning, thinking she had 3 sons and a daughter, she believed that even if she made big mistakes, she would be forgiven. But after experiencing this, she panicked. Lin Yuzhen was serious. He truly wanted to kick her out. "Sir, please don't drive me away." Fong Xuehua scrambled and clung to Lin Yuzhen's leg. Even after being kicked several times, she didn't dare let go. Over the years, she occasionally helped her family with money, but Fong Xuehua knew clearly that her family was her family, and her husband's family was her real home. A daughter who married out is like water spilled on the ground. Even young widows have no stable footing, let alone her, who had a grandson. If she went back, she would be treated like a servant and looked down upon. Was she comfortable living in her own home? Fong Xuehua was determined not to accept this. "Do you really think I won't do anything? I, Lin Yuzhen, keep my promises." "Fong Xuehua, since you can't get the money back, just get out. My Lin family can't keep a big fool like you. Even if it means losing everything, I will still support my family, second sister, first sister, and her daughter Baozhen. Please say something. Who will do your laundry, cook, and work in the fields if I leave?" At this moment, Fong Xuehua no longer cared about her dignity. All she could think about was not being sent back to her parents' home. "Mother, but that's all our savings. If it's gone, who can accept that? Dad is angry right now, and we can't do anything about it," Lin Yuyin said with a helpless shrug. Yi Fong whispered quietly, feeling upset. Fong Xuehua, who was usually proud, had saved a little secret money, and now it was all gone. It made her very sad. At this point, Fong Xuehua didn't care about Yi Fong. However, her second sister's words reminded her of something. She seemed to grab the last straw of hope, kneeling in front of Lin Yuzhen and tugging at his pants. "Head of the family, we should report this. Fong Dashan stole something. We should report him," she said firmly. If Dashan was unkind, she wouldn't hesitate to be unfaithful. Lin Yuzhen glanced at Fong Xuehua sideways and pushed her to the ground. "You better do what you say." The family's money was gone, and Lin Yuzhen was obviously angry, especially when he found out that Dashan was the culprit. But with Baozhen, the money tree, and the family, he wasn't too worried. He mainly wanted Fong Xuehua to learn her lesson. In the past, the family had everything they needed, and she helped her family without worry. But times are different now. If she kept doing the same, he wouldn't keep her around anymore. Moreover, after being beaten and pushed around by the Fu family earlier that morning, Lin Yuzhen realized clearly that the family still needed a strong, stubborn, and shameless frontline fighter, or they would suffer. Fong Xuehua was still useful. Seeing Lin Yuzhen's attitude soften, Fong Xuehua let out a deep breath of relief. She knew this problem was temporarily solved. Lin Baozhen watched this chaos coldly, feeling nothing inside, maybe even a little amused. When the person involved is confused, outsiders see clearly. It turned out that this family had been rotten to the core long before she knew it. Perhaps she had sensed it subconsciously. When she saw Lin Yu being genuinely cared for by her family, her own dark thoughts took over without her realizing it, leading her to destroy Lin Yu. Unfortunately, she failed. Looking back now, she was so close. Lin Yu almost drowned in the water. If she had died, would she be in her current situation? She would never have fallen so low. In the end, it's all Lin Yu's fault. Why does she want to resist? Just accept it honestly. Her fingernails almost dug into her flesh, and when she tasted the strong iron smell, Lin Baozhen suddenly calmed down. Sooner or later, she will make Lin Yu die at her hands. And this time, she will not show mercy. With a creak, the door was pushed open. A dirty, red-faced Feng Xuehua entered. Their eyes met, and Feng Xuehua's eyes immediately turned red. She cried as she tightly held Lin Baozhen's hand. Baozhen, help mother. All the silver and money in the house have been taken by your uncle. He denies it, and your father also forced me. Now I am not accepted by anyone. Only you, Baozhen. Now, I can only rely on you. Help me, just consider it a favor from your mother. Lin Baozhen remained unmoved. Feng Xuehua, tears streaming down her face, felt the pain from her swollen eyes. She clenched her teeth, made a firm decision, and suddenly knelt in front of Lin Baozhen. Please, Baozhen, mother is begging you. Seeing this scene, a wave of pain spread from her heart in all directions. Wiping away the tears at the corner of her eye, Lin Baozhen lowered her gaze. She decided to repay the kindness of her upbringing over the past 15 years. Unaware of Lin Yu's torment, she had already eaten her fill and entered her space. The group of people, including Li Wengpe, who had been knocked out by her, had woken up and were struggling to save themselves. She arrived just in time. She almost untied the rope. She raised a wooden stick and hit one of them. Looking at the people who looked like mud, Lin Yu increased the strength of the bindings. Due to improper handling, she vaguely heard a few cracking sounds of bones breaking. The unconscious people cried out in pain. Lin Yu felt uncomfortable and gently set them down. She didn't want to accidentally kill anyone, so she loosened the bindings a little and let 4,438 watch. She threw the people onto the ground, took a sip of spiritual spring water, and felt refreshed. The items she had looted from the Righteousness Casino earlier were divided into batches and stored in the house. Fresh meat was dried, and fruits were kept in the house to stay fresh. Yes, after the space upgrade, the place for preservation was changed to the house, as outside time flows continuously. Thinking of this, Lin Yu checked the wild animals that had been roughly ravaged by the Black Panther. Her mental state was good, and she still had about 20 or 30 eggs from chickens and ducks. She used her mind to pick up the eggs, thinking that once she had enough, she could make preserved eggs and salted duck eggs. These wild animals looked thin, even thinner than when she first brought them in.
How could they not be?
Ever since the space upgraded, they haven't eaten anything. If not for the spiritual energy from the spring, they would have starved long ago. Lin Yu.
She had completely forgotten about that.
Host, I strongly recommend getting a rice mill. The rice bran can feed the chickens, and the milled rice will be bright and tasty. In ancient times, production was poor, and common people often found small stones mixed in their rice. When 4438 saw her eating pumpkin vines last time, it had already taken note. Now that the chance was right in front of them, the little system was determined to push for it.
Rice-mill?
Lin Yu looked at 4438 suspiciously. The next moment, it opened its small panel and played a short video showing how a rice mill worked. Seeing the shiny white rice being milled, Lin Yu's heart stirred. Once the system upgrade is done, you can buy it for 1,438, said proudly, its tiny green and black figure looking very pleased with itself. Lin Yu had no idea what it was so happy about. Having decided to buy the rice mill after the system upgrade, Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder what new benefits this upgrade might bring. She felt a bit of excitement. Opening the panel, she saw the green bubble showing 49%. Lin Yu took out some old rice to feed the wild chickens and ducks, gave the rabbits some vegetable leaves, and added water mixed with a small amount of spiritual spring water. Just to be safe, she used her mind to keep the animals in one corner. After that, She looked at the newly expanded space and took out the vegetable seeds she had bought in Nanshan Town. She grabbed her hoe and started working hard. One person and one system worked together, digging, sowing, covering, and watering, completely focused and tireless. By the time everything was done, Lin Yu's hands were weak from exhaustion. But seeing the neatly planted field, knowing that soon green vegetables and fruits would grow, she felt a strong sense of accomplishment. Her hard work today had not been in vain.
Ding.
System upgrade complete. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Lin Yu was just about to rest when she heard the notification. She opened the panel and entered the store. The new farming section was fully unlocked, and half of the construction section was now available too. Lin Yu assumed it was part of the upgrade benefits and didn't think much of it. She went straight into the farming section. There are two small categories in farming, one for planting vegetables and trees, and the other for machinery. Compared to before the upgrade, the new planting system no longer limits purchases and has added many new names she hasn't heard of before. Cucumbers, tomatoes, lettuce, zucchini, Dutch peas. Strawberries, Kailan melons, cherries, durians, guavas, pineapples. Their appearances are quite strange, but since they come from the system, their quality should be good. When the time is right, she plans to try planting each one. After roughly reviewing the planting system, Lin Yu turned to the machinery section. She saw familiar tools like hoes, dustpans, kitchen knives, and blowers, as well as unfamiliar ones like bulldozers, excavators, and harvesters. 4438, understanding her thoughts, explained the uses of each. The excavator can be used on dry land and water fields. During farming seasons, land needs to be plowed in advance. With this excavator, mechanical work can save a lot of labor. Your family's work that usually takes 10 days or half a month can be done in less than a week. There's also this harvester, which can harvest rice. It can harvest an acre of land in just 15 minutes. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Is this what 4438 meant by technology changing life? With this help, farming would be much easier and less tiring. But the prices are quite high. 4, 5, 6 figures in points. Some cheaper ones cost over 100,000, while the more expensive ones reach 4 or 500,000. Lin Yu immediately lost interest. It's not the right time. She'd just be wistful for now. Leaving the farming section, Lin Yu clicked into the infrastructure section. It's also divided into two small categories, one highlighted and the other dim. She browsed the highlighted part, seeing red bricks, wood, cement. Though she didn't understand everything clearly, based on the details, she could roughly guess the purpose of the items in the infrastructure section. They are all related to building houses. Similar to her previous purchase of sweet potatoes and yams, these items are also limited in purchase. This means if she needs them, she will have to upgrade further. It really is an endless cycle. But she doesn't need them right now. She's not thinking about such distant things at the moment. Exiting the infrastructure section, Lin Yu asked 4438 to push the rice milling machine over to her. Carefully examining the details of the rice milling machine, Lin Yu stared at the display panel. The ugly iron lump inside seemed to ask, 4438, are you sure this thing really works? Don't worry, host. It will work just like a dryer, but it will cost points. Of course, if you want to use it outside the space, don't worry. The system will automatically make the rice mill fit into your current era, but the core will stay the same. Good, that deserves praise. With these words, she could hide her true intentions. The more Lin Yu looked at the rice mill, the more she liked it. She checked the price, 999 points. This price was acceptable to her. Although it was much higher than before, Lin Yu knew how the main system worked. The more she earned, the more she would spend. This was a natural result of system upgrades. But thinking about the gold and nearly 1 million suck points she gained from dealing with Lu Shixiao, Lin Yu quickly decided to buy it. If she converted the suck points into money, she would be a rich merchant. The rice mill suddenly appeared. After touching the iron lump several times, Lin Yu took out a bag of rice. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. The rice with husks was gradually separated into rice grains, millet, and bran by the rice mill. The process was noisy but neat and orderly, which pleased Lin Yu very much. Apart from the noise, everything else was perfect. Holding the still warm rice, Lin Yu stretched and smiled. In the next second, she saw her data on the display panel. Her smile froze inch by inch. Occupation, passerby, flickering skills, hunting, beginner, deception, introductory, medical skills, farming, introductory, infrastructure, unlocked, suck points, 287,799. Why did her suck points drop below 300,000? Lin Yu remembered that snatching the male lead's gold mine gave her a large amount of suck points. Even after splitting with the main system, she still had 720,000. Plus the 500,000 she gained from the Righteousness Casino and other miscellaneous points, she should have nearly 1.4 million in total. But now, she only had 280,000. Haha, Lin Yu mechanically turned to look at 4438. 4438 awkwardly chuckled, feeling a chill on his scalp. Host, this has nothing to do with me. I wanted to warn you, but you clicked before I could. I regret it. 4438 knelt before Lin Yu, but Lin Yu ignored him and kept scrolling through messages in the system notifications. After seeing the 1,000,000 points deducted for the system upgrade, Lin Yu chuckled nervously and looked at the panel with a cold gaze. Main system, you'd better be lucky and never cross me. Suddenly, the panel flickered with colorful lights, full of teasing provocation. There's no point in pretending anymore. His chest heaved violently. Lin Yu clicked on settings, wanting to cancel everything and be done with it, but then he saw 4438. Damn it, the main system is really terrible. The system upgrade also fixed the bugs. Now we're truly in the same boat. Inseparable, loving and fighting each other. Lin Yu. Haha, in his anger, Lin Yu coldly looked at Li Wengpa, who had woken up and was rolling on the ground. Without hesitation, he kicked her. Too many things had happened. He almost forgot about her. She knew nothing but pretended to be calm, disregarding people's lives. Then he would fight back with the same coin, blood for blood. He opened the panel, entered the shop, and found the location of the illusion charm. Seeing the new version 2.0 of the illusion charm, Lin Yu's eyes brightened as he read the details. A smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Compared to version 1.0, the 2.0 added a new feature. The user can set the content. That was just perfect. With 499 points, he bought the Illusion Charm 2.0 permanent version. After acquiring it, Lin Yu eagerly set the content and attached it to Li Wengpa. In the next moment, Li Wengpa, who had been trying to escape, trembled all over. Her face lost all color, and she muttered in terror. No, please. This look overlapped with his mother, who had fallen in a pool of blood in his past life. Lin Yu lowered his eyes and suddenly smiled maliciously. Li Wengpa, if you could truly experience the hardships of childbirth firsthand, would you regret the sins you committed? Ah, a piercing scream echoed through the sky. Lin Yu quickly stepped out of the space, ran out of the house, and saw his family in a standoff in the yard, while a black panther bit down on a wild boar weighing hundreds of pounds. The black panther's eyes flickered with a deep green glow in the darkness. Who wouldn't feel nervous seeing this? Lin Yu's mouth twitched slightly. She thought that today, after sending the leopard into the mountains, everything would be over. But seeing the current situation, she had a bad feeling in her heart. She felt like she was about to be blamed for something. Suddenly, a wild boar fell with a thud, and the black panther purred as it moved toward Lin Yu. You, be careful, Lin Xianping said, grabbing his long hunting spear and preparing to stab at the black panther. Dust rose, and the black panther lay at Lin Yu's feet like a small cat, exposing its soft, dark belly. Everyone in the Lin family. They thought it was a wild animal invasion, but it turned out to be a pet returning home. Yu is really amazing. The pets she raises are all different from others. Feeling everyone's bright eyes on her, Lin Yu helplessly touched her forehead. Mom, little uncle, older sister, second sister. We understand, they said. We won't ask too many questions. Yu, it won't suddenly jump up and bite someone, right? It looks friendly enough to pet. Both the fierce beast, Li Xiaofan, and Lin Xianping remained cautious. They quickly pulled Lin Yi and Lin Mo, who were still trying to approach, and ran away as if escaping. For a moment, only Lin Yu and the Black Panther were left in the yard, looking at each other. The Black Panther let out a loud growl, its deep voice making Lin Yu shiver. "Stop pretending. Be normal. Why are you back again?" Her ankle was suddenly wet. Looking down, Lin Yu saw the Black Panther using its black nose to nuzzle her ankle, its head also shamelessly rubbing her pants, turning them black. The Black Panther was unaware and, seeing Lin Yu's unresponsive expression, carried the wild boar to her. Its big head held high, and its paws moved to its mouth as if eating, as if saying, "I brought food, feed me." Lin Yu crossed her arms. If she could solve the food problem, this big Black Panther might be worth keeping. Yes, it was a pretty good mode of transportation, but it was a bit dirty. She stored the wild boar at her space and rode the Black Panther to the river. After washing it thoroughly with the flowing water, she put the Black Panther back into her space. The Black Panther inside the space. "Happy home, I'm back." Dark green, round, and chubby, it let out a loud growl. 4438. What is this? Smear it with saliva. The two little ones kept causing trouble. Lin Yu glanced at the dying fish in the water tank and dripped a few drops of spiritual spring water into it. Looking around, Lin Yu decided to dig a pond next to the area where wild animals were kept, so she could raise fish there. Now, it was not very realistic to handle everything at once. She made up her mind, picked up a hoe, and started working. The Black Panther, who had just finished bathing, came to help. It was strong but kept getting in the way, splashing dirt onto her face. After enduring it twice, on the third time, Lin Yu couldn't hold back anymore. She threw down the hoe and tried to fight back. But the Black Panther was clever and, sensing danger, ran around wildly, with others chasing and running away. Meanwhile, a chicken named 4438 was happily bathing in a water bucket, covered in water and feeling clean. While washing, it happily chirped. Amid the chaos, Lin Yu finished digging the pond. She was so tired that she poured all the fish from the water tank into the pond at once. Afterward, she lay down to sleep. Just before losing consciousness, she thought about planting some pig grass by the pond to feed the fish. A steady breathing sound came from nearby. The Black Panther and 4438 looked at each other, and then both turned their heads toward Lin Yu. Soon, one big and one small approached her at the same time. One was lying near her right side, almost covering her completely, and the other was nestled around her neck. One person and two animals, sharing warmth and comfort. In the corner, Granny Lee was deeply trapped in her nightmare. She struggled to get through one, only to fall into another deep abyss immediately. "Lin Baozhen is really strange," she muttered. Yesterday, someone followed Lin Yuzhen and Lin Baozhen into the mountains. On that path, either a rabbit was hit and killed in front of them or a wild chicken broke its neck. Usually, we can't find such wild animals, but in front of them, it's like picking them up for free. Because of this, there was quite a commotion yesterday. What happened? The women nearby asked eagerly. The speaker, trying to hold back her laughter, continued, "People are jealous, right? Lin Yuzhen and Lin Baozhen are just two people, but they find so many wild animals. In the dark, under the cover of night, someone reaches out, touches, or picks up something. In the blink of an eye, everything is gone." Lin Yuzhen was so angry, pounding his chest and stomping his feet. "It's really frustrating. The wild animals are gone, but instead of looking for those responsible, he blames Lin Baozhen. You should have seen it. Her face was swollen so badly, it's probably unrecognizable now. Do you still remember how Lin Yuzhen and Fang Suehua used to treat their daughter with so much love?
Now.
TSK, things are really different these days." Everyone sighed and turned to look at Lin Si, who was dressed plainly and trying to hide herself. "Oh, isn't this Xiuji's daughter? Why is she dressed like that today? And her face, why is it so blue?" The women spoke affectionately, but their faces showed playful teasing. "I just fell by accident." Lin Si quickly covered herself and hurried back to her mother's house. Watching her go, everyone's expressions grew more amused.
Fell?
That's obvious she was beaten. Every time she came back, she dressed like a peacock, wearing gold and silver, but she never brought anything good for Li Xiuji. Li Xiuji is also pitiful. She raised such a girl with all her heart, but compared to that, Fang Xuehua just talks empty words, tricks, and deceives Lin Baozhen, who is completely devoted. That's real skill. I can see it. Don't be fooled by Fang Xuehua's sweet talk. One day, if Lin Baozhen gets tired of her, who do you think will get any benefit from this family? A bunch of gossiping women, so annoying. Lin Si muttered and cursed as she sneaked back to her mother's house. Mom, Xiao Wenqing hit me, she said, entering and seeing Li Xiuji busy with chores. Lin Si, full of grievance, started crying and wanted to throw herself into Li Xiuji's arms. But Li Xiuji stood up suddenly and missed her. He hit you so hard. Is he just playing with you? Later, I'll send your second brother and your brother-in-law to your in-laws to settle this. Anyone who dares to bully my girl, Xiao Wenqing is tired of this. Mom, why are you so harsh? Brother-in-law is so strong. If Xiao Wenqing is in his hands, will he still get up? If he gets hurt badly, can you take responsibility? This injury looks scary, but it's nothing serious. Just a few chickens to eat and some soup to boost us, Lin Si said, thinking of the oily, golden chicken soup her mother made, and couldn't help but swallow. Li Xiuji looked at her talkative daughter, Lin Si, with a helpless expression and shook her head. They all raise their children the same way, but her eldest daughter is just like this?
Dream on.
Are these chickens grown from their own eggs? No, they're fed daily by Lin Hong, Lin Jin, Lin Mo, and Lin Yi, who catch bugs, dig worms, and fish small fish and shrimps to fatten them. Just a few chickens, and her face is so big.
Who hit you?
Just go back to their house to make up for it. Why are you bothering me? Li Xiuji suddenly snapped at Lin Si. Hearing this, Lin Si immediately let her guard down. Mother, I am your own daughter. How can you treat me like this? How am I treating you? Lin Si looked at Li Xiuji with fierce anger and deep resentment. Mother, if you hadn't put stones in my purse, I wouldn't have been beaten like this. Basically, the reason I am like this now is your fault. So, you should make it up to me. If the purse had silver instead of stones, I would have already earned a lot of money. Instead, I came back bitter and humiliated. Those gossiping women looked down on me. You are my real mother, but you look down on me too. Is there a mother like you in the world? Other mothers are all caring and loving their daughters. But you only care about your son. Hearing this, Li Xiuji's face turned as dark as a pot. She wanted to see how much more unreasonable her carefully raised daughter could be. What do you want as compensation? Lin Si's heart jumped with joy. As expected, Qing Lang was right. As soon as she said this, her mother would surely give in. You're my mother. Just give me 50 taels of silver, and some of the preserved meat, fish, chicken, and duck from our home. That's enough. She heard that her mother had recently made preserved fish, and her skill in curing meat was excellent. Everyone praised her for it. Thinking about how her mother and husband would praise her when she returned, Lin Si couldn't help but feel proud. She just grinned, still unable to fully smile, when Li Xiuji suddenly slapped her. Still asking for compensation? What kind of compensation do you think I can give you? You know I am your mother. Which daughter of any family would sneak into her mother's room in the middle of the night to steal silver? Stealing is one thing, but blaming me when you fail. Do you think I made you come here to steal with your face? You stupid, filthy girl. All these years, I've truly wasted my effort raising you. For a man with no skills, you keep taking from your own family, still say I favor you? Which mother in the world favors her daughter like this? I didn't ask for a dowry from you, and I returned your bride price. That's fine. But after so many years of marriage, haven't you always been taking things from your family to support your in-laws? You're already at this point, and you still keep saying I favor one over the other. At this, Li Xiuji couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed Lin Si and slapped her 5 times hard. Her face was already bruised from being hit at her in-law's house, and now it had 5 deep red finger marks. It looked especially frightening. Mother, you hit me too. You hit me too. Why is my life so hard? My in-laws bully me and you, mother, also bully me. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live, Lin Si said, sensing something was wrong and starting to act spoiled. Li Xiuji looked at her with mixed feelings. Her eldest daughter was truly completely spoiled now. This look really showed she had learned her grandmother's attitude perfectly. The worst part was, her grandmother only acted tough with outsiders. But now, she was fighting her own mother. Feeling extremely heartbroken, Li Xiuji grabbed a broom and started hitting Lin Si. She hit her again and again, using all her strength. Lin Si wanted to use this to control her mother, but her mother didn't follow the usual rules. Feeling the pain, Lin Si scrambled and crawled around the yard, glaring at Li Xiuji with full resentment. That look in her eyes was as if she had been poisoned, more like she was glaring at an enemy than her own mother. Li Xiuji felt a strange mix of feelings, heartache, numbness, but also a faint sense of relief and liberation. She had done what she needed to do, with a clear conscience. If you think I favor one over the other and can't compare to other mothers, then from now on, I, Li Xiuji, will have no such daughter who eats inside and steals outside. We are cutting off our mother-daughter relationship. Mother, Lin Si covered her face, filled with disbelief, panic, and fear. But soon she reacted. She thought her mother was trying to control her this way. She would never do such a thing. She was her mother's own daughter. Don't call me mother. From now on, I am no longer your mother. I mean what I say. Get out. Right now, get out. The farther, the better. Li Xiuji raised the broom again and rudely swung it at Lin Si. Lin Si dodged quickly and was tripped by the threshold, falling outside. Her arm was cut, and she was full of resentment, hatred, and anger. Mother, you'll regret this. When she becomes successful, her family won't get a single benefit from her. She vowed to return all the humiliation she suffered today, intact. The thing I regret most is not kicking you out sooner, letting you, this ungrateful brat, suck the blood of your brothers and sisters. You are so unreasonable that in the future, even if I go begging for rice, I won't ask for you, Lin Sitao. With a harsh exhale, Li Xiuji threw down the broom. Seeing Lin Si's hateful look at her, a wicked fire rose in her heart. She tugged her sleeve and slapped Lin Si repeatedly. How dare you look at me like that after I gave you face? Even my own children get good treatment, but you, a little troublemaker, get nothing but good food and care. You can't get anything good. Eat your rice calmly but curse at it. You're really good at causing trouble. If you glare at me again, I'll poke your eyes out. Mother, finally breaking free from Li Xiuji's grasp, Lin Si shouted angrily. She wanted to lose her temper, but when she looked into Li Xiuji's calm eyes, a strong feeling of unease filled her heart. Mother, you're really crazy. As your daughter, I won't stoop to your level. Li Xiuji made a fake move to step forward. Lin Si scrambled backward, realizing she was being played. She didn't dare delay, and, like fleeing from a flood or beast, she quickly ran away without a trace. Li Xiuji, you should have done this long ago. What kind of people are these being raised? If it were me, I would have beaten them into submission long ago. Hearing the villager's words, Li Xiuji felt as if she had eaten bitter medicine, her throat and eyes sour with pain. Lin Yu slept peacefully through the night, feeling well rested, though still a bit lazy. During her free time, she checked her interface and saw an unread notification. Opening it, Lin Yu sat up quickly. The male lead's plan failed, his foundation is destroyed, and the harvest value increased by 200,000. 20,000, that's quite a lot. Compared to that, Lu Shiqiao is worth much more than Lin Baojin. Usually, as the main characters, they should be roughly equal. Frowning slightly, Lin Yu instinctively felt something was wrong but couldn't quite put her finger on why. However, she only cared about the harvest value. Now that she had it, she didn't care about anything else. This meant the ambush at Rennie Casino was successful. With the system in hand, the male lead wouldn't die easily, but he would at least suffer a heavy loss to match the 20,000 harvest points she earned. Host, you're amazing. The male lead has already withdrawn from Nanshan Town. Already? Does he not care about these people anymore? In the story, these people are all close allies of Lu Shiqiao. Later, they all become officials and nobles, rising in status. 4438 secretly rolled his eyes. The main character is almost overwhelmed by you, not to mention these minor characters. Lu Shixiao hates betrayal. When he was ambushed at the meeting point, the money from the scam was stolen. Now, in his mind, these people are probably already dead. Is that so? That makes it easier. Feeling very happy, he left the space. Before he got out of the house, Lin Yu heard Lin Si's sharp, harsh dog barking. No need to listen closely, it was just those old gossip stories, favoritism, apologies, and so on. Honestly, the mother's love for her was so deep, she almost fed her her own flesh and blood. Talking about these things, she wasn't afraid of divine punishment. But the mother believed her. When her father died, the mother focused more on caring for the twins in her belly, so she might have neglected Lin Si. Later, she realized this and kept trying to make up for it, but it only made things worse. Anyway, it was a messy situation. She stood at the door and watched the confrontation between Li Xiuji and Lin Si. Until Lin Si was pushed out of the house, Li Xiuji stood at the door, trembling all over, with a look of loneliness in her eyes. Lin Yu stepped out and handed her a cup of spiritual spring water. Seeing her, Li Xiuji relaxed a little, and her eyes slightly reddened. She drank the water, and the feeling of suffocation and frustration seemed to fade away. "I should have done this earlier," she said. She always thought a peaceful family was the key to everything, but she had wronged her son and daughter. Something's happened. Old Wu, who was driving the ox cart, hurried back in a rush. The villagers, eager for gossip, immediately gathered around. What happened? Lin Yu and Li Xiuji exchanged a glance and followed. Do you remember the trouble earlier with the so-called money shop guy talking about saving and returning money? Of course I remember. I was so interested I even argued with my wife about it. But what exactly happened? Today, someone caused trouble at the money shop. I heard they regretted not taking the interest, so they wanted to get their savings back. They went to the shop with their deposit slips and documents. The savings certificates and documents were not recognized by the bank, and the bank said they had no such thing. The man was unhappy and called several people to the bank. They argued, pushed, and fought fiercely. They were all bruised, and the leader was almost beaten to death. Later, someone reported to the authorities and officials from the county came. After some investigation, they found out that the certificates and documents had nothing to do with the bank. They were fake, made by individuals pretending to be the bank to cheat people. Then what happened next? The county officials confirmed that the certificates and documents were indeed fake and had nothing to do with the bank. They were scams by some individuals. It's over now. All my hard-earned savings are gone. Su Guiyun, you're so confused. Su Guiyun suddenly collapsed to the ground, feeling weak. Only Li Xiuji, standing nearby, didn't fall. Lin Yu looked at the half of the villagers who had fainted after hearing the news and shook her head silently. Soon, the news reached Lin Zhongsai. After asking around, he found out that nearly half of the people in Fonlin Forest had been tricked and many of the silver coins borrowed. The total amount was over 100 taels, which was a huge loss for a poor household that could only save a few taels of silver each year. You're so foolish. You're just plain foolish. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I think you all are just too greedy for money. Village chief, please stop scolding. The most important thing now is to get the stolen silver back. Where did the silver go earlier? Lin Zhongsai looked serious. He felt that recovering the stolen money was very urgent. Everyone who lost money, bring a person from your family, along with your savings certificates and documents. Come with me to the town to report to the officials. Yes, report to the officials. Everyone seemed to find some hope. After tidying up, they gradually headed home. Lin Zhongsai watched their staggering figures, feeling both sad and helpless. His eyes were full of worry. Aunt Xiuji, I need to trouble you with something. Your son Xuanwu, Lin Zhongsai spoke, and Li Xiuji immediately understood that he wanted her second son to help secretly. They were all relatives in the village, and she would help if she could. If not, she wouldn't promise, to avoid causing trouble for her son. Village chief, Xuanwu will definitely help. He's grown up with us, and I want to be clear, no matter what the outcome, don't blame him, that's natural. Lin Zhongsai understood Li Xiuji's worries and agreed completely. Once everyone was gathered, he gave them a stern talk. Most people thought it was normal, but a few stubborn ones insisted on helping others all the way. They believed in doing everything they could, even if it meant risking everything. If Lin Xuanwu didn't help them get their money back, they would have to ask him. As soon as they said this, the village chief immediately dismissed them. Old Lin, you owe them? If he's willing to help, that's kindness, not obligation. Are you saying Lin Xuanwu is forcing you at sword point to give away your money? It's just because you wanted high interest and couldn't stay firm. After this scolding, those who kept complaining realized they had gone too far. They stayed silent and followed along, not daring to say a word. This news also reached Hongya village. The first to suffer was the Fong family, who had been leading the effort. Fong Dashan, pay back the money. Return my hard-earned money. After sending Fong Suehua back, Fong Dashan and Fong Dachuan felt refreshed. They had long disliked Fong Suehua, who meddled in everything like a troublemaker, always sticking her nose in others' business. At first, they held back because of the small amount Fong Suehua had, but now that they felt confident, they openly expressed their anger. It felt so good. In the past 2 days, the family was caught up in excitement and happiness until the Fong family was surrounded. At first, Fong Dashan thought it was just noise and wondered who was so unlucky to be hated by everyone. Then he realized they were calling his name. He opened the window but didn't see clearly before a big stone was thrown at him. The window was shattered. Fong Dashan instinctively tried to run, but the door and window had already been kicked open. Tall villagers rushed in and started hitting him. They punched and kicked hard, making him scream in pain. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting my husband? Don't forget yourselves." As they spoke, Fong Dachuan and his wife weren't spared. They were also pushed down and beaten. Eventually, Fong Dashan, with a swollen face and nose, had no strength left to resist. He was forced to kneel before everyone. "Fong Dashan, how dare you team up with outsiders to cheat and deceive?"
What do you mean by that?
Fong Dashan was dazed, his eyes barely open from the beating. He looked around blankly. "Don't beat around the bush. What's really going on? Even in death, I must be clear about things." "Look at him, he seems to really not understand. Do you believe him?" The rough woman stepped forward and slapped Fong Dashan hard. "Fong Dashan, stop pretending." Someone personally went to the moneylender shop to cause trouble. The people there said they never kept any money for deposit. "All those people you brought are liars. Now they've taken all our people and run away. That's impossible. This can't be true. Are you all lying?" The receipts and documents have the official stamp from the moneylender. How could they be fake? When they heard this, Fong family members reacted more strongly than anyone else present. To get their money back, they borrowed from everyone they knew. Fong Dashan even stole all his sister's private savings. Now they tell him those people are scammers. How can he believe it? The villagers looked at the Fong family members, all stunned and exchanging worried glances. They must be pretending. Even if they're not pretending, Fong Dashan is involved. Those people came because of him. Without him, how could we have invested? Don't you want your hard-earned money to be safe? If you don't, then move out. The Fong family should return all the benefits they got. After speaking, everyone rushed into the Fong house like crazy. Fong Dashan and his wife tried to stop them, but were pushed down hard. Old Mr. Fong and old Mrs. Fong trembled and sat on the ground, struggling to breathe. But that didn't stop the villagers from losing their minds. One by one, they grabbed their belongings and left. Do they feel sorry for them? Who will feel sorry for those who lost their hard-earned savings? In just 15 minutes, the Fong house was emptied. Only a few family members remained, their bodies aching, tears streaming down their faces, unsure if it was from pain or fear of a bleak future. Lin Si returned to Nanshan town. When she heard the news, she felt terrified. Luckily, she hadn't managed to get money from her mother. Otherwise, that money would have been lost. Thinking about Qing Lang saying it was inside information from the moneylender, Lin Si looked suspicious and angrily returned to her in-law's house. When Xiao Wenqing talked about this matter, his eyes flickered nervously, clearly hiding something. Lin Si didn't notice at all. In just a few words, Xiao Wenqing managed to comfort himself, feeling proud that he had helped his family avoid a big loss. Xiao Wenqing's words sounded righteous, but his eyes showed annoyance when he looked at Lin Si. Xiao Wen saw this and felt very disappointed. One was foolish, the other was useless. They were a perfect match for each other, like a broken pot with a broken lid. Because of the scam that went wrong, the atmosphere in Maple Forest was visibly gloomy. Although Li Zheng had reported the case to the authorities, everyone knew deep down that most of the money was probably gone for good. Could it be that the scammers would still wait around for you to catch them? Despite this, everyone still held onto a little hope. Those with a good attitude didn't blame others, but those with a bad attitude directly blamed Feng Xuehua and went to confront her. After all, Feng Xuehua had sworn that everything was real, completely forgetting that Li Zhen was secretly helping behind the scenes. Everyone knew Feng Xuehua was not easy to deal with in Maple Forest, but with many people and confidence, two groups clashed. To avoid being sent back to her parents' home, Feng Xuehua was very obedient and patient at home, enduring silently. Yu Yichuanxiang was still okay, not much different from usual, but Yi Fangfang was almost openly insulting Feng Xuehua. She endured all of this. Now that these people came knocking on her door, she had truly hit a nerve. A big fight was about to break out. Feng Xuehua fought fiercely, fighting to the death. The loudest and most aggressive was beaten the hardest. The screams and curses echoed throughout Maple Forest, which made Lin Yu watch another good show. After the show, Lin Yu didn't just stand around. She wandered around the village. She collected watergrass, piggrass, loach, eel, earthworms, figs, branches, yellow loquats, and red or pink bayberries. Anything Lin Yu thought useful, she put into her space, then planted it with her mind. After planting, she noticed that the vegetables she planted yesterday had already sprouted tender shoots. Her eyes lit up. Lin Yu went to the vegetable and water fields, dripping spiritual spring water on them. Spiritual spring water can heal wounds instantly, so plants should be similar. But to avoid others noticing anything unusual, Lin Yu diluted the spring water dozens of times. If it was too concentrated, it would seem too unbelievable. After working hard, it was already evening. The village chief led everyone back to report the situation, along with Lin Xuanwu, who looked pale and weak. Seeing Uncle's second return, Lin Yu let out a deep sigh of relief. Head of the family, father, Uncle second brother. Seeing how weak and exhausted Lin Xuanwu looked, the family members hurried over with concern, especially Lin Yu, whose usually bright eyes shimmered with tears. Lin Xianping stepped forward and carried Lin Xuanwu into the house. The village chief looked apologetic. Auntie Xiuji, sorry that Xuanwu was hurt and still stood up for us. What happened? It's been officially reported. Because the incident was serious, the county magistrate is very angry and is investigating carefully. Now, we can only wait for news. No news is good news. At least there was hope. If no one took control, things would get much worse. After this incident, many people just held on, hoping for the best. If it all fell apart, many might not survive. Lin Zhongsai was worried about this, so he carefully tried to keep everyone's spirits up and shift their attention. Lin Xuanwu was moved into the house. Usually, seeing her husband so sick, Lin Mu and Lin Hong, along with Lin Jin, looked unusually quiet and somber. Lin Yu watched her family's expressions closely, poured a cup of spiritual spring water, and handed it to Lin Xuanwu, raising an eyebrow. This time, Uncle Second, you should drink it, right? Lin Xuanwu received the water and drank it in one gulp. As the spiritual spring water went down, the dull pain in his shoulders gradually faded, replaced by a tingling, itchy sensation as if a wound was scabbing over. Until the pain and itchiness disappeared, Lin Xuanwu reached out to feel, and his expression grew more serious. Is it hurting again? I'll go get the doctor. Lin Xianping, always quick to notice Lin Xuanwu's abnormality, volunteered. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Xuanwu called him back. I'm fine, no need to get a doctor. But your injury looks serious. I'm a bit tired. Lin Yu, stay here. Everyone looked at each other, giving Lin Yu a look that said she should take care of herself. In the Lin family, if Lin Xuanwu called someone by their full name, it usually meant he was angry or about to punish them. Seeing the looks from her siblings, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel like laughing. Only Lin Yu and Lin Xuanwu are left inside. Lin Xuanwu looks serious and intense. Lin Yu, have you given this water to anyone else? Lin Xuanwu understands the danger of holding something valuable. He didn't think much about it when his third brother mentioned it before, but after experiencing it himself, he realized how extraordinary this water is. If someone with bad intentions finds out, the consequences could be terrible. I only gave it to my family. I haven't given it to outsiders. Before the space was upgraded, Lin Yu was very stingy with the water. After the upgrade, when the spiritual spring became unlimited, she became more generous. Hearing that Lin Yu takes out a pot of water every day, Lin Xuanwu's brow furrows even more. You must not do this in the future. I know you're generous to our family, and no one would have bad thoughts. But in the village, people come and go, and there are many mouths to feed. If someone accidentally drinks the water and finds out how dangerous it is, it could cause trouble. Instead of risking that, it's better to go back to the original way. Second uncle, I understand. How do you feel now? I've never felt so energetic before. Lin Xuanwu shows off his strength in front of her. And with the talisman you gave me, I haven't even hurt my muscles or bones. Feeling Lin Yu's bright gaze, Lin Xuanwu feels guilty for the first time in a while, and his voice becomes softer. Why did second uncle come back today? In his previous life, second uncle was framed and sent to prison. In this life, he was safe because the county magistrate blocked an arrow. He's gone home to recover. On the surface, that's what it looks like, but in reality, he's been pushed aside. Even if his injury heals, he can't be the master anymore. The county magistrate is of a low rank, but in this small place, he's like a local emperor. Everyone flatter him and fawn over him. He saved the county magistrate, and everyone saw it. The magistrate definitely has to accept this favor. At first, it was fine, but over time, even kindness can turn into hatred. How could the magistrate tolerate that? It's hard to repay favors, and after this pig-brawling scheme blew up, Lin Xuanwu took the initiative to mention it. This favor is considered repaid. If he keeps supporting him, the magistrate isn't stupid. He's just looking for trouble. By doing this, he also indirectly helped Lin Yu get rid of her worries. Now that the imprisonment is over, second uncle can rest at home to recover. Healing from a broken bone takes about 100 days, so 3 or 4 months of rest shouldn't be too much. Second uncle, thank you for your hard work. Our family always speaks kindly of each other. Lin Xuanwu roughly rubbed Lin Yu's head, feeling his messy hair from the touch. Lin Yu silently sighed. Sure enough, second uncle looked calm and steady on the outside, but deep inside, he was just like her father, his close brother. Host, you're reaching your limit. 3 days had passed since the official announcement. Although the government was fully focused on the case, they still found nothing. No clues, no one. The anxious villagers, frustrated by the lack of news, couldn't hold back and started causing trouble at the government office. Some, scared, even thought about giving up. Fortunately, the officials had prepared for the worst and kept watch, so no one was harmed. Each incident added more pressure on the government. To find clues, they offered a large reward. If someone was caught and brought back, they could earn from a few dozen to hundreds of silver coins. Providing useful information could also earn a reward. Everyone was eager to act. Lin Yu knew the right moment had come. On a clear, starry night, Lin Yu took a disguise pill and transformed into an ordinary tall man. After knocking on the county office door, he claimed to have found clues about the imposters at the money shop. Immediately, Lin Yu led the way, with the county officials following closely behind, heading out of Nanshan Town toward Lin Town. On the way, Lin Yu used the terrain to hide and moved secretly toward a distant, concealed spot. When the officials realized something was wrong, Lin Yu was already gone. Oh no, they've lured us away. This person is probably leading us into a trap. Before finishing his thoughts, Captain Su heard the sound of swords clashing in the distance, coming from many meters away. Quick, move forward. Captain Su was the first to ride into the mountains, with others biting their lips and following closely. When they arrived, They saw a group of people fighting wildly with swords, like they had lost their minds. In the wrecked bundle, faint shapes of banknotes could be seen. At that moment, a constable took out some paper and compared it carefully. "Boss, it's them. Those silver coins must be stolen money." As he spoke, the cold gleam of blades reflected in the darkness. One of the crazed, irrational attackers, Li Wenpa, was struck down with a slash across the neck during his attack on a teammate. Blood splattered out. She instinctively covered her neck, trying to speak, but her eyes went blank as she collapsed backward. Hot blood splashed onto others' faces. They woke up from their dreams and saw that Li Wenpa, who was already dead, looked extremely terrible. They instinctively wanted to run, but because they hadn't eaten for days and were very weak, they fell heavily to the ground as soon as they tried to move. At this moment, Detective Su led his team over. They thought there would be a big fight, but unexpectedly, they easily subdued the people and tied them up. As for Li Wenpa, she died in a fight, and bringing her back would only be a burden. Watching Detective Su and his team leave, Lin Yu quietly stepped out from the shadows. She looked at Li Wenpa, who was lying alone on the ground, and thought that she had ultimately fallen prey to wild animals. Her face was calm and expressionless. In a way, this was a kind of final outcome. The pigbait scam was broken, the suspect was caught, and all the stolen money was recovered. When this news spread, the whole Nanshan town was excited. The victims came to the county office to thank the county magistrate, bowing deeply. One success after another, the magistrate's pride was greatly satisfied. At dawn, the police were sent to the bank to exchange the banknotes for silver coins. The victims used deposit slips and documents to claim what was owed to them. No one expected interest, just getting back the principal was already a blessing. Everyone was in a joyful mood. Of course, this only applied to those whose deposit slips and documents were still intact. Those who thought they couldn't recover their money and impulsively destroyed or burned their slips and documents were filled with regret. Among them was the brother-in-law of Fong Dashen's wife. When he heard the news, he immediately fainted. Fong Suehua and Lin Yuzhen, upon hearing this, took their family and, along with Yi Fongfong's relatives, hurriedly went to Hongya village. Almost the entire village of Hongya was empty. Few people could be seen, probably because everyone had gone to Nanshan town to claim their money. Earlier, because Fong Dashen had aggressively promoted the scam, more than half of Hongya village was deceived, making it the village with the most victims in Nanshan town. After waiting for nearly half an hour and growing impatient, Fong Dashen's family, except for his wife, returned happily. Fong Dashen, Lin Yuzhen shouted angrily. The Fong family turned their attention to him. Seeing the group standing behind Lin Yuzhen, Fong Dashen, who had not taken him seriously before, now looked a bit more cautious. His wife had no shame and sarcastically mocked. "Who do I think you are? Turns out you're the sister and brother-in-law." Welcome guests. Fong Suehua had been married to Lin Yuzhen for many years, but Lin Yuzhen rarely came to Hongya village. "Are you guys going to the town to get back the stolen money?" Lin Yuzhen stared directly at Fong Dashen. Fong Dashen instinctively clutched the damaged silver coins tighter. He had just recovered the stolen money and hadn't even warmed it up yet. Without thinking, he tried to run, but when he turned around, he saw Yi Fongfong's brothers blocking his way. Fong Dashen cursed silently in his mind, looking very unwilling. Yi Fongfong, known for her quick temper, rushed forward. She pushed and pulled, causing some of the silver coins on Fong Dashen to fall scattered. Seeing the coins fall, both families eagerly bent down to pick them up, heads bumping, feet stomping, and cries of pain and curses ringing out. Fong Suehua was the last to join in and only found a few broken silver pieces, which were less than her previous hidden savings. Yi Fongfong and her brothers managed to get a big haul, but Fong Dashen suffered the most. When he counted, he realized he had actually lost several taels of silver. Not only that, Fong Suehua and Lin Yuzhen didn't stop there. They glared at him fiercely, waiting for him to pay back the money. "Why are you still looking at me? I took the silver from Fong Suehua, and you all took it back. What more do you want? This is my family's money, and it has nothing to do with you," Shut your mouth. Our family's savings were stolen by you, and this little amount isn't enough to fill your teeth, Yi Fangfang cursed loudly. She saw everything clearly that night. You're just talking nonsense. I didn't steal all the family's savings. I only took the money I saw her hide. The rest I didn't touch. Don't try to smear me, Fang Dashan said. What I did, I take responsibility for. If I didn't do it, I won't admit it. Anyway, the things you just took are more than I got from Fang Suehua. If you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for being rude. In the future, we won't have any contact and we won't be relatives anymore. Fang Dashan's eyes flashed with anger, while Fang Suehua frowned, feeling unsure. But Lin Yuzhen clearly didn't believe it. Fang Dashan, for your sister's sake, I didn't report your theft. If you keep being stubborn, I will have to be firm with you. Report me? Go ahead and report it, Dashan's wife said, fed up with Lin Yogan's family. They had already taken back some money and valuables, but still wanted more. She thought, how come I never saw her brother-in-law as such a petty person before? Your husband did something wrong, and you're still feeling wronged? Shameless. Disgusting woman. How dare you call me that? So what if I do?
Paying debts is right.
If you don't pay back, I might have to hit you. During the struggle, Yi Fangfang slapped Dashan's wife hard on the face. This became the spark for chaos. Everyone's anger flared up instantly. They started hitting each other, two groups fighting fiercely, none willing to let go. Fang Suehua was especially angry, particularly about Dashan's wife kneeling and humiliating her. She remembered it for a lifetime. Because of her own selfishness, she targeted Dashan's wife to beat her. Before and after her marriage, Dashan's wife had never been hit like this. Suddenly surrounded and beaten, she fought back fiercely, attacking in groups of 2 or 3. Suddenly, the situation turned around. Yi Fangfang and Fang Suehua were crying out in pain. Then Fang's parents secretly attacked from behind, hitting Fang Suehua and Yi Fangfang several times. Dashan's wife took advantage of the chaos and, for some reason, pushed Fang Suehua hard. Fang Suehua fell straight to the ground. Her head hit the ground with a loud thud, startling everyone involved in the fight. Everyone rushed over. Dashan's wife kept retreating, shouting, "It's not me. It's not me. She brought this on herself. I only pushed her lightly. Old woman." Lin Yuzhen and his group hurried over. Fang Suehua felt a dull pain in her head. She wanted to get up, but couldn't move. Her hands trembled, but she couldn't lift them. She wanted to speak, but stammered. Her eyes widened with fear, and a deep sense of unease filled her chest. Can't move, can't speak. Mother probably got pushed and fell, causing a stroke. Yu Chunxiang suddenly spoke up, joking as usual. Everyone's face turned pale, and they all took a step back. Lin Yogan's hand relaxed, and he looked at Fang Suehua with some disgust. However, Yi Fangfang and Lin Yukai reacted quickly, crying out loud, "Mother, my dear mother, why is your life so hard? Before you could enjoy happiness, that shrew caused this. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and call the doctor." Fang Dashan glared fiercely at his wife and went to call the doctor. Fang's father and mother didn't expect such a thing to happen. Their eyes toward Fang Suehua showed guilt and worry. 15 minutes later, the doctor arrived. After examining her, he shook his head with a serious expression. The patient has a stroke caused by external impact. She needs careful care. Whether she recovers depends on her condition. This was basically a death sentence for Fang Suehua. She stared blankly at the dark beams of the ceiling, tears cloudy at the corners of her eyes. She had once been disliked by her own family, even to the point of being divorced. Now she was immobile. Did the Lin family still have a place for her? It turned out that Fang Suehua's worries were correct. As soon as the doctor left, Lin Yuzhen started arguing with the Fang family. Yi Fangfang was the loudest, jumping the highest. "You're the reason mother fell and had a stroke. You must pay for this. All of you, stop talking about family matters." Fang's father and mother tried to smooth things over, but Lin Yuzhen didn't give them face. "If you consider yourselves family, why didn't you think about us when you stole from my house? You're my sister and brother-in-law. Would this have happened if Dashan hadn't done that? Today's mess is all because of you. Either pay up or give me a wife. Although Fong Xuehua still supported her family, she managed everything clearly and neatly, which eased her mind. Now, she was stroke-stricken and unable to move. He had really lost out. Lin Yu-gen, you shameless old man. You're so old and still want to find a young wife. What did my sister do to deserve you? Fong Dashan was angry and Lin Yu-gen didn't wait around either. He waved his fist and hit back hard. It's all because of your cruel wife. My wife, she's not saying much, but she cares deeply for you. She always thinks of your good. Now you're fighting over a few petty things and your conscience is gone, you heartless person. After so many years, I still treat my dog well, and it wags its tail at me. Being scolded so directly, Fong Dashan's face turned pale and then red. Maybe Lin Yogen's words made Fong Dashan feel ashamed, or perhaps his parents also had a part in this. In the end, Fong's family agreed to pay Lin Yu-gen's 7 taels of silver. This was the result of 2 groups arguing fiercely and finally breaking their friendship. When Lin Yu-gen received the money, he didn't even look at Fong Xuehua. He put the money in his pocket and ran away. The others followed suit, all disappearing in no time. Only Fong's family was left staring at each other, speechless. What kind of people are these? They paid the money, so why don't they take it and leave?
What?
They throw money away and still expect their family to take care of them? We're all family. Second sister-in-law, you should help take care of her. After all, she's your older sister, Fong's mother said, but this only stirred up trouble. Why should I? I didn't do anything wrong. I don't want to take care of her. My husband, son, and daughter-in-law don't care about her, so why should I, a sister-in-law I barely know? Whoever caused it should take care of her.
Don't blame me.
I'm just unlucky, said De Chuan's wife, scowling fiercely. But she was right to be upset. The money they brought back from Nanshan town was also partly theirs. Fong Dashan was robbed by bandits first, then paid 7 taels of silver. After all that, how much was left? And how much could their second family share? The older sister pushed her, and the money was stolen by the eldest brother. They did nothing wrong, so why should they bear the consequences? They were already upset, and now they had to take care of Fong Xuehua. They thought, forget it, to hell with your parents. She saw clearly that the 2 old folks were cruel to Fong Xuehua, especially for her older brother and his wife. Now they were pretending to be big shots. The Fong family was noisy and arguing. Fong Xuehua was lying on the ground, tears almost dried up. She truly didn't expect that because she was paralyzed, no one would care about her. She had worked hard for her wife and her family, doing everything she could, only to end up like this. Suddenly, Fong Xuehua remembered the dream she had that night when she was dozing off. A bright light appeared in her eyes. Yes, and Baozhen. Baozhen, whom she loved dearly since childhood, would never ignore her. Holding on to this last hope, Fong Xuehua waited and hoped, feeling hungry and weak all over. Before dawn, she was thrown onto a cart after being pushed down many times, then staggered back to the maple forest. With a loud bang, Fong Xuehua felt herself hit the ground. After seeing her 2 brothers glance at her with complicated looks and then walk away without a word, her consciousness blurred. She didn't know how much time passed before she heard a familiar voice. Tears streamed down Fong Xuehua's face. She never thought that the person who treated her best in the end was the eldest daughter-in-law, who had been the harshest to her in this family. Regret swallowed her, and Fong Xuehua lost consciousness completely. When 4438 excitedly told Lin Yu about Fong Xuehua having a stroke, her reaction was very calm. Host, you don't seem surprised at all. 4438 sat on the Black Panther's head. With a howl, the Black Panther looked up, biting at 4438 but missing, making a strange sound. Lin Yu casually threw a piece of dried pork to the Black Panther, smiling softly. When it comes to interests, even the closest family members can turn against each other and betray. You never know when someone will stab you in the back. Fong Xuehua's suffering has only just begun. The biggest blow will come from her most beloved and hoped-for person, Lin Baozhen. So, host, aren't you worried at all? I am fully prepared to accept whatever happens. Since her rebirth, her life has not belonged to her. Therefore, no matter what happens, she will accept it willingly. 4438 hovered in the air, trembling slightly at these words. Its tiny wings fluttered violently. With a sharp pain, Chun Baosheng was tortured by the loss of his finger, suffering terribly. His hand should have been healed long ago, but ever since his mother caused trouble at Lin Baozhen's house, they both were knocked out that very night. When he woke up again, not only had his mother's saved money disappeared, but the wild game he had gathered with Lin Baozhen was also completely taken by others. They didn't leave him a single hair. Fortunately, Chun Baisheng had some private savings hidden away, kept secret from his mother. If he revealed it now, it would hurt their mother-son relationship. So, Chun Baisheng chose to keep it himself and go to the doctor alone. He reached the clinic, just about to receive treatment, but at the very moment he stepped inside, a classmate he didn't get along with kicked him to the ground, injuring his already broken finger even more. They stepped on his face, laughed, scolded, and mocked him. He remembered every face clearly. That day, Chun Baisheng didn't know how he managed to get through it. In the end, it was his mother who arrived from Nanshan town to take him for treatment. Although his broken bone was treated, the healing medicines cost more than the treatment itself. The mother and son could only sadly go back home. During the recovery days, Chun Baisheng felt like time was dragging. He endured the pain from his broken bone every moment, but felt helpless. He worried about what he would do if he couldn't recover, and he hated Lin Baozhen for treating him so badly. On the surface, she asked him to stay loyal for her benefit, but secretly, she teamed up with his family to deal him a heavy blow. Losing the money was one thing, but why did they have to ruin his future? What hurt him even more after his hand was broken was seeing how some villagers' attitudes changed overnight. They ignored him, looked down on him, despised him, and seemed to think he was something dirty, avoiding him as if he were contagious. This huge change was hard for Chun Baisheng to accept. That day, after he left home and returned, he saw something even more disgusting. He finally understood why his mother could take out money to treat his injury. It was because she shamelessly submitted to others, bowing to their demands. He would never forget the arrogant look in that man's eyes. But he still had to rely on Widow Su to earn money for his treatment. He dared not rush out, only able to shrink back under the man's mocking gaze. He admits he is a coward, but he truly had no choice. He needed to heal his injury first. Once healed, he could take the imperial exams and make his mother's life better, right? Chun Baisheng thought this, but his body honestly refused Widow Su's touch. Even if he refused to admit it, his mind clearly knew the truth. Widow Su had no idea that, until that night, the man boldly slipped into her bed in the middle of the night. She was awakened and instinctively resisted when she saw the visitor. No, Baisheng is still here. Be gentle. The man sneered cruelly, suddenly pressing her down hard, grabbing her neck, causing her to scream uncontrollably. Widow Su bit her lip tightly, feeling the change, while the man's face was full of a wicked smile. The old bed creaked loudly as they struggled, making a lot of noise in the quiet night. Just a wall away, Chun Baisheng was breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. He forced himself to stay still. He had wanted to rush out and stop it many times, but after weighing the options, he swallowed his pain and hatred and endured. Finally, the noise from the next room stopped. After the incident, Widow Su panted and lay in the man's arms. Her fingers traced circles on his chest, and she asked playfully, "Dead ghost, when do you plan to marry me?" "Any time, as long as you want." "Really?" Widow Su felt happy and leaned forward, kissing his face. "Although I am a widow, I am still a decent woman. So, how much silver do you plan to pay to marry me?" Widow Su looked at the man nervously, but saw the smile in his eyes fade inch by inch, replaced by cold indifference. He grabbed her chin roughly. In front of him, Widow Su felt like a little chick.
How?
"You, a worn-out woman, still want a bride price? If it weren't for me, how could you live so comfortably all these years? If you hadn't lost your man, I might consider it." But now, you're an aging woman with a broken future and a burdened child. Do you even deserve it? Still a decent woman? You're no better than a prostitute. Aren't they all selling themselves? If I had the money for a bride price, would I give it to you? The man pushed Widow Sue away harshly, took out some copper coins, and threw them in her face. Here, for you. This is the last time. Don't come to me again. Widow Sue clenched the coins tightly, her teeth clenched. She tasted a strong iron smell. She never thought she would be humiliated like this one day.
Why?
After all these years, she only fooled around with him. How could he treat her like this? A soft, rustling sound came from nearby. Widow Sue, ignoring her dignity, tearfully grabbed the man's clothes. All these years, I only ever been with you, the man sneered. You're so wild and can't stand loneliness. Who knows who else you've been with, as long as you pay, isn't that right? Seeing her face turn pale, his smile grew nastier. Oh, by the way, you probably don't know. Your reckless behavior was seen by your proud son, the former scholar. Surprised, aren't you? His words hit her like a heavy hammer, piercing her chest and spilling blood. Widow Sue couldn't hear what he was saying anymore. She just stared blankly at his moving lips, tears silently falling, blending with the dust. It was like her worthless pride being crushed into pieces. The door opened, and the wind blew in. Though it was warm and gentle, Widow Sue felt cold all over. She thought about her son's recent distant and restrained behavior. Her heart felt as if a heavy hand was squeezing it tightly, making it hard to breathe. Only then did she realize her son. He was disgusted by her. But who is she doing all this for? For Chenbushing. She once had Lin Yu, who could support her, but he tore apart with Lin Baozhen, that wicked woman. As a widow, she couldn't carry or lift anything. How could she come up with such a large sum of money in such a short time? First, she was betrayed by Lin Yu, then slandered by Fang Tsuehua, the old troublemaker. She had no ability to repay. Who would dare gamble in the forest of maples? It wasn't like she had endless money to waste. She had no choice but to use her still charming body to exchange for money to treat her son's injuries. But what did she get in return for her sacrifice? Her son knew everything but pretended not to hear. What about her own suffering and caution? Anyone in the world could dislike her, except Chenbushing. She straightened her clothes and left the house, heading toward Chenbushing's place. Before she reached, she saw him peeking out and immediately recognized his guilty and scared eyes. Her heart ached even more. She forced back her tears, but when she saw him backing away and almost falling, she instinctively reached out to steady him. Don't touch me. Chen Baixing's subconscious resisted. When he finally reacted, he saw Widow Sue's eyes flash with pain, shock, disappointment, and then gradually turn cold. Mother. Chen Baixing wanted to make amends, but Widow Sue had already let go of his hand. Panic surged in his heart. He knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, Mother, I was wrong. I didn't mean to. Please forgive me. During the struggle, he hurt himself, and the pain made him sweat cold. Widow Sue didn't respond for a long time, and he lost patience. Built-up fear and emotions suddenly burst out. It's all your fault. It's because of you that I am like this now. When you hit me, you made me flatter Lin Yu. Do you know what they say about me? They say I am just a dog at Lin Yu's feet, barking for a bone with a little meat. I didn't want you to cry and beg. I was overwhelmed and gave in. Later, you liked Lin Baozhen's good luck and wanted me to be friends with her. I listened, but the result was a broken bone. You kept telling me to relax, to be calm. But whether my hand can heal is uncertain. How can I relax? Thinking about the mockery and sarcasm from others, Chen Baixing just wanted to hide away. He hated it. Hated Lin Baozhen for dragging him down and causing his injury. Hated Lin Yu for being cold and ruthless. Hated everyone in the village who ignored him, and hated Widow Sue. Why did she have to give birth to him if she lacked the ability to support him? Whenever he thought of her and other men tangled together, he felt disgusted. How could his own mother not be Xin Yan or Li Xiuji? Other women could stand on their own, make a fuss, and fight for their children. Only his mother, Chu Chu, was pitiful and relied on men, like a parasitic vine. Can't he live without a man? With a sharp slap, Chen Baixing's face turned to the side. A sharp pain hit his cheek, and as he looked at his mother's cold face, his reason gradually returned. Mother, please don't ignore me. I lost my father when I was young. Now, I can only rely on you. I promise. Once I recover, I will study hard and aim for the top. When I get into high school and succeed, I will take you to the capital and give you a good life. Chen Baixing cried bitterly. Although Widow Su felt her heart grow cold, seeing her son like this, she couldn't help but soften her heart. If we can't treat it at the town in the next few days, I will be helpless too. The door creaked shut, and Chen Baixing sat on the ground, lost in thought. As he watched the fading shadow, a surge of anger filled his heart. He must not be disabled. He was determined to heal his hand and pass the imperial exam. Once he achieved success, he would make those who hurt, insulted, or looked down on him pay the price. The conflicts within the Qin family were all relayed to Lin Yu by 4438. Though expected, it didn't dampen Lin Yu's good mood. However, her progress was still too slow. She needed to find a chance to stir things up again. She still hadn't avenged her past grievances against Su Guofu, who had tricked her into selling her belongings. Lin Yu usually went to the vegetable garden to water and weed. On her way back, Su Guofu stopped her. Su Guofu looked much more exhausted, with swollen eyelids like walnuts and dark circles under her eyes. When she looked at Lin Yu, her eyes were teary and trembling. This was Su Guofu's usual way of acting. If it had been before, Lin Yu would have gone to her foolishly. But now, she remained unmoved. If Su Guofu came to her willingly, it was probably not a good sign. Your aunt really has nowhere to turn. Please help me, Su Guofu begged, her face almost stiff from pleading. Lin Yu showed no reaction. Inside, she felt a mix of hatred, anger, and resentment. If it had been before, Lin Yu wouldn't have dared to show her face like this. Regret filled her heart, but she knew the situation was dire. She could only try to appear weak, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. She could wait, but her son's broken finger couldn't. Once the bones healed, they would need to be broken again for proper growth. It would be painful and uncertain. Thinking of this, Su Guofu suddenly knelt before Lin Yu. Bushing needs money to treat his hand. Since we've known each other since childhood, please help him this time. Once he's better, he'll work for you like a horse. If you tell him to go east, he won't go west. As his mother, I kneel here for you. Lin Yu was taken aback by Su Guofu's kneeling. She covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Fellowship? What connection do I have with Chen Bushing? Is it because he deliberately caused me to nearly drown? Or because he betrayed me and my family, turning against us like a treacherous wolf? Working like a horse? He's not even worthy. One act of disloyalty, and I won't trust him for a lifetime. I have no habit of taking back broken goods. And besides, you keep saying you'll support me, but you never mention borrowing or repaying. Do you think a few kneelings can erase everything? Do you have gold under your knees? She has a face as thick as a wall, not knowing what she's doing. When her little secret was so openly exposed, even the shameless Su widow blushed and became angry. Lin Yu, I am your elder. What kind of person are you to dare act like an elder in front of me? If you weren't always trying to get something for nothing, begging to see my mother or my aunt, and even writing an IOU with a sincere attitude, maybe I'd lend you the money for Qin Xiucai's sake. But unfortunately, your greed is as big as a snake swallowing an elephant, and you end up with nothing. Lin Yu said this while laughing mockingly and spreading her hands. As long as I'm here, even if I throw my son into the water to fetch water, it won't be cheap for you.
Lin Yu.
The widow's eyes widened with anger. She raised her hand to hit Lin Yu, but Lin Yu slapped her back. The widow covered her face and sat down on the ground. When she looked up at Lin Yu's cold, dead-eyed stare, a strange fear rose in her heart. She was just a young girl with bright hair. Why should she be afraid of her? Thinking this, the widow's stomach trembled slightly, unable to move. Only after the person left did she clutch her chest and gasp for air. Her aching cheek reminded her of what just happened. How dare Lin Yu? How dare she hit her? She came to her on her own to give her a chance to show kindness, but now she was just making her own trouble. As long as Lin Yu was around, she would never be allowed into the Chin family again. After washing her hand that just slapped the widow's face, still wet from water, Lin Yu saw Chin boxing. A flash of impatience and disgust crossed her face. This mother and son must have taken the wrong medicine. One after another, they came to her to show off. Chun Boxing didn't miss the emotions in her eyes, but before he could react, he had already stopped her. Lin Yu. She glanced at him sideways. Don't tell me you're here to borrow money like your widow mother? She deliberately emphasized the word borrow. Seeing Chin Boxing's face turn pale like a spilled paint palette, she couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Chun Boxing suddenly knelt on the ground, and the silent voice of 4,438 hovered above her head. No wonder they're mother and son. Their methods are exactly the same. Lin Yu, please help me. Same words. Unbearable to watch. Lin Yu pushed away the troublesome 4438 and looked down from above at Chen Buxiong, whose face showed reluctance. She smiled faintly, her expression not reaching her eyes. Chen Buxiong, let's not talk about your inability to repay this money. And you, teaming up with Lin Baozhen to make me drown and steal my clay pot. What right do you think I have to help you? Is it because I used to cling to you stubbornly? Or do you think everything I do now is just playing hard to get? Do you believe that if you turn back, I will blindly stand by your side? Dream on. You only got this far because of me and my family. Now that you're back at the start, I haven't even had time to be happy. Help you? Do you really think I am that cheap? The smile on Lin Yu's face gradually faded. Chun Buxiong finally realized that what Lin Yu said was true. He struggled to stand up, but because his knees were on the ground and his broken finger was pulled, he fell heavily to the ground like a dog. He looked helpless, like a turtle on its back, clumsy and funny. Chun Buxiong struggled to get up and saw Lin Yu laughing freely. Do you have to be so heartless? Leave a little room for mercy so we can meet again someday. Well, I'll wait. Although she said this, she wouldn't give him that chance. Watching Lin Yu walk away, Chun Buxiong slumped to the ground in despair. After a long while, he got up and headed home. Mrs. Su, you old troublemaker, how dare you flirt with my man? Are all the men in the world dead? You want to steal my husband? It's a good thing I thought you, a woman, would die early, and you have a kid too. You've been helping him everywhere. Is this how you treat me? Helping him so much that you ended up in bed with him. The burly woman, fierce and fierce, grabbed Sue's hair and dragged her to the ground. She pulled so hard that strands of hair fell out in handfuls. Sue's scalp was visibly bald. Stop, please stop. What are you doing? Isn't Shinda Yuan the best friends with Sue? Why are they fighting today? How else? Caught in the act of stealing a man. Didn't you see? Sue was in the haystack with Shinda Yuan's man in broad daylight. Shinda Yuan was worried that Sue and her son had nothing to eat, so he hurriedly brought wild vegetables. But then, and so it ended in a clash. When they were caught, both of them had their clothes half off, revealing their pale skin and making them very noticeable. Shinda Yuan grew angrier the more he thought about it, and his actions became harsher. The widow Sue's face was swollen, and Shinda Yuan didn't spare the man either. After grabbing him, he stepped hard on that part. A heartbreaking cry of pain sounded, and the men watching only felt a sharp pain in their lower bodies. They instinctively clenched their thighs and dared not look at the widow Sue's skin anymore. Da Yuan, I was forced to. He made me do it. You know I'm a widow with no one to rely on. But when I saw you, I didn't see any sign of being forced. You're just pretending. I want you to act. Then Shinda Yuan slapped Sue twice and threw her aside. He stormed into the Chin family, angrily taking out all the valuable clothes and belongings. Widow Sue, I thought I was mistaken about you. All those vegetables I gave you before, I thought they were just for feeding dogs. These are gifts I gave you. Now I want to take everything back. He then stepped hard on the man rolling on the ground, covering his lower body, and left angrily. Sue Widow curled up on the ground, covering her privacy, and, amid the pointing and whispering of villagers, she hurriedly crawled into the house with a shameful face. The doors and windows were tightly shut. Sue Widow clutched the silver coins in her hand, covering her mouth as she cried loudly. Throughout, Chunboxing never appeared. Before dawn, Chunboxing and Su Widow got up and headed to Nanshan town. They didn't mention the disagreement between them, knowing each other's feelings well. At the clinic, Chunboxing was the first to go inside. The doctor examined him and brought bad news. Chunboxing's finger bones healed well, and his left hand was fine, but his right hand's bones grew crooked. To avoid affecting future use, they would need to break and reset the bones. Resetting bones was a careful process. It required more effort, money, and carried the risk of not healing properly. The doctor explained the pros and cons to Su Widow and Chunboxing. Both looked very serious. After explaining, another patient arrived, and the doctor went to treat them. He left only one sentence: think carefully before deciding. Do it quickly. If you miss the chance, even resetting the bones won't restore it to how it was. These words hit Chunboxing like a heavy hammer, making him feel like the sky was falling and filling him with despair. Breaking bones and regrowing them sounds simple, but in practice, it means he has to go through the pain of losing a finger again. Just thinking about it makes Chunboxing feel numb. But he has no choice. If he doesn't do it, he will be disabled. He doesn't want to, but he must. Right now, the only option in front of him is to do it. The hard part is how to earn enough money, which is another big challenge. He relies on his mother's small daily earnings from selling herself, which would take forever to save up. Moreover, yesterday, Shen Diyuan caused a big fuss, and now no one in Fenglin Forest dares to come looking for his mother. That last hope is gone. He wandered aimlessly out of the clinic. Widow Su, with red eyes, was still comforting Chunboxing, saying, "Baixing, don't worry. Mother will find a way to get the money to treat your injury. You're hungry, right? I'll buy you your favorite meat buns." She choked as she went to a nearby bun stall. Chunboxing didn't respond. He just stared blankly at the busy passers-by. Why is it only he who lost his hand? Did you hear? Yesterday, a wealthy merchant came to town to buy maids and women. He was very generous. What did he say? Maids cost 5 taels, women 8 taels. Dead contracts for maids 15 taels, women 25 taels. That's a lot. He couldn't hear what they said after that. His mind was full of the 15-tael, dead contract. If he had 15 taels, not only could he pay for his hand treatment, but he could also continue his studies. Plus, he wouldn't have to suffer from gossip and rumors. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. The idea seemed more and more possible. At that moment, Widow Su returned with meat buns. She handed a bun to Chunboxing. As he smelled the tempting meat aroma, he started to eat greedily. His fierce look made Widow Su bite her fingers several times. The meat bun had a faint rusty smell, and Chunboxing's mind became clearer than ever before. After the effects of the disguise potion wore off, Lin Yu stood in the crowd, watching Chunboxing, who used the excuse of shaking off Widow Su to ask about the wealthy merchant's dead contract.
He approached step by step.
When he confirmed the information was true, he hesitated no longer and signed the dead contract, taking the money. After getting the money, Chunboxing and Widow Su met up. Without blushing or feeling guilty, he let Widow Su go find her own way. Watching her daughter disappear into the crowd, Chunboxing turned away, without looking back, his eyes red. People often say, if you don't look out for yourself, no one will. He was forced into this situation. He owed his mother, and in his next life, he would repay her 1,000 times over. In this life, he wanted to find a good future for himself. Lin Yu watched all of this quietly. She had underestimated Chunboxing's coldness and selfishness. When it came to his own interests, even his own mother could be sacrificed. In her past life, Lin Yu had heard about this wealthy merchant. She bought maids and servants at high prices because the master she served was violent and murderous. Living in his household was dangerous. Survival depended on luck, and injuries were common. She thought she would need to stir things up today, but unexpectedly, Chunboxing had already done more than enough. Mrs. Su never expected that her happiness would lead her to a dead end prepared by her own son. Guohua Lane sounded like a good place, but she didn't know what her son wanted her to fetch. With a happy mood, Mrs. Su arrived at Guohua Lane. Seeing the grand red gate, She hesitated and stepped forward. Just as she was about to knock, someone shouted sternly, "What are you doing? Do you understand the rules? Come over here." Mrs. Su shrank back and went to the small side door, then reported Chen Baixing's name. A woman with a stern face glared at her, looked her up and down, and coldly said, "Come in." Mrs. Su didn't understand what was happening, but she followed inside. When she heard the door creak shut, a strong feeling of unease filled her heart. "Don't close the door. I won't take the things." After saying that, Mrs. Su turned to run, but before she could get far, someone grabbed her. The woman slapped her twice without mercy. "You've signed a death contract. Now you want to back out? It's too late." Death contract. Although Mrs. Su was uneducated, she had been a wife of a scholar for years, so she understood what a death contract was. When she saw her son's happy expression earlier and his guilty face when he looked at her, a cold shiver ran through her body. She refused to believe that her son, whom she had raised with all her heart, could be so ungrateful and sell her out to save himself. "No way. I didn't sign anything. The contract isn't valid. You're forcing me into slavery. I will report this to the authorities." "Report? Well, that depends on whether you can leave this place." The old woman sneered and gave a sharp look to the two young men holding her. As her slap fell, Widow Su was forced to kneel on the ground, her head pounding and bleeding. Widow Su felt her face go numb from the pain, blood streaming down her face, her vision blurred with red, and she felt dizzy and lightheaded. She collapsed like a pile of mud on the ground, still muttering that something was impossible. Perhaps to make Widow Su give up hope, or maybe out of pity, the old woman took out her contract of sale. Seeing the name Chen Bushing and the blood-red thumbprint on the contract, Widow Su's last bit of hope shattered. She fell to the ground, as if she had lost all her vitality overnight. For Chen Bushing, she had spent her whole life planning and sacrificing, working hard to give him a good future. She endured many hardships, suffered many wrongs, was humiliated, and dragged through the mud. And in the end, this was her fate? Sold by her own son, and it was a binding contract. Chen Bushing, that beast, how could he? Widow Su hated him deeply. If she had known he was such a treacherous person, she might have abandoned him and remarried, living a peaceful life. But now, she was just a servant. Thinking about a future of living under others' control, despair filled Widow Su's heart. But she was a timid person and couldn't bring herself to end her life. She could only wipe away her tears and blood, bowing to the woman who had given the order. "Sister, I was blinded by greed and said the wrong words. I did something inappropriate. Please forgive me. You're quite sensible. Take her to treat her wounds. Don't let her die before she gets there, or all 15 taels of silver will be wasted." The small door creaked shut, and Widow Su obediently followed. She glanced at the gray sky, wiping away the tears that kept flowing. In the maple forest by the river, "Help!
Someone!
Help! Who's drowning here in the shallow water trying to end their life?" Amid chaos, the person who had fallen into the water was carried out. Clearing wet hair from her face, it turned out to be Chen Bushing. Everyone looked at each other in surprise and reached out to help. They fussed and jostled him, and Chen Bushing, unconscious, coughed out several mouthfuls of water. His eyelids fluttered, and when he opened his eyes, he was fine. The villagers around let out a long sigh of relief. "You child, how can life be so hard that you throw yourself into the river? What if something happens to you? How can your mother survive?" Speaking of which, Chen Baixing had such a big incident. "Where is Widow Su? I haven't seen her around." The villagers kept talking, and Chen Baixing's anger grew stronger. Why didn't he do something earlier? Now everyone was talking so confidently, but when he was in trouble, did anyone comfort him? Thinking this, Chen Baixing's eyes turned red, tears falling down as he choked out, "Mother, my mother threw herself into the river." He couldn't hold back his tears, and everyone present stared in shock. "How is that possible? Quick, someone who can swim, go and save her." No wonder Chen Baixing was in the river. Maybe Widow Su, that wicked woman, took him there. Widow Su values her life too much. She wouldn't throw herself into the river. Shen Yuan sneered as he spoke. As the only person close to Widow Su in the maple forest, Shen Yuan didn't claim to know her completely, but he knew her quite well. Widow Su was lazy and liked to avoid hard work. If she had been different, she wouldn't have been involved in shady deals all these years, seducing men and encouraging her son to do the same for profit. If she had focused on honest work, like farming or going into the mountains in her free time, she wouldn't have been ostracized by the village women. She looked down on herself, so why would others look up to her? Shen Yuan, shut up. Don't be so cold. If you hadn't caused such a fuss yesterday, maybe Widow Su wouldn't have thrown herself into the river. If we can't find her, you're the one responsible. Don't blame me. If Widow Su hadn't stolen my man, would I have hit her? I only took what was mine. Whether she's alive or dead has nothing to do with me. Everyone, be careful. She even stole my man. Men in the maple forest with other intentions might have been taken by her too. Shen Yuan's words made the surrounding women grimace, and their eyes toward Chen Baixing became more uncomfortable. Chen Baixing could feel it clearly, his eyes blazing with intense hatred. He propped himself up on his elbow and charged at Shen Yuan, shouting, "Return my mother to me! Return my mother to me!" Boo-hoo! Shen Yuan's strength was naturally greater than Chen Baixing's. He effortlessly grabbed Chen Baixing and threw him aside like a little chicken. Get lost. As expected, bad bamboo doesn't produce good shoots. Widow Su is a treacherous woman, and now she's got a clever kid. You keep saying Widow Su drowned herself, but has anyone actually seen it? Maybe it was just a false alarm, and no one was really in the river. Widow Su, come out now. Don't think hiding and staying silent will get you out of this. Thinking that trying to die will erase your reputation for sneaking around with other men? Huh. We found her. We found her. Shen Yuan crossed his arms and kept shouting insults. The villagers who had jumped into the river to rescue people had already come ashore, but all they retrieved was an embroidered shoe and a torn outer shirt. These are just the clothes and shoes Widow Su usually wears. Shen Yuan, you troublemaker. With a loud slap, Shen Yuan's man rushed forward and slapped him hard. Shen Yuan's round face instantly had 5 finger marks, and because he wasn't prepared for the force, his mouth was also cut. The pain snapped him back to his senses. Shen Yuan clenched her teeth and punched the man who had hit her twice. The man winced in pain, and Shen Yuan fought even harder, knocking him backward into a nearby mud pit. Oh, my son, my son. The man's parents and brothers arrived just in time to see the scene, trying to save him, shouting at Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan was tough. She fought 1, slapped 2. After a while, her hand went numb from all the slapping. The villagers, who had been watching the dramatic scene, were stunned. They hadn't expected Shen Yuan, usually silent and calm, to be so fierce. The more she fought, the more satisfying it looked. They almost forgot that today's main characters were Chen Baixing and Widow Su. Lin Yu hid in the shadows, watching everything unfold. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, she's a heroine. Shen Yuan, keep it up. Keep fighting that scoundrel and his whole family of old turtles. Host, it's your turn now. Lin Yu swallowed a disguised pill, transformed into Widow Su's appearance, and made her clothes and hair look messy. Then she confidently walked out from the village entrance. Do you think that's Widow Su? Didn't Chen Baixing say Widow Su drowned herself in the river? Why are her clothes dry? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Chen Baixing, filled with suspicion and disbelief. How could a child be so cruel? Spouting lies so easily, pretending to be someone else, and even claiming that his own mother jumped into the river just to take revenge? Thinking about how Shen Yuan had beaten Widow Su yesterday, the villagers felt terrified. His desire for revenge is so strong. Their hearts felt cold and hard. Although the river at the edge was shallow, it was only April now, and the water was freezing. If someone went into the water and their legs cramped or something went wrong, Chen Baixing just watched silently. He no longer cared about the feelings of outsiders. All he could think about was Widow Su.
Impossible. How could this be?
He knew his mother best. Whatever he said, she would listen unconditionally. As long as he called her by his name, she wouldn't be able to escape. She should be in Ho Hot Alley now. Why is she here? Terrified, Lin Yu, wearing Widow Sue's face, approached him. Chun Baixing shrank back and tried to retreat, but a slap landed on his face. "Little brat, didn't expect it, huh? That I could still escape and see you," Lin Yu said fiercely, her eyes full of hatred. As she spoke, she slapped Chun Baixing again. "Just to get those 15 taels to treat my hand, I was willing to sell my own mother. Chun Baixing, I really regret raising you. If I hadn't needed to pee and looked for a place to go, I might have fallen for your trap and become someone else's servant, never seeing the light of day again. Sold me to treat your hand, huh? Well, I'll make sure you regret it," Lin Yu said, then viciously twisted Chun Baixing's injured finger. The bones in her left hand, which had already healed, were broken one by one. She didn't spare her right hand's broken finger either. The villagers only heard the chilling sound of bones breaking, their emotions complicated. Chun Baixing, such a young boy, how could his heart be so cruel? That's his own mother. She was willing to sell her own child. Widow Sue is also ruthless. Her hand just healed, and now it's broken again. This is truly the end. If it were me, I would rather sell myself to get treatment. It's true that you haven't been hit hard enough to feel pain. Volunteering is one thing, but being sold is another. Chun Baixing is truly ungrateful. The villagers are talking loudly, and every word hurts Chun Baixing. He feels the strange looks from others like knives cutting into his flesh, inch by inch. He looks angrily at the person responsible, his face pale and ghostly, making him look more like a demon. "Why did you come back? Didn't you say you would do anything for me? And now, just because it's starting, you give up? It's all your fault. All your fault. All your fault." If she hadn't come back, he was almost successful. Shinda Yuan would carry the guilt of her mother's death and live with it. He could start over, even without his mother. The villagers would help him because of his father's kindness. His life would be much better than before. But all of this was destroyed by the woman in front of him. Lin Yu looked at Chun Baixing, who seemed crazy, and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. That smile deeply upset Chun Baixing. His eyes turned red little by little. At this moment, he couldn't hear anyone's words. Only hatred for Widow Sue filled his mind. He hated her for ruining him. He had finally managed to get things right. He had worked hard to pave a new path for himself. If only she were dead. His mind completely broke down. With red eyes, Chun Baixing gathered all his strength and charged at Lin Yu. Amid the villagers' screams, Lin Yu and Chun Baixing both fell into the river. The moment they hit the water, it was freezing cold. The muddy river blocked her view. Suddenly, Lin Yu remembered her previous life when she fell into the water. Her eyes turned cold. She grabbed Chun Baixing, who was struggling to surface, and when the water covered him, she grabbed his head and pressed it down hard. Watching him thrash and struggle like a dying fish, the river water slowly filled his mouth and nose, almost suffocating him. Then she let go. After he took a breath of fresh air, she repeated the cycle. She played this game several times until someone on the shore jumped in. Lin Yu let go of him. Chun Baixing deserved to be played with slowly. Dying like this would be too easy for him. Compared to Widow Sue's evil, Chun Baixing was the real beneficiary, hiding behind the scenes. He was just like Lin Yu Zhen. Without restrictions, Chun Baixing eagerly stuck his head out to breathe fresh air and saw the villagers getting closer. He lunged like a slippery eel toward Lin Yu and kicked her hard in the lower abdomen. Lin Yu went along with the situation, pretending to be struck hard by Chun Baixing. She fell into the water and struggled, gradually sinking beneath the surface, then entered the space. The villagers who tried to save her underwater found nothing. When they brought Chun Baixing ashore, the villagers were furious. They punched him hard. "You beast! That's your own mother. How many times have you tried to hurt her? How can you still be a scholar? Scholar? What's the point of studying now?" Chun Baixing looked at his deformed hand and instinctively reached for the remaining silver coins, but they were gone. Realizing what had happened, he sat down on the ground, looking sad and confused, as if crying and laughing at the same time. "Who is Chun Baixing?" Someone reported him to the authorities. He sold his mother into slavery. Watching the guards take Chun Baixing away, the villagers were furious. Oh, heavens! How did such a villain come from Fonlin Forest? If this gets out, it will ruin the reputation of all the scholars in the village. Just one rotten apple spoils the whole barrel. At such a young age, how can his heart be so cold? His mother disappeared into the water, and he didn't shed a single tear. Do you really expect him to cry now? Look at the way he glared at Widow Sue, like he wanted to gouge her eyes out. The villagers looked at each other, sighing and feeling cold for Widow Sue. Although Widow Sue was not always kind or honest, no one could blame her for Chen Baixing's actions. Now he was suffering such a fate. Harvest points 80. Harvest points 80. The system notification about the points came, and Lin Yu frowned slightly. Was Chen Baixing's previous harvest points really that low? She had been working hard, but her total harvest points were barely 1,000. 4438. Why did Chen Baixing's base harvest points drop so much? If she remembered correctly, it was 500 before. It's because Chen Baixing's reputation is ruined, and he's cut off from the imperial exams. In the eyes of the heroine, he is no more use, so he's been kicked out. His base harvest points will only keep decreasing. For 1,438 casually spoke, teasing the Black Panther. Watching it jump up and yowl, trying to bite but unable to, for 1,438 laughed so hard that she almost straightened her back. Lin Yu's expression relaxed, and a bright light appeared in her eyes. In that case, Lin Yogan's family will be lucky. It seems that Lin Baojin and Lin Yogan's family are also reaching their limit of patience. She put away the panel and opened Chen Baixing's money pouch. Counting it, there were still 10 taels. It seems that the 15 taels from selling Widow Sue, minus the silver for treatment, are all in here. She really got a good deal. Chen Baixing's sentence has been decided. 200 strokes and 3 years of imprisonment. You all didn't see how Chen Baixing's backside was bloodied and flesh was torn. He fainted from the pain halfway through. The county magistrate was merciful and allowed the doctor to treat him, saying they would execute him after he recovered. Otherwise, he might have been killed outright, which would have been a cheap punishment for him. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs, but Chen Baixing is utterly heartless and ungrateful. He should be executed. It's a pity for Widow Sue. All her dowry was stolen by that ungrateful man. Now she can't pay her debts and has to sell herself into slavery. Sue Widow is lucky. She managed to escape from the water, but unfortunately, she was caught again. She was beaten so badly her head was bloodied. Chen Baixing is even worse. To clear himself, he claimed his own mother was fake, just to frame him. Heartless scoundrel. He doesn't deserve to be called human. Listening to the villagers' gossip, a trace of sarcasm appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. 4438. People are really strange. Men sell their daughters for fame, buy wives and children, and everyone laments how hard women's lives are, always trying to help men. But when it comes to selling their mothers into slavery, everyone condemns it, calling it rebellious and unfilial, and they strongly oppose it. Clearly both are essentially forcing good women into slavery. Why do the reactions differ so much? Host, throughout history, it has always been like this. Those in power set the rules, and those without power have to adapt. Is that so? Lin Yu whispered softly, gazing into the distance with an unprecedentedly firm look. Chen Baixing, you are truly a heartless traitor. County magistrate, please do justice for the women. Sir, the person has fainted. Pull him down and choose a day to beat him again. Chen Baixing was dragged like a lump of rotten mud and thrown into the prison cell. The place was stained with a shocking red. When he woke up again, Chen Baixing was awakened by a mouse biting him. He screamed and shook off the mouse, but by then, he was too hurt to move. His mind was very confused. He thought his mother should be at the bottom of the river now, but during the interrogation, he found himself in the courtroom. He doubted that she was real, but instead, he was suspected of trying to escape punishment. His punishment was doubled from 100 to 200 lashes. Chen Baixing felt both resentment and hatred. He was just a piece of flesh that fell from his mother's belly. How could she treat him like this? Was she afraid he wouldn't die? At this moment, Chen Baixing didn't think he did anything wrong. He only regretted not acting sooner. If he had acted earlier, his hand would have healed by now, and he wouldn't have been such a burden. Speaking of being a burden, a few images suddenly flashed through Chun Baixing's mind. He shivered suddenly and realized why Lin Baozhen could catch so many wild animals overnight. Her blood was different from others, which attracted the wild animals. This explained why he had caught Lin Baozhen by her small braid. All of this was because of her. If it weren't for her encouraging him, how could Lin Yu and the Lin family have cut ties with him? Without the Lin family, he would have faced constant setbacks. If she hadn't used wild animals to lure him, he wouldn't have been injured by Lin Yu Zhen and Lin Yu Kai, losing 10 fingers. If he hadn't made those mistakes, everything wouldn't have gone wrong. In the end, all of this was Lin Baozhen's fault. Since he was suffering, Lin Baozhen wouldn't be able to enjoy peace either. He planned to reveal this secret at the right time, making her suffer like never before. Widow Su sold herself into slavery, breaking away from her original path, 20,000 points. Chun Baixing's reputation is ruined, 30,000 points. Chun Baixing is kicked out, losing his role as a supporting male lead, 50,000 points. When he received 100,000 points, Lin Yu was pulling seedlings in the rice field. Hearing the system's report, she looked pleased. What a treacherous act. Chun Baixing was once Lin Baozhen's loyal dog, following her commands. Now that he was useless, she threw him away. That was truly cold-blooded. But Lin Yu liked it. The colder her heart, the better she could defeat her enemies one by one. Third sister, don't be lazy. A clump of mud flew over. Lin Hong crossed his arms, looking angry, with his face puffed up. Yes, sir. Lin Yu nodded and kept pulling up seedlings. Thanks to her persistent daily effort with the spiritual spring, by late April, the seedlings had grown much taller than others. Since the weather was good, except for Lin Xuanwu, the whole Lin family went to the fields. They were either pulling seedlings or planting new ones. Lin Yu was assigned to pull seedlings, while Lin Jin and Lin Hong, the younger ones, helped carry the seedlings. Lin Hong was the one transporting her, and he would complain if he moved too slowly. Seeing that his third sister was back to normal, Lin Hong let out a big sigh of relief. For some reason, he found the previous moment a little scary. He didn't like it. Busy days passed quickly. In just 3 days, with everyone's hard work, all the seedlings were planted. Thanks to the spiritual spring's nourishment, the family didn't feel tired. Instead, they were full of energy. However, Li Xiuji still sent Lin Xian and another early in the morning to Nanshan town to buy meat and beef bones to help the family recover.